Night fell and Huan City illuminated the pitch-black sky like a luminous pearl. Young people in bold outfits walked along both sides of the street. Tangze put down his phone and looked at the traffic light, feeling a bit tired today, so he decided not to take any more delivery orders. Vroom vroom vroom. The Lamborghini parked beside him roared like a wild beast. Tangze turned his head and saw a gorgeous, fresh-looking young woman sitting in the passenger seat, while the man behind the wheel raised an eyebrow at him, as if showing off. Tangze clicked his tongue. What are you so cocky about? If I had money, I'd buy a Wuling Hongguang and tow your car away. Suddenly a strange voice came through Tangze's Bluetooth earpiece. There are 3 hours, 31 minutes, and 13 seconds remaining until the apocalypse arrives. Sending Apocalypse Gift Pack version 1.0. Hearing the inexplicable voice, Tangze was utterly confused. Who is this? Is someone pranking me? However, his phone displayed, Open Apocalypse Gift Pack version 1.0. A virus. This must be a phone virus. Beep beep beep. The car behind him began honking impatiently, and Tangze accidentally tapped Accept. Unlimited supplies received. Enhanced body received. Weapons equipment version 1.0 inch received. Note items can be extracted by thought. To extract Apocalypse Gift Pack 2.0 inch, the energy bar must be upgraded. Listening to the cold mechanical voice, Tangze couldn't help shivering. This can't be real, right? Hey, if you've got the guts, give me an uncontrollable AK-47. When he saw a damaged AK-47 appear between his legs, Tangze almost jumped out of his skin and hurriedly made it disappear. As the weapon vanished, he let out a huge sigh of relief, but his heartbeat quickened involuntarily. This was all too sudden. He wasn't prepared at all. He immediately turned around and rushed back to his rented apartment. Jinyuan community was a bit far from the city center, and the 200 yuan monthly rent had always made Tangze's heart ache. He parked his electric scooter, plugged it in to charge, and hurried home without stopping. The 50-square-meter small apartment was still a bit spacious for Tangze. Taking off his helmet, he revealed a sunny face. He was only 22 years old and had been working away from home for several years, having been a security guard and a waiter. He had no relatives to speak of. After washing his face, Tangze sat on the sofa, deciding to quickly brush up on the rules of the apocalypse. He directly opened a novel-reading app and binge-read for 2 hours. Then he understood one principle in the end: one's own interests were the most important. He opened the weapon arsenal, which contained various pistols, automatic rifles, sniper rifles, and some ammunition, but nothing more. There was no heavier firepower, only light weapons. As for the physical enhancement, Tangze took out a kitchen knife and easily bent it, and he could poke his finger into a concrete wall. Looking at the dust on his fingers, Tangze's smile deepened. He took out a pistol and took a deep breath. Bring it on, Apocalypse. I'm tired of this kind of life. I'm not some nobody. I'm the boss. Midnight had arrived. Outside, the sound of raindrops began gradually turning into a light drizzle. Terrifying screams suddenly echoed through the entire community. Tangze immediately walked to the balcony and saw several corpses already lying on the road. One person who was taking shelter wanted to rescue others, but the rain directly corroded his body like sulfuric acid, and he collapsed with blood-curdling screams. At the same time, lights gradually turned on throughout the community. People stood on their balconies watching in confusion, not knowing what had happened. And all phones received an emergency notification simultaneously: all residents, do not leave your homes. Do not go out in the rain. Wait for rescue. Tangze frowned slightly and turned to look at the next balcony. A beautiful girl was also looking his way. Having lived here for a year, Tangze naturally knew this girl, his neighbor, a female streamer. She was quite attractive with a curvy figure, but a bit. What are you looking at, you loser? After saying that, she turned around and went back inside her room. Tangze smiled indifferently. It's the apocalypse, and she still thinks she's someone special. In the apocalypse, women were exchangeable commodities. A loaf of bread could make them do anything. He had lived 20 years without ever having a proper relationship, and now the end had come. Such a pity. Still, at least he had once enjoyed himself with 998. He hurriedly made a bowl of braised beef instant noodles to calm down. Wait, he had unlimited supplies now. Why not take out some Buddha jumps over the wall to rinse his mouth? Tasting the delicacy that only the rich could afford, Tangze took out his phone and scrolled through a short video app. The whole world had fallen into panic. Soon an emergency message announced that all water sources had been contaminated. Tangze shrugged, indifferent. I wonder if in a few days a cup of water could make that woman next door kneel. Calling me a loser. He decided to go downstairs to check the situation. As soon as he arrived on the first floor, he saw a huge crowd. Everyone was queuing outside the convenience store to buy water, while others were still coming downstairs to check what was happening. However, fear was written on every face, and the few corpses lying outside frayed everyone's nerves, making the crowds increasingly irritable. Hey, don't push. What are you cutting in line for, you asshole? The moment those words were spoken, two men immediately started fighting. Women stood aside in panic. Taking advantage of the chaos, many men rushed into the convenience store to grab supplies, and the shop owner couldn't stop them at all. Within a few minutes, the supplies were completely looted by the men, and the women couldn't even get a hand in. "Don't you men know about ladies first?" A middle-aged woman wearing glasses yelled. "Ladies first, my ass," a burly man sneered. "Look at the times we're in. There are corpses lying outside." When the apocalypse came, men's advantages were immediately evident. Men who hadn't grabbed supplies began thinking of other ways, like driving out to buy food. But looking at the corpses outside, they didn't dare take a single step. Moreover, it was visible to the naked eye that car tires were slowly corroding, so the rain could corrode rubber. Some people threw umbrellas outside to test, and found the umbrellas were fine. But what if a single drop landed on them? Tangze leaned against the wall and let out a sigh. In less than an hour, order had already begun to collapse. With only this little water, they wouldn't last long. Those who had bottled water at home would be fine for now, but when all the food was consumed, the dark side of human nature would erupt fully. Looking at the drizzling rain outside, Tangze began to form a plan in his mind. However, a graceful figure caught Tangze's eye. What first came into view was a pair of bright eyes like sparkling gems. Her delicate eyebrows traced fine lines, and her cherry blossom lips exuded a charming allure. Her slender, elegant neck was like a work of art, graceful and soft like the stem of a lily, evoking an irresistible urge to reach out and touch. Her figure was like a melodious tune with natural flowing curves, a slender waist, full hips, every part perfectly in place. How could Tangze, a delivery rider, possibly know her? Yet in this community, she was definitely one of the top 3 beauties. And she seemed to be an air stewardess. He had run into her several times in the elevator wearing her uniform and pulling a small suitcase. And of course, with such stunning looks, how could she not have a boyfriend? The man standing beside her is the epitome of tall, rich, and handsome, usually driving a Porsche 718. "Let's go and buy. We still have half a bucket of water at home. This rain won't last long," he said. Ningu spoke nonchalantly, soothing his girlfriend beside him. And Bei's face was a little pale, but she still hummed in agreement, glanced at Tangze, and then went upstairs with her boyfriend. Tangze chuckled, finding joy in the forbidden pleasures of the cunning libertine. Back home, Tangze opened TikTok only to find it had shut down. All apps were closed except for WeChat. In the property group chat, it was a flurry of complaints and curses. No one could sleep that night, hoping the rain outside would stop soon, but it continued until the next day. The 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th days passed. The rain kept falling. During these nights, intermittent sounds of smashing and screams echoed. This oppressive atmosphere could drive anyone mad. Tangze never left his door, feasting on delicacies every day, planning to find a big villa to enjoy once the rain stopped. On the 7th day, he decided to check the underground garage, where all the community's material trading took place. As the elevator doors opened, a cacophony of noise flooded in. The entire underground garage resembled a bustling market. Women offered designer bags and cosmetics in exchange for food, while men presented luxury watches, and one even brought out his 4090T computer to trade for water. Hermes Summer Collection trade for a case of mineral water. Rolex Submariner for 4 bottles of water, last chance. The computer was quickly traded for 5 bottles of water and a small bag of chips. Tangze shook his head in disbelief. That rig must have cost at least 40,000, and now it was traded away like that. But for now, normal transactions still existed. In 3 days, things would be different. Suddenly, he spotted the neighbor, a streamer selling cosmetics. He took out a bottle of water and walked over while drinking. Sun Ting saw Tangze approaching, and her expression turned awkward. This delivery guy must have plenty of food at home. Watching him drink water, a craving grew in her heart. Soon Tangze noticed in Bei's stall. Because of her beauty, many customers gathered around. "Beautiful, play with me once, and this bottle is yours. I'll give 2 bottles. 3 bottles. The men started an auction, infuriating and Bai until her face turned red. Shameless. And Bai cursed fiercely, packed up her stall, and strode toward the elevator, even giving Tangze an innocent glare. One man sneered, pretending to be pure. "That red light district over there offers a cup of water for a turn." Red light district? Tangze looked around curiously. The so-called red light district was just a warning light surrounded by scantily clad women heavily made up with questionable quality. Suddenly, rapid footsteps sounded. More than 20 young men appeared, led by a burly man with tattoos on his arms, followed by fierce-looking thugs holding steel pipes and even fruit knives. This sudden scene plunged the area into absolute silence. "Take everything," the boss ordered, and his underlings charged with sinister grins. "Don't take my stuff. How dare you rob me? You're asking for it." My head." The boss laughed coldly. "Hand over the supplies, and you'll suffer less. Is there no law? Robbing in broad daylight." A man in his 50s stepped forward to rebuke. "Law? I ding fong in the law here. Break his leg." With a crack of bone, everyone was stunned. Faced with such brutality, no one dared to resist, obediently handing over supplies to avoid being beaten. "Take those women over there." Ding Feng looked at the red light district with a mocking smile, his underlings grinning lewdly. Most were terrified by the apocalypse, but these reveled in it. They came and went quickly. After they left, the men grumbled. We already had so little, and they took it. Why didn't you fight back? Then why didn't you? Easy to say. Accusations flew back and forth, making Tang Ze shake his head. Then a man in glasses looking scholarly stepped forward and said, there's a rolling shutter door between each floor. I suggest we seal off our building to prevent further looting. Even if we need to trade, we can do it through the gap. His suggestion immediately won approval. Without a second thought, they pulled down the rolling shutters and secured them with iron bars. Nearby buildings saw this and quickly followed suit, separating the 5 buildings in the community. I have another suggestion. Let the men unite to search for supplies and resist those thugs. The glasses-wearing man showed leadership and several answered. But Tang Ze had no interest in working for others. In the apocalypse, still work. Crazy. Back on his floor, Tang Ze saw the streamer's Sun Ting crouching outside his door. He teased, so you hid away. Though not as pretty as the flight attendant, she still had some charm. Sun Ting wasn't stupid. Seeing the gang appear, she had immediately slipped into the stairwell and climbed up. Seeing Tang Ze's mocking expression, she snorted coldly, then asked, do you have any water at home? What does it matter to you? Tang Ze leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, teasing. A loser is a loser. With that, Sun Ting opened her door and slammed it shut. Tang Ze couldn't help but laugh. I am indeed a loser. Now that the apocalypse has come, I just want to live quietly. Let's not bother each other. 3 more days passed, and the rain still showed no sign of stopping. The 5 buildings split into 5 factions, reaching some agreements. That evening, the building was about to hold a meeting. Tang Ze had to attend. The location was the underground garage. Tang Ze noticed everyone looked haggard. The beautiful and Bei's lips were dry, and the streamer wasn't much better. The glasses-wearing man stood on a car hood holding a megaphone. Fellow homeowners, Im Dongfei, formerly a corporate executive. Thank you for your trust in letting me lead. The crisis has been over a week. No rescue, no official news. Supplies in Building 3 are almost gone. Yesterday, Building 4 sent people out to scavenge. They lost 1, but at least they got food. Dongfei's words drew nods from the crowd. They had seen the community group chat yesterday. Ding Feng had led his men out. They had no tires, only rims, so they were slow and skidded. One of the underlings got caught in the rain and died. So I suggest we also form a convoy to search for supplies. But after Dongfei finished, no one answered. This was a life-threatening task. Dongfei seemed to know this all too well. Adjusting his glasses, his gaze turned vicious. I'm not forcing anyone. If you don't want to contribute, fine, but don't you dare touch the supplies we bring back. They'll go. Me too. Several married men showed remarkable courage, driven by the families and elders waiting at home. 2 convoys were assembled, and Dongfei naturally went out himself. Go on back. They'll notify everyone in the group later. But if you want something for nothing, think about what you're willing to trade. Mbai looked at her boyfriend beside her and whispered, Ninggu, we're out of food at home. Ninggu snapped impatiently, what's the hurry? My dad said he's figuring out a way to send us food. Are you trying to get me killed? No, that's not what I meant. Mbai quickly tried to explain. But Ninggu said coldly, then what do you mean? And Bei's face turned pale, because that was exactly what she had meant. About 3 hours later, 2 vehicles returned with wheel hubs still smoking. 6 people had gone out, but only 4 came back. The waiting family members wailed in grief when they saw that their sons or husbands were not among them. Was my husband caught in the rain? My son. Dongfei said grimly, the outside world has descended into chaos. Everyone's fighting over supplies. Your husband and your son were beaten to death, not rained on. The crowd exchanged uneasy glances, fear written across their faces. Yet when they saw the food and water stacked in the back seats and trunk, their fear was quickly replaced by craving. Water. I want water. A gaunt man charged forward recklessly. Dongfei swung the bloodstained baseball bat in his hand with brutal force, shattering the skinny man's jaw. But Dongfei didn't stop. He raised the bat and smashed it into the man's head again and again until his skull was crushed to pieces. With blood spattered across his face, Dongfei turned to the crowd. Anyone else want to try it? A man had been beaten to death before their very eyes, and no one dared make a sound. Listen up. If a man wants supplies, he goes out there. If a woman wants supplies, she trades her body. Dongfei's words shattered everyone's principles. But then again, who could blame him? These supplies were bought with lives. Why should they be shared for free? The apocalypse had its own rules. Late that night, a soft knock suddenly sounded at the door. Tang Ze set down the pizza in his hand, wiped his fingers, and walked over to answer it. But not before checking the peephole. When he saw that familiar face, a smile slowly crept across Tang Ze's lips. So you finally couldn't hold out any longer. Not a bad look tonight. A little white dress and delicate makeup, almost matching that flight attendant. He opened the door, and there stood Sun Ting, who even watched live streams anymore. Even if she had income, the numbers couldn't buy supplies. A fellow streamer had just gone to trade for goods and told her about the inhuman treatment several men taking turns with her, and in the end, she only got a cup of water and an Oreo. So she had no choice but to come to this delivery guy. This pathetic loser must have stashed away plenty of food at home. She had dressed up a little just now hoping this loser would give her something good. Sure enough, the moment the door opened, Sun Ting caught a familiar, yet strange aroma. It was Orland's pizza. Seeing the steaming pizza on the coffee table, Sun Ting could hardly believe it. He still had pizza to eat at a time like this. Is there something you need? Tang Zhe asked casually, opening a bottle of mineral water and taking a sip. Despite the lipstick, Sun Ting's lips were cracked from thirst. As a streamer, it was normal to have some food at home, but the real problem was water. What good was having instant noodles without water? Brother, could you spare me some water? The once arrogant Sun Ting saw the water dripping from Tang Zhe's mouth and wished she could catch it with her own lips. Tang Zhe's smile grew even wider. I still prefer that proud, defiant look of yours. Put it back on. Call me pathetic loser. Brother, you've got it wrong. I was blind not to see who you really are. Sun Ting apologized profusely, her original plan completely forgotten. Forget seduction. As long as she could get a sip of water, she'd do anything. Tang Zhe let out a long "oh," then tilted the bottle downward. The water spilled onto the floor and Sun Ting, unable to bear the waste, quickly scrambled to catch it. So groveling isn't just a figure of speech. Putting away the mineral water, Tang Zhe sat on the sofa and looked at Sun Ting. Sun Ting slowly raised her head toward the bottle in Tang Zhe's hand, her longing impossible to suppress. Still want it? Tang Zhe gave the bottle a little shake. Sun Ting crawled to his feet, nodding desperately. Yes, I want it. Then I'll give you a little more. Sun Ting was about to grab a cup, but Tang Zhe poured it on the floor again. Even so, she obediently licked it up. You've licked the floor so clean it's shining. Hey, race a slice of pizza as a reward. He tossed a slice of pizza directly onto the ground. In the past, Sun Ting would never have touched junk food like this. She was afraid of gaining weight. But now it was like a treasure, and she devoured it greedily without a care for her image. Sai, you look filthy. Go take a shower. Sun Ting asked in surprise. You have water for a shower here. Of course. Wash yourself clean and use plenty of body wash. Sun Ting rushed into the bathroom, and sure enough, there was clean water. She didn't even bother closing the door before frantically scrubbing herself. For her, going a single day without a shower was unbearable, let alone nearly a week. The sight was quite a treat for Tang Zhe. After all, a woman who could become a streamer rarely had bad looks. After her shower, Sun Ting realized the door was open and quickly shut it. A while later, she came out fully dressed. I should get going. Thank you. Sun Ting had no intention of giving herself up for free. Besides, this pathetic loser wasn't like those men outside. He couldn't do anything to her. What she had just done was compensation enough for the food. Tang Zhe said with a faint smile, You ate my food, and now you're just going to pat your ass and leave. I already did all that, and you even got a look. Sun Ting instantly reverted to her original attitude. Tang Zhe looked satisfied, then pulled out a pitch-black handgun. At the sight of the gun, Sun Ting froze but quickly laughed. What is that, a lighter? A water gun? Who are you trying to scare? Bang. A gunshot rang out, lighting up every sensor lamp in the building. Everyone in the neighborhood was startled by the sound. Who fired a gun? There's actually a gun. Sun Ting's face turned deathly pale as shattered decorations fell to the floor. This was the real deal. Those men down there could make any woman do their bidding for just a glass of water. You've already eaten my pizza, so how about I treat you to a peanut instead? Sun Ting collapsed onto the floor, trembling in sheer terror. She thought she had walked into a sheep pen, only to realize she had stumbled into a den of tigers. Where did he even get a gun? Come here. Tang Zhe beckoned. Sun Ting dared not resist. Bracing her delicate arms against the floor, she crawled slowly toward Tang Zhe on the sofa. Please, sir, spare me. I won't lie to you again. With a sobbing voice, she begged for mercy repeatedly. She had seemed all smiles and harmless before, but he was a devil in disguise. Tang Zhe raised the muzzle, tracing it across her exquisite face. Sun Ting's eyes widened, convinced her end was near. In that instant, regret flooded her heart. She should have just agreed to his demands. It wouldn't have cost her a pound of flesh. If you had been this obedient from the start, you wouldn't have had to suffer. Tang Zhe revealed a benevolent smile, yet no one knew that his previous shot had actually missed its mark. Sun Ting nodded vigorously, whimpering softly. But Tang Zhe's gaze turned icy cold as he pressed the muzzle against the back of her head. There is only one fate for those who deceive him: death. Don't be so picky. It's the apocalypse, and beauties aren't that plentiful. Tang Zhe noticed his progress had ticked up by one. A bit slow. He tossed Sun Ting aside and settled onto the sofa to enjoy a hot pot, replenishing his energy. The quality here was far superior to the 998 package, and it only cost a bottle of water and a slice of pizza. Who said cheap men inferior? Spare me. Sun Ting let out a faint whimper. Tang Zhe paused, then grabbed a fistful of her hair and pulled her up. Her face was deathly pale, and her skin had become unnaturally dry. He furrowed his brow slightly. It was the energy gauge at work. He needed to be more patient. Only 2 progress. This was far too slow. Eat something. Tang Zhe said casually, a plate at his feet piled high, with hot pot boiled pork belly and beef. Ravenous with hunger, Sun Ting ignored the pain and scurried to his feet to devour the food. Here, water. This time Tang Zhe brought her a large bowl enough to quench her thirst. Sun Ting chewed on the meat, mumbling, thank you, thank you. No need for thanks. From now on you're mine. Sun Ting, who was drinking water on the ground, froze, but dared not resist. Tang Zhe didn't elaborate. He smiled and said, you have 2 choices now, either eat a peanut or obediently behave. He'll be obedient. Sun Ting chose the latter without hesitation. Only a fool would choose the peanut, as long as she was fed and watered. She'd comply. Tang Zhe patted Sun Ting's head and chuckled, from now on you're mine. Tang Zhe was taken aback, though she was smarter than before. Meanwhile, at Dong Fei's residence, 7 or 8 men were seated with supplies piled high across the living room, half of which were bottles of water. One bald man seemed anxious. Damn, why isn't he out yet? Hope he hasn't killed her. Dong Fei took a sip of red wine and glanced over. What's the rush? There are plenty of women. The bald man smirked wryly, but pretty ones are scarce. It's rare to get a good-looking one at the door, and he's taking this long. Forget the women, that gunshot we just heard is what we need to deal with. Dong Fei said solemnly. That gun posed a threat to his authority. He could almost feel the muzzle against his forehead. If he could get his hands on that gun, he'd control the entire compound. Might as well call himself the king of the neighborhood. A man with dyed yellow hair sitting nearby said seriously, I think the shot came from our building. Yes, sounds like it, another man chimed in. Dong Fei placed his wine glass on the table. Baldy, you and yellow hair go door to door and check. The bald man and yellow hair exchanged a glance. The guy had a gun after all. Each of you gets a box of bread and water. A generous reward makes for brave men. The bald man and yellow hair nodded. As they stood up, the bald man shouted towards the bedroom. Take it easy in there, save some breath for when I get back. Dong Fei said helplessly. She's a woman pushing 40 and you're that into her. You don't know Dong Go. I've had my eye on her for a while. If it weren't for the apocalypse, I'd never have had the chance. Gotta thank the apocalypse for this. The group exchanged lewd grins. This was way more interesting than their old jobs. After they left, yellow hair chuckled. Baldy, good, there's a streamer in 701 with a great figure and a flight attendant in 603. Gorgeous and so smooth. Kid, you're clever. With me looking out for you, you'll survive out there. Thanks, Baldy, go. When you're done having your fun, let your little brother have a go. The bald man patted yellow hair's shoulder. Don't worry. In this world, women are ours for the taking. The mission to find the gun was already forgotten. They headed straight for apartment 603 to find the flight attendant. Inside, Ninggu was pacing restlessly, agitated by thirst and hunger, on the verge of delirium. His beautiful girlfriend in Bai was curled up on the sofa, looking utterly pitiful. Bang, bang, bang. A knock at the door startled them both. Ninggu went to the door and, peering through the peephole, saw the bald man and yellow hair. There was no way he was opening that door. We know you're in there. Open up. Yellow hair barked. Ninggu clung to a shred of sanity. If he opened that door, and Bai would become their plaything. The bald man grabbed the yellow-haired man and called out, Brother, you must be starving after all these days. Yesterday's supplies were plentiful. Come to room 201 for a chat when you have time. With that, he led the bewildered yellow-haired man away. Ninggu let out a sigh of relief, and Nbai did the same. Yet the bald man's words echoed relentlessly in his mind, eroding the man's last shred of willpower. Soon the two arrived at room 701 and knocked. The bald man called out in the same tone, We have plenty of food. Come to room 201 for a chat. Living is better than anything, better than starving to death at home. The door suddenly swung open. However, it was the neighboring door that opened. Tang Zhe looked at the two men and said in a deep voice, Knock softer. You're being too noisy. The bald man and the yellow-haired man exchanged a glance. Every man they'd encountered recently had treated them with deference. When had anyone ever dared speak to them like this? Are you looking for death? How dare you talk to Brother Bald that way? The yellow-haired man stormed toward Tang Zhe, but the moment he saw inside the room, he fell silent, utterly stunned. The bald man approached confused and froze as well when he peered inside. On the dining table sat chicken stewed with mushrooms, braised pork trotters, and stir-fried lettuce. More importantly, a woman was eating beside the table. Be Brother Bald. Thighs. This might be that female streamer, the yellow-haired man stammered. After so many days, even the most beautiful women had grown haggard from lack of food and water. But this streamer looked like she'd transformed into a celestial maiden. Kid, you've got some connections. Plenty to eat and drink and a beauty at home to boot, the bald man said with a sarcastic sneer, striding straight into Tang Zhe's home with the yellow-haired man close behind. Tang Zhe smiled and closed the door. The yellow-haired man couldn't resist grabbing a pork trotter with his bare hands and devouring it. Brother Bald, pork trotter. This is delicious. Sun Ting watched the two men enter the room without a hint of panic, then walked over and curled up on the sofa. The bald man stared at her, unable to hide the greed dripping from his gaze. Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over the food and the woman, and you'll save yourself a world of pain. But this is mine. I can't just hand them over to you. No way, Tang Ze said with an innocent, harmless expression. Sun Ting thought to herself, these two idiots are as good as dead. Huh. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Brother Bald, stand back. Don't want blood splattering on you. With that, the yellow-haired man whipped out a fruit knife and lunged straight at Tang Ze. But before he could land a hit, he felt a dark fist envelop his face. With a heavy thud, the yellow-haired man's world spun as his face caved in slightly. Even the bald man's eyes widened in terror, and Sun Ting on the sofa was stunned too. She knew Tang Ze had a gun, but she never imagined his raw strength was this terrifying. If she had harbored any lingering schemes before, they were now completely gone. She had no desire to end up beaten to a pulp like this. Little Ting Ting, go open the window, Tang Ze said with a light chuckle, hoisting the yellow-haired man up with one hand. The man weighed at least 130 pounds, yet Tang Ze lifted him with effortless ease. The bald man's hands were already trembling. Sun Ting obediently opened the window, and Tang Ze casually tossed the yellow-haired man out. A dull thud echoed from below. Yet no one even bothered to look. They'd all grown numb. Every day someone succumbed to the mental torment and chose to leap to their death. Tang Ze clapped his hands, sat back down, and smiled. Sit, eat with us. Bring our guest here a pair of chopsticks and a bowl. Sun Ting's obedient demeanor sent a chill down the bald man's spine. What inhumane things had this young man done to her? As the graceful Sun Ting walked toward him, the bald man felt not a trace of desire, only terror surging from the depths of his heart. So, big brother, how is it? Not bad, right? Tang Ze picked up his chopsticks and began eating leisurely. The bald man didn't dare touch his chopsticks at all. Looking down on me. Tang Ze narrowed his eyes slightly. The bald man hastily grabbed his chopsticks. Brother, you misunderstand. Nothing of the sort. Good. Now what's the situation outside? The bald man didn't dare lie and immediately spoke up. It's chaos out there. People are killing each other over supplies. All the convenience stores and supermarkets nearby have been ransacked by several residential complexes. What are your boss plans? The boss says once we finish these supplies, we'll raid the neighboring complexes. How much do you have left? If we ration it carefully, it should last us about a month. By the way, your boss isn't looking for this, is he? Tang Ze pulled out the gun directly, and the sight made the bald man's scalp crawl. Had risked his life for bread and bottled water. The bald man nodded. Tang Ze set down his chopsticks, having finished his meal. What are you staring at? Eat. This is your last meal. Time to send you on your way. Tears streamed down the bald man's face. Big brother, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I'll give you all my supplies, I beg you. Eat up. Don't waste it, and remember to say thank you. Tang Ze's gaze turned icy, and the bald man frantically stuffed food into his mouth, feeling for the first time that it tasted terrible. The bald man had always thought Dong Fei was ruthless enough, but this young man was on another level entirely. Thank you, big brother. Go on, jump yourself. Don't make me pull the trigger. Blood splatters everywhere, and it's a nightmare to clean, wouldn't you agree? The bald man backed away, his hands clasped together in desperate pleading until his back hit the wall. Big brother, we have no grudge between us, you. A gunshot rang out, cutting him off mid-sentence. A red dot appeared between the bald man's brows, and he toppled backward, plunging down the building. Sun Ting swallowed hard. This man was unpredictable and utterly merciless. Downstairs, Dong Fei and his men's faces turned ashen at the sound of another gunshot. Brother Dong, it's Bald. He fell. A lackey on the balcony shouted. Dong Fei rushed to the balcony and saw the bald man's corpse, his face darkening with fury. Bossy's not coming after us, so there's no need to go looking for trouble. Better not to make an enemy of him. Dong Fei was unwilling to accept it, but his subordinate's words made sense. If the gunman decided to retaliate, not even several lives would be enough to pay the price. Dong Fei immediately sent a message in the Building 3 group chat. Brother, we've got food and drink here. Come by whenever you're free. It was clearly an olive branch, an attempt at reconciliation, but Dong Fei harbored other intentions. If the man actually showed up, it would become a trap. Tang Ze, lounging on the sofa, chuckled to himself. He had all the time in the world to deal with them. For now, the priority was food. Glancing at Sun Ting, who was massaging his feet, he decided to let her rest for the night. He didn't want her dropping dead on the spot. Aren't you a dancer, streamer? Go dance for me. What kind does master prefer? You figure it out. Sun Ting understood immediately. She turned on the music and began swaying her mesmerizing figure. You're not bad at dancing, little streamer. Tang Ze lit a cigarette, while Sun Ting sat beside him holding an ashtray. Sun Ting pouted in defiance. Who are you calling a little streamer? I'm one of the top 3 streamers on the platform, making 6 figures a month at minimum. No wonder you call me a poor loser. Sun Ting. At Dong Fei's place, 6 men were drinking beer with furrowed brows. The deaths of Baldy and Yellow Hair had dealt a heavy blow to their confidence. They had thought they could rule this building with impunity, but it turned out there was a ruthless figure lurking in the shadows. Standing on the balcony, Dong Fei looked at the bodies below. His gaze suddenly sharpened. Judging from where the two had landed, they must have been thrown from the floor above his own. Guzzi, check the property records for the residents above me. See who hasn't reported in yet. The man called Guzzi, around 30 years old, had a gaunt face with sharp features and deep-set eyes clearly worn out from 2 days of excess. Soon Guzzi had an answer. Brother Dong, only 2 households above us haven't come down yet. One is Bai on the 6th floor, a flight attendant. The other is Tang Zhe on the 7th floor, a food delivery guy. The chubby man sitting nearby slapped his thigh. I've seen that flight attendant in the elevator before. She's stunning with fair skin, and she's always with a tall, handsome boyfriend. Could her boyfriend be the one with the gun? Dong Fei had also seen Bei's boyfriend before. He didn't seem like the type to carry a weapon. Could it be the delivery guy? How would a delivery guy get his hands on a gun? But if not them, then who? Could he have been wrong? Suddenly his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Dong Fei's brow furrowed even deeper. It was Ding Feng, the boss of the neighboring building 4. Adjusting his glasses, Dong Fei answered with a professional smile. Brother Ding's still awake at this hour. Brother Dong, you're awake too. Seems like the gunshots are keeping us both up. Ding Feng said mockingly. Since it wasn't his building, Ding Feng wasn't too worried about any danger to himself. Dong Fei chuckled darkly. No need for you to worry, Brother Ding. I can handle this. All right then. I was originally going to lend you a hand. If you run into trouble, feel free to ask. I'd be happy to step in. Thanks for the offer, Brother Ding. I've got things to do. He'll hang up now. With that, Dong Fei ended the call, cursing Ding Feng under his breath. There's no way a gun would ever end up in your hands. On the other end, Ding Feng clicked his tongue in annoyance and put down his phone. The woman sitting beside him in her 30s and Ding Feng's girlfriend had a certain charm about her. Brother Feng, we still need to find a way to get that gun. With it, you'd be the king of this neighborhood. Maybe you could even take control of the surrounding areas. The woman's words ignited a fire in Ding Feng's heart. A single building was never his goal. He craved greater power. Also, I heard from the girls in the group chat that there's a flight attendant and a streamer in building 3 who are stunning. I even have photos here. The woman pulled out her phone and showed Ding Feng pictures of Bai and Sun Ting. Ding Feng's eyes immediately filled with greed, his resolve hardening. He sneered, call a meeting tomorrow. Get everyone ready. We're taking building 3. The woman was delighted, knowing how to please her man. Brother Feng, I've also prepared a midnight snack for you. Oh, bring her in. The woman called out. A girl was dragged in by her hair by one of the underlings. But such incidents were gradually becoming the norm in the neighborhood. Those with supplies held the power of life and death, and everyone had to bow their heads to survive. Building 3, room 603. Bai, dressed in a black high-end silk pajama set, was cutting open a plastic water bottle. Her lips, once rosy, were now pale as she licked the bottle cap. Ninggu walked out of the bedroom at that moment, glanced at Bai on the sofa, and said, I'm heading out for a bit. Where are you going? Bai asked, hurriedly, afraid he would abandon her. Just stepping out. Seeing Ninggu wasn't saying, Bai walked over and grabbed his sleeve. Are you going to see them? Can you just drop it? If I don't go to them, who else can I go to? My Portia only got us 1 bottle of water and 2 slices of bread. You, on the other hand, do nothing but enjoy the food I bring back. With that, he shook his arm, sending the weakened Bai tumbling to the floor, her face pale as death. Seeing that Bai had lost her former beauty, Ninggu's attitude had completely changed. He'll be straight with you. I've already struck a deal with Brother Dong. If you go and entertain them once a day, we'll survive. You want me to go to those beasts? Bai looked at Ninggu in disbelief. Was this what a boyfriend should say? Do you want us to starve to death? Can you bear to see me starve? You used to say you'd die for me. I'm not asking you to die now, just to sacrifice your body a little. A wave of helplessness washed over Bai. You should think about how I treated you before. Designer bags, designer jewelry, fancy restaurants. None of it came free. I paid for everything back then. Now it's your turn. With that, Ninggu left to negotiate a price with Dong Fei. After all, his girlfriend was the prettiest in the building. Even though she was weak from hunger, she could recover in a few days. Hearing the door close, despair filled Bei's eyes. Dong Fei and his men had lost all humanity. A girl falling into their hands would suffer a fate worse than death. Looking around the apartment, it no longer felt like home. It felt disgusting. She couldn't bear to stay a moment longer. She opened the door and stepped out. The fresh air outside actually helped clear her mind. A bitter, self-deprecating smile crossed her face. She looked at the window and the stairwell and made her decision. She would rather die than be defiled by those animals. As she entered the stairwell, she heard voices coming from the floor above. Curious, Bai quietly walked up the stairs and saw Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe and Sun Ting had also come out for some fresh air. At that moment, Tang Zhe noticed the frail Bai and smiled. Hey there, miss. Good afternoon. Sun Ting hesitated for a moment and glanced back at Bai. She hadn't expected that in just a few days Bai would become so feeble, even worse than herself. Although Bai wasn't familiar with Sun Ting, she had heard that Sun Ting was a streamer who earned even more than she did. Young lady, why are you staring at us like that? Hurry home. Tangze raised his hand and smiled. Do you have any food at your place? And Bai finally asked the question. If there had been any other choice, she didn't want to die either. Who would? It was all out of desperation. Sun Ting stood up and walked toward In Bai, her slender fingers brushing over In Bai's dry skin and the hair that seemed to be withering. Of course there's food. Do you want some? I do. And Bai nodded, eagerly envying Sun Ting's condition. She herself had been a few shades prettier than Sun Ting in the past. Sun Ting picked up the half-full bottle of mineral water on the steps. Seeing it, In Bai was overjoyed. At the critical moment, her fellow woman was the one she could rely on. Thank you, thank you. And Bai reached out for it, but Sun Ting stepped back. Tangze couldn't help letting out a low chuckle. What a wicked move, actually toying with her. And Bai looked at Sun Ting in confusion, not knowing what she meant. Sun Ting unscrewed the cap and poured a little of the water onto the ground. The corner of Tangze's mouth twitched. Well, so this was his own trick being used on someone else. You have to drink it like this. Sun Ting demonstrated right in front of In Bai. As drops of water fell to the ground, In Bai gently bit her dry red lips and drank as Sun Ting instructed. Slurp slurp, a strange sound echoed through the stairwell. Tangze hadn't expected that a girl who had once been so high and mighty would now lower herself. Sun Ting sprinkled water as she climbed the stairs, and In Bai followed behind her, drinking all the way until she was led into the apartment. As the door closed, In Bai seemed to snap back to reality. She immediately smelled a fragrance that seemed to come from a past era. It was KFC. When she saw the Kentucky Fried Chicken on the coffee table, shock filled her eyes. How was this possible? Recalling that Tangze delivered food for a living, she guessed that he must have stolen it and stashed it at home. No wonder that female streamer was willing to be with him. May I? Sun Ting asked Tangze, since she wanted to have some fun too, but was afraid of upsetting him. Tangze smiled and nodded. Let's see what kind of game you can play. With Tangze's permission, Sun Ting was much more at ease. She picked up a chicken leg bone and tossed it in front of In Bai. Looking down at the bone, In Bai's delicate arms trembled. She told herself not to eat the bone, but her brain simply wouldn't obey. Her slender hands slowly moved closer. In the end, hunger defeated her pride. The sound of chewing slowly rose, mixed with In Bai's tears. She had never imagined that one day she would be on all fours eating a bone. Why was she so useless? I heard your boyfriend was going to sell you. Tangze took out a cigarette, and Sun Ting immediately offered him a light. In Bai trembled, then turned her head slightly. He didn't. You probably don't know yet, but there's a men's group in this building. Yesterday you were auctioned off inside it. The price was quite high. Half an hour with a bottle of water, and there were already 4 appointments. Tangze's words hammered In Bai's heart, leaving her arms too weak to support herself. Impossible. He only asked me to go keep Dong Fei company. Dong Fei is just your first client. Take a look. Tangze put his phone in front of In Bai. She picked it up and looked. The contents were shocking. There were even sexy photos of herself, and Ninggu was still listing her selling points. Tears streamed down her face as she felt the sky had collapsed. Tangze put away his phone and flicked his cigarette ash. Sun Ting, who was beside him, actually caught the ash with both hands. The gesture made Tangze exclaim, 666. Why not come with me? You'll have food and drink every day. Sun Ting sat down sideways beside In Bai, stroking her cheek, her voice creeping into In Bai's mind like a demon's. This way you'll have 3 meals a day, delicacies from all over the world, and you can wash the filth off your body and survive in this chaotic world. Tangze suddenly realized that Sun Ting should be the one to do the procuring from now on. She was definitely a stock with great potential. Do you want to stay here or choose to be a plaything? It's your decision. Sun Ting patted In Bai's shoulder. This was all the help she could give. In Bai was a smart woman, as she knew in her heart which choice mattered more. If you fall into those men's hands, you'll end up dying miserably. If you fall into Tangze's hands, maybe he'll destroy you later, but at least you'll be fed and drink your fill. Would those men give you enough to eat and drink? Silly girl, don't be naive. They'll only give you a little food to make you dependent on them, and then control you. And Bai was no naive sweet girl, so she said in a low voice, I choose to stay. Louder. Sun Ting revealed a satisfied smile, while ruthlessly trampling In Bai's last shred of dignity. And Bai gritted her pearly teeth and shouted, I choose to stay. Tangze was almost ready to pay Sun Ting a salary. He had to keep talent like hers. A reward for you. Tangze tossed all the bones in front of In Bai. She showed no resistance at all and frantically stuffed them into her mouth. For Sun Ting, Tangze handed over a bucket of spicy wings. Well done. Thank you, master. Sun Ting was overjoyed. Now she could have some authentic food. Tangze nodded. Holding the bucket of wings, Sun Ting ate heartily, giving a little to In Bai, who quickly stuffed it into her mouth to replenish her strength. She needs to replenish too. Sun Ting suddenly realized something. If she couldn't let In Bai die, she had finally found someone to share the burden. Suit yourself. Sun Ting, though reluctant to part with the wings, knew she had to make a choice for the future. You two are eating like gluttons. Go wash up and clean her up properly too. Don't worry, she'll be spotless. Sun Ting was now adept at pleasing Tang Ze. Entering the bathroom, she closed the door. The bathroom wasn't large, just enough for the two women. Sun Ting frowned. Why are you like this? Enbai looked at Sun Ting puzzled as she demeaned herself. Sun Ting gave a bitter smile. Do we have any other choice? We have to pick someone strong. But he doesn't look that strong. Sister, he has a gun. Sun Ting tapped Enbai a warning. Such words were fine between them, but if Tang Ze heard, they'd be in trouble. Enbai suddenly understood the gunshots these past days were from him. Being scrutinized like this made Enbai uneasy. She bit her red lips and asked, Can I still go back? Go back? Go where? Since you've agreed, don't back out. He's not a saint. I nearly died at his hands. Sun Ting warned seriously. Demeaning oneself was fine, but don't court death. Hearing Sun Ting's words, Enbai felt she had indeed walked into a tiger's den, but at least there was only one man. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. Who knows how long this life will last? To survive, trample your dignity and flush your morals down the toilet. As she spoke, Sun Ting turned on the shower. When the hot water cascaded over Enbai's delicate body, a long-lost warmth enveloped her. Woo! At that moment, Enbai sobbed in grievance. Sun Ting sighed and comforted her. Women in the apocalypse had it hard, but they were still relatively lucky. After a while, the two walked out. Looking at Enbai, Tang Ze chuckled softly. Such a beautiful flight attendant would make any man fantasize, and most in this building would. Now she stood there, her delicate appearance seemingly waiting for a man's affection. Enbai understood what he meant and walked towards Tang Ze, but she was still a bit shy. She's indeed charming, but her face is a bit scary. Tang Ze's words left Enbai dumbfounded. My face is scary. Tang Ze was obviously exaggerating. She was just weak, not as pretty as before. But the blow was too much for Enbai. Sun Ting, standing nearby, smiled and reminded, Apologize now. I'm sorry. Enbai lowered her head without confidence. Unlike Sun Ting, Enbai seemed fragile, truly like a little kitten. Let's keep her for a couple of days, let her regain her strength. Tang Ze certainly wanted to taste the novelty, but he felt Enbai was too weak. After all, beautiful women were rare. These two in the building were the only ones. However, at that moment, a roar erupted from outside. Bitch! Where are you hiding? Come out. Don't make me beat you to death. Ning Gus's furious voice rang out from outside. When he returned home and found Enbai missing, it enraged him. He had already negotiated a price with the client, and the woman had run off. If he had known, he should have locked the door when he left. Tang Ze said in a low voice, What would your boyfriend do if he saw you here? No. Enbai looked at Tang Ze pleadingly. However, Tang Ze signaled to Sun Ting, who understood, and walked over to open the door. Handsome, over here. Ninggu, who had just reached that floor, was stunned. Are you that female streamer? Yes. Ninggu thought, how could this streamer be so alluring and dressed so seductively? What a slut. But as he stepped inside, his expression immediately froze. His girlfriend was standing there, and the one sitting on the sofa was that delivery guy. But when he saw the KFC on the coffee table, Ning Gus's lips trembled. Bitch! You're eating alone, damn it. His words stunned the three of them. With such a scene, the first thing he said was about food. Ninggu grabbed the fries from the table and stuffed them into his mouth, while Tang Ze watched with a smile, gently stroking Enbai's cheek in front of Ninggu. Ninggu ate and watched, though angry. It wasn't as important as the food. Who she was with didn't matter. After eating his fill, Ninggu wiped his mouth. All this KFC is mine, and the water here too. Hearing Ninggu's words, Enbai shed tears. He didn't care about her at all. Seeing Tang Ze silent, he thought he had agreed. Enbai, what are you standing there for? Come here. My woman is charged by the minute. Sorry, but your woman is mine now. Tang Ze said calmly. Come here. Ninggu started walking towards Tang Ze, ready to pull Enbai away. But Tang Ze pulled out a desert eagle from the gap in the sofa. Ninggu stared in shock, not knowing what to do. Brother, let's talk. I was wrong. She's yours. Ninggu quickly apologized. This woman would be the death of him. Tang Ze showed a kind smile. You've eaten so much of my food, shouldn't you say thank you? Yes, thank you. Ninggu quickly apologized. A bang sounded. Blood splattered everywhere. Ninggu could not fathom why, despite following Tang Ze's instructions to the letter, he still had to be beaten to death. Tang Ze, however, maintained that threats must be nipped in the bud, crushed directly in the cradle. Yet this thunderous sound once again plunged the community's bigwigs into panic. The gunshots were distinctly different. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge could tell they came from two different calibers. This meant there were two guns in the neighborhood. Were they owned by the same person or by two different individuals? The terrified bigwigs convened an emergency meeting in the group chat. If there were indeed two shooters, and if they were allied, then their own side stood no chance. Inside the room, Sun Ting remained relatively calm, while Enbai had fainted from shock, though Tang Ze promptly woke her up. After regaining consciousness, Enbai rushed to the bathroom and vomited violently. Only after a long while did she emerge, and when she saw Ninggu lying in a pool of blood, she realized her heart felt no ripple of emotion. Shouldn't she be grieving? Give me a hand, Sun Ting called out. Oh, The two women dragged the corpse to the window using all their strength to heave it downstairs. Sun Ting panted heavily looking at Bai as she asked, "You okay?" Bai nodded, but her face was still pale. After all this time, the death had occurred right before her eyes. "I killed your boyfriend. You're not angry, are you?" Tang Zhe handed her a cup of water, a smile on his face. Bai found that although Tang Zhe's smile seemed kinda chill ran down her spine, it was terrifying. Bai shook her head. "That's good. Take good care of yourself. That's what you need to do now." Tang Zhe calculated in his mind the two women could now alternate shifts, which from a progress standpoint had doubled the speed. Yet he still felt it was too slow, but those vulgar common women simply weren't worth his effort. "Are there any more beauties in our neighborhood?" Tang Zhe asked curiously since he left early and returned late. Perhaps there were some he had missed. Sun Ting shook her head. She stayed home all day live streaming and had no idea. Bai traveled the world and rarely stayed long in this apartment. Even when she did, she never went out. So Tang Zhe's question was essentially pointless. "You two come over and massage my legs." The two women obediently sat on either side and began to massage. Tang Zhe opened his phone to check the community group chat. Building 5, damn, the shooter appeared and took my wife. Building 2, the shooter showed up here too. My wife was taken. Building 1, how many shooters are there? Building 3, the shooter is in our building. You've all been fooled. Everyone be careful. Building 5, what? Then my wife was taken for nothing. Tang Zhe sighed in disbelief. Someone was impersonating him and taking advantage. Tisk tisk tsk. Both women saw the messages, but said nothing. Smart women knew better than to show too much opinion, especially in front of Tang Zhe. Opinionated women died quickly. "Go wash some fruit," Tang Zhe said, still looking at his phone. Bai immediately got up to prepare. Sun Ting was startled. Had she finally wised up? Before long, Bai returned with a fruit platter. The arrangement was undeniably skillful. As they say, never challenge a professional with your hobby. Leave the professional work to the professionals. "This shooter of mine should probably make an appearance," Tang Zhe said calmly. The two women exchanged glances. Sun Ting said worriedly, "There are too many of them. Going out rashly might not be safe." If anything happened to Tang Zhe, Sun Ting felt her own fate would be no better. Bai remained silent, or perhaps she hadn't yet grasped the gravity of the situation. The next day the rain intensified. The number of corpses on the central green belt of the community grew. Some had jumped, others had been thrown out, but at least half were naked women. Such scenes assailed people's nerves, despair spreading, humanity twisting. Yet inside Tang Zhe's home, nothing seemed to change. He sat at the dining table enjoying Hunan cuisine while Sun Ting and Bai knelt on the floor waiting for him to finish. They would eat only what he left behind. After belching, Tang Zhe smiled and said 5 dishes are a bit much. He then poured the leftovers into 2 separate plates beside him. Leftovers was a generous term as Tang Zhe had barely touched the food. "Eat up," he said, placing the plates before the two women and even patting their heads. He took out his phone and saw that Dong Fei had sent a group message. Everyone was to gather in the underground garage tonight for a meeting. "I'll take you two out for some fun tonight." Hearing Tang Zhe's words, Sun Ting's eyes immediately filled with panic. After all, Tang Zhe was alone and bringing 2 women with him. How could he possibly handle any situation? But Sun Ting dared not contradict Tang Zhe. She could only obediently utter a soft meow, and Bai followed suit. Had their good days, barely 2 in number, already come to an end? Why did he have to bring them along? Was it just to show off? Tang Zhe indicated that showing off was one reason, but the other was to stir up trouble. In this post-apocalyptic world, walking around with 2 beautiful women was practically asking for death, unless one had a death wish. After all, he was a gentleman. If you didn't make the first move, how could he have a reason to kill you? Nightfall soon arrived. People trickled into the parking lot of Building 3, their spirits low, eyeing their surroundings warily, especially Dong Fei's group. At the same time, the surrounding buildings also seemed to be holding meetings tonight, so the underground garage was bustling. Yet no one spoke. Those who were close stood together, casting wary glances at others. That bastard Ninggu stood me up, and he even took a deposit of 1 piece of bread. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline couldn't hold back his curses when he saw Ninggu hadn't shown up. He had been expecting a night of pleasure, but now it seemed he had been cheated. "That kid also took a deposit of 1 braised egg from me. I'll go chop him up later." Those who had paid deposits began to rant. Dong Fei sat on the hood of a car eating sunflower seeds, while his underlings held cleavers and fruit knives. The most threatening weapon was probably the large chopper. Dong Fei's gaze was fixed on the elevator entrance. Was the missing Ninggu the shooter, or was it the delivery boy, or was there someone else lurking in the shadows? One of these two was definitely hiding something. Suddenly a gaunt man pulled his wife before Dong Fei, offering a fawning smile. "Brother Dong, this is my wife. I'd like to trade her for 2 bottles of water." A ripple of laughter spread among the men nearby. One of them pointed at the woman and sneered. "You think this old hag of yours is worth 2 bottles of mineral water? Go take a piss." "Then 1 bottle, just 1 is enough. My wife is clean, untouched by anyone." the man said, jabbing his index finger into the air, his cracked lips trembling. He shoved his wife forward. The woman's hair was a tangled, filthy mess, unwashed for over 10 days and reeking of a sour stench. Dong Fei let out a cold snort. Get lost. If you want food and water, go fight for it yourself. That frail man would likely be beaten to death if he tried. It's all your fault. Why didn't you go scavenge for food? His wife muttered in a low voice. Her words ignited the man's fury. He grabbed her hair, snarling, What use are you to me? Can't even fetch a single bottle of water. Are you even a man? You heartless bastard, I'll bite you to death. The woman sank her teeth into her husband's arm. With a yelp of pain, he kicked her hard, sending her sprawling, then followed up by stomping on her head. You blame me for being heartless. At a time like this, you're still worried about washing your face. I'll wash it for you. Her face was soon dyed crimson with blood. She had been struggling, but now she lay still, literally kicked to death. The man stared at his wife's ashen face, a flicker of sanity returning. He collapsed to his knees beside the corpse. Wife, I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. Yet no one around them offered a shred of sympathy. In these desperate days, they had all witnessed far worse. Inside the roller shutter door of Building 4, Ding Feng had gathered over 20 able-bodied men, mostly residents. Each had a cigarette dangling from their lips, waiting for the opportune moment. A pair of bolt cutters lay ready. At Ding Feng's command, they would storm Building 3, cut down Dong Fei's group, and seize their supplies. But doing so would shatter the fragile peace of the compound. The other buildings would become wary, and their chance to drive out would be lost forever. Forget it, let me say a few words, Dong Fei said, jumping down from the hood of a car and addressing the crowd as Ninggu and Tang Ze remained silent. Just as he spoke, a soft ding echoed from the elevator lobby and the door slid open. Tang Ze stepped out in casual clothes. Dong Fei had never had the chance to scrutinize him before, but now he did, concluding he was just an ordinary young man, the type who probably wouldn't even dare to kill. Suddenly Dong Fei noticed the people following Tang Ze. The next moment, everyone's cracked lips parted in astonishment. Some even rubbed their eyes, convinced they were dreaming. Two women of exquisite beauty stepped out on high heels. Their gorgeous faces showed not a hint of weakness. Instead, they were fair with a rosy glow. Their pristine white bodies seemed as if they were bathed daily, as luscious and ripe as peaches. The men swallowed hard at the sight of the two women's attire. They wore cat-ear headbands and pure, alluring kitty-style outfits. Their captivating, sinuous waists bombarded every man's nerves, and the white silk stockings accentuated their long, shapely legs to perfection. At a time like this, two stunning beauties suddenly appearing silenced the entire scene. The other women were instantly overshadowed, not even fit to hold their shoes. Yet these two heavenly beings were following behind a mere food delivery guy. It was a complete dimensional reduction in attraction. The men looked at their own women, then back at Sun Ting and Enbai. There was simply no comparison. Look at how silky their hair was, how radiant their skin, while the women beside them were filthy and grimy. Today Sun Ting and Enbai were truly captivating. Sun Ting wore the white version, Enbai the pink. The visual impact was extraordinary. Sun Ting, standing at 168 centimeters, had legs that were no joke, and Enbai at 169 centimeters, he showcased her smooth, silky legs perfectly, especially with their catwalk strides. Before the apocalypse, they would have drawn a crowd. In this apocalypse, they also drew a crowd, but for entirely different, more primal reasons. Sun Ting's steps were confident, flaunting her proud figure, savoring the greedy, yet unattainable expressions on the men's faces. Beside her, Enbai was much more shy, her beautiful eyes filled with nervousness and fear. But it was precisely this pitiful, delicate look that drove the surrounding men to the brink of madness. Isn't that the streamer? Why is she with that delivery guy? That delivery guy must have a stockpile at home. Why didn't I think of that? The flight attendant. That's the flight attendant. Damn it. Her rich boyfriend must be dead. The crowd understood now. He had brought out the only two good-looking women in this entire building. Dong Fei watched Tang Ze approach and couldn't help but laugh quietly. If you'd kept them hidden, no one would have known. Bringing them out to show off like this. Have you thought about the consequences? Consequences? What consequences? Show me. Tang Ze looked at Dong Fei with a smile. People from the other two buildings had come to watch the commotion, with many whistling and some men shouting loudly. Brother, how much for the women? Will you take 3 bottles of water? 3 bottles. I'll give a whole case of water for that pair. Suddenly a lecherous man walked up to Sun Ting and reached out to grab her jade-like arm, a lewd grin on his grimy face. Tang Ze, without a word, drew the saber from his waist. Still smiling, he brought it down in a single swift arc. The offending grubby hand thudded to the ground. The man's body slid apart at the waist, cleaved in two, his innards and intestines spilling out onto the floor. The crowd was instantly cowed by Tang Ze's ruthless efficiency. How much strength did it take to cut a man in half with a single blow? He's got some skills. No wonder he dares to walk around with two beauties. Tang Ze flicked his wrist, sending the blood from the blade scattering onto the ground in a straight line. Then he said seriously, touching my rations means cutting off my lifeline. The only outcome is death. The crowd exchanged uneasy glances, finally settling their gaze on Dong Fei. If they could take down this delivery guy, maybe they'd get a chance with the women. It would be worth dying for, to die a lustful ghost rather than a starving one. Sun Ting let out a soft sigh of relief. She knew Tang Ze wasn't the type to show off. If he were, he would have brought them out long ago. She glanced at the pile of mangled flesh nearby and felt a wave of disgust. And by witnessed Tang Ze's prowess for the first time, utterly stunned. Her previous worries and fears gradually faded, replaced by a confident, obedient smile that graced her exquisite features. Tang Ze sat on the car's hood while Sun Ting and In Bai sat gracefully on the ground beside him, their alluring figures pressing against his calves, wearing expressions of pure contentment. This was undoubtedly a knife to the hearts of the other men. Finding a clean woman in the apocalypse was hard enough, yet here he was with them, so willingly compliant. Their expressions certainly didn't seem feigned. Tang Ze gently stroked the heads of the two women. Just a minor interlude. Weren't we about to have a meeting? Let's continue. Dong Fei narrowed his eyes, calculating as he observed the blade in Tang Ze's hand. The crucial question was whether Tang Ze was armed with a gun. Dong Fei smiled, adjusted his glasses, and said, "Then let's begin the meeting. We'll summarize the incidents of imposters posing as gunmen these past few days. By the way, do you have a gun?" Tang Ze raised an eyebrow slightly and chuckled softly. "I'm a law-abiding citizen. How could I possess such a thing?" Dong Fei breathed a subtle sigh of relief. It seemed this delivery man indeed had no gun. If he did, he could have used it to intimidate everyone present. Tang Ze knew exactly what was happening, but his game was all about having fun. Hadn't he worked his entire life? Couldn't he just let loose and play? Another matter is supplies. We're planning a group expedition in a few days. Young man, you seem skilled with that blade. Care to join us? Not interested, Tang Ze said flatly, toying with Sun Ting's hair. Dong Fei sensed the shift in the crowd's gaze. This delivery man was challenging his authority. If he didn't establish dominance, these people would soon lose their fear of him. Speaking of which, you must have quite a stockpile at home. At this, everyone stared at Tang Ze. Beautiful women, food, and water. He lived more comfortably than before the apocalypse. Envy and jealousy burned in their eyes. Indeed, I've stored quite a bit. Otherwise, how could I support them? Tang Ze pinched the cheeks of the two women, who let out soft, pleasurable murmurs. A nearby gaunt man who had starved thin suddenly spoke up. "Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? You have supplies, but don't share with your neighbors. How selfish." "Well, I'm telling you now, aren't I?" "Then share them." "Come and take them then." Tang Ze laughed heartily. "Share my ass." The gaunt man hesitated, glancing at the large saber tucked under In Bai's arm and the severed corpse lying nearby. He lost his nerve. Tang Ze spread his hands and sneered, "Since you're not going to rob me, I'll just have to kill you." A sharp, throwing knife flew out instantly. The fat man stood frozen in place as the man behind him crumpled to the ground, the knife buried in his forehead. The very man who had earlier offered 3 bottles of water for In Bai. A bit embarrassing. But give me another chance and I won't miss. As he spoke, Tang Ze grinned and produced another throwing knife. The surrounding crowd was terrified. Killing so casually amidst laughter. Even Dong Fei couldn't do that. The gaunt man fell to his knees, a puddle of urine forming beneath him. "Young master." "No, big brother, I was just joking." "I never joke," Tang Ze smiled. This time the knife embedded itself cleanly into the fat man's forehead. As silence fell over the crowd, Tang Ze lit a cigarette and blew out a smoke ring. "Anyone else want to try their luck? If you can take it from me, everything I have is yours, including my big kitty." Meow, yet no one dared to move. All eyes turned to Dong Fei, placing their hopes on him. Dong Fei knew he had to act. If he didn't, his authority would be shattered by night's end. "Young man, you're something else." Dong Fei raised his thumb in praise. Tang Ze accepted the compliment graciously. "But perhaps you don't know. The boyfriend of this flight attendant beside you has already sold her ownership rights to me," Dong Fei said, looking at In Bai. And Bai's heart trembled as she sat on the ground. She couldn't believe Ninggu had sold her outright, saying she only needed to keep him company daily. And Bai wished she could run over and stab the corpse a few more times. Tang Ze nodded. "Is that so? How come I don't know about this? Call her boyfriend out here." Dong Fei's mouth twitched. Where was he supposed to find him? He was probably already killed by Tang Ze. Dong Fei produced a piece of paper. "This is the bill of sale written by her boyfriend." "Who knows if you wrote it yourself?" Tang Ze scoffed. "And hey, raise her boyfriend's fingerprint." Dong Fei pointed to the bright red print. It was clearly not ink, but blood. Tang Ze shrugged. "Then how do you prove this print belongs to her boyfriend?" "I think we need to find an agency to verify it." Dong Fei's hands trembled with rage. His voice turned cold. "I'm trying to reason with you. Don't push me. It's the apocalypse. Who reasons anymore?" "Ha ha." Tang Ze burst into laughter. Ding Feng and his group from Building 4, peering from behind their rolling shutter door, also burst out laughing. They could see Dong Fei was finished being toyed with like this. "You're mocking me." Dong Fei tore off his glasses and roared in fury. Tang Ze hooked his fingers under the chins of the two women and laughed heartily. He didn't even realize I was mocking him. Both women couldn't help but cover their mouths and giggle. That remark sent Dong Fei over the edge. Kill him. A case of bottled water. No. 2 cases of water, 10 packs of beef jerky, 10 self-heating hot pots, and 20 packs of instant noodles. This was a massive bounty. Generous rewards attract the brave. Even Dong Fei's own underlings drew their knives and began closing in. Tang Ze rose to his feet, pulled the saber from Bei's embrace, rolled his neck, and waded into the fray. With a leaping slash, he cleaved Dong Fei's strategist in two. Flipping his wrist, he delivered an upward strike. Up! A man screamed in agony as his entrails spilled onto the ground. 2 strikes were enough to freeze the crowd in terror, but Tang Ze charged back in with his saber. Grab those 2 women. Dong Fei roared. Perhaps capturing them would control this delivery man. How could a mere delivery man be this powerful? Was he trained at Shaolin? True enough, some reckless fools dashed toward the women. But Sun Ting and Enbai showed no intention of fleeing. They stood their ground and were captured. Just as a hand was about to seize Bei's jade-like arm, a throwing knife buried itself into the attacker's forehead. From a distance, Tang Ze spoke coldly. Touching my rations is a graver offense than touching me. The 2 women had been frightened, but seeing the man fall, they realized their worries were unfounded. They both clenched their fists and let out playful meows toward Tang Ze. Anyone who came near the women was struck down with a knife to the forehead. Tang Ze had trained extensively in throwing knives at home. He hadn't actually missed earlier. He mused that he should find an opportunity to practice his gun skills. Soon 4 men lay dead around the women, and no one dared approach them any longer. Beside him, over a dozen corpses lay strewn around Tang Ze, blood pooling into rivers, a few crimson splatters staining his clothes. The 3 remaining men, witnessing Tang Ze's murderous prowess, bolted toward the elevator. Trying to run, Tang Ze hurled his glaive with brutal force, impaling all 3 in a single throw, leaving every onlooker stunned. How formidable! This must be a hidden Shaolin grand disciple lurking within Mate 1. Ding Feng, witnessing Tang Ze's overwhelming might, swiftly revised his plan. This man was too powerful to confront Hoarding. He would resort to cunning. The garage was now thick with the stench of blood and filth, leaving only Tang Ze and Dong Fei among the men. In just 5 minutes, Tang Ze had slaughtered every man in Building 3. Those who hadn't shown up were simply lucky. Dong Fei, staring at Tang Ze as if he were a demon, tremblingly pulled a cigarette from his pocket. His hand shook so violently as he fumbled with the lighter that he failed to ignite it several times. Tang Ze, however, pulled out a lighter with a grin. Out of fuel, huh? Here, I've got one. Dong Fei watched in terror as Tang Ze slowly leaned and letting him take a few desperate drags to light the cigarette. You didn't even cup your hand or offer a thank you. That's terribly rude. Tang Ze remarked with a sigh, wondering why no one seemed to mind their manners. When someone lights your cigarette, you should cup your hand. It's basic etiquette. Dong Fei froze, then stammered, Thank you. But the moment the words left his lips, Tang Ze's fist slammed viciously into his chest, caving it in. Dong Fei crashed violently against the Porsche 718, shattering the car window into shards. I despise those who lack courtesy. Tang Ze lit a cigarette and glanced around. Onlookers from the adjacent buildings quickly averted their eyes at his gaze. Sun Ting and Enbai, witnessing Tang Ze's sheer dominance, felt relieved by their choice and obediently handed the chains over to him. In a corner, 12 women huddled together, trembling, uncontrollably terrified that Tang Ze might slaughter them as well. The men of Building 3 were nearly all dead. Tang Ze halted and fixed his gaze on the cluster of women. All of you lift your heads. None dared to defy him, and they raised their faces. Tang Ze sighed inwardly. None of them were attractive, all aging women. Clean up this mess of guts and livers scattered on the floor. Each of you gets a bottle of water. Come to Dong Fei's place to collect it. Upon hearing this, the women found renewed motivation. Even those who discovered their husbands' corpses among the dead showed no expression as they cleaned, though a few sobbed softly. As Tang Ze departed, Ding Feng's face turned icy as he turned away. Boss, what do we do? Dong Fei's crew got completely wiped out. The killing doesn't matter, it's the supplies that count. Fewer mouths to feed is a blessing. A sinister smile curled on Ding Feng's lips. He saw Tang Ze's rampage as a favor, for once he killed Tang Ze, he could seize all of Dong Fei's stockpile. Meanwhile, Tang Ze arrived at Dong Fei's residence to find a mountain of supplies, though he paid it little mind. He was merely surveying his spoils. Let's check what's in the bedroom. The 2 women acknowledged and opened the doors. As Sun Ting pushed open one, a foul stench hit her square in the face. Sun Ting flicked on the light and stared in shock at the corpse on the bed. Wasn't this her close friend? Drawing nearer, she saw lividity marks on the body and wide vacant eyes. These men had defiled even the dead. Sun Ting clenched her fists, recalling Tang Ze's slaughter of them moments ago, and felt a surge of vindication. Enbai stepped in to take a look. Her delicate brows furrowed deeply as she whispered, If Ninggu had sold us off, we'd likely have ended up just like her. Same here. Go check the other bedroom. All right. What's wrong? Tang Zhe entered and asked, frowning at the corpse on the bed. Nothing, just a friend of mine. Oh, toss it out then. It reeks. Tang Zhe pinched his nose, disgusted by these degenerates had been at it with a body days old. Sun Ting murmured in assent, opened the window, and threw the corpse out. Master, there's a ton of cigarettes and liquor in here. And Bai called from the master bedroom. Tang Zhe walked over and saw it. Whoa, this Dong Fei sure stocked up. And yet he was so stingy. He grabbed a bottle of red wine and stepped out of the bedroom, spotting Sun Ting. Go prepare some bottled water and hand them out as promised. Understood. With that, Tang Zhe reclined in a rocking chair, uncorked the wine, and took a sip. Is there anything I can do? And Bai crouched beside Tang Zhe, asking meekly. She yearned to prove her worth, haunted by the sight of Sun Ting's friend's corpse and terrified of being cast aside to suffer the same fate. Tang Zhe smiled and patted his thigh. And Bai paused, then shyly straddled him. Here, this wine's for you. Tang Zhe offered the bottle. And Bai took it and pressed it to her ruby lips, her slender white neck arching back as a trickle of red wine escaped the corner of her mouth. A truly seductive vision. Just then the women appeared at the doorway. Seeing Tang Zhe and Bai on the rocking chair, they froze for a moment, but showed little surprise. They'd grown numb to such scenes over these days. Yet as women, envy stirred within them at their beauty and pristine skin, and they could even catch the faint scent of body wash. They could still shower. Glancing at themselves, hands stained with blood and dirt, they felt lower than the days they'd scavenged through trash. This is your payment. Take it and leave. Sun Ting had already arranged it. 1 bottle of water each. Each woman received her reward, but upon glimpsing the room full of food and the stacks of bottled water piled in the corner, a different thought crept into their minds. One of them gathered the others for a hushed discussion. That stockpile is everything Dong Fei looted. We're only getting this little. Isn't it too measly? A woman in her 40s quickly chimed in. Exactly. We worked so hard hauling those bodies, and they're fobbing us off with a single bottle of water, like we're beggars, right? Those 3 can't possibly eat all that, and with the men dead, there's more than enough for us. Their chatter grew livelier, as if they'd slipped back into the days before the apocalypse. After a while, the 12 women selected a representative to approach the door once more. Hello there. I believe we've met before, one woman said to Sun Ting with a smile. Sun Ting studied her for a long moment, but couldn't place her face. And you are Zhou Min from the property management office of the community. Sun Ting vaguely recalled her face. There was a resemblance after all. What's the matter? Well, we're all women here. Moving the corpses just now drained our strength. Dong Fei has been exploiting us, and we barely have anything to eat. Could you spare some food? Zhou Min waited nervously for Sun Ting's reply. Sun Ting, however, couldn't decide on her own, and turned to look at Tang Zhe. 1 slice of bread per person, Tang Zhe said magnanimously, in a good mood. Sun Ting nodded and opened a nearby box of 3 squirrels' bread, the kind with egg yolk filling. 1 slice each. All right, off you go. Sun Ting's gaze grew impatient. Don't waste my time flattering Tang Zhe. Just look at how hard Bai is working. But Zhou Min pressed a hand against the closing door and shamelessly said, could you give us both boxes? Sun Ting's face darkened instantly. Tang Zhe said, shall Bai take a break? And Bai, startled, gently leaned against Tang Zhe's chest. Tang Zhe looked toward the door and asked, what did you just say? Facing Tang Zhe, Zhou Min was still afraid, but remembering he didn't seem to kill women, she grew bolder. You're Tang Zhe, right? You delivered takeout to my place before. Zhou Min immediately tried to cozy up, unaware that her flattery was about to backfire. Oh, you're the one from property management. Tang Zhe showed a kind smile again. Seeing him so docile, Zhou Min's courage swelled. Well, you have so many supplies here. Could you spare 2 more boxes? You can't possibly finish all this. That does make sense. Tang Zhe nodded, making Zhou Min overjoyed. Well, just take a little, nothing too much. Tang Zhe remained silent. Zhou Min, assuming he had agreed, shoved Sun Ting aside. Sun Ting stumbled and fell, wincing in pain. She glanced at Tang Zhe, who only watched with a smirk. Oldly, there's spicy strips here. Move them out. There are even fries. Give me a hand. And duck necks and chicken wings. So many. This box too. A group of women began an endless relocation of supplies. Tang Zhe patted Bai, who bit her red lip and looked at him, her eyes brimming with desire. Tang Zhe stepped forward and chuckled, still moving stuff. Oh, you can't finish all this anyway. There's 1 more box here. Hurry up. Zhou Min replied to Tang Zhe while calling her sisters to carry more. Her greedy expression made Sun Ting want to vomit. She and Bai had to pay a price for food and drink while these women just freeloaded. How infuriating. Half the supplies from the room were now piled outside the door. Zhou Min clapped her hands and smiled. Don't worry, young man. Well, remember this favor. When things are safe, we'll definitely keep quiet about your killing. Then I should thank you all. Tang Zhe couldn't help but laugh. No need, no need. We're all neighbors in the same community. It's fate. We'll be going now. Tang Zhe scratched the back of his head and said grumpily, "You've taken so much of my stuff and just want to leave. That's not right, Andy. What kind of talk is that? We didn't take, we just took." Zhou Min immediately put on a senior's attitude and scolded. "Let me make it clear I never agreed to let you take anything. My kittens can testify." Sun Ting nodded promptly, and then by sitting on the floor nodded along. You're impossible. Let's go ignore them." Zhou Min waved her hand, unwilling to argue further with Tang Zhe, as if she had already forgotten how he had just cut down men with a blade. Tang Zhe sighed silently, pulled out a pistol, and smiled. "Well, now it's my turn to rob you." A bang. Zhou Min's skull was blown through from behind. She fell forward, blood slowly pooling, her eyes wide open. The women outside were waiting for the elevator, smiles on their faces, when suddenly they heard the gunshot and saw Zhou Min collapse, the back of her head, a horrifying sight. Then they saw Tang Zhe walking out with a cheerful smile, holding a black pistol. An instant, deathly silence fell. "You rob me, I rob you. It's all about fairness." Finally, one woman reacted, not by running, but by screaming at the top of her lungs. Bangs, 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 bangs. Continuous gunfire echoed through Building 3. Everyone in the community looked panicked, unaware of what was happening. In Building 4, boss, shots fired in Building 3. "I'm not deaf. I heard it," Ding Feng said, holding his girlfriend tightly. His girlfriend smiled. "Maybe it's that delivery guy getting killed." Ding Feng guessed could be. The one with the gun was probably waiting for the right moment. He must have limited bullets. Just when the delivery guy took out Dong Fei and his men, he jumped out. Many agreed with Ding Feng's guess. It was highly likely. "Feng, want to check it out?" his girlfriend suggested. "Let's wait a couple of days." Ding Feng remained cautious. Meanwhile, in room 2801, 28th floor, Building 1. Sis, gunshots again. A 25-year-old woman stood by the window looking outward. Her bright eyes held a hint of panic. She possessed an indescribable beauty, her features seemingly carved by nature itself, blending the subtlety of Eastern women with a Western three-dimensionality. Between her brows flowed wisdom and gentleness. Though many days had passed, her white dress remained as clean as new. Her hem swayed gently in the breeze, exuding an air of melancholy. Unfortunately, her graceful figure was shrouded by the white dress, but one could still discern her alluring waist and shapely hips. Yi Qingyi. In the kitchen, a woman in her 50s with many wrinkles and a bit plump still bore traces of having been as beautiful as her sister in her youth, though now faded. The elder sister was named Yi Yuling, the younger sister Yi Qingyi. They were biological sisters. Their parents had hoped for a son late in life, but ended up with another daughter, resulting in an age gap of nearly a generation between the sisters. Ever since the apocalypse began, Yi Qingyi had never once stepped outside, especially during the riots when she hid in her bedroom. Even now, the entire neighborhood was unaware of her existence. She had merely come to her sister and brother-in-law's home for a meal before planning to fly back to Yunhai City. But then the world descended into chaos. Seeing the female corpses strewn below the building, Yi Qingyi knew that if anyone discovered her presence, her fate would be no better. Yi Yuling, who had also heard the commotion, quickly pulled her sister away from the window and scolded, "Do you have a death wish? Bullets don't have eyes. Sis, when will this ever end?" Yi Qingyi was on the verge of a breakdown. Sometimes she wished she could just jump and end it all, but she simply couldn't bring herself to do it. Yi Yuling sighed. "Our Building 1 is still relatively stable. Your brother-in-law keeps things under control. Look at the other buildings. They've already fallen into complete chaos." Suddenly, the sound of a keypad beeping came from the door. Yi Yuling immediately pulled Yi Qingyi behind her, watching warily. When she saw it was her husband returning, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Honey, how did the meeting go? Why were there gunshots from Building 3 again?" Yi Yuling helped him take off his coat, asking curiously. Yi Qingyi quickly fetched a small cup of water. "Brother-in-law, have some water." Xie Yuhong grunted in acknowledgement and took the cup, but didn't dare to gulp it down. He took a small sip before setting it on the coffee table. His next words made both sisters' faces turn pale. "The men in Building 3 are probably all dead." What? The sisters looked at each other in shock. How could they all be dead so suddenly? There had been no warning signs. Xie Yuhong patted his pants pocket, searching for a cigarette, only to find he had none. He gave up. They were all killed by a food delivery guy. A delivery guy? The sisters found it hard to believe. There had always been rumors that delivery drivers were a hidden breed of tigers and dragons. They used to think it was just a joke, but now it seemed all too real. "I have a video of it. Do you want to see? It's a bit bloody." Xie Yuhong pulled out his phone. With the pile of corpses already on the lawn outside, what was there left to fear? The sisters sat on the sofa and watched the phone screen. When they saw Tang Zhe, Yi Yuling frowned slightly. "This delivery guy looks a bit familiar. I think he's delivered to our place before." He has," Xie Yuhong nodded. Yi Qingyi immediately noticed Sun Ting and Enbai. Their attire made her blush with embarrassment. How could they go out dressed like that? But their bodies were so clean and their hair so silky and smooth. Even though she used conditioner every day, she wasn't that clean anymore. Even in the apocalypse, beautiful women compared themselves to others. Yi Qingyi felt she was no less attractive than them. Brother-in-law, why are they being led by that delivery guy? Are they being threatened? Yi Qingyi asked curiously. How could two such stunningly beautiful women end up like this? Xie Yuhong countered. Look at their expressions. Do you think they're being threatened? Yi Qingyi indeed noticed. They looked obedient, even meowing like cats with not a trace of disgust in their eyes. They almost seemed proud of it. Those two women must have been brainwashed, turned into the delivery guy's pet cats, Xie Yuhong concluded. I think your brother-in-law is right, Yi Yuling agreed. Yi Qingyi was puzzled. But how are they so clean? Unless they bathe, but the water has been cut off. The couple exchanged a glance, utterly baffled. When they saw Tang Zhe slaughtering his enemies with unstoppable force, Yi Qingyi covered her mouth in shock, and Yi Yuling was stunned as well. He was incredibly fierce. The 3-minute video would take them days to process. Honey, he must be the national martial arts champion, Yi Yuling muttered in a daze. Regardless, he's probably the only man left in Building 3 now. The gunshots we just heard either meant the delivery guy was killed, or they were from the women in Building 3. There's no other explanation. Xie Yuhong's intellect was indeed sharp, at least half right. After a while, Yi Yuling asked softly, how did the meeting go today? Xie Yuhong didn't answer directly. Instead, he said to Yi Qingyi, Qingyi, go to the bedroom and get a piece of bread. Okay. Yi Qingyi got up and walked to the bedroom, closing the door behind her. But she immediately pressed her ear against the door, knowing her brother-in-law was sending her away. Xie Yuhong said in a low voice, our Building 1 is safe for now, but it will fall into chaos sooner or later. I've noticed a few people starting to trade food for women. They see the other buildings doing it, and have begun to act behind my back. Then you must stop them. How? Several of them are pressuring me. Luckily Gongzi has been backing me up. If I hadn't led them out to find food, they would have long stopped respecting me. Yi Yuling was frantic. Then what do we do? You need to prepare Qingyi mentally. With her looks, she'll be discovered sooner or later. And when that happens? Xie Yuhong trailed off the grim examples lying on the lawn outside, serving as a stark reminder. Yi Yuling clasped her hands together, praying for the disaster to pass quickly. Eavesdropping, Yi Qingyi slowly slid down to sit on the floor, her face paling. Her mind was filled with the images of naked women who had jumped to their deaths. She let out a faint, helpless sob. How is our daughter doing? Xie Yuhong asked in a low voice. Yi Yuling nodded. She's fine today. The school cafeteria has enough food and drink for now. University students have higher overall quality. Unlike the people living here, most are renters struggling at the bottom of society, carrying a deep sense of injustice and resentment. That's why they've lost their humanity so quickly. Xie Yuhong sighed, repeatedly lamenting what the world had come to. Why couldn't everyone unite and resist the disaster together? Yet Xie Yuhong knew that once the food ran out, even the most civilized would succumb to their base animal instincts. At that moment, the sound of Tang Zhe vomiting echoed from the stairwell of Building 3. Leaning against the railing, Tang Zhe gasped for air. It was his first time killing so many people, and he couldn't simply ignore it. These past days, Tang Zhe's mind had been consumed by the law of the apocalypse. Perhaps he didn't even realize he was hypnotizing himself, using this law to mask his own humanity, making his actions seem justified. But when the self-hypnosis wore off and he recalled the horrifying scenes, nausea overwhelmed him. However, Tang Zhe quickly steadied himself, recalling the law of the apocalypse. Do not think you are wrong. In the end times, there is no absolute right or wrong. Protecting your own interests comes first. With this thought, Tang Zhe's gaze hardened with resolve. Abide by the law of the apocalypse and have a clear conscience. Arriving downstairs, Tang Zhe saw Bai and Sun Ting dragging corpses down. The stairwell was filled with the stench of blood, and blood was flowing down the steps, a truly horrifying sight. Careful, don't slip, Tang Zhe cautioned. The two women looked up and smiled, their delicate hands stained with fresh blood, even their pristine white bodies tinged with crimson, suddenly exuding a strange allure. Gazing at the room full of food and water, Tang Zhe pondered how to handle it. How to maximize the value of these supplies. Bartering. Pointless. What else could be exchanged? People. There wasn't anyone in this complex worth trading for. Watching the relentless rain outside the window, Tang Zhe felt helpless. He wanted to venture out for supplies, but with the rain refusing to let up and the sky hinting at an approaching storm, what could he do? The two women dragged the bodies until the early hours before returning, utterly exhausted. After taking a hot shower, Tang Zhe, not one to shortchange them, had prepared a meal. Naturally, the food was far more sumptuous than before. After their hard night's work, they deserved some nourishment. Soon a table full of barbecue was laid out. If the residents of other buildings caught sight of this, they'd surely lose their minds. But for Tang Zhe, it was just an ordinary day. Opening WeChat, the group chat for his building was silent. He figured everyone else was dead, save for himself and the two women. The complex's main group, however, was abuzz with talk about his killing spree, especially Building 1, which was practically preaching from a moral high ground, demanding he be dragged out and shot. But WeChat had been stripped of many features: no downloading videos or photos, no sending videos, no sharing, no joining new groups, no video calls, and even the nearby people function was gone. Though some had connections to groups from other complexes from before the situation, there was much the same. Tangze looked up and chuckled. Don't you two ever need rest? They had worked all night and had considered giving them a day off. Sun Ting's alluring demeanor was indeed becoming more captivating, while and by beside her still seemed a bit shy. Sun Ting then stood up and settled onto Tangze's lap. Tangze smiled wryly to himself. He was in the middle of thinking, and she pulls this move. Help me figure out a solution first, then I'll reward you both, he said, wrapping an arm around her slender, supple waist. Figure out what? Ambai asked curiously. What do you think we should trade these supplies for? Sun Ting blurted out, beautiful women, of course. Ambai paused, thinking that if they traded for beautiful women, what if Tangze no longer wanted them later? But Sun Ting knew Tangze's capabilities well. More supplies meant better security for her. Besides, she knew it was also Tangze's intention. I've been observing for a while now. In this complex, aside from you two, there's no one else worth the title. Tangze had his standards. Not just any stray cat or dog could be his. You won't know until you try, Sun Ting said, getting up to grab her phone. Tangze asked curiously, what are you planning? To spread the word in the complex group. How much for the exchange? Sun Ting mentally scolded herself for being foolish, acting without asking Tangze first. But Tangze didn't mind much this time. Had the same idea. Half, he said flatly. Sun Ting raised an elegant eyebrow. Isn't half too much? And Bai softly interjected. If half the supplies can lure out a stunning beauty, I think it's worth it. I like the way Xiao Bai thinks, Tangze said, patting her head in approval. Sun Ting shrugged her delicate shoulders. Well, Xiao Bai, after all the tricks I've taught you, now you're vying for favor. Sun Ting immediately sent a voice message in the complex group. Dear residents, I'm Sun Ting from Building 3. Are you troubled by hunger? Driven mad by thirst? I can solve that for you. These supplies of boss dongs are exchangeable for genuine beauties, little kittens. Interested? DM me meow. Afterward, she snapped a photo of the supplies and posted it to the group. The moment it was sent, her phone buzzed with a flood of friend requests. The three of them eagerly browsed through them, but they were all gaudy filtered selfies. Sun Ting and Imbai knew the game too well, and the trio quickly lost interest. This approach was a dead end. There was even a 50-year-old woman claiming to be the reincarnation of Daji, saying she could regain her youth with just a sip of water. Tangze laughed so hard his stomach hurt. Forget it. No beauties to be found this way. Head just grind some experience points and search patiently. Time was the one thing he had in abundance. In Building 4, Ding Feng's bedroom. That streamer actually wants to trade supplies for women. Is that delivery guy dead yet? Ding Feng's brow furrowed deeply. That delivery man had made him overly cautious. His girlfriend whispered, maybe the gunman killed the delivery guy and those two women just switched allegiance to the shooter. But there can't be much ammo left, Ding Feng said gravely. Don't forget there's another gun out there, his girlfriend reminded him. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Building 3 was too suspicious. Ding Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. They're looking for beauties, right? Send one to check it out. I already had those women send friend requests, but they were all rejected. Ding Feng rubbed his forehead. Finding a beauty like that streamer was no easy feat. I think we should launch a night raid, his girlfriend suggested. Ding Feng grunted in agreement. Those supplies were more tempting than any woman, he had to secure them. In room 2801 of Building 1, Yi Qingyi tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She opened WeChat. Several of her close friends were unreachable, a grim sign. Only her friend in the upscale complex was slightly safer, but as her brother-in-law had said, safety was only temporary. Opening the complex's owner group, Yi Qingyi noticed several women chatting. Scrolling up through the history, she immediately spotted Sun Ting's advertisement. Dear residents, are you troubled by hunger? Driven mad by thirst? I can solve that for you. These supplies behind me are exchangeable for genuine beauties, little kittens. Interested? DM me meow. Seeing Sun Ting's sweet smile and smooth skin, Yi Qingyi felt a pang of envy. Especially at the photo, case after case of water and assorted food. Her stomach couldn't help but growl. Still, with enough food at home to last a month, Yi Qingyi had no intention of walking into that trap to become some big kitten and have to meow on command, unless Shed lost her mind. Just then a voice call came in. Seeing the caller ID, a long-missed smile spread across her face. Zihue, why are you still awake at this hour? A gentle voice flowed from Yi Qingyi's lips. A magnetic male voice replied, can't sleep. I was thinking of you. I miss you too. Silence fell between them. Though not yet married, they were engaged with plans to wed at year's end, until this catastrophe intervened. How are things on your end today? Zhang Zihue asked with concern. Fine, don't worry. How about you? Don't worry, I'm in a villa area. Since there are few people, supplies are plentiful. The property management has stocked up quite a bit. Yi Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief and shifted slightly. How's Nana? That little girl still has the mood for yoga, so what do you think? Jiang Zihui teased, trying to put Yi Qingyi at ease. That's good. Jiang Zihui paused then sighed. Do you need to find a way to get over here? I'm worried about you. Yi Qingyi smiled bitterly. Huan City was 400 kilometers from Yunhai City. In the past she could get there in no time, but now every step was difficult. They'll figure something out. Don't worry, my brother-in-law is still the boss here. Yi Qingyi forced a smile. My classmate told me that there are riots in many neighborhoods. People are being killed like chickens, and some perverts even desecrate women's corpses. Yi Qingyi was frightened, fear spreading across her stunning face. Jiang Zihui immediately realized he had said the wrong thing, and quickly changed the subject, talking about which country they would go to for their honeymoon, imagining a beautiful future. As her phone was about to die, Yi Qingyi put it down to charge. She looked at the rain outside and felt that the wind had grown stronger tonight. A wave of exhaustion washed over her, and she fell asleep. But she had a terrifying dream. She had turned into a corpse with countless men sitting around watching her, as if she were a roasted steak, their eyes filled with greed. They ravaged her corpse and gnawed at it, until only a skeleton remained. Yi Qingyi woke with a start, and sat up abruptly, cold sweat soaking her black hair, and her face pale and weak. She turned to look out the window. It was already morning. A feeling of powerlessness surged from the depths of her heart. Could she even leave this neighborhood anymore? Tears welled up at the corners of her eyes. Compared to Yi Qingyi, Tang Zhe woke up full of energy. He stretched lazily and looked out the window. Another vibrant day. Last night he had gained a wave of experience and was now at 10. He still needed 90 more to obtain the Apocalypse Gift Pack 2.0-inch. Staring at the 90 progress bar, Tang Zhe held his forehead. Even with double progress, it was still too slow. At the door, 3 automatic rifles were aimed at the entrance with ropes running across the door and connected to the triggers. If the door was opened or smashed down, the 3 automatic rifles would empty their magazines and mow down everyone at the entrance. After packing up his weapons, Tang Zhe took out a bowl of Lanzhou pulled noodles. The aroma of the noodles made the 2 women flutter open their beautiful eyes. Naturally, Tang Zhe had also prepared nutritious meals for them. After all, they were the source of his power. At noon, the bored Sun Ting sat on the balcony. A blank sheet of paper rested on her black stockings, and she held a 2B pencil in her slender hand, sketching rapidly on the paper while looking down at the scene below. Tang Zhe walked out of the bedroom curious and came up behind her. Nice drawing. On the white paper was a sketch depicting the pile of corpses below. It looked rather eerie. You're awake. Sorry. Sun Ting quickly stood up, but Tang Zhe pressed her back down. It's fine, keep drawing. Sun Ting smiled sheepishly. Did you study drawing? Tang Zhe asked curiously. I'm an art student. I wanted to be a painter since I was a child with national exhibitions. Side dreams are nice, but reality is cruel. What I earn from a month of creating art is less than what I make from dancing a bit in my live stream room. After saying this, Sun Ting gave a bitter smile. The price she had to pay was no different from now. It was just sleeping with people. And Bai walked over with cut fruit and said helplessly, sister's drawing skills are actually very good. She just hasn't met the right person. Tang Zhe picked up a peeled orange and stuffed it into his mouth. Do you know? I also have a dream. Sun Ting and Bai looked at him curiously. When I was a child, I often gazed at the blue sky. I wanted to become a great pilot to defend the skies of our motherland. But in the end, I could barely even study. All I got were zeros. The 2 women couldn't help but giggle. Looking at Bai beside him, Tang Zhe raised his hand and smacked her peach-shaped buttocks. You dare laugh at me? They'll spank you. I really couldn't help it. Bai said pitifully, a faint 5-finger mark gradually appearing on her fair plump rear. What about you, Bai? Why did you become a flight attendant? Tang Zhe asked. Bai looked at the sky outside and murmured, I like traveling around. Being a flight attendant lets me travel for free. So you're a freeloader. Tang Zhe wrapped his arm around Bai's slender waist and carried her onto the sofa. Bai pouted her red lips and said coquettishly, that's not true. I'm just a working girl too. You're wronging me. Sun Ting put her sketchbook aside and walked over with a cat-like stride, sitting down beside them to tease, Bai, you're not just a freeloader. You even want to marry into a wealthy family. He was my elementary school classmate. Bai had long since let it go and felt nothing at all when mentioning her dead ex-boyfriend. Sun Ting rolled up a magazine and held it to Bai's mouth. Please tell us your story. Oh, there's no story. We just met once in first class. We started chatting, and at first he lied that he was single. When I brought up marriage, he said he was already married, asked me to wait, and said he would get a divorce soon. And then, that was it. Tang Zhe was furious. What a scumbag. An absolute scumbag, Sun Ting echoed. Bai also giggled foolishly. Right? He was too much of a scumbag. Tang Zhe suddenly asked, so tell me, who is worse, him or me? The 2 women froze and exchanged glances. Tell the truth, or you'll go hungry for 3 days. Tang Zhe looked stern, not joking at all. Seeing the telltale look in the 2 women's eyes, Tang Zhe understood instantly. You're saying I'm a scumbag, huh? Then he'll show you just what a scumbag looks like. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Ding Feng looked at the dwindling supplies and the heavy rain and wind outside and decided to attack Building 3 tonight. Feng Ge, the brothers are ready. Ding Feng opened the last remaining cans of beer, pouring a little for each of the dozen or so men, while they each offered a cigarette, as if performing a final farewell ritual. Brothers, once we get our hands on Dongfei's supplies, we'll have all the food and drink we want, and we can even trade for the women in the neighboring buildings. Ding Feng scanned the crowd. These promises were their motivation. Without painting this rosy picture, who would fight with full effort? All right. With Brother Feng, we'll have endless delicacies and countless women. Cheers, cheers, cheers. A gulp of beer down, and it felt like the old days at the roadside barbecue stalls. Why did it feel like the past? Because he had already forgotten what normal life was like. It was only last month, but it felt like years had passed. Brother Feng, a buddy of mine in Building 1, texted me today, saying things are about to fall apart over there. Ding Feng sneered, exhaling a plume of smoke. That Xie Yuhong actually thinks he can keep things under control. Without enough food to sustain them, chaos is only a matter of time. Besides, with his do-gooder attitude, he'll regret it sooner or later. Tell me about it. He even shares the food we scavenged with those old geezers. What a waste. Brother Feng, we took Building 3 today. When are we hitting the others? Ding Feng narrowed his eyes, crossed his legs, and turned to look at the heavy rain outside. Feng Jin and Sun Yuqing have quite a few men, and they're pretty united. Going against them heathen would cost us dearly. If we do strike, it should be Building 1. While they're leaderless, we kill all the men and keep only the women. The underlings nodded in agreement. The plan sounded solid. Just then Ding Feng's phone buzzed. When he saw the message, his brow furrowed deeply, and he took a long, hard drag on his cigarette. Brother Feng, what's wrong? Feng Jin and Sun Yuqing say we're hitting Building 1 together tonight. Ding Feng was furious. His carefully laid plans were all thrown into disarray. The men exchanged uneasy glances. One of them asked, so are we still hitting Building 3 tonight? Ding Feng shot him a fierce glare, and the man shrank back. They had invited him. If he didn't show, and instead raided Building 3 for supplies, the two of them would form an alliance to take him down and split the spoils. Then they'd turn on each other, and whoever won would rule the compound. But he absolutely couldn't let himself be caught in their crossfire. With this in mind, Ding Feng immediately announced, we're not hitting Building 3 tonight. We're joining them on Building 1. We move in half an hour. With the boss decision made, the men nodded, and a few even breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Building 3 had guns. They knew ammo was scarce, but someone would have to take a bullet, and with medical supplies running dangerously low, a gunshot wound was a death sentence. Inside apartment 2801 of Building 1. Honey, what are you doing? Yi Yuling suddenly emerged from the kitchen and grabbed Xie Yuhong as he was heading out. Yi Qingyi, who had just come out of the bedroom, looked on in confusion. Xie Yuhong forced a smile that was more like a grimace. Just going to Gangzi's place to discuss something. Yi Yuling yanked open her husband's jacket, revealing a bottle of mineral water tucked under his arm. Since when do you need to bring water to talk? She said in a low, hoarse voice, her lips cracked and dry. Yi Qingyi, standing by the bedroom door, looked the same. The whole family was rationing water severely, barely taking a sip a day. Facing his wife's reproach, Xie Yuhong forced a smile and explained, in the old days I'd bring money, cigarettes, or tea. Now water is the proper gift. But this is the last bottle we have. What are we going to drink after this? Xie Yuhong remained silent, but his face darkened. Isn't Gangzi your childhood friend? You're so close. Do you really need to bribe him with water? Say something. Yi Yuling's voice cracked with hysteria as she violently shook her husband. At that moment, something inside Xie Yuhong snapped. He shoved his wife to the ground. Yi Qingyi gasped and rushed over, looking up at him in confusion. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? She was just asking. Xie Yuhong let out a sudden laugh, but it quickly dissolved into sobs. For this family, I've slaved away at that company. I have to support you, support our daughter. The mortgage, the car loan. Each one is a mountain crushing down on my shoulders. When this disaster hit, for a moment, I felt a weight lift off me. But I quickly realized I couldn't relax. I still had to protect you. I still have to fight and scrape outside. But what do I get in return? Before it was, where's this month's salary? Now it's, where's the water? Do you have any idea how much pressure I'm under? They've all gone mad. Xie Yuhong roared, his voice cracking with desperation as the last threads of his sanity frayed. The two sisters were stunned into silence. Yi Yuling began to sob uncontrollably, and Yi Qingyi could only try to comfort her. Xie Yuhong said nothing more. He picked up the water and walked out, pausing at the door to warn, don't open the door for anyone but me. With that, he closed the door behind him. Xie Yuhong quickly made his way to the floor below and pressed the doorbell. Footsteps echoed from inside, and a burly, muscular man opened the door. Seeing Xie Yuhong, he grinned. Brother, you finally come to your senses, eh? Xie Yuhong stepped inside and placed the bottle of water on the dining table. Gangzi, as long as you back me up, Building 1 won't fall into chaos. Once this storm blows over, it'll lead us all out to find food. Mao Gang clutched his forehead and paced back and forth before slamming both hands on the table. Brother Yu, I know you're a good man. You want everyone to be safe. But that's impossible. You've done more than enough. After all these days those people have turned into animals. Only we're still holding it together. Then we hold on even longer. We scavenge for food and wait for rescue. We can't become animals like them, Gongzi. Xie Yuhong grabbed Mao Gang by the shoulders, pleading with him. But Mao Gang let out a bitter laugh. Brother, you being the good guy doesn't work anymore. You've done your part. Let me be the bad guy. Seeing that Mao Gang was unmoved, Xie Yuhong shouted, Gongzi, wake up. We can't fall into chaos. If we do, they'll take advantage of our weakness. You know that, Brother Yu. So why do you oppose me? Why won't you support me? Do you even still consider me your brother? How can you say I don't? Who lent you the money for your apartment when you couldn't afford it? That's because you wanted me living right below you. You lent me the money, sure, but that $3,000 a month mortgage is killing me. I originally wanted a cheaper place, but you insisted I come here. I listened to you. I did everything you said, brother. Because I wanted to take care of you. Huh? You mean you wanted to take care of those old men and women? The mention of this sent Mao Gang into a frenzy. What use are those septuagenarians? They're just wasting our resources. We get less because of them, and they still have the nerve to lecture us. What's the point of keeping them alive? Look at Building 2. They killed all the old people. They weren't going to last much longer anyway. Hearing these words from his childhood friend Xie Yuhong was horrified. Gongzi, don't let them brainwash you. Brother, you will follow you for life. Now I have just one request. Listen to me this once. Mao Gang stared intently at Xie Yuhong, who returned his gaze with equal intensity. Suddenly Xie Yuhong noticed traces of blood behind Mao Gang's ear and frowned. Where are your wife and child? In the bedroom. Xie Yuhong immediately strode toward the bedroom and opened the door to find Mao Gang's wife and child huddled in the corner trembling. Seeing this, Xie Yuhong's brow furrowed even deeper. He closed the door, looked back at Mao Gang in the living room, and suddenly opened another door. At the sight inside, Xie Yuhong drew in a sharp breath. A 70-year-old man lay on the floor with a cleaver embedded in the back of his skull. It was Mao Gang's elderly father. Xie Yuhong turned to look at Mao Gang, who said in a low voice, the old man couldn't hold on any longer. He begged me to end it. Gongzi, are you even human? That was your own father. Xie Yuhong grabbed Mao Gang by the collar, tears welling in his eyes. Mao Gang knocked Xie Yuhong's hand away. Brother Yu, if I can kill my own father, no one can stand in my way. You're insane. Xie Yuhong shoved Mao Gang away hard, snatched a bottle of water from the table, and headed for the door. As he stepped out, a woman in her 60s from across the hall emerged at the same time. Seeing the water in Xie Yuhong's hand, she paused, then smiled. Oh, President Xie, you're such a dear, bringing water again. It's not for you, Xie Yuhong said grimly. The woman grabbed his arm. What do you mean? Didn't you say we share supplies? Then this bottle is partly mine. No. Fine. I still have a few bottles anyway. A few bottles. Xie Yuhong looked at her in surprise. The woman realized she'd let it slip. She always played the pitiful card to get extra rations. What few bottles? I don't have any. But you people should get out there and find real food, not just snacks. Get some vegetables for proper nutrition. I've been feeling feverish lately, my teeth are aching. Oh, it's acting up again. I'm heading back. You should gather people and go find food now. With that, the woman returned to her apartment. Xie Yuhong clenched his fists tightly. Those words pounded against his mind like a barrage. But what truly terrified him wasn't that. It was the fear of his own wife being defiled and abused, and his sister-in-law as well. It's me, Xie Yuhong called from the doorway. Yi Yuling checked the peephole and unlatched the lock. Honey, how did it go? She asked curiously. Not well. Isn't Gongzi the most obedient to you? He wouldn't even spare a bottle of water. Xie Yuhong set the water down. Yi Yuling and Yi Qingyi froze. His refusal meant rejection. Both sisters' faces turned deathly pale. The doorbell suddenly rang, sending their nerves taut. Brother Yu, it's me, Gongzi. I thought it through. You were right. Mao Gang's loud voice rang out from outside. Yi Yuling brightened. They'll get the door. Wait. Xie Yuhong stopped her immediately. You two go to the bedroom. The sisters exchanged a glance but obeyed. Peering through the peephole at Mao Gang, Xie Yuhong called out, Gongzi, have you truly thought it through? Brother Yuingzi just gave me an earful and said you made sense. I still support you. Sorry about earlier. They'll head back now. Get some rest, Brother Yu. With that, Mao Gang turned and walked toward the elevator. Xie Yuhong let out a sigh of relief, opened the door, and called out, Gongzi, I'm glad you came around. With his back turned, Mao Gang whispered, Brother Yu, you opened the door after all. Xie Yuhong froze, about to shut the door, but Mao Gang's hand slammed against it. Suddenly a chill ran down Xie Yuhong's arm. He saw his right hand fall to the floor, blood splattering everywhere. Then a searing pain exploded in his abdomen as he was kicked to the ground. Mao Gang stepped inside and closed the door behind him, a deranged grin spreading across his face. Brother Yu, why did you force me? Why couldn't you trust me just once? Why did you make me cut you? Why? Gongzi, stop this madness. The mad one isn't me, it's you. They're storming the building tonight. We have no choice. Where's the key to the rolling shutter door? Give it to me. Mao Gang extended his hand, his gaze turning even colder. Xie Yuhong struggled to his feet, through the agony disbelief etched on his face. You betrayed me. You're their spy. Who told you to share all the food with those useless people? Do you know how much those old geezers have hoarded in their homes? Give me the key. I'd rather die than give it to you. Brother, you will still be your brother in the next life. With that he drew a prepared meat cleaver, and the living room erupted into the sounds of a violent struggle. Hidden in the bedroom, the two sisters were terrified, crouching under the bed, knowing full well a fight was raging outside. Yi Yuling was consumed with worry. I need to check on your brother-in-law. Sis, don't go out. If brother-in-law wins, hell come open the door, Yi Qingyi whispered. And if it's Gangzi who opens it, hell find me, and hell find you too. Yi Yuling stared hard at her sister. The sounds of the struggle outside gradually faded. Yi Yuling said softly, if anything happens to me, you must find Yaya. Sis. Yi Qingyi could only watch as her sister crawled out from under the bed, powerless to stop her reckless act. She tried to comfort herself, recalling the Gangzi of her memories, simple and honest, always wearing a smile. When she was a student and thugs harassed her, Gangzi had beaten them off. Surely nothing bad would happen. At that moment the bedroom door swung open. Yi Qingyi clamped a hand over her mouth. Those weren't her brother-in-law's feet. The soles of those shoes were soaked in blood. The one who opened the door was of course Mao Gang, splattered with blood from head to toe. Yi Yuling covered her mouth too, seeing her husband lying face down in the living room, surrounded by a pool of blood. Mao Gang flashed a blood-stained smile like a demon. Sister-in-law, brother, you just told me you know where the key to the rolling shutter door is. Yi Yuling was paralyzed with terror, slowly raising a trembling hand to point at the dressing table nearby. Mao Gang immediately went to rummage through it. Yi Yuling murmured, when Ingzi gave birth your brother, you helped you find the hospital. When you were out of work, he found you a job. When you had no one to watch the kid, I took care of him. Mao Gang quickly found the key and turned with a smile. Sister-in-law, I'll repay you and brother yes kindness in the next life, as your beast of burden. How could you do this? You're an animal. Yi Yuling pounded on Mao Gang in a frenzy. He didn't resist, but the cleaver in his hand still dripped with blood. Sister-in-law, I know you and brother, you loved each other deeply. He's gone down now, and he must be lonely. Why don't you go down and keep him company? Chaos is coming anyway. Better than being toyed with and killed by those men. He'll give you a quick end. Brother, you will thank me for it. Yes, he will. Muttering to himself in a daze, Mao Gang raised the cleaver and brought it down directly onto Yi Yuling's forehead. Her skull caved in instantly. Her eyes wide open, she slowly crumpled to the ground. Yi Qingyi watched the cleaver embedded in her sister's forehead, clamping her hand over her mouth to stifle the screams. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. The look in her sister's eyes was clear. She was telling her to find her daughter. Mao Gang bent down, yanked the cleaver from the wound, and brought it down again with brutal force. Thud, thud, thud. Sister-in-law, I'm doing this for your own good. Don't blame me. Brother, I've sent your wife to keep you company. You're reunited now. Yi Qingyi watched helplessly as her own sister was hacked to death, her face becoming unrecognizable. Even as brain matter splattered against her eyes, she dared not make a single sound. Hearing the door slam shut, Yi Qingyi, hiding beneath the bed, could no longer suppress the terror and panic within her. Yet she could only cry in hushed sobs. In this moment her entire world came crashing down. In the underground garage the men from buildings 2, 4, 0, and 5 had gathered, 53 men in total. Of course some had chosen not to participate, perhaps unwilling to become mere killing machines, or perhaps lacking the courage, fearing execution after the disaster subsided. All 53 men were armed with blades from kitchen knives to fruit knives. Leaders like Feng Jin, Ding Feng, and Sun Yuqing wielded 50-centimeter-long machetes. The three of them smoked, faces alight with anticipation like savage beasts ready to pounce. Brother Ding, brother Sun, once we're done with building 1, let's set a time to take Dong Fei's supplies from building 3. As for that gunman, can his bullets outnumber our men? Feng Jin, though slight of frame, stood at an imposing 1.8 meters, a mole beside his mouth, giving him an unsettling appearance. This man was a criminal, having served time for theft. He had done just about everything short of murder. Ding Feng was at best a low-level thug who ran security for gambling dens. Sun Yuqing, a construction contractor, had rubbed shoulders with many ruthless individuals. Despite his plump build, his brutality was chilling. None of the three were decent men. Sun Yuqing took a deep drag of his cigarette and squinted. What's there to discuss? We hit this side tonight, that side tomorrow night. Deal. All three knew building 3 was more dangerous than building 1, but the supplies there were certainly more plentiful. I agree, Ding Feng said, flicking his ash. I want those 2 women, Feng Jin said, his eyes gleaming with lust. Ding Feng and Sun Yuqing would never agree to that. Women like Bai and Sun Ting were coveted by every man. Ding Feng suggested, once we've got the women, we'll auction them off for supplies. Interesting. Fine. Feng Jin didn't object, and neither did Sun Yuqing. Yet in their hearts, each was plotting to eliminate the others, preferably by forming a temporary alliance first to make it easier. At that moment, Mao Gang rushed out from the elevator lobby, his blood-smeared face causing a momentary pause. The metal shutter doors rolled open. A horde of demons was about to storm the building. 3 bosses, you promised not to touch my family. Mao Gang stammered, terrified they might go back on their word. Sun Yuqing patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. In this line of work, we honor our word. Brothers, charge. Kill the old, capture the young, and kill anyone who resists. Yes, boss. The group bypassed the elevator and stormed up the stairs. The 3 leaders sauntered behind. Within a minute, cries of anguish, screams, and pleas for mercy echoed through the complex, a living hell illuminated by the gleam of butcher knives. The old lady living across from Mao Gang heard a knock at the door. She put down her remote, muttering curses as she went to open it. It's the middle of the night. Can't a person get any rest? Instead of worrying about supplies, you're up to this nonsense. Without even checking the peephole, she flung the door open. Seeing 2 young men with knives at her doorstep, she showed not an ounce of fear, even lecturing them. What's this? Wasting your time scaring an old woman like me. If you've got the guts, go scavenge for supplies outside. You young people today have no respect for your elders. The 2 young men at the door were stunned. What kind of oddball lived in Building 1? How had she survived this long? What are you looking at? Get lost. She moved to close the door, but one of the young men pressed his hand against it, sneering, Old hag, I've wanted to cut you up for a long time. He raised his cleaver and brought it down. The old lady took the blow to her shoulder and collapsed with a shriek, still cursing. Playing that loudspeaker all day, you made it impossible for me to play my games. He hacked at her again and again. Just then Mao Gang reached his doorstep and looked at the old woman. Gongzi, save me, the dying woman pleaded. Mao Gang looked away, a faint smirk on his lips. Had probably wanted to kill her himself. With each blow, the old woman's life faded until she was still. The 2 men searched her apartment for supplies. Damn, this old hag had a whole crate of yogurt stashed away, 2 cases of water, and even some sugar-free soda. They were dumbfounded. How had one old lady managed to hoard so much? By begging, of course. If these 2 knew that their worldview would be shattered. Meanwhile, in Building 3, Tang Ze looked towards Building 1 and chuckled. It's going to be a lively night. Building 1 has been breached by the others. Bai said with a hint of worry. If Building 1 fell, they were next. Sun Ting wiped the floor, advising her, Xiao Bai, this isn't our concern. Bai bit her red lip, thinking of the female corpse in the bedroom earlier, and said firmly, even if I die, I refuse to fall into their hands. Tang Ze smiled calmly, his voice full of confidence. As long as I'm alive, you 2 are safe. They'll kill as many as come. An hour later, the purge of Building 1 was nearing its end. Crate after crate of supplies was being hauled down to the underground parking garage. Staring at the mountain of supplies, the 3 bosses were stunned. Nearby, the men and women of Building 1 were separated and forced to squat on the ground. Seeing the sheer volume of goods, they were also surprised. Hadn't they been told there was nothing left? That Xie Yuhong was something else hoarding all this. Feng Jin opened a crate of spicy snacks, tore a pack open with his teeth, and took a big bite. A lackey grinned ingratiatingly. Boss, most of these supplies were scrounged up from those old geezers' homes. Hey, your boss is such a generous man, leaving all the good stuff for the old geezer, while letting you young folks starve. Sun Yuqing couldn't help but burst into laughter, finding it utterly ridiculous. At that moment, several men stepped forward to curse Xie Yuhong, demanding to join other teams. The 3 teams naturally needed to recruit young male members. Yet a few men remained stubbornly upright, and Feng Jin showed no mercy, chopped them down. Hubby! One woman screamed, rushing toward her husband, but she was immediately dragged away by his underlings. You beasts! You'll be executed for this, the woman cursed wildly. Yet the 3 leaders remained indifferent. Before long, the few men were hacked to death on the spot. Gazing at the 20 or so women around 30, Sun Jin grinned. What are you standing there for? Divide them up. For fairness, we'll take turns choosing. In the eldest, so will go first, no problem. Feng Jin pulled rank, already eyeing one of the younger women, the one whose husband had just been killed. The other 2 naturally objected. Meanwhile, in the basement, Yi Qingyi hid, hugging her knees, trembling uncontrollably, as if she were freezing. She had slipped away during the chaos and hidden here, just as Xie Yuhong had instructed. Suddenly, a beam of light shone over, the glow of a phone. Boss, there's a woman hiding here. The underling grew excited. Yi Qingyi tried to flee, but she couldn't outrun the young man. He grabbed her by her long hair. Bitch, think you can run? Where do you think you're going? Yi Qingyi cried out in pain as she was dragged by her hair. When they reached the parking lot, the underling flung her to the ground. Boss, this woman tried to hide, but I found her. He then looked as if expecting a reward. With her hair disheveled, Yi Qingyi failed to catch the interest of the 3 leaders. But one underling crouched down, brushed aside the messy strands, and lifted her chin. His expression froze, and he stammered, "Bobbis, a stunner." Sun Yuqing looked at his fool of a subordinate and kicked him to the ground. "Stunner my ass. Look at you, pathetic." But when Sun Yuqing glanced at her, he too was stunned. Ding Feng stepped forward for a look and understood. She was truly a rare beauty. Never would they have imagined such a stunner could be found in this rundown neighborhood, rivaling even the other two. Moreover, her face was still clean after all these days, though her dress was a bit soiled from the dragging. "Let me go." Yi Qingyi shook off the underling's dirty hand, eyeing the surrounding men warily, as if a nightmare had come true. Feng Jin laughed, "A little wild mare. I wonder how she'll ride." The surrounding underlings also stared, captivated. She was far superior to the other women, beautiful even without makeup. If dolled up, she'd be stunning. Quite a catch. Sun Yuqing tossed a pack of cigarettes to his underling. "Reward for you." The underling clutched the pack of Furongwang cigarettes, overjoyed. In this era, a single cigarette could make an addict risk his life for you. "Thank you, boss." "Boss Feng, boss Ding, this woman was found by my man. You're not going to fight over her, are you?" Sun Yuqing's words carried a deep threat. Feng Jin chuckled. Now, boss Sun. As we agreed earlier, everything from building 1 is to be split equally." Ding Feng naturally sided with Feng Jin. "Boss Feng is right. You wouldn't break our agreement, would you, boss Sun?" Sun Yuqing took a deep drag of his cigarette, his venomous gaze unshrouded even by the smoke. Suddenly he laughed, "Just joking. Look at you two, so tense." But inside he was itching to kill them both. It must be said that a beauty is a curse in any era. This one alone nearly shattered their fragile alliance. As Sun Yuqing's laughter rang out, Feng Jin and Ding Feng joined in. But had Sun Yuqing refused, they would have immediately ordered his men killed. Yet Sun Yuqing grinned. "There's only one of this kind. Should we take turns?" Such a stunning woman. Each wanted her for himself, not to share. Sitting on the ground, Yi Qingyi listened to their negotiation, her face turning pale. She was being treated like a commodity to be divided among them. Gazing at the load-bearing wall nearby, Yi Qingyi suddenly leaped to her feet and dashed forward. But Feng Jin, quick as a flash, grabbed her hair. "Wanna die? It's not that easy." Yi Qingyi broke down, flailing her arms and cursing. "You bastards. You'll die a miserable death. Tie her up." Ding Feng barked coldly. Underlings produced ropes and bound Yi Qingyi hand and foot. Teardrops as big as beans rolled down her exquisite face. After hiding for so many days, she still hadn't escaped the clutches of evil. "Instead of taking turns with this stunner, how about we auction her off?" Feng Jin suggested. "Fine, auction it is." Sun Yuqing agreed, and Ding Feng had no objection. But Feng Jin's eyes gleamed with mischief. "Since it's an auction, we ought to inspect the goods thoroughly, see if she's genuine." The men all understood the implication. "What are you doing? Don't come near me." Yi Qingyi screamed as two underlings approached, but her cries only fueled the men's excitement. The three leaders' eyes glittered. Her body was flawless, with not an ounce of extra flesh, a slender waist with visible abdominal lines, soft yet strong. Her looks and figure rivaled even the biggest stars on TV. "Tie her to the car roof." Weeping and helpless, Yi Qingyi was forcibly bound to the roof of a car, positioned in a shameful pose on display, like a commodity about to be auctioned. Feng Jin called out to Building 1. "Does anyone recognize her?" A woman immediately replied. "She seems to be Xie Yuhong's sister-in-law." Feng Jin burst into laughter. Who would have thought? Old Xie had a stunner hidden away at home. The old fool didn't even touch her. Must be keeping her for us brothers. Ha 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 ha. The surrounding men howled with laughter. On the car roof, Yi Qingyi's tears seemed to have dried up. Listening to the evil laughter around her, she trembled all over. She's a graduate of a top 985 university, rumored to be getting married soon, to the son of a CEO of a Fortune 500 company. Another woman spilled the beans. Sun Yuqing was overjoyed. With such a high education, she'd probably have never given us a second glance before. "You're damn right," Feng Jin roared with laughter. Sun Yuqing cleared his throat. All right. Let's start the auction now." He was getting impatient. "Boss, how about I be the auctioneer?" a lackey volunteered. "Sure, go ahead. Let's see what you've got." The lackey walked cheerfully to the car and cleared his throat before shouting, "Dear residents, dear neighbors, dear brothers and sisters, tonight we have a truly special item for auction. This beautiful woman." "Oh, what's her name?" Yi Qingyi, someone in the crowd reminded. Right, our auction item is Miss Yi Qingyi. Her age?" Mao Gang from the crowd reminded. 25, and she's the vice president of an advertising company. The crowd erupted in murmurs of admiration. A woman like this was once a goddess, someone they could only admire from afar. Though they were still just watching now, they could see her snow-white, delicate figure. Yi Qingyi stared at Mao Gang in the crowd, clenching her teeth. Brother Gang was no longer the brother Gang he used to be. This Miss Yi Qingyi is 25 years old, the vice president of an advertising company, and also the daughter-in-law of the CEO of a top 500 company. Just imagine, wouldn't it be thrilling to buy the daughter-in-law of a top 500 company CEO? An absolute bargain. Of course, that's just her status. The real highlight is Miss Yi Qingyi herself. Look at those exquisite features, no trace of surgery, completely natural. Look at that supple, delicate skin, and the touch would be a top-tier experience. But of course, the most dazzling part is her inner structure. The three bosses can enjoy that slowly at home, we won't peek. This still fits the saying, when you're poor she tastes sweet, when you're rich she tastes salty. The bidding starts at 1 bottle of mineral water with no upper limit. I bid 1 bottle, a lackey shouted excitedly, startling his friend beside him. Are you crazy? Trying to snatch a woman from the boss? Don't you fear having the guts to bid, but not the guts to live? Ding Feng said calmly. 1 case. Ding, you're being stingy. 5 cases. Sun Yuqing extended his hand directly, exuding confidence. Feng Jin then said calmly, Brother Sun, are those 5 cases from your personal stash, or from your whole cruise? Sun Yuqing's lackeys were stunned. Yeah, if the boss uses his own water to bid for the woman, does that mean they get nothing? Sun Yuqing cursed inwardly, that's sowing discord. Of course they're private, Sun Yuqing said in a low voice. He couldn't take the brothers' water at a time like this, that would be like taking their lives. His lackeys breathed a sigh of relief. All right, well, bid with our own supplies, Ding Feng said, then continued, 6 cases of water. Feng Jin's expression darkened, but he still shouted 7 cases. For one person to own 7 cases of mineral water was a small fortune, especially with resources so scarce now. 7.5 cases, Ding Feng gritted his teeth. He'd just have to drink less himself, and maybe mooch some from his lackeys later. Dian Yufeng heard this, and went to find more supplies. 8 cases. Sun Yuqing scoffed. The whole scene was in an uproar. 8 cases of water could save countless lives, yet now they were being used to bid on a pretty woman. A good-looking woman is always in demand, no matter the environment. This stirred envy in many of the other women present. 10 cases. A sudden laugh rang out. The 3 bosses were puzzled because none of them had made that call. They turned to look behind them. What? Isn't that the delivery guy? He's not dead. So the one who died was the gunman. That's right, it was Tang Zhe. He had just farmed some experience at home, and being bored came down to see how much supplies they had scavenged and check if there was anything good. He heard the auction as soon as he came down. Getting closer, he saw a woman tied up on the roof of a car. Tang Zhe was surprised. Had never seen her in the neighborhood before. This woman was a real catch, comparable to Bai and the others, and even slightly more imposing. Today was his lucky day. Supplies fell from the sky, and the triple speed mode was about to begin. Yi Qingyi couldn't help but look up at Tang Zhe. Wasn't that the delivery guy? No, the murderous delivery guy. Tang Zhe's appearance silenced the entire underground garage. Wasn't he afraid of being surrounded and attacked? Daring to show up alone. Feng Jin was the first to break the silence. Well, if it isn't the boss of Building 3. Out for a stroll. Just bored. Saw you all having an auction and couldn't resist joining in. No problem, is there? Tang Zhe scanned the 3 bosses, his smile friendly. But these 3 bosses had seen that smile before. The smile of a man who could kill without blinking. Noting he didn't seem to have his horse-slaying saber today, they wondered if he was carrying a gun instead. Sun Yuqing wasn't afraid of Tang Zhe, and said directly, You come here and want a share of the spoils we fought for. That's not very appropriate. Bang! A wisp of smoke curled from the gun's muzzle, and a bloody hole appeared in Sun Yuqing's forehead. Blood trickled down. He even reached up to wipe it, then fell straight back in disbelief. Is it appropriate now, eh? Tang Zhe smiled, looking at Feng Jin and Ding Feng. Their composure vanished in an instant, replaced by wary stares at Tang Zhe and the gun in his hand. Their minds raced, thinking about ordering their men to rush him, but knowing they were too close and would be shot dead first. Survival was the priority. The guy had a gun. Should they gamble that it was out of bullets? All the lackeys around were terrified by Tang Zhe's ruthless methods. Last time his saber had cut down Dong Fei's crew. Today had blown the head off Sun Yuqing, the boss of Building 5. This delivery guy was terrifying. It wasn't just the lackeys who were scared. Yi Qingyi's delicate face lost even more color. She even felt something warm on her cheek. Was it blood? Of course it's appropriate. Right, boss Ding? Feng Jin snapped back to reality and quickly forced a smile. Ding Feng immediately chimed in, appropriate, very appropriate. I'm a reasonable man. The auction continues as normal. If I don't win the bid, that's my problem. Hearing Tang Zhe's words, everyone's minds flashed back to his wild laughter from that day. It's the apocalypse. Who cares about reason now? And now he's talking about reason again. So does he follow reason or not? No, wait. He just blew a guy's head off without blinking. That's his version of reason. Auctioneer, what are you standing there for? Tang Zhe reminded him, hurry up. I need to get back in farm experience. The auctioneer stammered. The boss of Building 3 has bid 10 cases of mineral water. Any higher bids? 11 cases, Feng Jin said, his heart aching as he practically gave away his entire stash. But then he heard Tang Zhe's low, threatening voice. You really dare to bid against me? Ding Feng secretly rejoiced, hoping Tang Zhe would shoot Feng Jin. Feng Jin was startled, a look of panic on his face. You said it was a normal auction. Feng Jin's startled expression was caught by his underlings, who found it strange that their boss was scared stiff. Yeah, I was just talking. Why are you so worked up? Tang Zhe shrugged. Feng Jin's face darkened beyond measure, while Ding Feng secretly lamented that this murderous delivery guy was unpredictable. However, Tang Zhe continued, but now I doubt you even have 11 cases of mineral water. Impossible. Then show them to me. Feng Jin was about to retort, but remembering that Tang Zhe had seized Dong Fei's supplies, he held his tongue. You lot go to my place and bring the water over. The underlings immediately rushed to Building 2. As the crowd waited, Tang Zhe sized up Yiqingyi. She naturally felt his gaze, noticing it was different from other men's. Other men looked at her with lustful eyes, but his gaze was indescribable, like he was looking at something delicious. Soon cases of mineral water were carried over by the underlings. Tang Zhe chuckled. This seems short. From the supplies I grabbed, I can get 4 cases plus these. It's exactly 11. Tang Zhe slapped his forehead. You think I'm bad at math? You only have 6 cases here. Impossible. I definitely have 7 at home. Feng Jin barked, counting frantically, but no matter how he counted, it remained 6. He then yelled at his underlings. Did you miss a case? Go find it now. The flustered underlings scurried back, while Tang Zhe waited with a grin, even winking at Yiqingyi, leaving her bewildered. What does he mean? Is he trying to save me? At that moment, Yiqingyi felt a glimmer of hope in the world that righteous people, like her brother-in-law, still existed. Soon the underlings returned, one carrying a box accompanied by a 30-year-old woman in pajamas rushing over frantically. Honey, what's wrong? Why the rush? The woman asked Feng Jin, puzzled, wondering why he was moving all the water out. When she spotted Yiqingyi on the car roof, she understood immediately, and anger flared within her. Boss, the water's here, but... The underling hesitated. What? The underling with a strange expression turned the box around. It was torn open, revealing only 2 bottles of mineral water inside. Feng Jin was stunned, then roared, Who touched my water? The woman rolled her eyes. You said I stank, so I took a little shower. You woman. Feng Jin stood frozen, and the onlookers were equally shocked. Using water to shower. Tang Zhe dragged out a long O. So you don't have 11 cases, you have 10 cases, and 2 bottles. I do have them. I can borrow a few more, just wait right now. As Feng Jin moved to ask his underlings for water, a clink echoed. A bullet casing hit the ground. Feng Jin froze, eyes wide, then collapsed, blood seeping from his forehead. Tang Zhe blew on the gun's muzzle, and said calmly, I hate being lied to. Ding Feng felt both elated and terrified, leaning heavily toward fear, cold sweat beading on his brow. In minutes, Tang Zhe had killed Feng Jin and Sun Yuqing. Now he was the boss. Wait, would he kill him too? With that thought, Ding Feng's anxiety spiraled. Honey, seeing her man killed, the woman rushed over only to find him dead. What are you all standing there for? He killed your boss. Kill him. Another bang rang out. The woman collapsed onto Feng Jin, seemingly unaware of who really called the shots here. Tang Zhe sighed. Why all the killing? Can't we just get along? His words infuriated everyone. Who was really doing the killing here? Who started it? How shameless. But they only dared to think it, no one wanting to be the first to speak out, as that meant certain death. Yiqingyi found Tang Zhe strange. He acted like a cold-blooded killer, yet spoke with a hint of humor. A peculiar man, but she was still grateful to him. I called 11 cases, you still want a match? Tang Zhe turned to Ding Feng. Ding Feng quickly shook his head. Matching, that would be risking his life. Anyone else want a match? I'm very fair and impartial. Tang Zhe scanned the crowd, but not a sound was made, only fearful gazes fixed on him. Tang Zhe shrugged boredly. All right, then make the announcement. Yes. Congratulations to the boss of Building 3 for winning the beauty. With that, he quickly brought over the rope and handed it to Tang Zhe, along with Yiqingyi's tattered clothes, her phone still tucked inside. Tang Zhe slapped his forehead. Right, I haven't paid for the water yet. Can't dine and dash. I killed 2 bosses, so their supply should count as mine, right? That logic holds, doesn't it? Tang Zhe looked around at the crowd. Ding Feng laughed. No problem at all. In that case, deduct it from those 2 bosses' share. I'm in a good mood today, so the extra counts as my treat. A single thought crossed everyone's minds. They had never seen such a shameless person. He swooped and got something for nothing and walked off with the top beauty. No, he did pay. With 3 bullets. Suddenly remembering something, Tang Zhe turned back to the no-leaderless group and warned. If I were you, I'd pick a new boss quickly. Ding Feng's lips twitched. Was he guarding against him? Watching the people from Buildings 2 and 5 huddle together, Ding Feng's brow furrowed deeply. He had just gotten rid of 2 rivals, and now 2 more were about to rise and challenge him. Damn that delivery guy. He'll make you pay for this. At the elevator, Yiqingyi said weakly, Can I put on some clothes? Tang Zhe turned and smiled. You look good like that. Why bother? Huh. They're all torn anyway. Fine, go ahead. Such a hassle. Can you untie me? Tang Zhe clicked his tongue. Was he her servant? Though she put on the clothes, Tang Zai found it quite appealing, the beauty of the tears. Yi Qingyi said gratefully, "Thank you for saving me." Tang Zai merely replied with an "oh." As the elevator doors opened, he stepped in, and Yi Qingyi, biting her red lip, followed. Soon they arrived at the room. Tang Zai suddenly clapped his hands. "Wake up, kiddies. We have a newbie." And Bai and Sun Ting opened their weary eyes, slowly sitting up to look at Yi Qingyi. Their exhaustion vanished, instantly replaced by sheer amazement. "This? Where did you find her?" And Bai asked, dazed. She hadn't expected this neighborhood to have another beauty. Tang Zai poured a glass of water and leaned against the wall, teasing. "I found her while taking a walk outside. With luck like this, there's no stopping it." Sun Ting and Bai stood up and walked over to examine Yi Qingyi. She instinctively shrank back, feeling uneasy about their intense scrutiny. Yi Qingyi expressed her gratitude once more. "Thank you for saving me." Tang Zai replied helplessly, "You've already said that." A flicker of embarrassment crossed Yi Qingyi's face before she brazenly continued. "You're so capable. Is there any way to leave this place?" "I'm not Superman. I can't just fly out of here." Tang Zai spread his hands, finding her demands rather excessive. He then stated directly, "Let's get her cleaned up first." Yi Qingyi asked in disbelief, "You can actually bathe here? No wonder they smelled so fragrant." Sun Ting giggled, "Of course. If we didn't, we'd smell terrible, and the master would be disgusted." With that, she pushed Yi Qingyi towards the bathroom. Yi Qingyi hurriedly said, "I can manage on my own. We'll help you, and explain the rules around here." Before Yi Qingyi could protest, the two women pushed her inside. Tang Zai didn't bother to supervise. Sun Ting was a formidable drill instructor, well-versed in methods of discipline. Inside the bathroom, and Bai ran the hot water, and steam began to fill the room, obscuring three alluring figures in a tantalizing haze. "You have a great figure, sister," Sun Ting said, lathering body wash onto Yi Qingyi's skin. And Bai smiled shyly. "Yes, and this will make our job a bit easier." Yi Qingyi was utterly confused and quickly interjected, "I can do this myself." Sun Ting clicked her tongue. "We're all in this together now. We need to look out for each other to survive this apocalypse." "That's right, we're a team," and Bai added, stifling a sly laugh. Yi Qingyi grew more bewildered. "What do you mean a team?" "We're all the master's little kittens," Sun Ting said, tapping Yi Qingyi's forehead. Despite her beauty, she was slower on the uptake than Bai. Yi Qingyi recoiled, her gaze hardening. "I'm no one's kitten, and I never will be." And Bai and Sun Ting were taken aback, as if seeing a reflection of their former selves. "Calm down, sister. It's just a formality. Our main job is to keep the master happy," Sun Ting explained. But Yi Qingyi's tone turned icy. "I'm no one's slave. I don't need to please anyone, and I won't be joining you. Move aside, I'm leaving." She reached for her torn dress, while Bai and Sun Ting realized they had a crisis on their hands. Outside, Tang Zai saw the bathroom door open and wondered if she was done so soon, only to see a fuming Yi Qingyi storm out, glaring at him with utter contempt. "What's going on?" Tang Zai stepped forward to block her path. "Move. I'm leaving. You are just as bad as they are. I was wrong about you." Tang Zai was baffled. "Miss, what exactly did you think I was? A hero?" He couldn't help but laugh at her wild imagination. That had been her initial impression, but now she thought otherwise. She didn't want to argue, and simply tried to walk past. Tang Zai clicked his tongue in annoyance. If his supplies weren't so critically low, had have ended this right there. He grabbed her wet hair, causing her to cry out, "Let go, you despicable man." Tang Zai yanked her hair down, his voice low and dangerous. "I paid 10 cases of mineral water to acquire you. And you think you can just walk away? I'm not your property, and you won't get what you want." Yi Qingyi gritted her teeth, enduring the pain as she spat out the words. Tang Zai's face turned icy cold. He drew his gun and pressed it against her forehead, as if to say he wouldn't hesitate to waste such a prime resource. Seeing the murderous look in his eyes, Yi Qingyi realized she had provoked a monster. Death might be a mercy away to avoid being defiled. At least Zihue would only know she was missing. "Don't." And Bai, who had just stepped out of the bathroom, cried out instinctively at the critical moment. Tang Zai's gaze shifted to Bai, a silent threat that he could grant her wish to die as well. And Bai collapsed to the floor in terror. Sun Ting, more composed, quickly explained, "That's not what Bai meant. She thinks this lady might still come around. Weren't we resistant at first too?" Tang Zai narrowed his eyes. Sun Ting continued, "Killing her now is too easy. She wouldn't even learn to be grateful." Tang Zai found some logic in that. A single bullet did seem too merciful. But even without a bullet, he would make her understand that he was no saint. His right fist slammed into her soft abdomen. Even with a fraction of his strength, it was more than any woman could bear. Yi Qingyi's eyes widened in shock as she clutched her stomach, her knees buckling as she collapsed. The searing pain made her curl into a fetal position, cold sweat beading on her forehead. "Fine, I'll give you a few days. If there's any more trouble, she dies, and you'll all be punished." Sun Ting mentally slapped herself for getting them dragged into this mess. This woman was going to get everyone killed with her stubbornness. "Get her cleaned up," Tang Zai ordered, lighting a cigarette. He mused that some people repay kindness with gratitude, but this one repaid it with insults. Sun Ting and the terrified Inbai dragged Yi Qingyi back into the bathroom. Furious Sun Ting turned the shower head on her. Yi Qingyi lay on the floor, her face as pale as paper from the pain, too weak to even speak. We were trying to help you, and you repay us by getting us punished. The mere thought of the punishment made Sun Ting and Inbei's faces drain of color. It was a terror they never wanted to experience again. The more Sun Ting thought about it, the more enraged she became. She lifted her foot and stomped on Yi Qingyi's body, who could only whimper in pain as she curled up tighter. Xiaobai, what are you standing there for? You saved her, and she's brought this on us both. Inbai hesitated, her lips trembling. I can't. Xiaobai, do you know why your ex-boyfriend could control you? Because you're weak. I'm not weak, I'm just. Inbai shook her head. Sun Ting grabbed her chin, hissing, Xiaobai, we're in this together. We sink or swim as one. I know. Then kick her. Inbai looked down at the suffering Yi Qingyi, her face a mask of conflict, but she slowly raised her legs, squeezed her eyes shut, and stamped down. Opt. Yi Qingyi let out a pained scream. With her eyes closed, Inbei's kick was far heavier and more brutal than Sun Ting's had been. Tang Ze, seated on the sofa, silently listened to Yi Qingyi's cries of agony, his face devoid of any emotion. Earlier that evening he had been in high spirits, believing he had stumbled upon a treasure. Yet now, did she take this place for a charity organization? Still so naive, even at a time like this. In the bathroom, Sun Ting had finally vented her anger. Inbai crouched dazedly on the floor, unable to believe she had harmed a stranger. Her gaze was filled with tension and panic, yet tinged with a hint of thrill from the release. Sun Ting, observing Inbei's expression, let out a sigh. We've already moved a corpse together. What's there to be afraid of? Women like her don't deserve your pity. Don't think the whole world will coddle you. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. A series of WeChat notification sounds rang out. Sun Ting glanced at the phone lying nearby. It seemed to belong to this woman. Yi Qingyi, watching Sun Ting pick up her phone, shouted through the pain, give it back. Sun Ting shot her a contemptuous look, then swiftly grabbed Yi Qingyi's hand. However, Yi Qingyi immediately struggled, refusing to let Sun Ting use her fingerprint to unlock the phone. Xiaobai, Xiaobai. Inbai. Sun Ting called out several times before Inbai snapped back to reality. Stop daydreaming. Hold her down. Ah, okay. Inbai cast an apologetic glance at Yi Qingyi before restraining her, allowing Sun Ting to successfully unlock the phone. Sun Ting opened WeChat, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. What an intimate contact name. Future husband, Mr. Zihui. Give it back. Give me back my phone. Even while pinned down by and by her entire body aching, Yi Qingyi still reached out desperately to snatch the phone back. However, Sun Ting's delicate foot directly stomped onto Yi Qingyi's hand. Oh. The pain shot through her fingers, connecting to her heart. Having been pampered and sheltered her entire life, Yi Qingyi had never endured such suffering as she had today. Sun Ting chuckled coldly. Your future husband, Mr. Zihui, seems quite anxious. He's asking how you are and why you aren't replying to his messages. What do you think I should tell him? Yi Qingyi had held back her tears even through the beating, but upon hearing this threat, the tears she had suppressed for so long finally flowed uncontrollably. She dared not tell her fiancé that everything had fallen apart here. Her sister and brother-in-law were dead, and she herself had been captured. In her fiancé's eyes, she was pure and untainted. She had to maintain that image, even if it meant dying. That pure image of the fiancé must remain intact and his heart undefiled. Seeing Yi Qingyi's reaction, a glint of realization flashed in Sun Ting's beautiful eyes, as if she had found a handle to exploit. Back on the sofa, Tang Ze watched the television. It was the only thing he could watch now. The local channels were all gone. As the bathroom door opened, Tang Ze turned his head. The cleaned-up Yi Qingyi was indeed a sight to behold, though her eyes seemed somewhat hollow. Master'll take her to get dressed up. It won't take long. Tang Ze responded with a casual, indifferent hum, resting his chin on his hand. Even though Yi Qingyi was trembling with fear, he still felt no fondness for her. 20 minutes later, Yi Qingyi was finally brought out. Her once dry and disheveled hair now flowed with incredible silkiness, exuding a fragrant scent. A touch of light makeup enhanced her delicate features. The pure white dress accentuated her curvaceous figure to perfection, while a black leather belt cinched her waist, highlighting her slender midriff. Aren't you going to greet him? Sun Ting patted Yi Qingyi's backside as a reminder. Yi Qingyi dug her fingernails into her palms, biting her lip and lowering her head. Seeing Yi Qingyi remain silent, Sun Ting's anger flared up instantly. She leaned in and whispered a few words into Yi Qingyi's ear. Yi Qingyi's delicate frame shuddered. She slowly uttered, Master. Tang Ze gave Sun Ting an approving look. Your methods are truly impressive. Come here. Tang Ze commanded, his tone leaving no room for argument. Yi Qingyi rose and walked over to Tang Ze, but kept her head bowed, avoiding his gaze. In the past, one was a food delivery driver, and the other a deputy general manager of an advertising company. Their worlds could never have crossed. Yet now they were not only crossing paths. Sit here. Tang Ze patted his lap and said indifferently. Yi Qingyi bit her rosy lips hard, the tender flesh turning pale. Tang Ze felt no pity in his heart. Placing his hands on her smooth, slender jade-like legs, he said, "Look at me." Seeing that Yi Qingyi showed no reaction, Tang Ze spoke indifferently. "I don't like to repeat myself." Her tear-swollen, beautiful eyes slowly turned to look at him. Tang Ze noticed that deep within her gaze there still lingered defiance and hatred. Suddenly, a familiar ringtone sounded, a voice call. Sun Ting glanced at Yi Qingyi's phone and chuckled. "It's your fiancé calling." Those words alone sent Yi Qingyi into a panic. She hastily pleaded, "Don't answer it." "How can I not? Your fiancé is worried about your safety. He'll answer it for you, and you can talk to him yourself," Sun Ting said as she answered the call and handed the phone to Yi Qingyi. Before Yi Qingyi could even think of hanging up, her fiancé's face had already appeared on the screen. Immediately, Jiang Zihui's worried voice came through the phone. "Why aren't you replying to my messages? I thought something had happened to you. I was so worried. Why are you crying? Did something happen?" Hearing the concern in her fiancé's voice, a wave of unease washed over Yi Qingyi. "No, I was just really scared," Yi Qingyi said, suppressing her tears and forcing a sincere smile to reassure her fiancé. Jiang Zihui's heart ached. As a man, he felt helpless for not being able to protect his fiancé. "I'm sorry. I hate myself for being so useless, for not being able to bring you over here, leaving you to live in fear every day." Yi Qingyi's face showed no sign of a crack. She said softly, "Silly, don't blame yourself. We'll be fine. Don't cry anymore." "I won't cry." Suddenly, Jiang Zihui noticed how exceptionally beautiful his fiancé looked tonight. Why did you suddenly put on makeup?" "It's because I didn't reply to your messages. I was afraid you'd be angry, so I put on a little makeup to let you see the prettiest version of me." A faint amused smile curled at the corner of Tang Ze's mouth. This woman, when deceiving her own man, her IQ seemed to shoot through the roof. "You are the most beautiful woman in the world." Upon hearing this, Sun Ting curled her lips and whispered to him by beside her, "Such classic player talk. I've heard that one before too." Jiang Zihui's words filled Yi Qingyi with shame. She had betrayed the man she deeply loved. "Zihui, you should rest early." "I need to rest too." Yi Qingyi was afraid of making any strange sounds that would arouse her fiancé's suspicion, so she didn't want to say anything more. Jiang Zihui even blew a kiss at the camera, causing the others to exclaim about how shameless he was. Tang Ze chuckled softly. "What a loving couple, truly enviable. I like your body, but I don't like the look in your eyes." "I don't need you to like it," Yi Qingyi said in a low voice. Tang Ze suddenly let out a laugh. "You seem more afraid of them than of me. Why is that?" Yi Qingyi remained silent, her delicate face paling from the pain. Tang Ze reached out, pinching Yi Qingyi's chin, and said coldly, "They might threaten you, or tell your fiancé about your situation. But I won't. They'll simply find your fiancé and kill his entire family. You've seen my methods before. You're not human." Yi Qingyi grabbed Tang Ze's clothes and cried out, fear gripping her heart. "When did I ever say I was human? I am the devil of devils, and one who is rather lecherous at that." Yi Qingyi couldn't bear to imagine what would happen if her fiancé ever found out. He even threatened to kill Zihui's entire family. Recalling his ruthless, murderous ways, she had no doubt he was capable of it. "From now on, you will eat their leftovers. If you behave well, you might get the chance to be like them. Now do you know what you should do?" The next day, Yi Qingyi woke up in a daze. Her first thought was whether she was dead. Seeing the surroundings, she realized she wasn't dead, but she was still in hell. Remembering the humiliation of the night before, she wanted to cry, but found she had no tears left. Her sister and brother-in-law had been brutally murdered in their home, and now she had fallen to such a state. Seeing the door not far away, Yi Qingyi entertained the thought of escaping. But as soon as she moved her body, a sharp pain shot through her lower abdomen. If only she had known, she would have given herself to her fiancé sooner. Enduring the pain, Yi Qingyi moved slowly. The clanking sound of her chains woke the two women sleeping nearby. Sun Ting yawned and said nonchalantly, "Looks like you haven't learned your lesson." Yi Qingyi, who had risen to the position of vice president with her fiancé's help, but also through her own sharp mind, knew that in this situation the only way was to swallow her pride and wait for an opportunity. She would never bow her head. "No, I'm just a bit hungry," Yi Qingyi quickly explained. And Bai chuckled softly. "It's not time to eat yet. The master hasn't even woken up." Yi Qingyi noticed a difference between Bai and Sun Ting. Sun Ting was Tang Ze's most loyal follower, but Bai felt different, as if she too was being oppressed much like herself. Perhaps this could be a way to find a breakthrough. Regardless, the only option now was to go along with him, otherwise death wouldn't be the only consequence. Those photos would be released, and even her fiancé's entire family would be threatened. After getting up, Tang Ze brushed his teeth, noting that progress had been surprisingly quick over the past 2 days, reaching 16. At this rate, about 3 per day, he could unlock the doomsday package 2.0 in roughly a month. If he got 3 more provisions, the time could be cut in half. Unfortunately, these 3 were already top tier. After savoring the finest delicacies, how could he ever settle for subpar scraps? Stepping onto the balcony, Tang Zhe felt a chilling wind sweep over him. For September in the south, the weather was oddly cold. Fortunately, the apartment had air conditioning. Checking his phone, the temperature display was no longer available, but Tang Zhe estimated it was only around 10 degrees outside. The sudden shift in weather was far too abrupt. Back in the living room, Tang Zhe's gaze fell upon Yi Qingyi, who instinctively shuffled backward, fear radiating from her. Ignoring her, Tang Zhe patted An Bai and Sun Ting on the heads, preparing to enjoy breakfast. Breakfast was traditionally the most nutritious meal of the day, but given Yi Qingyi's actions, she would, as previously stated, only get what the 2 women left behind. When the mushroom chicken soup appeared, Yi Qingyi was stunned. How could they have such food? Impossible. That was even sweet and sour pork ribs. And even a bowl of black-bone chicken rice noodles. Sun Ting and An Bai, their stomachs growling, immediately crouched down and began eating eagerly. The living room filled with the rich aroma of chicken soup. Yi Qingyi's red lips secreted saliva uncontrollably, her delicate throat bobbing as she swallowed, but all she could do was watch helplessly. Tang Zhe's own meal was far more modest. Just 2 meat buns and some congee, while he checked the community group chat for news. Over 10 minutes later, the 2 women were full, leaving the remnants for Yi Qingyi. The sweet and sour ribs were reduced to bones, the rice noodle bowl held only half a bowl of soup filled with bones, and the mushroom chicken soup was in a similar state. Eat. Don't just stare, Sun Ting said flatly. Yi Qingyi looked at the leftover soup and scraps, having never eaten such things in her life. But the irresistible aroma of the chicken soup was overwhelming. Besides, how could she possibly find the strength to plan an escape on an empty stomach? With that self-consolation, Yi Qingyi immediately began drinking the black-bone chicken soup. A comforting warmth spread through her stomach. It was even more delicious than what Shed had at Michelin-starred restaurants. Mix some rice into her soup, Tang Zhe said casually. You 2 ate all the meat, she can't get full on just soup and bones. And if she's not full, she won't have the strength to endure the rough handling. An Bai acknowledged with an O and quickly scooped a large spoonful of white rice. Yi Qingyi looked up at the mound of rice, feeling like she hadn't seen such a sight in years. In these water-scarce conditions, who had the water to cook rice? Most were just eating raw grains to stave off hunger. Hurry up and eat, An Bai urged, warning that if she angered Tang Zhe, she might end up with nothing at all. Yi Qingyi shot An Bai a grateful look as she mixed the rice into the chicken soup, turning it into a makeshift braised chicken rice bowl. The sound of Yi Qingyi eating filled the living room. She didn't even spare the bones, crunching them down and swallowing them. A burp escaped Yi Qingyi's lips, and she felt a wave of shame wash over her. But it had been so long since she had felt this full. If she had another bowl, she felt she could finish it too. Suddenly, a familiar ringtone cut through the silence. Your fiancé certainly cares about you, Sun Ting said with a smirk, holding up the phone. Yi Qingyi made no move to snatch it, knowing that would only provoke them and get herself hurt. My dad's friend said there's a major cold snap and blizzard coming in a few days. You need to stay warm. A cold snap? Yi Qingyi felt nothing of the sort. Yet daytime temps in the south will be around -20 degrees, dropping to -40 at night. It'll be even colder in the north. And don't touch the snow whatever you do. It's just like this rain. Tang Zhe frowned upon hearing this. Had hoped the rain would stop, but it seemed a severe temperature drop was next. They were still trapped here. No good. He needed to find a way out to scavenge for supplies. That was the top priority. I understand. They'll stay warm. Don't worry. Why are you crying again? Jiang Zihue saw his fiancé's tears and was immediately anxious. It's nothing. Just a little sentimental. Sigh. If only you hadn't gone to your sister's house for dinner that night, you'd be right here with me, Jiang Zihue lamented. Yi Qingyi thought the same. If she had left, she would never have encountered this devil. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? A sudden youthful voice chirped, making Tang Zhe pause. Yi Qingyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The girl on the phone appeared to be around 17 or 18, her pretty face radiating youth and vitality, brimming with innocence and spirit. She wore a woolen sweater revealing slightly alluring collarbones, and an Hermes summer collection accessory adorned her delicate neck. Nana, I'm just resting. Jiang Nana blinked in confusion. You should rest well, sister-in-law. Everything will be fine. Okay, I will. Don't worry about me. Yi Qingyi's face gradually flushed with shame. How had she stooped so low, even using her deceased brother-in-law as an excuse? Jiang Nana expressed her admiration, though she didn't fully understand. Sister-in-law, please be careful. My brother misses you so much, he even secretly looks at your photos. What nonsense is this kid talking about? Jiang Zihue was embarrassed, but Yi Qingyi felt even more ashamed, believing she was being unfaithful to their love and no longer worthy of her fiancé. You rest well. They'll go deal with her. She's talking nonsense. Go ahead. Listening to the cheerful voices from the phone, Yi Qingyi felt a pang of envy. She should have been among them too. Ending the video call, she still had to face Tang Zhe. So she's your sister-in-law, Sun Ting said, taking the phone and opening the photo album to show Tang Zhe. After glancing at it, Tang Zhe nodded. Not a bad choice. What are you going to do? Yi Qingyi immediately snapped in a low voice. Hearing the accusatory tone, Tang Zhe grew a bit annoyed. In the afternoon, have something to eat. In the living room, Enbai secretly took leftover food from the fridge and brought it to Yi Qingyi. Looking at Enbai, Yi Qingyi gradually let down her guard and whispered a thank you, her voice weak. Sister, don't provoke the master anymore. Yi Qingyi ate the food greedily. She wanted to die, but she didn't dare. Enbai, why are you all so obedient? Yi Qingyi asked. Why don't any of you resist? Enbai paused for a moment, then said in a low voice, we have food and shelter now, all thanks to the master. If not for him, we would probably be corpses by now. These past few days 4 or 5 more female bodies have turned up. Yi Qingyi certainly didn't want that. Every time she saw the female corpses on the lawn all brutally violated, she wondered what had become of this world, how it had grown so terrifying. If it was fear at first, now maybe it's gratitude. Gratitude? Yi Qingyi was surprised. Yes. Look at the people in this neighborhood. Has any captured girl met a good end? But under the master's protection we're safe. What we give is nothing compared to what we receive. Yi Qingyi suddenly realized Enbai had a point. Just then Sun Ting walked out of the bedroom. Seeing the two in the living room, Yi Qingyi quickly put down the plate, afraid Sun Ting would report her. But Sun Ting said calmly, eat so you don't starve to death. Enbai nodded and whispered, Tingjie isn't really bad. It's just that you're too stubborn. Not bad. She was the one who came up with the ideas that led to this. Xiaobai, don't talk nonsense. I'm a bad woman. Sun Ting pursed her crimson lips. In this world, being a good person brought nothing good. It was better to be a villain and enjoy life. Enbai bit her lip, knowing Sun Ting was just venting. Thank you, I'm full. Yi Qingyi wiped her mouth. The feeling of fullness made her want to sleep. Sun Ting remarked flatly, if you want to die, you can beg the master and he'll grant you that chance. But if you want to survive, put aside your identity as vice president or fiancé of the young master. Don't drag Xiaobai and me down with you. Everyone wants to live, no one wants to die. The living room fell silent. Enbai poured a glass of warm water for Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi took it, but didn't drink. Instead she whispered, can you find me a nice dress? Sun Ting and Enbai exchanged a glance. This time seemed different. Perhaps life truly came first. Tang Zhe had a sound nap. He got up and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window looking at the central green belt of the neighborhood, now almost entirely covered with corpses. The recent drop in temperature had somewhat reduced the stench of decay. Tang Zhe didn't want to stay in this environment any longer. He would eventually be suffocated by the smell. Opening the bedroom door, he found Yi Qingyi unusually quiet and composed. He directly offered her food as a reward. When Yi Qingyi saw a whole fried chicken leg in front of her, she suddenly felt like crying. This junk food, which she had never even glanced at before, now required her to abandon her dignity to obtain. Without hesitation, she devoured it all. In the apocalypse, wasn't it just about filling one's stomach? Any other requests? Tang Zhe asked Yi Qingyi calmly. The question was tricky, but it didn't stump the highly educated Yi Qingyi. She wouldn't make any demands in front of Tang Zhe, only unconditional obedience, even if he told her to jump from here. I have no requests. I only wish to bring the master endless joy. Sun Ting and Enbai exchanged another look. This woman knew how to please a man. Yet Tang Zhe didn't trust Yi Qingyi, nor did he truly trust Sun Ting or Enbai. The law of the apocalypse: trust no one but yourself. Quite good, you two can have these. Tang Zhe gave the remaining chicken legs and wings to Sun Ting and Enbai, mainly to make Yi Qingyi understand that lowering her head and acting cute wouldn't put her above them. Without making any substantial contribution, she would forever eat what they left behind. Listening to the sound of them crunching on the fried chicken legs, Yi Qingyi yearned for it too, but for now this was how she had to live. You can still talk to your fiancé, but only under my supervision. Tang Zhe gently stroked Yi Qingyi's hair with a faint smile. Yi Qingyi understood the implication of that supervision, but at least she could still see her fiancé. Thank you. Of course, you could also secretly ask your fiancé for help, have him come to rescue you. No, I promise I won't. Yi Qingyi shook her head frantically, but the thought was indeed there in her mind. Tang Zhe lowered his head slightly, his index finger hooking under her pretty chin, his thumb brushing against her soft red lips. It's all right. They'll chop off your fiancé's head, carve his skull into a bowl, and make you eat from it every day. Your thoughts will become more harmonious then. Hearing Tang Zhe utter such terrifying words, Yi Qingyi couldn't help but picture the scene in her mind. It wasn't just her. Sun Ting and Enbai were frightened as well. Suddenly Tang Zhe burst into laughter. I was just joking. Look how scared you all are. They'll stop teasing you now. Sun Ting and Enbai shot Tang Zhe a resentful glare, but Yi Qingyi felt that Tang Zhe wasn't joking at all. She quickly said, I don't want to contact him. I'm all yours. Perhaps only this way could she ensure the safety of her fiancé and his family. I told you it was a joke. It's not like I'm trying to break up you loving couple. You make me sound like the bad guy here. Was there anyone worse than him? Yi Qingyi only dared to think this in her heart. She didn't dwell on the topic, but from her interactions over the past few days, she had summed up several important rules. When Tang Ze spoke, she shouldn't ask for details, shouldn't press for more, and definitely shouldn't question him. Of course sometimes she could, but it would have to be in a coaxing, ingratiating manner. Ting, give her phone back to her. Sun Ting handed Yi Qingyi his phone back, leaving Yi Qingyi a bit bewildered. Wasn't this the very thing he used to threaten her? At that moment Sun Ting spoke up apologetically. I pretended to be you this morning. Sorry about that. Pretended to be me. I just wanted to find out where your fiancé lives. Don't overthink it. In an instant Yi Qingyi's face turned pale. Tang Ze shot a glare at Sun Ting. Hey, stop scaring her. As he spoke, Tang Ze pulled Yi Qingyi into his arms. If there's a chance to go to Yunhai City, he'll let you two meet. Just as she was about to say no, Yi Qingyi quickly changed her mind and replied submissively, but I'm your kitten. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Why would it be inappropriate? Don't you want to see him? Yi Qingyi didn't dare say no. I do want to see him. If your fiancé finds out about us, would he get angry and hit you? Hearing the teasing tone in Tang Ze's voice, Yi Qingyi said softly, my fiancé won't find out. You're really getting the hang of this. Get some good rest today. Yi Qingyi obediently sat beside him and was rewarded with a bag of Lay's cucumber-flavored chips that cost 6 yuan. Tang Ze pulled him by closer and whispered, I'm planning to leave this apartment complex in a few days. The three women immediately looked up at Tang Ze. Leave here? Are you taking us with you? Of course I have to bring you all along. Who else would I have fun with otherwise? With that one sentence, all three women breathed a sigh of relief. Without Tang Ze the mighty protector, they could be snatched up at any moment, abused and traded. But it's getting colder, and we can't touch the rain or snow. If the wind blows any of it into our clothes, we'll die. Sun Ting voiced her concern. Going outside could mean death. Staying here, even with just the three of them, was safer than risking it. But Sun Ting didn't know Tang Ze's true intentions. 3 were too few, a drop in the bucket. Besides, there was almost no one left in this complex to play with. I've prepared some things over the past few days that can withstand the rain and snow. Of course I won't force any of you. You can choose to stay. I'm a reasonable man. After saying this, Tang Ze revealed a gentle smile. But to the three women that smile was anything but gentle. It was like that of a bloodthirsty beast. Without any hesitation, the three women nodded simultaneously. Tang Ze took out his phone and turned the camera on himself. Shall I look cute? Let's take a selfie together. And Bai obediently closed her beautiful eyes and stuck out her little pink tongue, looking 1,000,000 times cuter. Click. On the phone screen, Tang Ze was smiling, while in Bai's beautiful face was tinged with a rosy blush. She looked adorable and shy, her jade-like shoulders leaning against Tang Ze. Tang Ze immediately posted it to his moments with a caption. She's so obedient. Among Tang Ze's WeChat contacts, the vast majority were former bosses from his past jobs who had often ordered him around. He had no other intention, just pure showing off. Then he planned to visit them one by one. Sure enough, this post caused an uproar. Tang Ze, you son of a gun. You've got a beauty like that with you. I've got some supplies here. Want them? Damn, Tang Ze, you're showing off now. Send the beauty over here, ASAP. Xiao Tang is your former boss. Let me tell you, this kind of luxury life isn't for you. Tang Ze, where do you live? I'm coming to find you right now. Just looking at her gets me all hot and bothered. That bitch is a top-tier piece. All sorts of envious and jealous comments were left under the photo, each one with a condescending tone, which only made Tang Ze's smile grow wider. Ting, come here too. Let's take a picture, the three of us. Tang Ze beckoned. Sun Ting obediently sat beside him, and both women leaned in to kiss Tang Ze's cheeks simultaneously. The scene couldn't have been more sensual. After all, most women these days hadn't had the chance to groom themselves, so none could match their beauty. This time Tang Ze deliberately angled the camera lower, capturing a glimpse of their proud snow-white peaks with black lace barely visible enough to make anyone's blood boil. Adding the caption, double the pleasure. Sure enough, this post caused an even bigger stir. Xiao Tang, listen to your uncle. If you can't handle this luxury, give it to me. I've got plenty of supplies. Tang Ze, where the hell did you find these women? Brother Tang, I've got supplies here. How about we share? CEO Tang, our lives are worse than dogs, but you're living it up. Give us a hint, will you? Looking at these hostile replies, Tang Ze remained remarkably calm. He slowly stood up. Yi Qingyi, thinking he would invite her to join the selfie, was already getting up, but Tang Ze walked away instead. This left Yi Qingyi frozen in place, feeling utterly foolish. With her looks, wasn't she worthy of being in a photo, of being part of his bragging rights? A sudden wave of defeat washed over Yi Qingyi. Tang Ze had simply taken a photo of the supplies and posted it on his moments. There's more than we can ever eat. With beautiful women and ample supplies, any man would know this was a life of pure bliss. Those who once called him Xiao Tang or Tang Ze now changed their tune. Everyone now addressed him as Boss Tang. Tang Ze said that since they were all former colleagues they should look out for one another and promised to deliver some supplies when he had the chance. A video call came through from Manager Xiao of the Huan Hotel. Tang Ze answered, and the screen showed a middle-aged man with a receding hairline wearing a lecherous grin. Xiao Tang, do you still remember me? Manager Xiao, of course I do. How could Tang Ze ever forget? Back when he was a bellhop at the Huan Hotel manager, Xiao the lobby manager always assigned him the most tiring and dirtiest jobs because he was honest and gullible. He could still recall Manager Xiao scolding, "You're just a country bumpkin destined to be a wage slave for life. I was doing you a favor making you a bellhop, or else you'd be cleaning toilets." But the harsh face from back then was now replaced with a fawning smile. "Xiao Tang, I knew you'd amount to something. Too bad you left so soon. Oh, I was about to make you a team leader. Manager Xiao, I'm not worthy of such a position. You flatter me. Xiao Tang, you're wrong there. You're the most promising young man I've ever seen." A barrage of flattery was meant to win Tang Ze over. Tang Ze, seated on the sofa, pulled Yi Qingyi, who was on the floor, into his arms. When Manager Xiao saw the stunning Yi Qingyi, his smile froze. This was the third one. In this day and age, housing 3 exquisite women under one roof required serious power. Manager Xiao knew well that Tang Ze must be at least a boss-level figure. Yi Qingyi finally felt a bit better, or rather slightly more balanced. But then she wondered why she even cared about such a thing. She must be going crazy. "Manager Xiao, you must have a reason for calling," Tang Ze said with a smile, his hand resting on her ample bosom. Yi Qingyi bit her red lip and let out a soft moan, which brought tears to Manager Xiao's eyes. "It's just that. My food at home is almost gone." Manager Xiao could barely bring himself to say it, remembering how he had treated Tang Ze back then. But he had no other choice. Tang Ze understood immediately. "Manager Xiao, don't say that. You took good care of me before, so it's only right that I repay you. Just send me your address, and once the weather clears up, I'll bring some over." "Oh, that's wonderful. I knew I wasn't wrong about you." Manager Xiao was overjoyed, but a flicker of jealousy crossed his eyes, and he began to scheme in his heart. After receiving the address, Tang Ze wasn't done. His former leaders all sent their congratulations, and one by one addresses appeared on his phone. Seeing those addresses, Tang Ze's smile grew even wider. Ding dong. Tang Ze's WeChat notification sounded. All 3 women simultaneously glanced at his phone, just like girlfriends instinctively looking over when their boyfriend's phone buzzes. It wasn't surprising that the 3 women reacted this way. Tang Ze's WeChat rarely made a sound. Even just now, people had called via video to confirm he actually had the supplies and hadn't just photoshopped the pictures. Tang Ze assumed it was another shy former leader, but he paused when he saw the name on the WeChat message. It wasn't a former leader. It was his ex-girlfriend. No, she couldn't even be called an ex-girlfriend because she had never actually agreed to be with him. Seeing the look on Tang Ze's face, the 3 women knew there was a story here. Was this powerful man hiding something in his heart? Their curiosity burned fiercely. Even Yi Qingyi was intensely intrigued. Women just had a knack for sensing these things. Tang Ze's gaze swept over the 3 women, who immediately looked down, pretending to be nonchalantly looking elsewhere. "If you want to see, just come and look. No need to act like thieves," Tang Ze chuckled. And Bai was the first to rush over, and Sun Ting couldn't hold her back. What if Tang Ze was just saying that and didn't mean it? She'd be in trouble come dinner time. Only after seeing that Tang Ze truly didn't mind did Sun Ting feel safe enough to join the gossip. Yi Qingyi told herself there was nothing to be curious about, that it was none of her business. But when she saw Sun Ting, and in Bei's exaggerated expressions, she scolded herself and immediately crowded in to listen. They saw a message from a person with a cartoon avatar. "Are you okay?" Those simple 4 words immediately told the 3 women that the sender was a woman, and her relationship with Tang Ze was definitely not ordinary. Why else would she start the conversation like that? They all reached the same conclusion: this was most likely an ex-girlfriend. "Ask one at a time. You are giving me a headache with all the noise," Tang Ze said, exasperated. "Can you women stop being so nosy?" "Yi Qingyi, you go first. Then Xiao Bai, and then Tingting." Hearing that she was first, Yi Qingyi felt a small surge of happiness, but quickly caught herself. Why was she happy? Just because she was first? What was there to be happy about? "Yi Qingyi, don't let him brainwash you. You're just bored and want to hear a story." Sun Ting immediately suggested, "Should we have some red wine? It's better for listening to stories. You're always so troublesome." "Go get it," Tang Ze said indifferently. He was bored anyway, and besides himself, no one else probably knew about this story. Sun Ting opened an 800 yuan bottle of red wine and poured glasses for everyone, including Yi Qingyi. "Go ahead," asked Tang Ze said, taking a sip and leaning back into the sofa. Yi Qingyi cleared her throat. "Who is she?" "She was someone I pursued in the past," Tang Ze answered honestly. It was a part of his past that wasn't too pleasant, but now he could look back on it without any pain, even enough to share it with them. And Bai immediately pressed, "Did you catch her? Or did you break up after getting together?" "Of course I didn't catch her." Sun Ting followed up, "Why not?" Tang Ze rolled his eyes. "Are you dumb? If I had tried to pursue any of you back then, would you have given me the time of day? That was a fair point, and the three women couldn't deny it. In the past, they wouldn't have paid him any attention. What did she do? Why didn't she like you? Yi Qingyi asked next. Tang Zhe swirled the wine in his glass and said softly, 3 years ago, we worked at the same hotel. I was a bellhop, and she was at the front desk. So was she pretty? Prettier than us. Let's see a picture, and Bai couldn't wait. Yi Qingyi also showed keen interest. Tang Zhe clicked his tongue. I don't have any pictures. She must have some on her moments, the three women insisted. Damn you guys. Master, you said you wouldn't get angry, and Bai said pitifully. Tang Zhe. Alright, I'm a man of my word. He opened her moments, but it was only visible for 3 days. The women were disappointed, but they figured anyone working the front desk at the Huan Hotel couldn't be bad looking. Sun Ting pressed on. So did she reject you because she had a boyfriend, or was there another reason? Tang Zhe downed the red wine in one gulp and said nonchalantly, I don't know, but she was indeed decent looking, though a notch below you all. His words soothed the three women's feelings. Even if she's less attractive than you in the eyes of others, she's still a beauty. The hotel staff all fancied her. She was a sought-after woman, and naturally, I was among them. The three women listened, captivated, their minds conjuring a scene of a poor lad courting a flamboyant woman only to be. Their master was pitiful, and a surge of compassion welled up within them, a desperate urge to console their wounded master and bring him joy. Back then, my wages as a bellhop were 800 yuan a month. Yi Qingyi gasped, only 800. Later I found out they were just stringing me along during the probation period. Even Yi Qingyi felt Tang Zhe had it rough. No wonder he sought such revenge. I remember it was a bright sunny afternoon. I splurged and bought her the highest spec meal from the hotel cafeteria. At this, the three women burst out laughing, unable to contain themselves. Tang Zhe's mouth twitched. I'm telling you all something so heartbreaking. Is it really that funny? And Bai looked aggrieved. I didn't laugh, it was them. Tang Zhe sighed helplessly. I thought she'd accept, but reality is cruel. I was rejected. The three women could already guess the outcome. They'd have refused too. But Tang Zhe wasn't finished. He continued. She flipped the tray over, and all those expensive dishes fell to the floor. Everyone around was staring. Hearing this, and Bai stopped her, cajoling, a hint of disbelief on her face. Even if you reject someone, you don't have to go that far. Then she said something he'll never forget. He turned to look at Sun Ting. Your loser comment was nothing compared to it. Sun Ting inwardly cursed herself. Why did she have to lash out at him back then? It was just that during the live stream, there were so many vicious comments on the public screen that she couldn't help but feel irritated, and she took it out on Tang Zhe. She said I was a country bumpkin, and I should lift my leg and pee a puddle to look at my reflection. What right did I have to invite her to dinner? The living room fell silent. Yi Qingyi hadn't expected there to be women like that. How despicable. Refusing was enough, why add insult to injury? Even if Tang Zhe was a demon, not human. Did you hit her, eh? And Bai asked, a glimmer of hope in her eyes, wanting to hear that Tang Zhe had punched that wicked woman. Tang Zhe smiled and shook his head. I picked up the food that had fallen on the floor. That was 199 yuan ID paid for. I couldn't let it go to waste, even as the whole place was laughing at me. The three women were stunned. Was Tang Zhe really so timid and cowardly back then? This was a completely different person from the god of death they had witnessed. So it was over before it even began. Tang Zhe shrugged, lighting a cigarette. Thinking back now, he was so naive and weak back then. Then don't reply to her. Let her starve, and Bai said angrily. Yi Qingyi suddenly interjected. That's letting her off too easy. Now Tang Zhe and the other two women all looked at Yi Qingyi. You've changed your tune awfully fast. The clever Yi Qingyi knew exactly where her allegiance lay. By going along with Tang Zhe and making him happy, she'd have her chance. But Yi Qingyi seemed to forget that her chance would come at the cost of someone else's suffering. In a way, Yi Qingyi's mindset was slowly beginning to change. So what do you all think I should reply with? Tang Zhe found it quite amusing, curious to see their reactions. Yi Qingyi volunteered. Master, how about I handle the reply? Sun Ting, and Bai looked at her. You're pretty bold. Tang Zhe paused, intrigued to see how Yi Qingyi would handle it. He simply placed his phone in her palm. Yi Qingyi thought for a moment and replied. Not bad. Shanhu district was considered upscale in Huan City with an average price of 2100 per square meter. It was also close to the city center with the subway right downstairs, making it very convenient. The residents here were naturally elite professionals. They hadn't yet encountered the same situation as Tang Zhe, but it was only a matter of time. On the sofa, Chao Yu, dressed in a flimsy nightgown, stared blankly at the TV. What was on the screen didn't matter. Her mind was elsewhere, thinking about how that country bumpkin from before was now living a life of abundance, even surrounded by girls prettier than her, with supplies piled up to fill half the living room. Looking at her own dwindling supplies, Chao Yu frowned deeply. If only she could trick those supplies out of him. Hasn't she replied yet? A man in his 50s walked out of the bathroom, a full dozen years her senior. Chao Yu couldn't afford this place on her own. The apartment belonged to the man used specifically to house his mistress. He was also the deputy general manager of Huan Hotel. However, the man was absurdly fat, weighing at least 300 jin, while Chao Yu was only 90 jin. Sometimes his weight would leave her breathless. Not yet, Chao Yu said helplessly. Bai Jian sat down beside her, his pudgy hand resting on her delicate shoulder. Men like this, once they gain power, love to show off, especially to those who rejected them before. So he will definitely reply to you. Maybe he even wants to get you back. Bai Jian whispered sinisterly, his mind scheming on how to seize the supplies. Without supplies, those two beauties would naturally leave him, and then they'd be his. Ding dong. See, he's taking the bait. Chao Yu picked up the phone, relieved. She had thought he wouldn't bother with her. Be direct. Give him what he wants, Bai Jian reminded from the side. Chao Yu took a deep breath and replied, I miss you. On the other side, Yi Qingyi was amused and infuriated by the reply. This woman has no shame. Tang Zhe smiled knowingly, gently pinching Sun Ting's exquisite cheek. She was just a front desk girl from a few years ago, not even worthy of comparing to the streamers by his side. Yi Qingyi continued replying. You miss me now? Where were you back then? Bai Jian chuckled at the reply. See, she still has feelings for you. Keep going. I'm sorry I was wrong. Can you ever forgive me? Yi Qingyi couldn't take it anymore, itching to rush through the screen and pound that shameless woman into the ground. She's a total snake in the grass, and Bai fumed. Master, you must not be soft-hearted. How do you think I'd forgive you? Dream on. Chao Yu's face darkened a few shades upon seeing the reply. How dare a lowlife talk to her like that? But Bai Jian was a seasoned player. The angrier she gets, the more it shows she cares. You wouldn't get it. Keep playing the weakling. I was foolish back then. It was all my fault. Can you give me one more chance? Not unless you get on your knees and send me a picture. Chao Yu was about to curse. The nerve of this lowlife demanding she kneel. But with Bai Jian there, she had no choice but to take the photo and send it. Yi Qingyi felt a surge of satisfaction seeing it. Tang. Master, she actually knelt. Tang Zhe glanced at it. Good work. Now get her address. Yi Qingyi continued typing. You're more obedient than before. Give me your address, and I'll see for myself how well-behaved you are. Tell her, Bai Jian said after a moment's thought. Once we've got her, the supplies are as good as ours. Building 3, Unit 1, Apartment 501, a Shanhu District. Get yourself ready for me. After sending that, Yi Qingyi felt a wave of relief. Tang Zhe took the phone and glanced at it. You're quite the talker. Even told her to get ready. Maybe you should be the one to go have some fun. Oh no. I was just avenging you, master. Yi Qingyi quickly shook her head. Since you're so chatty, tell me about yourself. Yi Qingyi looked confused. About me? What about me? Had she done something wrong again to provoke this demon? And Bai chimed in, just some personal stuff. We barely saw you around the compound before. Like, how did you meet your fiancé? Yi Qingyi's expression turned sorrowful. I was hiding out at my sister and brother-in-law's place. Until one day my brother-in-law was betrayed by his own brother, who killed them both. The three of them didn't react much. Such betrayals seemed all too common. Oh, everyone had their own story. So how did you meet your fiancé? Sun Ting asked, curiosity piqued. Oh, that. It's nothing special, really. Yi Qingyi said instinctively, then quickly added, we met through an advertising collaboration. Sun Ting pressed on. So you knew he was a rich kid and chased after him. As if. Back then he was just learning the ropes at his family's company with an even lower position than mine. He was the one who pursued me relentlessly. With money. And Bai asked, her beautiful eyes wide with curiosity. If it were just money, he wouldn't have won me over. It was his shameless persistence and tender affection that did the trick. Sun Ting laughed. That's what gets all proper women. What did you think when you found out he was a rich heir? Tang Zhe was genuinely curious whether she had been happy or upset. Yi Qingyi joked, isn't there a saying? You can pretend to be poor, but you can't actually be poor. Well said. Sun Ting gave a thumbs up. Just kidding. I was pretty angry at the time, but also a bit happy. It was all very conflicting. Yi Qingyi thought back, not lying. Sun Ting suddenly dropped the bombshell question. So now who's better, the master or your fiancé? My fiancé, of course. Yi Qingyi answered without a second thought. And Bai thought to herself, this is bad. Master's going to be mad. But Tang Zhe wasn't angry. He just decided to show his displeasure through actions. In the garage. Boss, let's hit building 3 tonight. Yeah, we've already cleaned out buildings 2 and 5. No need to worry about numbers. Their guns barely have any ammo. Boss, think about it. That's a whole room of supplies and 3 gorgeous women. Hearing his men, the supplies weren't the main draw. The thought of those 3 women's figures was the real motivation. What man could resist such beauties? And that damn delivery guy gotta have them all the time. Thinking about the women they had back home, there was simply no comparison. What's a few more deaths? Let's do it. Get ready. Tonight we take out that delivery guy? But we need a plan. We'll kill him outright. Ding Feng steeled his resolve. It was either enjoy the beauties and the loot or get killed. There was no third option. The bolder the better, the timid starve. That night, Ding Feng gathered his closest men and promised them they'd get to have their way with the women once they were captured. Only then did they agree with grins. Around a large round table sat 10 men, with Ding Feng at the head, cementing his status as the boss. His girlfriend sat beside him. She wasn't much to look at, but she was young and useful. Brother Feng, you're the boss of the whole compound now. When are you going to lead us out to conquer the world? One of the men, slightly drunk, laughed out loud. Ding Feng took a swig of beer and laughed. Conquering the world is a bit much, but this district, no problem. When the time comes, you'll have your pick of beauties. Even celebrities. Boss, can I have Lee linger? Just once, and I can die happy. A weasel-faced man slurred drunkenly, his yellowed teeth enough to knock someone out with the stench. The short man next to him belched, I want Lee linger too. Lee linger? You men? Can't you be a bit more civilized? Ding Feng's girlfriend rolled her eyes. The girl was a rising idol with looks that could topple cities. You guys aren't even fit to lick her boots. The second Dinka man chuckled, sister-in-law, what we do ain't civilized, so why bother with civilized talk? To hell with civility. Cheers. Ding Feng raised his glass. Cheers. A gulp of beer was refreshing, and it would be even more so with a beautiful woman by his side. Just then a knock came at the door. One of the underlings reluctantly got up, grumbling. Who's knocking? These men have no tact, they want to come in and eat at this hour. Opening the door, the underling saw the 4 men who had been guarding the entrance lying in pools of blood in the corridor, while the delivery guy stood at the door with a grin. Having good food without inviting your brothers over is truly heartbreaking. Tang Ze chuckled, his glaive piercing through the underling's abdomen and slicing sideways, spilling his entrails onto the floor. The people inside froze for a moment before scrambling to grab their phones to call for backup. But when they saw the delivery guy Tang Ze standing at the door, their angry faces slowly twisted into expressions of terror. Why is he here all of a sudden? Ding Feng, who had been brimming with arrogance moments ago, was now terrified, his hands trembling. Tang Ze dragged his bloodied glaive into the room, leaving a long trail of crimson in its wake. As he sat down, the hearts of the men around him leapt to their throats, none daring to breathe. They had indeed been plotting to kill Tang Ze, but it was all in secret. Seeing him in person changed everything. Why else would they plot in the shadows if not out of fear? Peanuts too, you're eating well. Tang Ze casually popped a peanut into his mouth. Ding Feng, the boss, sensed Tang Ze's hostility. The timing was too coincidental. He had just been plotting, and now Tang Ze appeared. There's a traitor in the group. The thought had barely crossed his mind when one of the underlings knelt before Tang Ze, pleading, Brother Tang, you promised you wouldn't kill me if I gave you the supplies. The others glared at the betrayer with intense hatred. When did I ever promise you that? Tang Ze asked curiously. As the underlings stared in bewilderment, a flash of the blade sent hot blood splattering across the white wall. Plunging the sword into the corpse, Tang Ze addressed the group. Today, he betrays you, tomorrow he'll betray me. So I've killed this traitor for you. Shouldn't you be thanking me? None of the 9 men dared to speak. The woman beside them, the boss wife, trembled in fear. Compared to her husband, this man was on another level entirely, who just by sitting there he had them all under his control, scared out of their wits. You must be the sister-in-law. Don't be afraid, I don't kill women. Tang Ze smiled. Ding Feng knew this night would not end peacefully. It was his own murderous intent that had brought this upon himself. If he hadn't harbored such thoughts, Tang Ze probably wouldn't have come. He might as well go down fighting rather than be slaughtered like a pig. What do you want? Ding Feng asked in a low voice, already losing the battle of wills. Tang Ze scratched his head and clicked his tongue. As the saying goes, when you set out to kill someone, you better be prepared to be killed yourself. Kill him. Ding Feng suddenly hurled a beer bottle at Tang Ze as 2 underlings beside him lunged to pin his shoulders. The bottle struck Tang Ze square on the forehead and shattered beer trickling down his face, but no blood. A bit weak on the throw. I'm going to start fighting back now. Tang Ze's laughter sent a chill down the spines of the 2 underlings. An immense force surged from him, impossible to contain, like trying to restrain a wild beast. Drawing his glaive, he decapitated the 2 men beside him in one swift motion. Know why I prefer a blade? Unlike a gun, there's nothing like the feel of a blade cutting into flesh, skin splitting, blood spraying, and the desperate agonizing screams. Ding Feng thought he was twisted, but this guy was on a whole other level. What are you all standing there for? Kill him, or we're all dead. Ding Feng screamed in desperation, knowing there was no turning back. Driven by the threat of death, the underlings abandoned any thought of self-interest and charged at Tang Ze. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside as the residents' underlings all came running. When they saw Tang Ze inside and the bodies on the floor, fear gripped them. He's just one man. Let's get him. Everything will be ours. Ding Feng roared, rallying every man in the building. Surely they could take down a single delivery guy? Clearly Ding Feng had underestimated this delivery man. Charge. Brothers, kill him, and the women are all ours. The promise of women spurred them on, and some even lunged at Tang Ze. But with a single downward swing, he cleaved a man clean in 2, the sheer horror of the act stunning the crowd. Those at the back, unable to see what had happened, continued to push forward, desperate to claim their share of the glory. It was like they were lining up to die. Tang Ze, however, grew more frenzied with each kill, his eyes bloodshot with fervor. He cut his way to the door, piling up bodies until the scene resembled a living hell. Back inside the room, Ding Feng stood frozen, the fruit knife in his hand trembling. He stared at Tang Ze drenched in blood, as if he had just crawled out of the abyss. Tang Ze planted his glaive into the pile of corpses and pulled out some tissues to wipe the still fresh blood from his face. Can't we just be peaceful? I didn't want to kill you all. I'm staying here for a few more days and I'd hate for the place to feel gloomy and lifeless. And now I've just about killed all the men here. Ding Feng's breathing grew ragged. Suddenly he tightened his grip on the fruit knife and charged at Tang Ze, a desperate light blazing in his eyes. A swift draw and thrust. A sickening squelch. Before he could even reach Tang Ze, the glaive pierced through his abdomen, pinning him to the wall. The blade angled upward, and Ding Feng's veins bulged on his forehead as he gripped the hilt with both hands, his body sagging, the edge threatening to slice him in two. The woman nearby was paralyzed with fear, her whole body shaking uncontrollably. Don't be scared. I really don't kill women, Tang Ze said with a smile as he walked over to her, then pressed her down onto the table. Ding Feng's eyes were bloodshot with hatred, but that hatred quickly turned to sheer terror. His own woman had turned into a shriveled husk, as if all the blood had been drained from her body. Was this delivery guy some kind of vampire? Walking over to Ding Feng, Tang Ze smiled. Didn't think you'd last this long. He'll spare your life. I still have other residents to visit. Withdrawing the glaive, Ding Feng crumpled to the floor, the blade having cut deep into his chest. Blood pooled around him, his face ashen. This wasn't mercy. It was a slow, agonizing death sentence. Demon. Devil. Fiend. Ding Feng muttered weakly. He could have been living the high life, so why did he have to provoke such a monster? Lust is a blade that hangs over one's head. The ancients were not wrong. Having tasted blood, Tang Ze began knocking on doors one by one, tearing them open by force if no one answered. Standing in the master bedroom, he smiled and flipped the bed over. Your husband tried to kill me and got killed instead. You don't hold it against me, do you? The woman shook her head violently, not daring to look at Tang Ze. After Tang Ze walked out of the bedroom and took away the supplies in the room, he continued to visit the next house. This night was a night of blood, a night of slaughter. The screams never ceased, only stopping when the sky began to grow light. In the living room, the three women hadn't slept because they couldn't. Last night Tang Ze had only said he was going out for some business and hadn't returned. Now it was already dawn and there was still no news. The sounds of terror kept coming from outside. What was going on? If Tang Ze died, what awaited them would be inhuman torture. Even Yi Qingyi at this moment did not want anything to happen to Tang Ze. This pressure made Yi Qingyi unable to hold back her tears. Thinking of the recent tragic experiences, the brutal deaths of her sister and brother-in-law, she broke down into loud sobs. Crying was contagious. And Bai also began to cry, and Sun Ting couldn't help but tremble. Thinking that she might become a corpse like her friend, fear filled her eyes with tears. Without Tang Ze, they were nothing. As the sound of the door opening came, the three women looked up with a mixture of fear and hope. Tang Ze walked into the room with a smile, holding a large gift box, but his whole body was covered in blood. Crying early in the morning. I'm not dead yet, he said, and Bai immediately burst into wails. She was truly terrified. If Tang Ze had died outside, she felt she would have jumped. Not out of love, but just not wanting to be tortured anymore. I'll take care of her, Tang Ze said helplessly. Sun Ting wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Xiao Bai is like this, timid. Tang Ze shook his head, walked over to Yi Qingyi, and placed the gift box down. For you. No need to thank me. Looking at the gift box in front of her, Yi Qingyi was a bit stunned. And Bai stopped crying, and Sun Ting was even more envious. This was Tang Ze's first gift. It probably contained a cake or something. Sun Ting wondered Yi Qingyi hadn't done anything special, so why did she get such a reward? Was it because she performed well last night? I'm going to take a shower. You all clean yourselves up. Your makeup is ruined from crying, you look like ghosts. Be careful, or I'll kill you all. The three women were startled, and quickly tidied themselves up. Tang Ze only liked beautiful women, not ugly ones. In the bathroom, hot water rushed over Tang Ze's robust body, washing the bloodstains down the drain. Thinking about the night's achievements, Tang Ze felt a secret thrill. He had instantly reached 63 progress, and only a little more was needed for an upgrade package. This method was fast, but the quality was worrying. In the living room, the three women had already fixed their makeup and were now sitting beside the gift box. What is it? I'm so curious, and Bai said, her big watery eyes wide open. Sun Ting said enviously, we've been here for so many days and haven't gotten a gift. You've only been here a short while, and you already have one. Maybe because I'm still a virgin. That was too hurtful. Sun Ting and Bai looked wounded. Yi Qingyi chuckled. Just kidding you. Let's share it together. It was definitely necessary to build good relations with them. Hearing that Yi Qingyi was willing to share the food, Sun Ting and Bai were delighted and slightly changed their opinion of her. Yi Qingyi slowly lifted the box lid. The three women's smiling faces instantly froze. Woo! Woo! Bai immediately covered her mouth, her stomach churning, and rushed to the nearby trash can to vomit. Sun Ting had only felt like vomiting, but hearing in Bei's retching, she couldn't help but throw up as well. Yi Qingyi, on the other hand, showed no reaction, staring at the human head in the gift box. It was the murderer who killed her brother-in-law and sister. Mao Gang. Sun Ting, pale from vomiting, pointed and asked, "Who is this?" "He is the one who killed my sister and brother-in-law," Yi Qingyi said calmly. "Sister, brother-in-law, you can rest in peace. Gongzi has gone to Caodao and apologized to you." And Bai pulled out a tissue to wipe her lips and said enviously, "Master is really good to you." Yi Qingyi just gave an awkward smile. Why was Tang Ze suddenly like this? Was he attracted by her beauty? Soon Tang Ze walked out in his boxers and sat directly on the sofa. "I'm exhausted." Sun Ting and Bai understood immediately and went to massage Tang Ze. "Thank you," Yi Qingyi said, gratefully crouching at Tang Ze's feet. Tang Ze closed his eyes and said indifferently, "I happened to run into him. He said he was your brother-in-law's good brother, so I just killed him. And his wife and daughter. They're all dead," Tang Ze said slowly, as if about to fall asleep. Sun Ting, massaging him, looked at Yi Qingyi and smiled, then asked curiously, "Master, why were you out all night?" "Killed some people. From now on you don't have to stay in the house all the time. You can walk around the neighborhood," Tang Ze said with a pleasant, relaxed tone. And Bai exclaimed, "I wouldn't dare to wander around. I'd get caught. The whole neighborhood is just the four of us now." And Bai and Sun Ting looked at Tang Ze in disbelief. The whole neighborhood was only them. What about the others? Were they all dead? "All right, I'm going to sleep now." Tang Ze patted Yi Qingyi's head. "I like your performance." Tang Ze went straight to sleep in the bedroom, but there was a pistol propped at the door. If anyone dared to open the door, they would definitely get a bullet to the head. The three women knew this rule and would never enter Tang Ze's bedroom. "Let's go out and take a look," Sun Ting suggested. And Bai said worriedly, "What if it's a joke?" Yi Qingyi shook her head. "He wouldn't joke with our lives." Yi Qingyi was the one with a clear head. Sun Ting and Bai agreed with her. The three women took kitchen knives from the kitchen, opened the door, and went out. Gathering their courage, they walked to the underground garage. It was eerily quiet. They reached building 4, and as soon as they entered, smelled the stench of blood. Blood kept dripping down from the stairs. They swallowed hard and continued upward. The brave Sun Ting led the way, the timid Bai was in the middle, and Yi Qingyi brought up the rear. Soon they reached the first floor. The corridor was filled with the smell of blood. A man's corpse lay on the ground. When they entered the room, the three women gasped in shock. The scene was utterly uncontrollable. The three women leaned against the wall and vomited in unison. The corpses were piled up like a small hill, layer upon layer. There was also a withered female corpse lying face down on the dining table, eyes wide open with terror. "Did he kill all these people?" Yi Qingyi murmured. "How could one person accomplish such a feat?" Sun Ting couldn't believe it either, but the evidence was right before her eyes. He must be a disciple of some grand master. Delivering food is just his cover. And Bai felt Sun Ting's speculation made some sense. How else could one man single-handedly cut through the entire neighborhood? How did this woman end up like this? Yi Qingyi suppressed her revulsion and stepped inside to inspect the scene. And Bai whispered, "It looks like all the blood has been drained from her body. Could she be a vampire?" Sun Ting rapped Bai on the head. "Too many American dramas, huh? A vampire?" But she really was drained dry. And Bai rubbed her head, feeling wronged. What if she got knocked silly? Her master would put a bullet through her head. Yi Qingyi thought, and Bai had a point. There was not a drop of blood left in the body. It was too strange. Could it be another kind of virus? Let's check another one." Arriving at the next apartment, the three women saw the same shriveled female corpse. Building 4 was the same. All the women were drained, or rather it was the same throughout the entire neighborhood. This terrified the three women, their faces turning pale. Because now they could be certain. This must be Tang Ze's doing. Adding a little speculation made it even more certain, because at that time she herself had nearly become such a corpse. Back in the room, the three women had yet to snap out of it, moving around like the living dead. They were convinced Tang Ze was a vampire, and one who specifically preyed on women. Just then Tang Ze walked out of his room with a yawn, and immediately saw the three women staring at him with fearful eyes. He was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "You've all seen it, haven't you?" And Bai nodded timidly. "Are you really a vampire?" Yi Qingyi asked, stupefied. Tang Ze let out an ah. Calling her smart, she was indeed smart. Calling her foolish, she was a bit of that too. Tang Ze's demeanor suddenly turned deep, and with a somber tone he declared, "I originally planned to live in peace with you all, but now the pretense is over. Time to come clean. I am the 79th generation descendant of Edward in this country, Nicholas, the local Shuanglin Road vampire." The three women gasped sharply. A real vampire. No wonder he could conjure up food. It must be a vampire's special ability, just like in the movies. Seeing their reaction, Tang Ze laughed inwardly. They actually believed this nonsense. Fine. Let them believe it. They were just a bunch of silly geese. Walking up to them, Tang Ze suddenly made a fierce face, scaring the three women into huddling together. "Huh? Hearing his unbridled laughter, the three women were utterly convinced. Behave, or he'll suck all your blood dry. Tangze pinched in Bei's cheek. This little white one was pretty cute. Little Bai nodded vigorously, and Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi followed suit. Teasing them was enough. He was starving. Time to get some food. Today's lunch would be a fillet steak. Need to replenish his energy. Master, can I ask you a question? And Bai looked up nervously. Tangze took a big bite of steak and grunted in acknowledgement. Master, why do you only eat meat and not drink blood? Why'd you get malnourished? Tangze's mouth twitched. Master, do you sleep in a coffin at night? Master, are you an evolved vampire since you're not afraid of sunlight? If you have a different blood type, do you feel nauseous when you drink? And Bai was like a curious little bunny firing off questions. Tangze's mouth began to twitch uncontrollably. He scooped up the curious little bunny, carried her to the balcony, and said fiercely, "He'll suck you dry right now." No, master. Tangze bit down on Bei's snow-white neck. And Bai felt she was about to die, but then realized her neck didn't hurt. Ask one more question, and he'll drain you completely. Tangze said menacingly. And Bai tightly wrapped her arms around Tangze's neck, her long jade-like legs coiled around his torso, and she let out a soft moan. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief, thinking little Bai was a goner. Suddenly Tangze stopped. His gaze turned outward. The wind had stopped. The rain had stopped. When did that happen? The rain has stopped. And Bai shouted in disbelief. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi rushed to the balcony and opened the window. Although a dark cloud still hung overhead, the rain had indeed stopped, and so had the wind. They could even see sunlight trying to break through the clouds. Yi Qingyi thought to herself, was this an omen that rescue was coming soon, or that this crisis would soon be over? Yi Qingyi's slightly dim gaze brightened, and Sun Ting's did too. But before they could rejoice, they saw scattered groups of people appearing outside the neighborhood gate. The crowd grew larger and larger. Their shoes seemed to be wrapped in something plastic, giving them an odd gait. But unless she was mistaken, they were heading towards their neighborhood. There were at least 100 of them. Considering only 50 or 60 men were left in their own neighborhood, and so many had survived in that group, it meant they hadn't had a major internal conflict, or at least very little. All of these people were carrying blades. This was definitely not a rescue party. This was a death squad. Tangze immediately became excited. He hadn't had his fill of killing last night, and today more people were coming to deliver themselves. If only killing people could fill his energy bar. Down at the entrance of the neighborhood, the man leading them had a shaved head, looking fierce and menacing. He carried a butcher's knife with a white cloth binding the handle tightly to his hand. Boss, leave Xie Yuhong and Feng Jin to me. Damn it, they injured my brother in the supermarket last time. A man said coldly, wishing he could chop them into pieces. Mo Han turned to his brothers and shouted, "Today's mission is simple. Kill the men. Take the women. Take the supplies." The underlings raised their knives and shouted excitedly, "Kill the men. Take the women. Take the supplies." Boss, I heard there are beauties in this neighborhood. A flight attendant, I saw her once. She was a real stunner. The man's lecherous look was enough to make one vomit. Mo Han spat on the ground. From now on, all the women in this district belong to me, Mo Han. I'm going to have a harem of 3,000. Long live the boss. On the balcony, Tangze held the panting and Bai and laughed. These guys are united, unlike us. Maybe we should hide, Yi Qingyi suggested. There were too many of them. However, Tangze tossed the flushed-faced Bai onto the sofa and took out his horseman's saber again. The golden hilt was carved with intricate patterns exuding nobility, and the blade was sharp and gleaming with a cold light. Seeing Tangze about to go out and risk his life against Sun Ting, and Yi Qingyi began to worry. I didn't kill enough yesterday, so he'll make up for it today, Tangze said as he opened the door, but paused for a moment. He took out a gun and tossed it to Sun Ting, instructing, "You can use it to kill or to commit suicide. I don't want to see my food supply get dirty." With that, Tangze closed the door and left. Sun Ting held the cold gun in her hand and looked at Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi swallowed hard, her mind seemingly unable to process. Sun Ting then turned to Bai, but gave up. She was completely disoriented. Below, a group of people had already entered the residential complex. When they saw the corpses on the central green belt, they paused for a few moments. This complex is really chaotic, so many dead. Isn't it? Look at these women, tisk, wouldn't it be nice to have them for my amusement? However, a few men were off to the side, vomiting violently. They had thought their own complex was brutal enough, but after entering this genuine complex, they realized their place was still too gentle. At least not so many women had died there. Boss, it's too quiet. I feel something's wrong. A lackey looked at the surrounding buildings, expecting to see someone watching or at least sneaking to report, but found not a single figure by any window. It was eerily chilling, sending a cold shiver down his spine. He even felt a biting coldness. Mo Han snorted coldly. Even if it's an ambush, so what? If we don't rob them today, your wives and children will starve to death. Upon hearing this, the men who had been slightly hesitant immediately tightened their grip on their knives. Now it was either them or themselves. Follow the plan we divided earlier. Act quickly. This damn weather might rain any time. The group dispersed into different floors, leaving their shoe covers outside. They smashed the glass and entered the hall directly. Today Emohan was here to take revenge on Ding Feng. Last time when they were looting outside, Ding Feng had taken the lion's share and left them at a disadvantage. So as soon as the rain stopped, Emohan chose Jinyuan complex over other complexes. Boss, I smell blood. The youngest lackey, only 20, rushed ahead wearing a cap. He seemed nervous, his knife trembling in his hand. What's there to fear? We have so many people, let's go. Emohan sneered. Although the building was tall, they wouldn't take the elevator. It was too narrow, and if ambushed, their numerical advantage would be useless. Boss, there are so many corpses upstairs. The lackey stammered, his face pale, as he ran back down, too terrified to go further. It was a horrific scene like hell. Emohan slapped him. No backbone. Scared of corpses like this. Follow me. The 20-odd men mustered their courage and climbed the stairs. The blood on the steps grew thicker, a shocking sight that chilled the heart. Even Emohan began to feel nervous. What on earth had happened here? Soon the group saw corpse after corpse. Some cut into pieces, some split in half, some decapitated with scattered internal organs all over the floor. Ugh. Half of them immediately gagged. Such a scene was unimaginable even in movies. When they entered the room, a 3-layer pile of corpses left them all standing frozen. Boss, what? What happened here? It looks like they were all killed by some sharp blade, said the lackey, crouching down examining the wounds. Maybe we should leave, boss. This is too eerie. Emohan looked at Ding Feng's corpse, feeling something was terribly wrong. A gaping wound was on his chest. Go find supplies now. The group immediately scattered to search. A lackey accidentally bumped into the woman on the dining table, and her corpse fell to the floor. When the lackey saw the woman's appearance, he let out a scream, startling those around him. Fuck, why are you screaming? Boss, this woman. This woman. The lackey pointed at the woman, trembling all over, his speech stuttering. Emohan looked over, and was also startled. The woman was reduced to just skin like a mummy. Boss, there's no supplies in any room. What? Emohan roared, rushing into the bedroom to check. Indeed, there was nothing. Had they been looted by another group earlier? Otherwise, how could so many people be dead? And what about this woman? Search the entire building. I refuse to believe there's no supplies. Emohan's face darkened. Compared to this strange woman, he was more afraid of starving to death. At that moment, his phone rang. It was the leader of the group sent to other buildings. Boss, everyone here is dead. The women have all turned into dried corpses. Same here, not a single survivor. And there's no supplies at all. They've been scavenged long ago. It seems we're too late. Maybe we should. Oh. The lackey screamed before finishing his sentence. Emohan immediately shouted, Hey Yinjing. Talk. A wave of panic spread. Emohan felt that starving was better than dying here. Tell the brothers to retreat now. As he said, he immediately shouted in the group to retreat. However, agonizing screams began to echo through the complex, sending chills down everyone's spine. Boss, Building 3. Someone is in Building 3. They killed all our people and are heading toward Building 2. Emohan urgently pressed, How many? How many are there? I only saw one, but we're no match for him. Oh. Emohan had thought it was a group, but it turned out to be just one. Brothers, you're scared of just one person. He killed our people. We can't let it slide. The supplies are probably all in that guy's place. Kill him. Finish him. Emohan looked at the fiery young men, his fear once again dispelled. He commanded in the group. All brothers go to Building 2. After putting on shoe covers, they cautiously made their way to Building 2. Screams of agony were already ringing from inside, which served as a tranquilizer on their agitated hearts. Brothers, don't be afraid. Emohan tried to steady their nerves, and they entered Building 2 cautiously. Opening his phone, Emohan called softly. Hey, what's the situation in Building 2? After half a minute of silence in the group chat. Hey, Daozi, Saiji, Hasham. Hey, are you all fucking dead? Say something. But there was no reply in the WeChat group. Emohan's lips began to tremble. He stared at the door, afraid to even touch it. Suddenly a man burst through the fire escape door, letting out a painful wail. Saiji, where are you? Going. Emohan's speech slowed as he realized Keiji's legs were gone. He was crawling on his hands, leaving 2 shocking trails of blood on the tiles. Saiji crawled, muttering deliriously, All dead. All dead. All dead. Devil. I want to go home. I want to go home. Listening to the coward's words, Emohan couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of dry saliva. At that moment, the door to the emergency exit was pushed open again, and everyone turned to look. Quite a crowd here. Tang Ze walked over to the coward with a smile, and with a single stroke of his blade, severed the man's head. It was a perfect demonstration of killing a man as easily as slaughtering a chicken. Some of the underlings had already started to flee, screaming as they ran. One, forgetting to put on his shoe covers, stepped onto the wet pavement. His rubber soles melted instantly, and as the bare skin of his feet touched the corrosive puddle, he collapsed in agony, convulsing before dying within seconds. Another, wearing shoes with PU soles, bolted as well. but the splashing liquid landed on his back, immediately eroding his skin. He cried out in pain and fell. Tang Ze flicked his blade, sending a spray of crimson blood arcing like a beautiful snowflake, and rested the weapon on his shoulder. What are you standing there for? Aren't you going to run? Even Imohan, their leader, turned and fled without hesitation. Seeing their boss run, the others quickly followed suit. Tang Ze stood at the entrance watching them escape. Noticing that Tang Ze wasn't pursuing, Imohan's terror turned into a semblance of bravado. Fuck you. You just wait. You killed my brothers, I'll fucking cut you down next time. As he finished speaking, he saw Tang Ze lower his blade and pull out a pair of waders from somewhere, the kind used for wading into ponds to catch fish. But Tang Ze's weren't made of rubber. When he saw Tang Ze pick up his saber and start walking towards him again, Imohan's face darkened and he ran for his life. The other men inwardly cursed their boss. He hadn't been chasing before, why did he have to run his mouth? Now he was coming again. As they burst out of the residential complex, a car, with only its rims remaining, appeared on the street. It had 4 people inside and plowed into 2 of the fleeing men without any sign of braking. The 2 in the back seat even extended their middle fingers, laughing maniacally. You idiots. Well, run you all over. Tang Ze paused for a moment, then hurled his saber like a javelin. It pierced through the necks of both the driver and the front passenger. The out-of-control car careened into the roadside greenery, crashing into a tree. The fleeing crowd looked back, their expressions twisted with shock, but they kept running towards their own buildings. Tang Ze calmly walked to the car. The 2 in the back seat crawled out, dazed and bleeding from their foreheads. He pulled his saber from the driver's neck and said flatly, I hate being called an idiot. The man who had been so arrogant moments before now looked at Tang Ze with pleading eyes, but it did nothing to stop the blade from falling. His head rolled, and he stared at his own body and at the demonic man standing over it. He deeply regretted running his mouth. Trash talking was harmless before, but now it was a death sentence. Tang Ze's mind was as still as a lake. Killing caused him no more ripple than stepping on an ant. He looked at the fleeing crowd and their terrified gazes, and a faint arc curled at the corner of his mouth. Close the door. Close the door. The first man to reach the building screamed. Figures appeared at the windows, puzzled. They had just left not long ago, why were they back so soon? And they had no supplies with them. Didn't they manage to raid the other complex? Wait, why were there so few of them? Wait for me. Wait. I'm nodding yet. A man running at the back yelled, having lost his weapon somewhere. His only thought was to get home, lock the door, hide under the bed, and hope this was all a dream. Imohan saw Tang Ze approaching and steeled himself. Close it. The double iron doors slowly shut, and they quickly wrapped a chain around them. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If he tries to climb over, stab him. Mohan said, still panicked, but his mind was working. Open the door. Please. Brother, I gave you water yesterday. I beg you, my wife and kids are in there. The man locked outside fell to his knees begging, but the men inside were pale and silent. On the 3rd floor, a woman with a child looked down at the scene from a window. Mommy, that's Daddy. Why won't they let Daddy in? The little girl, about 7 or 8 years old, asked innocently, not understanding what was happening. The young woman, just over 30, was frozen with fear, her chapped lips trembling. When she saw the young man with the blade walk up to her husband and raise the blood-stained weapon, severing her husband's head, she clapped a hand over her mouth and instinctively covered her child's eyes. At the gate, Tang Ze looked at the man behind the iron door and kicked the head at his feet towards a trash can. Blood continued to pour from the headless body. Returning the favor. Now it's my turn to rob you. His soft laugh sounded like it came from the depths of hell, sending chills down their spines. Imohan raised his own blade, a manic low laugh escaping him. Kid, if you've got the guts, come over and try. He planned to gut him the moment he climbed over. Tang Ze looked at the iron door. He could climb it, but why bother? He raised his saber, his gaze focusing. With a sharp clang, a blinding spark flew, and the iron chain was severed. The men stared as if they had seen a ghost. What kind of strength was that? He wasn't even human. The man who had just felt a bit of courage screamed and ran towards the apartment building, wishing he had more legs. Tang Ze leisurely opened the iron door, then wrapped the chain around it again. It was clear he had no intention of letting anyone in the compound escape. A one-sided massacre was about to unfold. Back in his apartment, Imohan was trembling as he frantically packed his clothes. Honey, what are you doing? What's going on? Where are your men? Imohan didn't answer. He just kept packing, his whole body shaking. He had even wet his pants in fear, oblivious to it. Honey. Oh. Imohan snapped back to reality, staring at his wife in terror. We have to go. We can't stay here. He's a demon, a monster. He killed everyone. Seeing her husband lose his mind, the woman didn't know what to do. Suddenly their daughter pointed at the window. Mommy, it's raining again. Imohan's body went rigid. He slowly lifted his head, watching the rain streak down the glass, and then collapsed to the floor. It's over. No one's getting out now. Quick, lock the door. Block it with the furniture. Hurry. Imohan screamed in terror, scaring his wife half to death. The former king of the compound reduced to this state of utter fear. It was a testament to how Tang Ze's methods had shattered his very soul. Downstairs, as Tang Ze entered the building, the rain began to fall. Good. This way no one can leave. He walked straight to Unit 101 in Building 1. Tang Ze straightened his clothes, put on a smile, and knocked on the door. Resident of 101, your delivery is here. Inside the room lived a family of 3. The man who had just been outside was now desperately clamping his hand over his own mouth. His wife beside him did the same. Their 10-year-old son, seemingly unaware of the danger, tried to speak, but was immediately silenced by his father's hand. Anyone who makes a sound dies. Fear had completely consumed the man's heart. He failed to notice that his large hand was covering his son's nose and mouth, entirely applying excessive force. The boy began to struggle, but the man only stared in terror at the door where the knocking sounded like a death knell. Knock, knock, knock. With a loud bang, Tang Ze kicked the security door open. Looking at the 3 people huddled by the sofa, he said flatly, "You know I hate it when people ordering delivery don't open the door. Do you have any idea how tight my schedule is?" Pausing, he chuckled, "Man, you're something else. You suffocated your own son. Impressive." He even gave a thumbs up. Even I wouldn't go that far, he thought. The man looked down and saw his son had stopped breathing. The woman let out a piercing scream. The man remained motionless like a puppet. Tang Ze strolled over the blade of his weapon, scraping against the floor, producing a grating sound. Sitting down on a small stool, he sighed. "That's just how the world works now. You rob me, I rob you. It's either you kill me or I kill you. Unfortunately for you, you're weaker than me." With that, he swung his blade in a single swift stroke. The man's skull split open, blood splattering everywhere. The woman's screams echoed through the entire residential complex, turning every woman who heard it pale with terror. Tang Ze stepped out, making his way to another door. "Resident of Unit 102, your food delivery is here." His voice rang out again like a grim reaper's summons. As the sky darkened, the screams from the complex showed no signs of stopping. Emohan crouched on the floor, wrapped in a thick quilt for a semblance of security, his eyes fixed on the community group chat. "He's knocking on my door. What do I do? What do I do? Someone save me. How is he just a delivery guy? Why can't any of you kill a simple delivery guy? Someone help me, I don't want to die, he's knocking on my door. Wah. I told you all not to go out and rob the neighborhood, there would be repercussions, but you wouldn't listen. Yeah, I can't take it anymore." A dull thud sounded from outside the building. A man had chosen to jump to escape the psychological torment. None of the residents who sent those frantic messages ever sent another one. Emohan's eyes were filled with despair as his phone slipped from his hand onto the wooden floor. His wife looked at her husband, the supposed leader, now trembling in sheer terror. "Knock, knock, knock. Your food delivery is here." The voice from the door jolted Emohan. He glanced at the half-full bottle of water beside him, and his gaze slowly hardened, as if the bottle had blown away his fear. Looking at his wife and daughter, he clutched the bottle and whispered, "They'll take him down with me. You two have to survive. Husband. Dad." At that moment, Emohan seemed to embrace his responsibilities as a husband and father, slowly unscrewing the cap. This was the rainwater he had risked his life to collect. Just a single drop on your skin would send you straight to the afterlife. Who else would dare such a dangerous thing? Despite being the leader, Emohan lived in constant fear, worried that one of his underlings might kill him for his position. This bottle of water was his ultimate weapon. Now its time had come. He stood at the door, listening to Tang Ze's voice outside. With a look of grim determination, he shoved aside the table and chairs blocking the entrance, yanked the door open, and hurled the water directly at Tang Ze, who was only half a meter away. Some of the water spilled down the bottle's side, wetting Emohan's own hand. But Emohan felt no fear. He even burst into manic laughter, for the devil's face before him was covered in rainwater. "Ha ha ha. You damn delivery boy, I finally got you." Tang Ze stood frozen, his expression stiff. He couldn't believe someone had just tried to kill him with water. Was this guy insane? A searing pain shot through Emohan's heart. His breathing became ragged, and he slid down the wall, but the devil before him didn't react at all. Fear crept back onto Emohan's face. Why? Why are you unaffected? Why is this happening? You threw rainwater at me." Tang Ze was stunned, instinctively wiping his face. Terror simultaneously flashed across his own features. "FCK," he roared. He raised his saber and swung it wildly in a frenzy, shattering the ceramic tiles and reducing Emohan's body to a pulp that reeked of decay. Tang Ze panted heavily. Careless, he had been careless. He never imagined someone would use rainwater as a weapon. But wait. He had been poisoned, right? Why wasn't he affected? Was there a delay? After waiting a minute, Tang Ze still felt nothing. From what he knew, anyone exposed to the rain would convulse in agony within 5 seconds and be dead within 10. Could it be that his enhanced body could resist this virus too? He walked to the window, opened it, and slowly extended his hand outside. The cold rain fell into his palm, forming droplets. It was impossible for Tang Ze not to feel nervous. But he had just been splashed in the face without any effect. As time slowly passed, the smile on Tang Ze's face grew deeper and deeper. His enhanced body could indeed resist the virus. A low chuckle started to rise, growing louder and louder. To anyone else it sounded like the greedy laughter of a demon. In another part of the complex, 3 women sat on a fluffy carpet silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Sun Ting looked at the rain outside, then at the gun in her hand. Will he come back? Ambai asked weakly, hugging her knees. Do you want him to? Sun Ting countered. Ambai hesitated, unsure how to answer. If he didn't come back, they had enough supplies to last a long time. With the entire complex empty, they would be perfectly safe. But there was also a part of her that hoped he would return for the sense of security he provided. Sun Ting then looked at Yi Qingyi. What about you? Yi Qingyi nodded, feeling that if she said no, Sun Ting would shoot her in the head without a second thought. Yi Qingyi's guess was spot on. If she had answered incorrectly, Sun Ting would have fired without hesitation, eliminating one mouth to feed. If Tang Ze did return, she could use it as evidence of her loyalty. In truth, Sun Ting herself didn't know what she wanted. She both hoped he would return and hoped he wouldn't. Perhaps all 3 women harbored the same conflicting thoughts. Suddenly a phone rang. The voice call alert startled them all, as they were the only 3 people left in the entire complex. It was Yi Qingyi's phone. She didn't need to guess who it was. Zihui. Yi Qingyi held the phone, her face tense. Zhang Zihui noticed Yi Qingyi's unease. What's wrong? You seem tense. Oh, the rain just stopped for a moment, but then it started again. I thought I could go out. What a shame. The rain stopped on your side. It hasn't stopped here. Yi Qingyi let out a soft "oh." Zhang Zihui could sense that his fiancée had been acting strange lately. She used to be so dependent on him, but recently that dependence had waned. She didn't even ask how he was doing, and he was always the one calling her. Hang in there a little longer. My dad is planning to organize a team. Yi Qingyi was taken aback. What teams? We're going to turn our area into the safest zone, with security search parties, medical teams, and so on. Do you have guns? After these past few days, Yi Qingyi knew that having a gun was the only thing that mattered. Everything else was useless. My dad's company security department has a few handguns. We'll go get them once the rain stops. Yi Qingyi nodded and suggested, if possible, you should check the police station's armory. Huh? Zhang Zihui exclaimed in shock. His fiancée could so calmly suggest robbing a police station. Seeing that she had startled her fiancé, Yi Qingyi forced a smile. Isn't that how it goes in the movies? Hey, you idiot, that's just a movie. Once the rain stops, the police will go back to the station to get their guns. Are you still going to rob them? But it started raining in the early morning that day. Everyone was off work and at home. How many do you think are still there now? Yi Qingyi said calmly, hoping her fiancé would consider it. Zhang Zihui felt like he didn't even recognize his fiancé anymore. Before she was worried about not having food, now she was worried about whether they had guns. He wondered if she was overly stressed and exhausted. No matter what, wait for me. They'll come for you, I swear. Yi Qingyi smiled and hummed in agreement, but now looking at her fiancé, she felt none of the former joy or dependence. What was wrong with her? Was she sick? She even found his oath amusing rather than touching. After hanging up, Yi Qingyi ran her fingers through her hair, looking utterly lost. Just then her phone rang again with a video call. Seeing the caller ID, she answered immediately. Yeah. Looking at the girl on the screen, Yi Qingyi let out a heavy sigh of relief. The girl on the phone was beautiful, with delicate features, thin red lips, lively eyes, and long jet black hair that fell to her waist. Her skin was as fair as jade, and her crescent-shaped eyes seemed to speak volumes. Annie, I just called Mom and Dad, but they didn't answer. Are you together? Xia Minghua looked worried. Seeing her aunt was safe, she figured her parents were probably fine too. Yi Qingyi paused, then gave a reassuring smile. Your dad and mom are at Gangzi's house discussing something. Don't worry, they probably left their phones at home. Oh, that scared me. Xia Minghua patted her chest and let out a warm smile. Yeah, what's been going on with you these past few days? Your phone's been off. The power switch had a problem, I just got it fixed today. But I suspect someone deliberately broke it to keep us from contacting the outside world. Xia Minghua frowned slightly, which made her look quite cute. Yi Qingyi immediately felt a sense of dread. Has anything happened recently? Do you still have food? There's much less food than before. I also saw some girls going into the teachers' rooms, and the next day they get a lot of food. Yi Qingyi knew this was a bad sign. This was just the precursor. For now they were still pretending, but soon they wouldn't even bother. Annie, don't worry about me. I won't go even if it kills me. Don't tell Mom and Dad, I don't want them to worry. Yi Qingyi nodded, at a loss for how to tell Yaya about her sister and brother-in-law. After ending the call, she let out a sigh. Things are about to fall apart on your niece's side too, Sun Ting said nonchalantly. It always starts with trading food. Once one woman gives in, a man's greed grows. There are good men out there, but these days being good often doesn't pay off. And it's a university full of young pretty girls. Once chaos breaks out there, it might be even worse than here. Yi Qingyi shook her head. What could she do? She couldn't even get there. A wave of helplessness washed over her. Didn't the master say he would take us away? And by suddenly murmured, rekindling a spark of hope in Yi Qingyi. Sun Ting sneered. He won't risk his life to save anyone for you. But Yi Qingyi blurted out instinctively, my niece is very beautiful. She even took out her phone and showed a photo. So she's your niece, Sun Ting said, looking at the phone. Perhaps out of female sympathy, she didn't mention the photos to Tang Zai. Sun Ting chuckled. You're quite the aunt. We seem safe here, but in a way we're not safe either. Yi Qingyi looked up at Sun Ting, her voice low and firm. One is better than a crowd. Following him, at least we can survive. Yaya can't die. You've come to terms with it, Sun Ting said, taking a sip of water with a faint smile. Throughout history, a woman's only path has been to cling to a powerful man, who only then could she be secure. And Bai hugged a pillow and asked curiously, what about your fiancé? Are you going to abandon him? The question was too sharp. It was like asking, do you fulfill your sister's final wish or go to your fiancé's home? Yi Qingyi would definitely choose to save her niece and then go to her fiancé's place. But that was a fantasy completely impossible. If she truly had to choose, Yi Qingyi would pick the former. Yaya was in danger while her fiancé was safe. Sun Ting suddenly had a thought and smirked. Won't it be awkward for you two later? And Bai? Yi Qingyi's mouth twitched. She really hadn't thought about that. I'm actually a bit curious, Sun Ting said with a sly grin, imagining the scene would be explosive. And Bai's big eyes widened, as if she was also anticipating it. Yi Qingyi rolled her eyes. You two are perverts. He, Sun Ting, and Bai laughed together, and the atmosphere seemed to lighten. That night the three women didn't sleep. They chatted about funny stories from the past, skincare celebrities, and eventually men. The conversation grew increasingly racy until they were discussing which positions were most comfortable. The sky was slowly turning pale, but it was still dark and overcast, and the rain continued to fall. Tang Zai let out a long breath. Finally it was full. He had thought it would fill up quickly, but the last 10% had taken all night. At least the final one was finally 100%. Unlocked, Doomsday Gift Pack 2. 0. Supplies 2. 0 received. Advanced Body Enhancement received. Weapons Equipment 2. 0 received. Psychic Awakener activated. Notability to extract items with thought. To extract Doomsday Gift Pack 3. 0. You need to upgrade the energy slot. Whoa, Advanced Body Enhancement. Tang Zai couldn't wait to test how much stronger he had become. Maybe he should just slash himself to see. On second thought, forget it. He was afraid of pain. The 2. 0 supply pack included some protective suits, modified vehicles, and medical equipment. As for the 2. 0 weapon pack, Tang Zai finally saw many new additions: grenades, RPGs, anti-tank mines, javelins, stingers, and other individual combat gear. Compared to firearms, he still preferred cold steel, but unfortunately the 2. 0 pack didn't come with planes, cannons, or tanks. How awesome would it be to launch a Dongfeng missile? Time for the main event. Telekinetic. A power that could control objects. He stared intently at the cup on the coffee table, but it remained perfectly still. Damn, how does this even work? At least give me a manual. Don't make me figure it out on my own. Can I just will it to fly? As the thought crossed his mind, the teacup suddenly floated into the air. Tang Zai was stunned. It was like magic. Shatter. The teacup instantly broke apart, but the pieces didn't fall. They continued to hover in midair. Fun. With a flick of his will, the shards shot into the wall like bullets, embedding themselves deep. Tang Zai gasped. That was no slower than a real bullet. Interesting. This devilish power of mine is getting more and more monstrous. How are ordinary people supposed to survive? Standing on the balcony, Tang Zai looked down at a Toyota Corolla below. The vehicle gradually began to float, then slammed violently into a nearby tree. However, Tang Zai suddenly felt a bit dizzy. He cursed under his breath. Was it because the distance was too far, or the car was too heavy? Perhaps his strength wasn't sufficient yet, causing this lightheadedness. He sat on the sofa to rest for a moment and felt better. This ability was his trump card, best saved for critical moments. Like with the rain earlier. If not for the enhanced body resisting the virus, he'd be lying on the ground as a corpse right now. The thought gave him chills. His glorious life was just beginning. He confiscated all the supplies in the residential complex. Although he wasn't short on resources, he wasn't about to leave any for others. Him playing the good guy. Never in this lifetime. He walked out into the rain. The complex behind him was now cleaned out. Looking at the wrecked Corolla, Tang Zai raised his blade and brought it down. The entire car split in two from the pillar. Tang Zai froze for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. This was ridiculously powerful. As for the 3.0 upgrade pack, Tang Zai wasn't in a hurry. For one, this grinding method was tiring, and the quality wasn't great either. You had to search door to door. It would be easier if they just lined up, but people aren't stupid enough to queue up for death. Besides, the progress wasn't rising as fast as at the start. The last one alone had taken 10 people. He was already planning to raid the next neighborhood. Also, there wasn't a single attractive woman in the entire complex. Had they all been killed off early? Tang Zai's guess was actually spot on. A few decent-looking ones had indeed died. If only he'd known his body could resist the rain, he might have taken them in. Back in his own building, Tang Zay stripped off all his clothes and rinsed himself with water, paying special attention to his hair. It wasn't just rain, but blood too. He didn't want to bring that back and harm the women. Pretty women were too scarce these days. Upstairs, the three women who had talked all night had fallen asleep, not apart this time, but leaning against each other. The sound of the door opening snapped Sun Ting awake instantly. She aimed her pistol at the entrance. Whoa, 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 I surrender. Tang Zay raised his hands with a grin. If she actually fired, that bullet would probably curve right back and blow her own head off. Sun Ting let out a long sigh of relief. You scared me to death. I thought it was someone else. And Bai immediately went to pour him some water, her earlier worry melting into a smile as she instantly turned back into a good little girl. Even Yi Qingyi felt the weight lift from her heart. Unconsciously, Tang Zay's fate seemed tied to their own. If she died, Tang Zay would surely live on. But if Tang Zay died, she doubted she could even make it out of this district, let alone the city. Next time, remember to take the safety off. Tang Zay patted Sun Ting on the head. Sun Ting was baffled. She had never handled a gun like this before. Here. She handed the pistol back. She didn't want to hold on to something so dangerous. Knowing Tang Zay's personality, she figured she understood him well enough. Her holding a gun was a threat to him. Tang Zay glanced at it and smiled faintly. Keep it for yourself. Huh. Sun Ting was stunned. Yi Qingyi and Bai were equally dumbfounded. What was even more astonishing was that Tang Zay pulled out two more pistols and handed them to Bai and Yi Qingyi. Since they were planning to go out, they all needed some self-defense. He didn't want to have to rescue them all the time. Practice your shooting later. I'm starving. I've been killing all night. With that, he turned his back to the three women and started preparing food. The three women held their pistols. For them, this was a golden opportunity. Just flip off the safety, put a bullet in the back of his head, and they'd be free. If Tang Zay died, 3 guns would be more than enough to ensure their safety. With supplies at home, Yi Qingyi even felt she could go find Yiya. But this was merely a test by Tang Zay. They say human nature can't withstand temptation. Tang Zay wanted to see if they had the guts to kill him. Had actually wanted to try this long ago, but it was too risky before. If they actually killed him, he'd be the biggest fool. But now it was different. With his telekinetic ability, he had nothing to fear. The moment a gun went off, the shooter would be dead the next second. For a moment, the living room fell into a terrifying, suffocating silence. Tang Zay pulled out fried dough sticks, congee soup dumplings, and steamed dumplings for breakfast. And Bai showed no reaction. Sun Ting frowned, but also remained still. Yi Qingyi, however, slowly raised her arm, though the arc wasn't very large. Inside, Yi Qingyi was at war with herself. If I kill him, will these bullets even make it out? Yi Qingyi even thought that if she fired Sun Ting, and Bai's bullets would kill her right after. Even if Bai was too timid to shoot, Sun Ting would definitely do it. In Sun Ting's eyes, Tang Zay was her food and her life. Killing him would be cutting off her own lifeline. With that thought, Yi Qingyi lowered her arm. Perhaps this was her fate. Tang Zay watched from the corner of his eye, his gaze cold. But as Yi Qingyi lowered her gun, a disdainful smile curled on his lips. I thought you'd pull the trigger, but you disappointed me. In the end, you're just an ordinary woman. After a hearty meal, Tang Zay let out a burp and began having the 3 women practice their shooting at home. Don't stick your butt out so high. Tang Zay slapped Bai's plump rear. And Bai pouted pitifully. If he wanted to spank her, he should just say so. But was naturally that perky. Sun Ting was a quick learner, and all 10 shots hit the target. Yi Qingyi's posture, however, was a bit off, so Tang Zay walked over and held her himself. Grip it with both hands, he whispered in her ear, which made her nervous, but she still followed his instructions. But his next words sent a chill down her spine. Your finger was on the trigger just now. Startled, Yi Qingyi squeezed the trigger. A loud bang echoed, and the pistol dropped from her hand. Tang Zay picked up the fallen pistol and handed it back to her with a smile. You're even more timid than Xiao Bai. I'm a little disappointed. I won't disappoint you. Yi Qingyi said, her voice suddenly resolute. Tang Zay patted her rear and gave a mysterious smile. Then show me what you've got. Keep practicing. I'm going to sleep. As soon as the door closed, Yi Qingyi collapsed to the floor in terror. He saw her raise the gun. He knew she was about to kill him. A cold shiver ran down her spine. The fact that he's willing to give us guns means he's not afraid of us anymore, Sun Ting stated, cutting to the heart of it. Why would he withhold them before and freely hand them over now? There had to be a reason. Right, he's a vampire. Maybe he leveled up this time, and is now immune to bullets. Yi Qingyi mentally scolded herself for forgetting his true nature. Suddenly Tang Zay poked his head out of the bedroom and laughed. Anyone scoring below 8 rings tonight gets the pleasure of my company till dawn. With that, he shut the door. The 3 women exchanged a glance and immediately resumed their shooting practice with renewed vigor. Even the usually fearful Bai looked determined. Spending the whole night with him. No one could handle that. It was safer to stick with this gun, and at least it wouldn't kill them. That other gun definitely would. Tang Zay slept until evening. He reviewed their results while eating. As the saying goes, marksmen are made, not born. And at only 20 meters, it wasn't that difficult. All 3 women passed. Time to raise the stakes. Next was 50 meters, just needing to hit the target, then 100 meters again, just needing to hit it. But good scores would earn a reward. Master, what kind of reward? Anbai asked curiously. What reward do you want? Anbai thought for a moment, and then shyly said, I just want to be with you, Master. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi thought she was a smooth talker, probably hoping for leniency if she ever messed up. Competition breeds improvement. The distance from the balcony to the building across was almost exactly 100 meters. At that distance, the bottle on the opposite balcony was just a tiny speck, a difficult shot for a pistol. Bang, bang, bang. The spent shell casings piled up on the floor. Tang Zhe had prepared 10 boxes of ammunition, shocking the three women. He was practically an arms dealer. Residents in the other buildings thought it was just firecrackers going off. After 2 days of intense practice, they could consistently hit the target at 100 meters. Tang Zhe was satisfied with their progress. Next came rifles. The recoil of an AK was a bit much for them, so he switched them to G36 assault rifles. The women were still getting used to the weight of the rifles, so they started doing strength training with dumbbells in their spare time. Sun Ting target at 9 o'clock, the corpse in the white jacket, Tang Zhe said, looking through his binoculars. Sun Ting's shooting stance was now quite impressive. She did it in one fluid motion, squeezing the trigger repeatedly at the corpse. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Zhe smiled with satisfaction. At least all the shots hit the body. Seeing you like this reminds me of PUBG, he teased. Tang Zhe teased Sun Ting. A woman in black stockings. That's a perfect skin. Yi Qingyi chuckled. It kind of does. Look who's talking. Sun Ting rolled her eyes. You're way more provocative than I am. Anbai and Yi Qingyi then completed their shooting tasks, turning the corpse into a bloody mess. Master, do you have a sniper rifle? Anbai asked curiously. You like sniper rifles? Tang Zhe inquired. I like playing CSGO in my spare time. The snipers are awesome. Tang Zhe promptly produced an AWM sniper rifle. Yi Qingyi mentally noted that she wouldn't be surprised even if he pulled a rocket launcher out of his underwear. Anbai's eyes lit up the moment she saw it. She immediately started playing with it, setting up the bipod and lying prone to get a good angle. Tang Zhe sat directly on Anbai's back, using his binoculars to spot a target. 11 o'clock, there's a crystal ball in the window with the red curtain. Roger, Anbai said, sounding quite professional. A single gunshot rang out. Tang Zhe raised an eyebrow. This little one has some skill. Too close. And she was showing off. Street below, about 300 meters, the street light bulb. Another gunshot. Impressive, Xiaobai. Yi Qingyi couldn't help but praise her. Tang Zhe had a sudden thought. His food shouldn't be too weak. Sometimes they might need to help him secure other dog food. He couldn't just feed them for nothing and waste their talents. Tang Zhe continued to scan for targets. Suddenly a window caught his eye and a smirk spread across his face. Xiaobai, 2 o'clock, about 700 meters, the middle window on the 8th floor. Anbai aimed, seeing a man bullying a woman. Your target is the man, Tang Zhe said calmly. Anbai hummed in acknowledgement, aiming at the man's head. She felt no fear, even though it was her first time shooting a living person. Seeing that man reminded her of those beastly individuals from her past. A single gunshot rang out. Anbai's delicate frame trembled slightly. Tang Zhe let out a sigh and patted her shoulder. You need more practice. He lowered his binoculars. Sun Ting quickly grabbed them and looked. He had hit the target, but he had blown the woman's head off instead. Xiaobai, you also freed her from her suffering. Sun Ting tried to console her. Anbai's face was pale with guilt. She had meant to kill the man, but she forgot about bullet drop, something that didn't exist in the game. Yi Qingyi spoke softly. Xiaobai, even if you had killed that man, another one would have just taken his place. But it was my mistake. Tang Zhe flicked Anbai's head. If you're bad, you train more. This sparked a fire of determination in Anbai, who as a girl was no stranger to being called bad in online games. Especially that phrase, if you're bad, you train more. For the next 3 days, Anbai practiced obsessively. Starting at 800 meters, she pushed the distance further and further, eventually hitting a perfect headshot at 1,000 meters. Her targets were all men. Sometimes she'd startle herself and exclaim, almost hit a cute cat. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi were astonished. The timid Xiaobai of before could now take down men with a sniper rifle without batting an eye, even obsessively chasing headshots. There was no denying it, as she was a girl utterly addicted to gaming. However, this also caused all the curtains on the opposite buildings to be drawn shut, as people were too terrified to even peek out. Anbai and Sun Ting's marksmanship had also improved considerably. There were no intact bodies left in the center of the compound. Now all that remained was real combat experience. Before engaging in actual combat, they still needed to practice close-quarters combat, lest they end up resorting to hair pulling. As for fighting techniques, Tang Zhe had no formal experience himself. His own approach was simply a flurry of slashes driven by instinct. But the women certainly couldn't rely on that. Fortunately, Yi Qingyi had learned some kickboxing, so a bit of instruction from her was better than nothing. Before heading out, they still needed to run drills. The current battles were primarily centered around buildings, and the enemy's heaviest firepower was just machetes, nothing to truly fear. The only thing to watch out for was the enemy's reckless willingness to brave the rain to get close, so maintaining distance was crucial. For the next, while the three women practiced team coordination, though their attire remained quite alluring, Tang Ze felt it was purely for his own amusement. Who on earth would wear a thong and a crop top to a gunfight? That kind of getup only existed in video games, and it would probably even be censored there. In the early morning, the rain outside continued, but had lessened. Vehicles would occasionally pass by on the street, driven by people desperately seeking supplies. After all, the wind hadn't started yet. Once it did, no one would dare venture out. A clicking sound echoed from the living room. The three women were wiping down their pistols, their movements now practiced and smooth. Tang Ze ran a hand through his tousled hair as he walked into the living room. Looks like we're just about ready. We'll head out today. The women froze, a mixture of excitement, nervousness, and a fear of the unknown washing over them. Giving Yi Qingji's plump rear a playful pat, Tang Ze chuckled. You won't be able to hide your guns going out dressed like that. Master, we're way ahead of you, Enbai said, slipping into a long down jacket revealing only her pale ankles. But when Enbai opened the down jacket, the sight was enough to make one's blood boil. It was incredibly sexy. The gun was cleverly concealed in the side of the jacket. It had to be said they had put real effort into pleasing Tang Ze. The jacket could be shed anytime, anywhere, designed for ultimate convenience. They took every last piece of supply, not even leaving a single bottle of water. That was Tang Ze's principle: leave nothing behind in your wake. Since it was their first time going out, the three women had dressed up with great care. Sister Yi, you look so beautiful. No wonder you had that rich second-generation air. Completely smitten. Little Bai, I'm going to tear that mouth of yours off. Yi Qingyi lunged at Enbai with a laugh. Enbai quickly hid behind Sun Ting, crying, Sister Ting, save me. Ting Ting, you move aside. All right, we're about to head out, Sun Ting said, forcing a smile. The rain was still falling outside. Although Tang Ze claimed he had a way, they had no idea what it was. What if they got caught in the rain and died? Enbai was just as worried, but she used this playful demeanor to keep her mind off it. Once everything was ready, Enbai suddenly murmured, if there's a next life, maybe we could be friends. The very best of friends. Yi Qingyi revealed a gentle smile and patted Enbai's head. No need for a next life. Let's just do it in this one. Yeah, let's live for today, Sun Ting added, also patting Enbai's head. Enbai pouted, you're both patting me silly. If Master doesn't want me anymore, you two will have to pay for it. A cascade of giggles followed. Tang Ze, waiting outside, heard the women's laughter and wondered what was so funny. They weren't sharing the joke with him. Soon the three women appeared before him, swaying their hips slightly, a hint of pride and seduction in their movements. He had to admit Little Bei's choice of a fishnet set was quite good, a pure and seductive style, hazy and alluring and quite sheer. Yi Qingji's choice was also impressive this time, a sexy fishtail lace-trimmed piece with soft lace clinging to her skin and a delicate bow decoration exuding a sweet charm. Sun Ting was more direct, wearing a black halter-neck open-crotch bodysuit. The ring-link design was just right, showcasing a bold and passionate style. However, looking at their high heels, Tang Ze had to wonder if that was really a good idea. They wouldn't even be able to outrun anyone in a chase. If they stood on a street corner like that, men would probably swarm them like zombies and tear them apart. Let's go. The three women, clad in their down jackets, concealed their lithe figures, but no amount of covering could hide their beautiful faces. Men weren't blind after all. When they arrived at the underground garage, the three women saw the clothes Tang Ze had prepared for them, which looked like protective suits. Fully sealed, warm and rainproof, and easy to put on and take off, Tang Ze said. He certainly wasn't about to let his three women die. After all the training, they were his enforcers now. Where else could he find such loyal subordinates and companions? These were from the supply pack too. 0, and had tested them over the past 2 days. They worked well. Wow, they're really lightweight, Sun Ting exclaimed as she moved around after putting one on. Enbai said in a daze, I feel like we're those scientists from Resident Evil. It does look a bit like that, Yi Qingyi said, testing a split. The suit's flexibility was excellent. Did he have a Doraemon's pocket or something? He could pull out anything. Are we walking out? Enbai asked curiously. Tang Ze shook his head. Do I look like someone who walks? Here. He pressed the car key fob. Beep beep. A modified battered tank 300 flashed its lights not far away. Enbai trotted over curiously and let out a surprised wow. Come look, this is amazing. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi walked over and were also stunned. The car's tires were replaced with tracks, something you'd expect for snow, but it was perfect for this situation. Tang Ze walked over and patted the hood. Swap the 2.0 for a 4.0 engine, reinforced the bumper, thickened the body, bulletproof glass, and there's not a single rubber part on the whole vehicle. With this baby we can go anywhere. Yi Qingyi was eager to rush to Yunhai City to get her niece out. As for her fiancé, her mind was a mess. You drive, Tang Ze said, tossing the keys to Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi was taken aback. Wasn't he afraid she'd just drive off? She had a gun, protective gear, and now a car. She could go anywhere in the world now. What Tang Ze forgot to mention was that there were 2 C4 bombs in the car. If they tried to drive off, they'd be blown sky high. He'd probably be sad for 3 days at least. Little Bai was quite adorable. But Yi Qingyi wasn't stupid. Tangze wouldn't hand over the keys so easily. Maybe there was a tracker in the car. If she drove off, he'd find her soon enough. It had to be said Yi Qingyi's mind was sharp. But she missed one crucial point. Tangze wouldn't come looking for her at all. There was only one fate for betrayal. Death. Take off the protective suits for now. It's safe in the car. Put them back on when we get out. With that, Tangze got into the back seat. Sun Ting and Bai naturally took their places on either side of him, while Yi Qingyi obediently got behind the wheel. Yi Qingyi had never driven a tracked vehicle before, so she was particularly cautious. Tangze calmly said, "Just drive." With that, she stepped on the accelerator, feeling the push of the seat, though the tracks still made it slower. As they emerged from the underground garage, rain pattered on the roof, and the wipers activated automatically. It was hard not to feel nervous. Holding Sun Ting, Tangze said indifferently, "First head to Inghua Road, D-High residential area." The vehicle drew attention. People watched from their windows, a mix of astonishment and envy. Envy was warranted, for inside the vehicle were all stunning beauties, their fragrance filling the air. Tangze's gaze swept the streetscape. Burned-out cars and scattered corpses lay everywhere, especially in front of supermarkets and stores where the bodies were more numerous. Yet the streets were eerily deserted, with virtually no one around. After all, it had happened in the early morning, when most were at home. Yi Qingyi, driving, didn't bother to avoid the bodies, simply rolling over them. Tangze sighed. "Have you never driven before? It's too bumpy. How can you call yourself a driver?" "Sorry, I just can't be bothered to dodge the corpses. Look, there are so many dead outside the police station," and Bai pointed not far away. Indeed, many lay at the entrance. Sun Ting guessed. Probably several groups tried to grab guns from the station and fought each other. "Let's go see," Tangze said lightly. Yi Qingyi drove into the police station and parked. "You go ahead, I'll guard the vehicle." Tangze's words made the three women's hearts tremble. This was the police station. If someone inside had a gun, it could be disastrous. But they dared not defy Tangze. They put on protective suits, grabbed MP9 submachine guns, and got out of the vehicle. This was no drill, it was real combat. Tangze noticed that Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi were tense, while Bai seemed excited. The three women exchanged no words, using only hand signals to enter the lobby. The lights were still on, and several bodies lay on the floor, one still in a police uniform, perhaps the officer on duty. Bai and Yi Qingyi scanned the surroundings, while Sun Ting examined the wounds to determine if they were from guns or knives. All wounds were from knives, no gunshots. The three continued deeper into the building. As they passed through a corridor, Yi Qingyi noticed more bodies ahead, and immediately raised a clenched fist, tension suddenly palpable. Carefully approaching the corpses, she saw gunshot wounds, and her expression changed. Following the trail of bodies, they reached the armory. The door was wide open, and all the safes inside were empty. Clearly the guns had been taken. The three exchanged glances and nodded, continuing to search the rooms. Along the way, they counted at least 50 or 60 corpses, all shot dead. Bullet holes riddled the walls and glass was shattered. A gunfight had occurred here. Sitting in the vehicle, Tangze closed his eyes and waited patiently. He couldn't always guard them. They had to grow stronger quickly. Half an hour later, he saw the three women emerge, looking more confident. They walked to the carport, pressed the one-button disinfectant on their wrists, and the rainwater on their protective suits slowly evaporated before getting in. "How was it?" Sun Ting replied gravely. "No one inside, but there was a gunfight. Many died, and we found no firearms. They must have been taken. Even if they were taken, there probably aren't many bullets left." Yi Qingyi added, "Judging by the decomposition of the bodies, they had been dead for at least 10 days or more. It doesn't matter. Let's go," Tangze said, unconcerned. What weapons could an ordinary police station have? Standard pistols, maybe a few shotguns. Only the city bureau might have rifles. Sun Ting pursed her dry lips and said, "Those who could storm a police station for guns are desperate outlaws. Elites from high-end communities wouldn't take such a risk. It's probably organized by gang leaders." "So you mean they might be hiding in entertainment venues like clubs, KTVs, saunas, or bars?" Yi Qingyi exclaimed. Bai reminded, "At dawn only those places would be open." Tangze suddenly chuckled. The three women looked at him. "We're discussing serious matters. Why are you laughing?" They thought it, but dared not say. "You three are truly wise women, able to deduce the likely culprits." Tangze gave a thumbs up. Praised by Tangze, they felt a bit smug. "Who do you think we are? We're all university graduates, and Yi Qingyi was a top student from a prestigious 985 university." Sun Ting's speculation came from examining the corpses. Most were young men with tattoos. "I need to take care of my own business first," Tangze said, not wanting to waste time here. Yi Qingyi started the engine and drove toward their destination. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the target residential area and parked under the eaves of an alley. "Wait here. He'll be back soon." Putting on his protective suit, Tangze slowly walked out of the alley. The three women sat quietly in the vehicle. Bai toyed with the submachine guns, seemingly fascinated by firearms. Yi Qingyi gripped the steering wheel tightly, lost in thought. Sun Ting warned, if you dare drive away, well, I'll die. Yi Qingyi frowned deeply, then relaxed after a moment. I want drive away. Find a chance to talk about your niece's situation. Maybe he'll go. Yi Qingyi hummed softly, thank you. On the other side, Tang Zai entered the residential area. Unlike his own neighborhood, there were not many bodies downstairs. It seemed that people in high-end communities were more civilized and harmonious. Following the address, he found the place and knocked on the door. Footsteps sounded inside, and the door opened. Tang Zai saw a man with cracked lips, haggard and thin. If memory served, this was the manager of the hot pot restaurant, once a fat man. Back when Tang Zai worked there, he always bullied him, docked his pay on various excuses, made him work overtime without compensation, and eventually Tang Zai overheard that the manager had pocketed the deducted money. Furious, Tang Zai quit without asking for the half-month's wages, and the manager probably took that too. Tang Zai, you actually came. Great, did you bring food? The man's eyes immediately went to Tang Zai's hands, but they were empty. Why didn't you bring food? I told you to bring food. The manager's face twisted back to its former contempt. Looking at that familiar expression, Tang Zai smiled sincerely, drew his pistol, and fired. Bang! The manager collapsed straight to the floor. Tang Zai put his hands in his pockets and walked into the elevator, leaving. Next, the gunshot echoed through the neighborhood, sending a ripple of unease through every heart. Tang Zai might not have realized that his single shot would prematurely ignite the chaos in the community, but he couldn't care less. In this apocalypse, Tang Zai's only concern was himself. Everyone else was nothing but fleeting clouds. Gazing at the car parked in the alley, Tang Zai smirked. How obedient. They hadn't even tried to drive off. One by one, he carried out his list of executions, finishing all targets by 4 in the afternoon. It was his final reckoning with the man he used to be. Yet one remained. I've made contact. They'll arrive this afternoon, Yi Qingyi said, handing the phone back to Tang Zai. He was pleased. I hear Shanhu district is full of wealthy residents. Surely there are plenty of beauties there. The 3 women shook their heads, saying they couldn't be sure. It all depended on luck. Shanhu district boasted Riverview Apartments in Huan, a prime school district with a park nearby, the golden real estate. Many tycoons owned a unit here, and plenty others took on heavy mortgages just to flaunt their status. For Tang Zai, a single apartment there had once been an astronomical sum. But that was before. Now perhaps a bottle of water could buy it all. Meanwhile, Bai Jian and Xiao Yu were scheming on how to take down Tang Zai and force him to hand over all his supplies. Do we really have to leave? Xiao Yu seemed reluctant, though their food and drink were nearly gone. After all these days, Bai Jian's bulky frame hadn't changed much, though he had slimmed down just a little. What can't bear to part with this nice place? Bai Jian scoffed. If she weren't of some use, he would have dumped her long ago. Xiao Yu stayed silent. Bai Jian stared at his phone, his face grim. His own compound was lucky, but the photos in his workgroup chat were horrifying. He knew it was only a matter of time before this place fell. If he didn't leave soon, he'd end up like those useless subordinates. And now Tang Zai claimed he had a way to come here. That thrilled Bai Jian. What a fool, parading in just to show off for some woman. Soon he'd have the man's supplies, and those women too. Far better than what he had now. When he gets here, he'll slip this into the water, Bai Jian said, holding up a pill. Xiao Yu recognized it instantly. Had made her take it before, rendering her helpless as he had his way. She could only nod, too afraid to resist. Bai Jian wrapped his flabby arms around Xiao Yu, spinning his empty promises. Once we have those supplies, we can last months. Maybe ride out this whole crisis. Hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited in Xiao Yu's eyes, her gaze growing resolute. Just then his phone buzzed. Xiao Yu glanced at it. He's almost here. A sly grin spread across Bai Jian's face. If the man really brought a woman along, he'd get his share of fun. But Tang Zai wasn't bringing just one. He was bringing 3. There are people at the gas station ahead, said Yi Qingyi from the driver's seat, nodding toward the Sinopec station on the left. 2 vehicles were parked beneath the canopy with several figures standing beside them. Then let's fuel up, Tang Zai replied. He patted Sun Ting's head, adding, still snacking. Time to work. It's almost my turn, and Bai whimpered pitifully. Tang Zai shook his head in exasperation, pulling his pants back on. Sun Ting drew her pistol, checked the magazine, and chambered around. And Bai meanwhile popped a piece of bubble gum to curb her craving, then expertly inspected her own sidearm. The crisp rhythmic clicks of the mechanism clearly mesmerizing her. Crazy bro, we've got a car coming. A young man with dyed green hair shouted from beside the vehicles, clutching a baseball bat. To Tang Zai, it was no different from a primitive tool. Inside the car sat a flat-topped man, smoking a cigarette, a silver chain hanging from his neck. Despite the cold weather, he wore only a black tank top, his shoulders inked with a skull tattoo. His eyes were cold and vicious, clearly not someone to be trifled with. In his hand was a Nepalese cookery blade stained with specks of dried blood. Holy shit, crazy bro, we've hit the jackpot. It's a modified tank 300 with tracks. The lackey in the passenger seat was ecstatic, grabbing his knife and throwing open the door. Crazy bro exhaled a plume of smoke. Tracks. Now that's a clever move. Smart. Crazy bro, should we kill them all, or? Crazy bro flicked his cigarette but away, unconcerned about being at a gas station. If they've got skills like that, we keep them alive. They'll be useful to Boswa. But he added a warning. They knew we were here and still came. They're not pushovers. Stay sharp, size them up before making a move. Don't screw up the plan. Got it, crazy bro. When the group saw that the driver was a woman, they froze, then leaned in for a closer look. And she was gorgeous. Crazy bro, she's top tier. Even crazy bro was taken aback. Nearly a month into the crisis, no woman could look this polished. Even the ones around Boswa couldn't compare. Let's watch for now. If she's worth it, we grab the women and send them back first. Crazy bro said, a bloodthirsty grin creeping across his face. Pretty as she was, wandering out here was just plain stupid. Yi Qingyi parked the car and slowly opened the door, revealing a slender, fair ankle. The men nearby stared at those red high heels and that pale ankle, swallowing hard, like they hadn't touched a woman in ages. When they finally saw Yi Qingyi's face, their eyes turned wolfish, hungry to tear her apart. The only pity was her long down jacket, which hid her figure. But even if she were flat-chested, she'd still be a gem. Stepping out, Yi Qingyi stretched, rolled her stiff neck, and murmured, so tired. Crazy bro and his men exchanged bewildered looks. Could she not see them? Were they invisible? Then the rear doors swung open. Wen and Bai and Sun Ting stepped out. The lackeys, and even crazy bro, were left dumbstruck. How long had it been since they'd seen women like these? Those high heels weren't just hitting the pavement, they were stomping on the brothers' hearts, sending thrills through them. They'd kill to get their hands on those legs. Today was a lucky score, 3 top-tier women. Boswell would surely reward them handsomely. Crazy bro even entertained the thought of keeping them for himself. Indeed, for a beautiful woman, men would do anything. A femme fatale indeed. Finally, Tang Ze hopped out of the vehicle, drawing the attention of Crazy bro and his crew. 1 man, 3 women. Who was this guy to have 3 stunning women by his side? Crazy bro, what's the play? A lackey asked hastily. Crazy bro hadn't lost his wits. Feel him out first. A man bold enough to roll with 3 top-tier women must have some real skills. Brother Lunatic, aren't we being too cautious? It's just 1 man and 3 women, what's there to fear? The lackey seemed to have his head turned by their beauty. However, Brother Lunatic retorted in displeasure. Are you the boss, or am I a? The lackey quickly stammered an apology. Tang Ze smiled and pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and Sun Ting, standing nearby, produced a lighter to light it for him. You 2 go check inside the building, Tang Ze said casually. And Bai and Yi Qingyi acknowledged with a soft and headed towards the structure. Inside, the food and water had been looted clean. Several bodies lay on the floor, 3 of them clad in gas station uniforms. A gas station was a prime spot for supplies, making it a battlefield. At the checkout counter, a naked woman sat with disheveled hair obscuring her face, while a buck-toothed man thrust into her with a cruel grin. He was so engrossed he didn't even notice Bai and Yi Qingyi's arrival. Outside, a lackey strolled over, balancing a baseball bat on his shoulder. Hey man, where are you from? Tang Ze flicked his ash and replied flatly, none of your damn business. This irked the lackey, who would have swung at Tang Ze's head if his boss hadn't advised caution. We're with Boswa. That's Brother Lunatic over there. Go pay your respects. After speaking, his gaze slid over Sun Ting's face, growing increasingly covetous. Beneath her down jacket, Sun Ting's hand gripped her gun, tempted to blow his head off. The sudden mention of this boss gave Tang Ze pause. He looked towards the car in the distance and walked over with a sincere smile plastered on his face. The lackey wore a smug look of approval, even flashing Sun Ting a playful tongue trill. Brother Lunatic, I've heard so much about you, Tang Ze declared with a laugh. Seeing Tang Ze seemed to know his place, Brother Lunatic got out of the car, showing off the cookery knife in his hand, boasting it had already claimed 10 lives. Brother, where are you headed? Brother Lunatic asked with a smile, like an old friend he hadn't seen in years. Tang Ze shrugged. No real plans, just wandering around. You're all alone? Brother Lunatic inquired curiously. My neighborhood has gone crazy with killing. Who'd stick around to die? Hearing he was alone, Brother Lunatic let out a hearty laugh. Isn't that the truth? People in those places are so fake now. Not like us. We value loyalty. We share hardships, share fortunes, and share women. Sounds like you've got a good setup over there, Brother Lunatic. Indeed. Ever heard of the Imperial Club? Our boss has a stockpile of supplies. He's willing to take in anyone with skill. I see you've got some talent for modifications. How about joining us? Tang Ze had indeed heard of the Imperial Club, even delivered food there once. It was a famous high-end club in Huan City, filled with young pretty girls. A bit pricey though, Tang Ze had to admit he couldn't afford it. If he wasn't headed to Chow Yes place, he'd actually consider checking it out. Where there were beautiful women, he'd go. How about in a few days? Can you give me your WeChat? Tang Ze meant it sincerely, but to Brother Lunatic's ears it sounded dismissive, like a flat-out refusal. Where's the urgent business, brother? Brother Lunatic's smile faded slightly, a hint of menace creeping to his lips. Just going to visit an old friend. I see. Tangze noticed the car was empty and asked curiously, "What about you guys? Where are you headed?" "No luck finding supplies." Brother Lunatic didn't answer, but sighed instead. "Brother, you know how it is out here. I'm talking to you nicely, so you talk to me nicely too. Otherwise things get difficult for everyone." "How am I not talking nicely?" Tangze looked utterly bewildered, his innocent expression almost making Sun Ting laugh out loud. "Kid, you're asking for trouble." Tangze scratched the back of his head, looking innocent. "You're putting me in a tough spot here." The lackeys nearby had begun to slowly close and forming an encirclement, their knives glinting menacingly. "Lunatic!" A panicked shout came from inside the building. A lackey, not even bothering to pull up his pants, came running out wildly, as if fleeing from a ghost. The others around him just laughed, someone teasing, "Brother Fish, why are you running out with your pants down? We're not into that stuff." This Brother Fish was probably scared stiff, having just seen two guns appear while he was in the middle of his fun, and instinctively bolted. A gunshot shattered the fragile equilibrium. Brother Fish crumpled, shot in the back of the head. The surrounding lackeys were stunned, their eyes snapping to the doorway. Yi Qingyi stood there, arm extended, a wisp of smoke curling from her gun barrel. Brother Lunatic was dumbfounded. That woman had a gun. Yi Qingyi walked forward slowly, the lackeys instinctively stepping back, unsure what to do. Reaching Brother Fish, she emptied her magazine into his crotch. Bang, 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 bang. It was utterly obliterated. The lackeys were all terrified by Yi Qingyi's actions. They had thought she was just a frail woman, but she killed without even blinking. It was indeed Yi Qingyi's first time killing, but she felt no guilt for eliminating scum like this. In fact, she felt a thrill, especially when she saw the fear in these men's eyes. She ejected the spent magazine, pulled a fresh one from her pocket, and slammed it home with a satisfying click. The lackeys seemed frozen in place, then turned to look at Brother Lunatic. "They've got guns, Brother Lunatic. What do we do?" Tangze spread his hands, looking resigned. "See, I told you this would be awkward. You didn't believe me. Now my little kittens are upset, and I can't control them." Hearing Tangze's words, the three women knew what to do, but they felt it was hardly a challenge. Their weapons were so primitive. Brother Lunatic had completely lost his earlier bravado, forcing a smile. "Brother, how about I give you my whack?" Before he could finish, Sun Ting raised her hand and shot him in the head. "Hey, what did you do that for? He was just giving me his WeChat, and you blew his head off." Tangze turned back, rolling his eyes. "Was this really necessary?" Sun Ting pouted apologetically. "Sorry. Why are you apologizing to me? Go apologize to him." "All right." Walking over to Brother Lunatic, Sun Ting said solemnly, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have blown your head off." Then she shot him in the head again. The surrounding lackeys had never seen such ruthlessness. She killed Brother Lunatic while smiling and chatting, even shooting him again after he was dead. "Were bullets that cheap?" Tangze slapped his forehead. "You blew his face off. How are we supposed to use his face to unlock his phone now?" Brother Lunatic's phone uses fingerprint unlock. A lackey nearby quickly piped up, dropping his knife immediately. A true example of a wise man submitting to circumstances. And Bai gave the lackey a gentle smile. "Thank you." "Oh, you're welcome." The lackey suddenly felt shy. A girl this cute must be being coerced by them, right? Another gunshot rang out. The lackey fell, unable to believe it. The last image in his mind was the gentle girl raising her pistol. Why did she smile so softly? The lackeys around had never witnessed such ruthlessness. They felt as if they were merely playing house. Two of them even dashed into the ring. And Bai and Yi Qingyi raised their guns and fired without hesitation. A mist of blood sprayed from the heads of the running lackeys as they collapsed. They weren't drowned by the rain, but were shot dead. "Impressive shooting, sister," and Bai said with a smile. Yi Qingyi was modest, just lucky. The remaining four lackeys knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. These weren't people, they were demons. Compared to them, Boss Wo was like an obedient schoolboy. Tangze sighed. "I just wanted a WeChat contact. No need for a bloody fight. Now people are dead." The four lackeys wept, inwardly cursing their shamelessness. "Tell me, where were you all heading to loot supplies?" Tangze smiled. The lackeys had never seen such a terrifying smile, and they scrambled to confess. "Boss, we were heading to Shanhu District." Tangze was stunned. Their target was the same. "You lot were going to loot Shanhu District?" "Not loot, just teach a lesson and scout the situation." Tangze hissed. "I don't quite understand what you're saying." Sun Ting raised her gun and fired. "You talk." The lackey looked at the body beside him, lost all control, and couldn't utter a word. Bang! Tangze pressed a hand on the lackey's shoulder and offered a reassuring smile. "Relax, just don't end up like those two." The lackey nodded vigorously. "Our Boss Wa has a deal with Boss She from Shanhu District. Boss Wa provides water and Boss She buys it at 100 times the market price. But recently Boss She mortgaged all her real estate to Boss Wa. Boss Wa demanded young men and women. Boss She refused, so we were sent to cause trouble and kill a few people. The four were taken aback. You could buy supplies with money. They were still clinging to the old ways, and as merchants that logic wasn't flawed. Yi Qingyi suddenly asked curiously, Is this boss, she the one from Conway Real Estate? Yes, that's her. Tang Ze turned and asked, you know her? Met her once at a banquet. And Shanhu District is her property. And Bai suddenly recalled something. I think I heard the boss in first class mention her too. The property queen of Huan City boss she. She's also a philanthropist, donated many elementary schools. Yes, that's her. The lackey quickly nodded. Tang Ze frowned. Did I ask you to speak? Sun Ting raised her gun and fired. The last lackey trembled violently, then convulsed, foaming at the mouth, eyes wide open, twitching twice before collapsing dead. Was he scared to death? And Bai asked, puzzled. Yi Qingyi frowned. Probably. How terrifying. Tang Ze. Who's the scary one here? You women are even more shameless than I am. But from this, their combat capability was evident, and their shooting was impressive. Headshots on moving targets at 10 meters. Just as he thought this, Tang Ze heard retching. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi were leaning against the fuel pump vomiting. And Bai patted their backs, giving Tang Ze a helpless look. They get used to it. Get a phone, Tang Ze said softly. And Bai took a phone from the lackey's pocket, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and changed the settings. Tang Ze wanted to see who this boss was. Gathering useful intel was necessary. Back in the car, Tang Ze suddenly remembered something. Is this boss she you mentioned pretty? Yes, she is, Yi Qingyi nodded. Like you. Similar, but her chest is bigger than mine. Tang Ze, sitting in the back, was startled, leaned forward to look, then reached out and squeezed. Really? Yi Qingyi blushed. Yes, really. All right, how old is this big boss? Around 36 or 37. An old woman then. Tang Ze's interest halved, his mind filled with images of sagging skin and wrinkles. Yi Qingyi rolled her eyes so hard they nearly disappeared. She takes good care of herself. I've seen her. She looks like she's 27 or 28. You're exaggerating. Really, I'm not lying. I don't believe you. You? Unless you bring her here. Yi Qingyi. And Bai and Sun Ting snickered. They suddenly realized this was the real Tang Ze, with a bit of humor. They even thought he was quite handsome. Why didn't he have a girlfriend? It all came down to one word. Poor. Just as Yi Qingyi was about to step on the gas, a woman ran out of the building wearing a thin coat. Her hair was disheveled, but she didn't look too old, around 30, and had a decent figure. Wait. Yi Qingyi stopped the car and rolled down the window. What's wrong? Can you take me with you? Please, I don't want to stay here anymore, the woman begged, clasping her hands together. Seeing Yi Qingyi's silence, she continued, they keep me here on purpose. Every time they come, they. Please have mercy. I'll repay you however I can. Tang Ze rolled down his window and smiled. Sorry, miss, we're full. But the woman saw the empty passenger seat and knelt. Please, sir. I have a mother and children at home. I beg you. Tang Ze sighed. She's pitiful. Let's end her suffering so she won't be humiliated. Yi Qingyi's heart trembled. Save her only to kill her. Looking at the woman kowtowing on the ground, Yi Qingyi slowly drew her gun. But when the woman looked up and saw the gun aimed at her, terror filled her eyes. I'm sorry, I'll go. She turned and ran, but Yi Qingyi pulled the trigger. Bang! A mist of blood scattered in the air. And Bai lowered her head, feeling a pang of loss. Tang Ze pulled her close. This is the way of the world. She would have only suffered and died. A quick end is a mercy. He added that to get in their car, one needed to meet their standards. Taking the lackey's phone, Tang Ze scrolled through the chat logs. This boss had some skills. The group had 287 members, and he was the leader. These 8 were just one squad. The so-called Madman Go was merely the squad leader. As they said, they were sent to cause trouble at Shanhu District, but it wasn't just vandalism. It was murder. Do you think they'll suspect these guys were killed by the people of Shanhu District since they didn't reply to the boss? Tang Ze joked. Sun Ting opened a bottle of water and handed it to him. With this boss methods, next time won't be a threat. Hell, gather his men and attack Shanhu District. Then we need to make our move first. There should be plenty of beauties in the neighborhoods we haven't taken over yet. Tang Ze chuckled lewdly. He was a complete pervert now, too lazy to even bother with ordinary women, the kind he wouldn't want even if they threw themselves at him. He never wanted to suffer through grinding for experience again. Grinding just for the sake of it was utterly dull and tedious, making him feel like a beast of burden. It's definitely more than in our neighborhood. Sun Ting felt a twinge of worry now. If newcomers joined, would it affect her position? She glanced at Xiao Bai, who was playing with a firearm completely guileless, and at Yi Qingyi behind the wheel, who still harbored fantasies of escape. The 3 of them were only somewhat united. If this Shanhu neighborhood really had a few beauties, they would likely form their own faction upon joining. The thought of their own disunity made Sun Ting's spine chill. Xiao Bai was obedient enough, but she needed to have a serious talk with Yi Qingyi. No matter what, they had to stick together now, and any new women who joined would need to be kept under their heels. Yi Qingyi driving wasn't naive. Both women had the same thought. No matter what kind of woman joined in the future, they would have to go through a series of training before they could be of any use. And this so-called training Yi Qingyi had already experienced once. For words summed it up, utterly hellish. Tang Ze probably had no idea that his little cat's nest was already developing class divisions. But Tang Ze didn't care about that. Competition bred progress. A group of women without independent thought were no different from robots. As he always said, his standards were only getting higher, and he didn't keep idle mouths to feed. Let's switch cars, Tang Ze suddenly said. Yi Qingyi driving hummed in agreement. She had been about to suggest the same thing. Driving such a modified vehicle into another neighborhood wasn't appropriate. And change those lace undergarments you're all wearing. Otherwise people might mistake me for some kind of pervert. The three women burst into simultaneous giggles. Tisk, what's so funny? Believe I won't take you all right here. Tang Ze rolled his eyes. If I'm a pervert, then you three are even worse. A tantalizing change of clothes took place inside the car with Tang Ze teasing them from time to time. Life was certainly comfortable. They parked the car in a small alley not far from the neighborhood and piled into a stripped-down BYD with only its rims intact. Xiaobai, once we're inside, you're my girlfriend. Really? That's great. And Bai beamed with joy. Sun Ting pouted slightly. Master, can I be your girlfriend next time? Fine, well, I'll take turns. Tang Ze spread his hands. Now they were all clamoring to be his girlfriend, but when he was delivering food, where was this enthusiasm then? Suddenly Tang Ze placed his hand on Yi Qingyi's head, gently tousling her hair. Little Qingyi, how about we make a bet? A bet? Yi Qingyi asked, puzzled. I know you have a niece trapped in a school. If you win, we go. Yi Qingyi's eyes lit up with joy, and she quickly nodded. Don't nod so fast. You know the consequences of me saving her. Hearing Tang Ze's words, Yi Qingyi bit her red lips gently. The vibrant color slowly faded from them as she replied after a long pause, I know. Don't get too excited. If I win, I'm going to kill your fiancé's entire family. Dare to bet on that. And Bai and Sun Ting, sitting in the back, were stunned. This was forcing Yi Qingyi to make a choice. It was clear Tang Ze had never let his guard down around her. I won't lose. Yi Qingyi said in a low voice, her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. Good, that's the spirit I admire. Tang Ze patted Yi Qingyi's shoulder. A woman with courage was far better than one who only knew how to beg. So what's the bet? Tang Ze hadn't really thought it through. He turned to look at Bai and Sun Ting. What do you two think we should bet on? Sun Ting and Bai were stunned. He was leaving the choice of the bet to them. Wasn't he afraid they'd side with Yi Qingyi? Yi Qingyi turned back, looking at them with pleading eyes. Sun Ting thought to herself, if she chose a bet that favored Tang Ze, Yi Qingyi might break with them. And with the unknown beauties of Shanhu neighborhood still in play, they would surely face retribution. It was better to do a favor, even if it meant risking Tang Ze's displeasure. How about we use that President Xi as the bet? Xiaobai suddenly suggested. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi's hearts skipped a beat. Using a woman as a wager was Tang Ze's specialty. Which woman could ever escape his clutches? My little Bai is so clever and sensible. Tang Ze reached out and pinched Bai's cheek. Bai playfully rubbed against his palm like a large ragdoll cat. Bai continued, you two bet on whether President Xi will run away in the end. Master, you can't threaten her. Hey, interesting. Tang Ze was suddenly intrigued. He looked at Yi Qingyi. Ladies first. Yi Qingyi clenched her small fists, her heart racing, her breath becoming rapid, her mind a whirlwind. She won't run. Yi Qingyi said firmly. President, she wasn't a foolish woman, she would surely realize the benefits of staying by Tang Ze's side. But Yi Qingyi seemed to have forgotten one thing, and Bai's stipulation that threats were off the table. Then I'll bet she runs. You two are my witnesses. Sun Ting and Bai nodded. Of course you two can give her a little help this time, just so I don't seem like I'm bullying her. Yi Qingyi was secretly pleased. Though she had only met Xi Ming once, it was still an acquaintance. Hey, you can't go threatening her with guns. Tang Ze had to remind them. They couldn't break the rules of the game, or they'd be eating bullets. The three women naturally wouldn't resort to trickery, knowing Tang Ze disliked it. Bai suddenly let out a delicate laugh. Master, I'm really curious how you'll win over this real estate queen. You can't use threats, food temptations, or deals. You little rascal, you've blocked all my best moves. Bai playfully stuck out her tongue. Master, you're not lacking at all. You're tall and mighty, handsome and refined. President, she would swoon the moment she laid eyes on you. Haha, you sure know how to talk. Let's go see just who this President Xi really is. Tang Ze waved his hand grandly. But then he added another sentence. But first, let's make things a little harder for our President Xi. With that, Tang Ze took his underling's phone and sent a message. President Hua, something terrible has happened. Brother Feng and the others have been killed. The three women watched the message Tang Ze sent and realized he was accelerating the attack on Shanhu neighborhood. Their time was running out. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi suddenly exchanged a glance, both sensing something was amiss. Their mission was to ensure that President Xi wouldn't escape, which meant they had to follow Tang Ze. They would deliver President Xi to him on a silver platter, and Tang Ze wouldn't even have to lift a finger. The three of them would help him win her over. Xiaobai, what kind of challenge did you just set for him? But was Xiaobai truly an innocent fool? Obviously not. She appeared to give Tang Ze an impossibly difficult task, but in reality, as long as they accomplished the goal themselves, it would naturally be achieved. He wouldn't lose any face, and in the end they would even shower him with praise. Xiaobai had her own set of methods for pleasing Tang Ze. At the garage entrance of Shanhu residences, several cars were blocking both the entry and exit points with 7 or 8 men seated around holding blades in their hands. Yet these men were impeccably dressed, looking like elite professionals. Their gazes didn't even carry a hint of menace. The blades seemed merely for show. The vehicles blocking the way were just a precaution to prevent anyone from ramming through from the outside. After all, the rain had lessened these past 2 days, and many had begun to venture out again. As one of the affluent neighborhoods, they couldn't afford to let their guard down. "Sigh, when will this ever end?" lamented a man in his 40s clad in a wool sweater. "President, she says it won't be long now. Just 1 more month, and we'll be back to our old lives," said another, his eyes filled with longing. The leader of the group had shaved his head mainly because water was scarce, and a shaved head was the easiest to manage, not to mention it added an intimidating edge. His name was Luo Jun, the head of the security department at Shanhu Residences. He was a man of considerable skill, fiercely loyal to President Xi. "President, she is paying us 10 times our usual wages. Once this disaster is over, we'll also get shares in Shanhu Group. That's worth tens of millions." At the mention of that figure, everyone's eyes lit up. In their hearts, this disaster was only temporary. The sun would surely shine again. It wasn't just Xi Ming. The other wealthy bosses had also promised hefty sums in exchange for security. The elites of the neighborhood had naturally joined in, firmly believing that the light would once again bathe the earth. Just as they were lost in dreams of their future lives, a blaring car horn shattered the silence. A frantic voice crackled over the walkie-talkie. "A car is crashing into the garage." Hearing this, the men immediately seized their weapons and stood up, their eyes locked on the entrance. 10 seconds later, a BYD came crashing straight in its bare rims, unable to find any purchase to stop. With a thunderous bang, the 2 cars parked in front were smashed aside, their airbags bursting out in the impact. The group of men watched the intruding vehicle warily, none daring to charge forward. Only Luo Jun slowly approached to inspect it. When he saw that the car contained 1 man and 3 women, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. These weren't President He's men. They were most likely refugees from outside. Still, the sight of 3 such stunningly beautiful women alongside a man was a peculiar combination. "Brother Luo, reinforcements are on the way. Hold your ground." The walkie-talkie crackled urgently. Luo Jun pressed the talk button. "It's just refugees seeking shelter. No need for alarm." "Damn, you scared the hell out of me. Thought it was those guys." Inside the car, Tang Ze kicked the door open and chuckled. "Sorry about that. These brakes are completely useless. Here, have a smoke." Seeing Tang Ze offering cigarettes, the anger on the men's faces instantly subsided, replaced by a hint of sheepishness. For them, cigarettes had long since run out, and the China tobacco cigs Tang Ze was handing out were like treasure. The most direct way for men to break the ice was over a smoke. As the 3 women stepped out of the car, the men's cigarettes dropped from their mouths, their jaws hanging slack. They had thought President Xi was the pinnacle of beauty, but here were 3 more. Luo Jun, however, snapped out of his daze quickly. Though he had no cigarettes, he never went without a lighter. He lit his own, then offered Tang Ze a light as well. "Brother, what's your story here?" Tang Ze's acting skills kicked in immediately. If it weren't for them, I'd never have risked coming out here. Looking at the 3 women's beauty, the men understood. If he hadn't brought them along, their fate would likely have been grim. Tang Ze pulled him by to his side. "This is my girlfriend Xiaobai. This is my girlfriend's best friend Sun Ting, and this is her neighbor Yi Qingyi." "Hello, sirs," and Bai stammered, looking like a frightened kitten. To the men, she seemed utterly harmless. Who would have guessed that she had just bashed someone's head in? Yi Qingyi remained as aloof as ever, giving a curt nod as a greeting. The men said nothing but secretly sneered at her pretentiousness. Sun Ting, however, instantly switched into hostess mode. "Hello, brothers. Sorry for the intrusion." Luo Jun took a deep drag, savoring the smoke as it filled his lungs, then exhaled slowly. "Brother, you've got some serious guts bringing 3 women out here like this. That's what I call being a real man." Another man chimed in. "How come you headed for our neighborhood? Everyone in Huan City knows about Shanhu Residences. I figured it'd be safer here." The men chuckled. Wasn't that the whole point of buying property here? But damn, those 3 women were easy on the eyes. The figures, the faces, those perky rears. The leading woman immediately caught Tang Ze's attention. He didn't need to guess to know she was the esteemed President Xi. Yi Qingyi had mentioned that President Xi was well endowed, and indeed she was. Her hair was coiled elegantly at the back of her head, her features were exquisite, her nose straight, and her lips were a fiery red. Even in this situation, she wore accessories projecting an air of authority. Her red dress strained to contain her ample curves, seemingly ready to burst forth. "Xi Ming." Tang Ze had to admit Yi Qingyi hadn't lied to him. This President, she was fair-skinned and beautiful. He would never have guessed she was in her mid-30s. Not bad at all. She was too much for him to handle. Behind her stood 2 other attractive women. It was true what they said, affluent neighborhoods had an abundance of beautiful women. Meng was always wary of outsiders, a precaution against any troublemakers sneaking in. Once she had verified their background, she would permit them to stay. Although many objected to this policy, none could challenge Meng's authority. She had her own private warehouse of supplies. There was plenty of food, but water was scarce. However, since Meng paid their wages, no one dared to complain. Meng's gaze naturally fell upon the three women. A flicker of surprise crossed her face. Their complexions were remarkably rosy, even better than her own, showing no signs of malnutrition. That girl. Why did she look so familiar? She couldn't quite place where she had seen her before. President Xi, these are the people who just crashed through Luo Jun said with a smile from the side. Standing there, Meng exuded an imposing aura that demanded respect. Tang Zhe felt it was even more intense than Yi Qingji's. Yi Qingyi was only a vice president, but Meng was the chairman of a major group and one of the youngest around. Yi Qingyi suddenly gasped in recognition. You're President Xi, and you are. Meng was intrigued to see a flicker of familiarity in Yi Qingji's eyes. We met in Yunhai City at the reception. I am Jiang Zihui's fiancé. Oh, that's why you look so familiar. Meng offered a kind smile, remarking that she felt she had seen her somewhere before. So she was Jiang's granddaughter-in-law. Yi Qingyi said apologetically, I'm really sorry, President Xi, we had no other choice. We were at my sister and brother-in-law's place, but the neighborhood descended into chaos. If it weren't for Tang Zhe, we wouldn't have made it out. Meng's gaze turned to Tang Zhe, who scratched the back of his head, sheepishly looking like an upstanding young man. They're my girlfriend's friends, so it was only natural to help. And what do you do? Meng asked, sizing Tang Zhe up. I'm a delivery driver. Do you have any proof? Tang Zhe thought to himself how cautious this woman was, but since he was indeed a delivery driver, he simply pulled out his phone and showed Meng his career profile. Meng relaxed slightly, then turned to Enbai. And you? What do you do? I work for an airline as a flight attendant. Enbai said, timidly clutching Tang Zhe's arm tightly. Seeing Enbai's demeanor, Meng didn't press further. And you? I'm a streamer, the kind that dances and chats. As Sun Ting finished speaking, a man nearby exclaimed, No wonder you looked familiar. I've seen your stream on the local channel. I even sent you a rocket. Sun Ting cooed, Thank you for the big rocket, boss. Ha! The men burst into laughter, and the atmosphere lightened. Tang Zhe chuckled, inwardly thinking how effortlessly these women could spin a tale. They were completely unaware that 4 tigers had just walked into a sheep pen. At the back of the crowd stood Bai Jian and Xiaoyu. Bai Jian's gaze was fixed on the 3 women, his eyes seemingly devouring them. Within this neighborhood, Bai Jian ranked below Meng, but he believed that if he got out, he could dominate any other district. Taking any woman he desired, making all men his servants and all women his playthings. Perhaps out of respect for Yi Qingyi, Meng personally led the 4 of them to find an available apartment. Walking through the wealthy resident's underground garage, Tang Zhe saw numerous luxury cars, enough to host a car show. Soon they arrived at a spacious 148-square-meter home. The exquisite interior decoration was so lavish it impressed even Tang Zhe. The owner is abroad, so it's been empty. You can stay here for now, but don't damage the furniture. Meng cautioned Tang Zhe, assuming the girls would be careful, but she wasn't so sure about him. Tang Zhe nodded, innocently looking like the picture of honesty. Meng figured it was a miracle Tang Zhe managed to escape with 3 such beautiful girls. He looked frail with no combat ability whatsoever. She decided to assign him to logistics. Tang Zhe, since you're here, everyone has a role to play. Okay, I understand. Meng was fairly satisfied with Tang Zhe's attitude. Tang Zhe could tell that President Xi viewed him as just another employee, a look he was all too familiar with. Hey, race a week's worth of supplies. Use them sparingly. A man reluctantly brought over a box of water and a box of breakfast biscuits. Tang Zhe was stunned, and so were Yi Qingyi and the other 2 women. Their reaction seemed perfectly normal to Meng, who didn't suspect a thing. As long as you follow my orders, supplies are the least of your worries. Once this disaster is over, you can all come work for my company, and I'll make sure you're well placed. Thank you, boss. I'll follow your orders, Tang Zhe pledged immediately. And Bai and Sun Ting echoed his sentiment, while Yi Qingyi remained silent. There's entertainment every night at 7 in the underground garage. There will also be a raffle with plenty of prizes, drinks, snacks, and even meat. Tang Zhe was amazed that they had entertainment programs at a time like this, but he had to admit President Xi really knew how to paint a rosy picture. President Xi, thank you. Yi Qingyi stepped forward to express her gratitude. Meng smiled and turned back. It was nothing. I'm sure we'll have opportunities to work together in the future. After seeing Meng off, Yi Qingyi understood perfectly well that her hospitality was also an investment in the future. The investment queen didn't earn her title for nothing. Everything she did was a calculated move. Once they were alone, Tang Zhe flopped onto the sofa. Little Qingyi, this President, she is definitely more impressive than you. Yi Qingyi was secretly annoyed, thinking he made her sound like a small-time player. This place is so nice, Mbai said, standing on the balcony overlooking a lake with a golf course not far in the distance. Sun Ting stood beside her thinking how she had never had the chance to live in such a nice place before and how she used to envy the wealthy. But now she didn't envy them so much. Xiaobai, check this place for any surveillance devices, Tang Zhe said, tossing a device to Mbai. Mbai hummed in acknowledgement and began sweeping the room with the device, finding no surveillance. Keep your weapons on you. Tang Zhe tossed the pistols to the three women, giving them a means to protect themselves. That Hua guy could attack at any moment. Holding the guns, the three women felt as though they were holding their own lives in their hands, and with it the power over others' lives. Little Qingyi, you should let your fiancé know you're safe before that president, she tries to take the credit. Tang Zhe patted his leg with a grin. The usual deal, you know the drill. Yi Qingyi didn't resist. Why did she feel this way? The video call connected quickly. Qingyi, you finally called me. Zhang Zihue had deliberately not contacted her for 2 days, waiting for her to call him first. He was about to give in, but thankfully his fiancée called. He was overjoyed. Yi Qingyi smiled contentedly. Zihue, I'm sorry. Things were chaotic in our building for the past couple of days, so I didn't contact you. I didn't want you to worry. It's safe now. What? Chaos. Where are you now? Zhang Zihue shot to his feet, staring intently at his fiancée. Don't worry. I got out with some friends. You know President Shi of Shanshan Group, right? She just took us in. Thank goodness. You scare me to death. Zhang Zihue clutched his chest, his face pale with fright. But Yi Qingyi saw no reassurance in his reaction, only weakness and cowardice. Especially that gesture of clutching his chest. It seemed so effeminate. She had truly changed after taking a life. Her perspective had shifted dramatically. By the way, what about your sister and brother-in-law? Yi Qingyi lowered her head in silence upon hearing this, and Zhang Zihue immediately understood, expressing his regret. At that moment, Mbai suddenly leaned in, waving her hand, and calling out sweetly, "Hello, brother Jiang." Seeing Mbai, Zhang Zihue was momentarily stunned. What a sweet girl. Hello, thank you for taking care of my Qingyi. Brother Jiang, I escaped thanks to my boyfriend. Then I must thank him. Is your boyfriend here? Yi Qingyi was rolling her eyes inwardly. Xiaobai, you did that on purpose. Zihue, hang on a moment. This left Tang Zhe utterly bewildered. Aren't you afraid your fiancé will find out? Such audacity. President Jiang, hello. Tang Zhe called out with a grin, thinking your fiancé is a bit wild today. Looking at this ordinary man before him, Zhang Zihue felt reassured. His fiancé would never be attracted to someone like this. But that adorable girl being his girlfriend. How strange. Brother, thank you for looking after my fiancé. Once the disaster ends, 5 million will be wired directly to your account. Tang Zhe thought to himself, your fiancé is currently all over me, with a satisfied and enraptured expression. Looks like I've been taking good care of her. Rest assured, President Jiang. We're in the same building. As long as I'm alive, your fiancé will be safe. Good, we'll have a drink together when we meet. The camera shifted back to Yi Qingyi's face, now slightly flushed. Seeing his fiancé so radiant and alluring, Zhang Zihui's heart itched, but there were words of affection he couldn't say now. Qingyi, I'll ask my father to speak with President Shi and have her look after you. Zihue, I love you. Zhang Zihue hadn't expected his fiancé to be so direct. He felt a bit embarrassed, but returned the sentiment before hanging up. The moment the call ended, Yi Qingyi's moans could no longer be contained, spilling wantonly from the depths of her throat. Oh my, I can't take this. The whole neighborhood is going to hear. Mbai covered her ears and shouted. After the pleasure subsided, Yi Qingyi lay on Tang Zhe's chest, gasping, as if she had already wandered further and further down the path of depravity. Did you all hear that? Our fiancé is only worth 5 million. Sun Ting said with a sly grin, giving Yi Qingyi's shapely rear a pat. Yi Qingyi returned the gesture without backing down. You naughty Ting, I won't hit you. Master, how much are we worth in your heart? Mbai suddenly asked out of curiosity. Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting's gazes also turned toward him. Tang Zhe drawled lazily, worthless. The three women froze for a moment, then burst into coquettish laughter. Hearing she was worth 5 million, Yi Qingyi felt uneasy, but hearing Tang Zhe's remark about being worthless, she found it rather amusing. Alright, I need to go visit my so-called ex-girlfriend. Master, why don't you take me along to show off? Mbai pleaded pitifully, begging her master to take her. However, Tang Zhe shrugged. Do I look like the kind of person who likes to show off? With that, he opened the door and walked out, leaving Mbai feeling dejected. She so wanted to kill someone. Indeed, Mbai's mindset was beginning to shift. If anyone could still be called normal, it was only Sun Ting now. Even Yi Qingyi was gradually sinking into depravity. After stepping out, Tang Zhe noticed the security camera in the corner. Being a psychokinetic, destroying every camera was a trivial matter. Shortly after he entered the elevator in the monitoring room, all the screens turned to static, while the security guard on duty continued snoring soundly. Arriving outside room 501 Unit 1, Tang Zhe pressed the doorbell. Inside, Bai Jian immediately signaled Xiao Yu with his eyes, then hid himself in the wardrobe. Chow Yu, wearing a sheer nightgown with her makeup perfectly done, composed herself before walking out of the bedroom. As the door opened, Tang Ze saw this woman from many years ago, not quite an ex-girlfriend, now much more mature than before. "You're here." Chow Yu brushed her hair aside, deliberately bending forward slightly to reveal her deep cleavage. She thought to herself, even Bai Jian couldn't resist me dressed like this. "You're just a poor loser. You'll be utterly captivated and obediently drink the water I've prepared for you." Tang Ze smiled faintly, "Dressed so seductively, waiting for me to FCK you." Chow Yu froze, not expecting Tang Ze to be so blunt. As she tried to explain, Tang Ze's large hand clamped around her throat, a wave of suffocation washing over her. "Let me go." Chow Yu instinctively slapped at Tang Ze's arm, but there was no way a weak woman could break free. Tang Ze dragged Chow Yu by the neck into the house as the door slowly closed behind them. "Isn't this what you wanted? Straight to the point." Tang Ze wore a devilish smile as he headed directly toward the bedroom, already sensing someone hiding inside. "With your income, how could you afford a place here? You're somebody's mistress, aren't you? Trying to team up to trap me. Do you really take me for a fool? No, let's talk this through. Wait." Chow Yu quickly begged for mercy. This was not what she had envisioned at all. "It's fine, we'll talk while we FCK. You? Let me go." He kicked open the bedroom door, startling Bai Jian in the wardrobe. What was going on? When he heard Chow Yu's cries for mercy, Bai Jian frowned. This wasn't what he had planned. "Get out. Tang Ze, you beast." Tang Ze slammed Chow Yu against the wardrobe. Bai Jian, hiding inside, could see Chow Yu's face through the gap, his heart tightening with tension. "You contemptible loser, I won't let you get away with this." Overwhelmed by the intense suffocation, Chow Yu stopped cursing and began to plead, "No. Don't kill me. Dying. Save me. Old Bai, save me." Chow Yu's eyes bulged as she looked toward the terrified Bai Jian in the wardrobe, begging for help. Bai Jian had never imagined Tang Ze could be so brutal. This didn't fit the profile of a delivery man at all. "And you BTCH calling me out like that. You're going to expose me. Hey, she's your woman after all. Aren't you coming out to save her?" Bai Jian didn't dare make a sound, believing Tang Ze was bluffing. "See, he's not coming out to save you. When you face the king of hell, you'll have to tell him his name." With a crack, Chow Yu's neck was snapped. Her pristine white neck tilted at a 90-degree angle, as if no longer supported. Seeing Chow Yu's eyes wide open in that horrifying manner, Bai Jian began to tremble. Suddenly clutching his chest, he tumbled out of the wardrobe. Tang Ze quickly stepped back to avoid being knocked over by the fat man. Bai Jian collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest, as if suffering a heart attack. Instinctively, he fumbled for his quick-acting heart pills in his trouser pocket, but they slipped from his grasp and rolled away. As he reached for them, Tang Ze slowly nudged them further aside with his shoe. You look somewhat familiar. Yes, I saw you at the annual meeting. You seem to be the hotel manager, don't you?" Bai Jian clutched at Tang Ze's pant leg, his eyes filled with desperation. "You're quite hefty. Why not go lose some weight?" "You?" Bai Jian, who prided himself on his cunning, having climbed from nothing to the position of deputy general manager of the hotel, couldn't believe he was being brought down by a mere delivery boy. Tang Ze watched calmly as Bai Jian's breathing ceased, then tossed both bodies onto the bed. "Remember, in your next life, don't make deals with the devil, it ends badly." Soon Tang Ze returned indoors, and Bai trotted over, asking curiously, "Master, what punishment did you give her?" "I snapped her neck with my bare hands," Tang Ze said with a smile, playfully gripping Bai's delicate neck. Bai, however, showed no fear, even appearing to relish the touch. Sun Ting said softly, "That's letting her off too easy. If it were me, I'd make her suffer horribly." "Yes, make her suffer," Yi Qingyi echoed in agreement. Tang Ze let out a long sigh, wondering how he ended up surrounded by such deviants. Who had taught them this? They were all being corrupted. In the luxurious private room of the Imperial Club, a 50-year-old man sat on a sofa, puffing a cigar, a thick gold chain around his neck, and a large gold ring on his finger, with two women kneeling before him in service. That damn bitch. How dare she kill my men? Huanian's rage boiled over. He stood up, abruptly grabbed a leather whip from the coffee table, and walked over to a spot where an 18-year-old girl was suspended. She had been captured by Huanian after attempting to flee, and her body was already lacerated and bloody, leaving her with only a faint breath. Crack, crack, crack. 3 more bloody welts appeared on the girl's trembling body, a shocking sight. The 2 classmates kneeling nearby dared not utter a sound. This is what happens when you stay out playing at the club in the dead of night. Picking up his phone, Huanian dialed Xi Meng's number. That wretched woman. Does she really think the men in her compound can stop my assault? Meanwhile, Xi Meng sat at home and saw Huanian's incoming call. Her delicate brows furrowed in annoyance, but she reluctantly answered. "Hello. Manager Xi, I merely sent a few men to have a chat with you, and you went and killed them. That's not very appropriate, is it?" Xi Meng was utterly confused. "President He, what are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean. Don't play dumb with me, you bitch. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, you're all dead." Xi Meng's temper flared. Being falsely accused of murder was infuriating. Huo Wanyan, watch your mouth. Don't think for a second that I'm afraid of you. Fine. I was waiting for you to say that. Your whole compound is doomed. With that, Huo Wanyan hung up. Xi Meng slammed her phone down on the table, her expression filled with irritation. At that moment, a man in his 40s appeared beside her, offering a cup of hot water with a smile. Dear, don't be upset. Have a sip of water. This refined-looking man was Xi Meng's husband, Fu Qi. Xi Meng's position was largely supported by Fu Qi's family, otherwise how could a woman alone have achieved such success? Xi Meng took the water and sipped it, then said calmly, Honey, you should have some too. I'm not thirsty. Xi Meng said no more, running her slender fingers through her hair. Is there trouble with President Hua? Xi Meng hummed in acknowledgement. Honestly, I don't think cooperating with President Hua is a bad idea. He has water, you have food storage, and water is the scarcer resource. Fu Qi advised, not for the first time, but she wouldn't listen. Xi Meng's voice turned cold. Are those conditions even human? Sending them women on a schedule and having our men serve as their thugs. When have I, Xi Meng, ever bowed to evil forces? Alas, times have changed. Today you let strangers in and distributed supplies. Some people have already voiced their complaints to me. Who? Xi Meng's eyes turned icy. Oh, don't worry about who. Supplies are scarce now. You should stop being so charitable, or the people below will revolt. Bang. Xi Meng slammed the table hard. How dare they? Fu Qi looked at his stubborn wife and shook his head, finally understanding the terror of a compassionate heart. Back in the club's private room, Huo Wanyan hurled his phone onto the sofa, then grabbed the kneeling girl by the hair to vent his frustration. 30 seconds later, feeling somewhat relieved, Huo Wanyan picked up his phone and dialed a number, a practiced smile spreading across his face. President Qian, I trust you've received my gift. The sound of a girl's screams came through the phone, followed by President Qian's voice. These girls are quite good. I'm very pleased. I have more. Once you tire of these, I'll send over new ones. Good, good, good. President Hui, you really understand me. Say, President Qian, about that matter from last time. Qian Zhongran paused, then chuckled. President Hui, guns are hard to come by these days. The guards at the head office would rather destroy all the ammunition than hand it over. But last time you said you could get guns from the armed police. Hey, there's a pile of corpses at the armed police barracks. They'd rather starve to death in there than trade with me, my friend. Huo Wanyan cursed inwardly. I sent him several beauties and he can't even give me a single gun. Once I get my hands on a gun, it'll blow your head off. President Qian, am planning to take down Shanhu compound. Just give me a gun and I'll deliver Xi Meng tied up to your bed. How about that? Are you serious? Qian Zongren's tone immediately turned serious, proving that the allure of Xi Meng was indeed potent. Huo Wanyan cursed him inwardly for being a sly old fox. Would I dare deceive you, President Qian? How I doubt you'd have the nerve. Alright, we managed to snag a few shotguns from an armored transport company. They'll give you one along with 5 rounds of ammunition. Armored transport. Huo Wanyan wanted to slap himself. Why hadn't he thought of those people? Qian Zhongran had beaten him to it. President Qian, isn't 5 bullets a bit too few? Too few. What's the point of a gun now? It's for intimidation. Who's going to gamble on whether your gun is loaded? One shot, and everyone backs down. Huo Wanyan almost laughed himself. A shotgun and 5 bullets for a beauty like Xi Meng. They'll give you nothing. Just get the gun first. Well then, thank you, President Qian. They'll send someone over to your place shortly. And bring 2 more beauties along. Damn it. Sure, I'll pick the best ones for you, President Qian. After hanging up, Huo Wanyan roared in frustration. He glanced at the woman nearby, found himself unable to perform, and grew even angrier. He grabbed the whip and lashed out. Screams of pain filled the air. Once I take Shanhu compound and recruit their men, I'll take care of Qin Zhongran too. You may have bullets, but do you have more men than me? With this thought, Huo Wanyan's confidence surged back. He drew a pistol from his waist and pressed it against the girl's head. Serve me well, and no tricks. Please don't kill me, I'll do it. Huo Wanyan closed his eyes to relish the moment, yet no one knew the gun held no bullets. He had emptied it at the police station. Yet it was with this very gun that no lackey dared defy him, let alone these women. At 7 in the evening, Tang Zhe held in Bei's hand as they strolled into the underground parking garage. Sun Ting followed with envy, while Yi Qingyi scanned her surroundings, noticing the gazes of men fixed upon her. Compared to these eyes, Yi Qingyi preferred those at the gas station, ones filled with fear and dread. 10,000 yuan to wipe my car. A voice suddenly rang out. A boss in sunglasses waved a stack of red banknotes, a Rolls-Royce parked nearby. Boss, let me. He'll do it. Don't fight me for it. 5 or 6 men scrambled forward, bickering among themselves. My God, money still works, and Bai gasped in astonishment, having thought it was utterly useless by now. Yi Qingyi remarked calmly, they all think it's just temporary. Tang Zhe muttered, 10,000 for one wipe. I'd go for it myself. Little Bai, come help wipe too. Tang Zhe grinned, pinching Little Bai's cheek, soft and smooth. He noticed their skin seemed finer than before. Was it from absorbing his essence? Did applying it to the face really have such an effect? Bro, got any cigarettes left? A voice came from beside him. Luo Jun stood there with a grin. Tang Ze paused, pulled out his pack, and found only one cigarette left. Forget it, keep it for yourself. Luo Jun patted Tang Ze's shoulder with a chuckle. But Tang Ze handed it over anyway. I barely smoke, you take it. Luo Jun couldn't resist. Had stretched his last cigarette over several sessions, each puff a luxury. Bro, if you ever need anything, just come to me, Luo Jun said, accepting the cigarette without further hesitation. Tang Ze asked curiously, what's all this for? They set up a stage, a speech. President Zai's giving everyone hope, telling us not to stay cooped up. Getting out and mingling helps ease the mind. I see, Tang Ze thought. Isn't this just empty promises? Luo Jun sighed. President Zai's a good man. I hope this crisis passes soon, or we won't hold out much longer. The fact that Shed rationed out a box of water made Tang Ze think she was a living saint. Who else in their own neighborhood had that kind of resolve? Who's that pretty lady? Tang Ze pointed at a woman, delicate features, dressed in a blouse with a small tie, black skirt, and black stockings. A sharp professional outfit. Not prime stock, but Shed passed as a decent fallback. Luo Jun raised an eyebrow. His girlfriend was right there, and Tang Ze was eyeing another woman. But for the sake of that cigarette, Luo Jun obliged. That's Feng Mengming, President Zai's secretary. Even a secretary lives here. Tang Ze marveled at the salary. She doesn't live here. That night she stayed late at President Zai's to report work, then the rain came, and she couldn't go back. I heard her own neighborhood's gone to chaos. Tang Ze let out a long oh. As more people trickled down, he spotted no true stunners. Someone like Feng Mengming was rare, let alone someone on President Zai's level. Wait, were there really this few beauties in a rich enclave? Where were the promised stars and campus queens? His thrill for the hunt dimmed by half. If not for President, she had have lost interest entirely. Sun Ting, observing from the sidelines, felt a wave of relief. Few women would catch Tang Ze's eye. Even counting Xi Ming, that left only two. Just then Xi Ming finally stepped out of the elevator. She was dazzling. Her alluring figure impossible to ignore, a woman among women ripe as a peach. Behind her trailed a man. Tang Ze asked, who's that guy? That's President Zai's husband, Fu Qi. Ah, she had a husband. Let the scoundrels gather here. On the stage, Xi Ming raised a megaphone. All residents, is everyone here? The crowd glanced around, counting heads. President Xiaobai hasn't shown up. Xi Ming's brows furrowed. Call him down. He has no sense of punctuality. But the call went unanswered. Tang Ze stood in the crowd, a faint smile on his lips. Go get him. All right. Moments later, a man hurried back, looking helpless. President Xi Huan opened the door. This was a blatant challenge to her authority. If one skipped today, more would follow tomorrow. It had to be dealt with firmly. Break the door down. I want to see what he's up to. Probably hiding a mistress and skipping the meeting. Tang Ze chuckled softly. Even the dead fat guy's mistress situation is common knowledge. Master, how do you know? Little Bai whispered curiously. Not telling you. Whimper, whimper. And Bai's coquettish whine was utterly alluring, making Tang Ze want to drag her aside for a quick tryst. If Little Bai dropped dead right now, Tang Ze would grieve for 4 days, nothing more. Soon several men rushed down in a panic. President, something's wrong. Bai Jian is dead. The words stunned everyone. A death in a neighborhood that had never seen one. Who wouldn't be terrified? Dead? How? Murdered? Xi Ming demanded, her voice low. The men exchanged uneasy glances. Speak up. Bai Jian and his lover were found dead in bed. His lover's neck was snapped. He strangled her. Bai Jian himself seemed to have died of a sudden heart attack. At this, the crowd buzzed with murmurs. The fat man had chased thrills and offed himself. And Bai finally understood, so that was it. Xi Ming breathed a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't homicide. That Bai Jian had always been shifty and ill-intentioned, good riddance. Also, President Xi, the surveillance room seems infected. No feeds at all. Panic rippled through the crowd, conspiracy theories flying. Everyone calm down, Xi Ming said, her voice steadying them. Today marks exactly 1 month since the disaster began. Over this month we've pulled together to weather the storm. We must keep this spirit alive. Trust me, soon this crisis will pass, and we'll return to our old lives. Tang Ze was nearly bored to sleep. So President Xi fed them this rhetoric every night. The deeper the hope, now the harsher the riot later. President Xi, how much longer? A voice suddenly shouted from the crowd. All eyes turned to Xi Ming. She smiled. Folks, to be honest, I got word today. Rescue could come as soon as next month. Fu Qi, standing nearby, was startled. He didn't even know it himself. His wife was lying. However, after hearing this, everyone's faces broke into smiles again, and some even shouted that they were saved. I really wonder how she's going to handle next month, Sun Ting murmured. Yi Qingyi said indifferently. She won't make it to next month, she's just stabilizing these people for now. Master, there's a beauty in a white short skirt over there, and Bai whispered in reminder. Tang Ze had already spotted her, and chuckled softly. She's average a bit less than you. Master, just make do for now. Xiao Bai will find better ones for you later. Alright, I suppose he'll reluctantly accept it. Yiching rolled her eyes. Seeing how reluctant he pretended to be, she guessed he probably already had a plan in mind. Just as everyone was in high spirits, a terrified voice crackled through Luo Jun's walkie-talkie. Brother Luo, a dump truck is charging into the garage. Luo Jun froze, then turned to look at the entrance not far away and shouted, "Everyone scatter! Everyone scatter!" The crowd looked at the frantic Luo Jun in confusion. At that moment, the dump truck appeared, plowing through the cars blocking the entrance. People fled in terror, and a few were knocked down by the vehicle, wailing on the ground. "Honey, what are you standing there for? Run! How can I run at a time like this? If you want to run, go ahead." Shi Mingjiao shouted, shaking off Fu Chi's hand and yelling to the crowd, "Everyone, don't panic. Grab weapons and fight back. Don't run." The tarp on the dump truck was thrown aside, revealing 20 burly young men leaping down with blades. The leader brandished a half-meter machete. "Miss Shi, Mr. Hua sends his regards. Kill. Murder. Run for your lives." These so-called elite members of high society were utterly terrified by the thugs, scattering in panic. Within moments, 3 or 4 lay on the ground, unable to get up. Luo Jun roared, "Brothers, charge." But the men around him were also intimidated by the attackers, frozen in hesitation. Tang Ze gave the 3 women a look, signaling them not to fire their guns here and to head back. The women, who had already developed the killing intent, reluctantly retreated up the stairs, while Tang Ze remained. "Brother, you need to leave," Luo Jun urged Tang Ze before charging forward with his blade. A few men saw Luo Jun charge and followed suit. Meanwhile, Shi Meng was still desperately trying to stop the fleeing men, who were scared out of their wits. "Don't run. There are only a few of them, and we have so many." But she couldn't stop these panicked elites. Her face turned grim, and she shouted sharply, "Luo Jun, organize the men and kill them. Miss Shi, you go. We'll hold them off here." Luo Jun bellowed. But in that moment of distraction, a blade slashed across his back. "You're asking for it." Luo Jun was skilled. He swung his knife, cutting into the attacker's neck, blood splattering. Seeing Luo Jun take down one of them, his brother's morale surged, and they grabbed weapons and charged. But their fighting skills were clearly lacking. Meanwhile, Hawanian's men had thick paper tied around their wrists and arms, and the leader was even wearing a bulletproof vest. "Brother Luo, watch out." Thud. A sharp pain shot through Luo Jun's back. He felt his lower body go numb. Someone had stabbed him in the lower back. He collapsed, desperately swinging his knife, but was quickly surrounded by 3 men. They hacked him down in a flurry of blades. The cigarette tucked behind his ear rolled slowly onto the ground, stained with blood. Meanwhile, Tang Ze was playing the hero. "Rich neighborhoods sure have plenty of beauties," one thug said, leering at Feng Mengmeng with a watermelon knife in hand. Feng Mengmeng had never seen anything like this. She backed away in fear until she hit the wall with nowhere left to go. Watching the men flee, she felt a deep sense of despair, wishing she could just disappear. "Treating a lady like this isn't very polite," Tang Ze's voice came from beside him. The thug was startled and turned around only to see a fist flying towards his face. He was knocked out cold with a single punch. Of course, Tang Ze had pulled his punch through, otherwise he would have caved the man's head in, and everyone would have stared at him like he was a monster. Feng Mengmeng stared blankly at Tang Ze. "What are you spacing out for? Get going," Tang Ze said, patting her on the head. Feng Mengmeng snapped back to reality and ran towards the elevator, but quickly turned back and shouted, "Thank you." Tang Ze replied with a smile, "I charge for my services." Feng Mengmeng was taken aback, but quickly ran off. He turned his gaze to the battlefield in the middle. Those thugs were actually gaining the upper hand. "Huh, isn't that Luo Jun dead?" He thought the guy was pretty decent. Tang Ze walked over to Luo Jun, let out a soft sigh, and gently closed his eyes. He murmured, "He'll send them to you." Just then the leader of the thugs shouted at Shi Meng, "Boys, grab that woman. Kill. Honey, if we don't leave now, it'll be too late." Fu Chi yelled, pulling at Shi Meng. Only 4 loyal guards stood between her and the attackers, but they were clearly outnumbered. There were still 17 or 18 of the enemy. Tang Ze found the whole scene pathetic. It was like a kindergarten. 20 guys had scared off hundreds. Could you believe it? He had previously thought those 8 guys from the gas station were foolish for going to a residential area to intimidate people. Now he realized he had been wrong. They were all a bunch of cowards, only capable of sharing prosperity, not facing adversity. Tang Ze sighed softly, then began his act. "Miss Shi, run. They'll hold them off." Tang Ze shouted, stepping forward to stand in line with the other 4. His righteous, self-sacrificing demeanor was almost infectious. Even Shi Meng was moved, saying with great relief, "You are truly a man of honor, sir." "Miss Shi, you need to go." Tang Ze was exasperated. Can't she just skip the formalities and run when told to? But Shi Meng looked ready to die. "I will not leave. I will fight alongside you to the death." Tang Ze was speechless. Is this woman out of her mind? The 4 men beside him were stunned. One of them suddenly shouted, "Miss Shi, take care of my parents," and charged out on his own. The other 3 also left their final words and rushed forward. Tang Ze finally understood how a leader could inspire their subordinates to face death willingly. "Miss Shi, please take care of my girlfriend for me," Tang Ze said, throwing out a line before charging out as well. Of course he had to hold back, not too strong, not too weak. The thugs faltered in the face of this suicidal charge, especially when the 4 loyal guards, despite being stabbed multiple times, clung to their enemies and kept swinging. As Tang Ze fought, he thought, if the men here were like this, would they be afraid? Unfortunately, they weren't even as good as Ding Feng and his crew. Soon only Tang Ze was left standing, facing 8 enemies. The bodies on the ground were starting to unnerve the thugs. After all, Mr. Hua had said they wouldn't resist, but people were dying now. The leader, seeing his underlings' fear, shouted, "Brothers, once we're back, boss will give us women, food, and beer." Indeed, the underlings' eyes gradually turned fierce. Shi Meng stared intently at the enemy while Fu Qi felt utterly hopeless. "Honey, let's go. We can't win this. I've told you I'm not leaving." Fu Qi nearly cracked on the spot. Stubborn at a time like this. What good would come from being caught? Did she think Huan Yin would go easy on her? Don't be naive. Was Shi Meng that foolish? Her gaze settled on Tang Ze. She had been watching him closely, as those thugs were no match for him. The blood on him was theirs, and he bore not a single scratch. He was clearly exceptional. With Luo Jun dead and his loyalists gone, if she could recruit Tang Ze as her bodyguard, she'd have far more sway here. "Tang Ze, will fight alongside you." Shi Meng stepped forward, standing beside him. 2 master performers put on a show on the spot, leaving the husband beside them utterly bewildered. Tang Ze genuinely wanted to crack open this woman's skull to see if it was filled with filth, but Shi Meng was determined to see just how formidable Tang Ze truly was. Admittedly, Shi Meng's nerve was extraordinary. Any other woman would have fled in terror by now. "Kill!" the leader roared. He was just one man, once he was dead they could abduct Shi Meng and complete their mission. Tang Ze could only sigh, grabbed his blade, and charged forward. After a fierce struggle, he finally cut them all down, yet he remained completely unharmed. Faking an injury just wasn't Tang Ze's style. "Boss, don't kill me. Why not come work for Boss Hua? He's got plenty of beauties. You can take your pick." "Really?" Tang Ze said, feigning interest. Shi Meng's heart sank. Tang Ze, don't fall for his sweet talk. "Brother Tang, don't trust this woman. She's swindled Boss Hua out of a lot of goods." "Nonsense." Shi Meng was furious. "Brother Tang, I swear it's true. Boss Hua has college girls, campus queens, all kinds. This woman has nothing to offer you." Shi Meng cursed him for being shameless, using women as bait. And it seemed Tang Ze was falling for it. "Tang Ze, I can offer you benefits too. Just kill him." "Don't listen to." The words were cut short as Tang Ze's blade severed his head in one swift motion. The head rolled slowly to Shi Meng's feet, leaving her trembling in terror. Even Fu Qi, standing nearby, looked at Tang Ze with dread. The surrounding corpses were all stabbed to death. This was the only one beheaded. It was a gruesome sight, a psychological torment. "Of course I trust you, President Shi," Tang Ze said with a smile as he turned around. But Shi Meng felt a chill run down her spine at the sight of that smile. Forcing herself to calm down, Shi Meng patted Tang Ze on the shoulder. "Xiao Tang, I have high hopes for you. Stick with me, and you'll have everything you want." "Thank you, President Shi." Tang Ze looked genuinely pleased. Shi Meng thought to herself that his combat skills clearly outweighed his intellect. Fu Qi asked curiously, "Young man, where did you learn such skills?" "I was abandoned at the gates of Shaolin Temple as a child, so I've been training in martial arts since I was young." Fu Qi sighed in admiration. Indeed, no delivery driver is ever ordinary. He thought to himself that his wife had struck gold this time. Neither of them noticed, however, that the curve of Tang Ze's smile was deepening. The game was just beginning. With the invaders dead, the men who had fled earlier trickled back down. When they saw the scene, many vomited on the spot. Then Shi Meng launched into a brilliant speech, practically elevating Tang Ze to the status of garage god of war. Truly, there was the elevator god of war in the past, and now the garage god of war. "My fellow brothers and sisters, we face difficulties and challenges every day. Running away never solves anything. As long as we have courage, every step brings us closer to success. Don't fear failure. It's merely another path to success. Their deaths make us stronger. Take bold steps forward. The darkest hour is just before dawn. Hold on to your faith, for victory will be ours." Our hero Tang Ze. Everyone looked at Tang Ze. This man was truly formidable, especially now that he stood beside President Shi. He must be even more capable than Luo Jun. Word was that the leader's head was chopped off by Tang Ze himself. What a fierce delivery driver. "Mengming, is he really a delivery driver?" the girl in the white dress asked curiously. "I think so. He saved me earlier," Feng Mingming replied softly, still seeming shaken. "Alas, Boss Hua has already made his move. We might not be safe," Feng Wei said worriedly. As a helpless girl with no one to rely on, she dreaded to think what would have happened if she had been captured. Feng Mingming sighed and looked at Tang Ze's retreating figure, wishing she had such a powerful protector. Feng Wei followed Feng Mingming's gaze. Perhaps she was thinking the same thing. In times like these, women seek the protection of the strong, not the wealthy. Tang Ze had made a name for himself, and was even rewarded with a trove of snacks. Tang Ze, thank you for your hard work tonight. Let's discuss the rest tomorrow, Xi Ming said with a gentle smile, confident she had Tang Ze wrapped around her finger. Thank you, President Xi. You should get some rest too. Pleased by his respectful demeanor, Xi Ming nodded and turned to leave. As the door closed, Tang Ze stretched lazily. I'm a bit tired. It seems, President, she still hasn't realized her mistake, Sun Ting said with a sly smile, feeling she had gotten the better end of the deal. Yi Qingyi shook her head helplessly. Who would ever know Tang Ze's true origins? Meanwhile, Xi Ming returned home and poured herself a glass of red wine. Do you know how dangerous that was? If it weren't for Tang Ze, would be dead. Xi Ming's smile widened. If I had run with Tang Ze, have willingly followed me. Right now he only thinks he's found a good boss. All that food and water is enough to keep him happy for days. Why, think about it. How could a man as skilled as Tang Ze end up fleeing a compound with 3 beautiful women? Maybe he killed everyone in the compound and just moved to a new one. Xi Ming couldn't help but laugh. Honey, he's strong, but he's just one man. If there had been more of them, he might have faltered. It's precisely because of his skill that he managed to escape with those girls. Fu Qi said helplessly, I'm just telling you to be wary of him. Don't worry. With him around, these property owners won't dare cause trouble. A fierce glint flashed in Xi Ming's eyes. Anyone who dared to defy her would be dealt with by Tang Ze. Meanwhile, Ho Wanyin was anxiously waiting for his men's report. As the night grew longer, Ho Wanyin realized the plan had failed. He had still underestimated that bitch Xi Ming. On the large bed, Xi Ming and Fu Qi lay sleeping side by side. Fu Qi reached out a hand toward Xi Ming, who whispered, I'm too tired today. They'll just leave it here, Fu Qi said with a smile. Xi Ming's mind was preoccupied with weightier matters, and she replied with displeasure, I told you I'm exhausted. If you stir things up and can't finish the job, I'll have to take care of it myself. Fu Qi's face fell, and he turned away. No one would ever guess that the husband of this investment queen was impotent. The next morning, Tang Ze savored a lavish breakfast. A knock at the door signaled that the game was over. Straightening his clothes, Tang Ze opened the door to find a young woman. Wasn't this Feng Mingming the one he had saved yesterday? A plunging neckline, how provocative. Feeling his gaze upon her, Feng Mingming lowered her head shyly and presented the tray in her hands. Oh, thank you, Tang Ze said, taking the tray with both hands, deliberately brushing against Feng Mingming's fingers. A deep blush spread across her face, and she hurriedly pressed the elevator button to leave. Closing the door, Sun Ting remarked with a grin, see, master. With your elegance and charm, you don't even have to lift a finger. The girls come rushing in to curry favor. Tang Ze smiled wryly and opened the tray to find 4 fried eggs. He had to admit having eggs these days was a true luxury. She had spared no expense. For me, women who throw themselves at me are boring. I prefer those with a strong sense of resistance like our little Yi. Yi Qingyi said coquettishly, when did I ever resist? Sister Yi won't admit it now. Xiaobai, are you asking for trouble? Sister Yi, I'm not just asking for trouble. Just as Tang Ze settled onto the sofa, his phone rang. Are you free now? I need to discuss something with you. I'm free. It was Xi Ming calling. Good, I'll wait for you. Hanging up, Tang Ze rose and stretched his limbs. Master, we had an agreement. No threats, no going back on your word. Tang Ze flashed an okay gesture and left with a smile. Soon he arrived at Xi Ming's doorstep and rang the bell. Ding dong, ding dong. The door opened to reveal Feng Mingming, who averted her gaze shyly at the sight of him. Tang Ze had meant what he said earlier. Women who threw themselves at him held no appeal. Of course, if they came knocking on his door, why turn them away? Free was free. On the sofa, Xi Ming sat with an elegant posture, glancing at her phone, her lightly furrowed brow lending her a unique charm. But Xi Ming wasn't posing deliberately. That morning she had received a call from Ho Wanyin, who wanted to negotiate in person at his private club. Xi Ming knew full well it was a trap, but it was also an opportunity. If she could eliminate Ho Wanyin, she would have no more worries. She could even absorb his forces and grow stronger. But all of that depended on whether Tang Ze was up to the task. Tang Ze is here, Feng Mingming announced respectfully from the side, still in her secretarial role, while Xi Ming maintained her air of a grand boss, completely unchanged. And Tang Ze loved women who sat high on their pedestals. The harder they fell, the more satisfying. Bring me some water. Of course. Feng Mingming quickly brought 2 glasses of water, quite the luxury. But when she reached Tang Ze, the angle of her bow deepened considerably, giving him a clear view of the pale, soft neck. Xi Ming, sipping her tea, took note of it all. Though his girlfriend was sweet and pretty, men were never satisfied with just one taste. The thrill outside always outweighed what was at home. As Feng Mingming left, Xi Ming smiled at Tang Ze, who looked down with a bashful expression. It reminded Xi Ming of the fresh college graduates at her company. Wasn't this the same look? And those were the easiest people to control. Tang Ze, if you need anything at home, just tell me. Don't be shy. Tang Ze nodded vigorously. The place has everything I need. You've been too kind. That sounds a bit distant. You're about the same age as my younger brother. Why don't you just call me Sister Shi from now on? Tang Ze's lips twitched. Why did they have to complicate things with brother and sister titles? That would be presumptuous, Tang Ze said with a simple, honest air. What's presumptuous about it? Go on, call me sister now. Tang Ze played the part of awkward reluctance to perfection. Even Yi Qingyi would have to admit he deserved an Oscar for this performance. Sister Shi. After a long pause, he finally managed to get it out. Shi Ming was satisfied. See, you said it. From now on, you're my own brother. With your sister around, you have nothing to fear. At that moment, Fu Qi emerged from the bedroom chuckling. So you've adopted a brother. Does that make me your brother-in-law? Hello, brother-in-law, Tang Ze said, rising to his feet. Haha, sit down, sit down. We're all family now. Tang Ze gave a soft hum. You two certainly know how to scheme, though your methods are far more refined than those of Bai Jian and Xiao Yu. You two chat. I'm going out for a stroll, Fu Qi said with a smile, taking a sip of water before heading out. Once he was gone, Shi Ming shook her head helplessly. Your brother-in-law always goes out to brag with the other men at times like this. I do my fair share of bragging too, Tang Ze said with a sheepish grin, scratching the back of his head. Brother, there's something important I need to ask you, and I need you to answer truthfully. Shi Ming set her beautiful eyes fixed on him with seriousness. Of course I would never lie to you, Sister Shi. Tang Ze sat with perfect posture, hands resting on his knees like a schoolboy. If I were your enemy sitting right here, could you kill me on the spot? Huh, that easy. Hearing his response, Shi Ming thought he was boasting. Young people always did. Brother, don't talk big. No, really. Then show me. Sister Shi, just throw the paper cup however you like, Tang Ze said confidently. Shi Ming wanted to see what trick Tang Ze was up to. She drank the water in the cup, then casually tossed it in a random direction. At that moment, Tang Ze flicked his right hand, and the paper cup was instantly pierced by a flying knife, splitting into two halves that fell to the ground. Shi Ming was stunned. She hadn't even seen his movement clearly. In this era of blades and swords, to possess such skill with flying knives was like wielding a gun. Impressive, little brother. Shi Ming even clapped, then patted Tang Ze's leg while Tang Ze was extremely shy. Shi Ming felt she was about to have this young lad under her control. Suddenly she changed the subject. Little brother, what about that girl just now? Do you like her? I have a girlfriend. Tang Ze's reaction was flawless. Even Shi Ming, a woman who noticed every detail, didn't catch anything. Shi Ming clicked her tongue and said, my dear little brother, no matter how sweet the home flowers, wildflowers have their own unique flavor. Don't worry, big sister will keep your secret. Seeing Tang Ze hesitate and remain silent, Shi Ming thought to herself, men are just men after all. I swear big sister promises she won't tell. I believe you, but what? I don't like that girl. Shi Ming was taken aback, then laughed. Then which one does little brother like? Big sister will help you talk to her. Tang Ze looked shy, lowering his head and mumbling as if embarrassed. Shi Ming paused after seeing this. How could she have excluded herself? A young man like him seeing her would surely have thoughts that was only natural. Don't you dare think wild thoughts. Shi Ming deliberately put on a stern expression, displeased. Tang Ze said nothing, only showing a look of disappointment, lowering his head and not looking at Shi Ming. This brat was really hard to handle. He had set his sights on her. Tang Ze suddenly looked up at Shi Ming, and even Shi Ming was taken aback. Was that look so sorrowful? Sister, do you look down on me? Shi Ming. She never expected he would utter such words. I know I'm an orphan, looked down on by everyone, doing the most menial jobs, not like you sisters, so glamorous and splendid. We are from two different worlds. I was just being presumptuous. Having said that, Tang Ze stood up to leave, even his eyes reddening. Not giving him a little golden statue would be an injustice to heaven. Shi Ming stared blankly at Tang Ze's retreating figure. How could such a formidable expert be so insecure? Little brother, what are you doing? Big sister never said she looked down on you. Shi Ming quickly stood up and pulled Tang Ze back. Tang Ze was now her only weapon. If he weren't by her side, those underlings wouldn't stay in line, let alone the matter of killing Huo Wanyin. That would completely disrupt her plans. Tang Ze looked like a sulking child, stubborn yet aggrieved. All right, big sister was wrong, okay? Let's sit down and talk, shall we? After some token resistance, Tang Ze was still pressed onto the sofa by Shi Ming. Shi Ming looked at him with a headache. Why had she come up with such an idea? In the end, this little brother was completely fixated on her, both irritating and amusing. Little brother, if you help big sister kill that person, I will go all out. Shi Ming directly threw out a big carrot, expecting any man to nod obediently. However, Tang Ze said seriously, no. Why, oi? Shi Ming was stunned. That was too decisive. My previous bosses all said similar things, but not about killing. In the end, none of them kept their promises. What kind of heartless bosses were these, teaching a child to be so wary? Seeing Tang Ze's demeanor, Shi Ming was helpless and chuckled. You can make any requests. Tang Ze looked as if he wanted to say something, but held back, glancing sideways. Shi Ming understood. He was a man with a lustful heart, but no courage. That made things easier. As long as you agree to big sister's request, I won't let you suffer after it's done. Ha! Tang Ze was shocked. She was just dangling a carrot. I knew you still looked down on me, sister. I understand. He'll leave now. As Tang Zhe stood up, Xi Ming immediately became anxious. If she didn't give him some benefit, he really wouldn't agree. Stop! Xi Ming called out sharply. A hint of a smile curved at the corner of Tang Zhe's mouth. Who was really controlling whom? Xi Ming walked up to Tang Zhe, glaring at him fiercely, but Tang Zhe turned his head away, refusing to look. This made Xi Ming both exasperated and amused. As long as Huan Yin was eliminated, everything done was worth it. Leaving Xi Ming's residence, Tang Zhe stretched lazily. Instead of hurrying away, he stepped into the stairwell, opened a window to get some air, and lit a cigarette. After just 2 puffs, he heard footsteps echoing from below. When Feng Mingming walked up the stairs, their eyes met. The atmosphere was both awkward and subtly intimate. Feng Mingming tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, looking slightly nervous. Why didn't you take the elevator? Tang Zhe spoke first. I live just downstairs. The elevator is too slow, the stairs are quicker. Feng Mingming replied, her head lowered. Tang Zhe uttered a soft "oh" and silence fell between them again. Thank you for saving me last night, Feng Mingming said, looking at Tang Zhe with gratitude. It was nothing, don't worry about it. Feng Mingming bit her red lip, gently clutching the documents in her arms tighter. In a barely audible voice, she asked, did President Xi tell you? Tang Zhe was taken aback for a moment. Is this how you people discuss killing? No wonder the girl is so scared. Yes, she mentioned it. And you agreed? Feng Mingming's face flushed completely red. President Xi had spoken to her this morning, and she didn't oppose it. It was a way to repay her debt of gratitude, and perhaps he could protect her in the future. Tang Zhe looked at the bashful Feng Mingming and felt something was off. You're this shy about killing. It's not like you're some innocent novice. Feng Mingming whispered. Why don't we go to my place? A twitch tugged at the corner of Tang Zhe's mouth. Now he finally understood. Xi Ming had mentioned arranging for her to keep him company. It seemed their conversation was on completely different wavelengths. Nevertheless, looking at Feng Mingming's appeal, she was quite attractive, and she was offering herself voluntarily. All right then. Hearing Tang Zhe's agreement, Feng Mingming was delighted. After all, having such a powerful patron would make her feel safer. Much later, Tang Zhe returned to the room and began recounting his story. The 3 women listened with rapt attention. Sun Ting let out a wow and exclaimed, isn't she better than Yi? Yi Qingyi immediately grabbed Sun Ting by the neck, who playfully stuck out her tongue, feigning strangulation. And Bai sighed deeply. Who would have thought we wouldn't even get our turn? Following in Bai's words, Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi exchanged sly grins, both understanding the implication. Yi Qingyi had initially worried that Xi Ming wouldn't easily let Tang Zhe succeed, but she never imagined Xi Ming would go to such lengths, even having him kill someone. What a formidable woman, ruthless in her pursuit of power. She had thought Xi Ming was a great philanthropist, a living bodhisattva. It turned out she merely wanted to control the entire building, even the wealthy bosses. Now she had set her sights on another group of people. Yi Qingyi felt inadequate compared to such boldness. No wonder her business kept expanding. At that moment, Feng Mingming arrived at Xi Ming's door, her demeanor as radiant as a spring breeze. Entering the room, she handed over the script for the evening. They'll handle tonight's broadcast, Fu Qi said with a smile, taking the script. Feng Mingming looked at Xi Ming with concern and asked, President Xi, have you caught a cold? Xi Ming remained silent, her face sullen and unhappy. Feng Mingming felt a pang of worry. Could it be because of her? President Xi, you need to rest. We can't do without you, Feng Mingming said softly. Without President Xi, the property owners would likely revolt. Xi Ming hummed in acknowledgement, then waved her hand to dismiss Feng Mingming. Feng Mingming glanced at Fu Qi, who gave a slight nod in return. As Feng Mingming left, Fu Qi consoled her. Honey, don't worry. I give speeches like this at work all the time. I'm going to rest for a bit. With a hint of hoarseness in her voice, Xi Ming walked toward the bedroom. Fu Qi found it strange. Tang Zhe had already agreed, so why did she still look so irritated? Lying in bed, Xi Ming tossed and turned, unable to sleep. That afternoon, bored out of his mind, Tang Zhe decided to visit Feng Mingming. After all, the novelty was still fresh, much to the chagrin of his cats at home. But the moment he left, they were overjoyed. Another easy day, let some other woman bear the burden. Arriving at the door, Tang Zhe knocked. But the person who opened it was a stranger. Wasn't this the girl in the white dress? Oh, is Mingming here? Tang Zhe asked, curiously, wondering if he had the wrong door. Yes, she's here. I'm her friend Feng Wei. Hello, I'm Tang Zhe. The two shook hands amicably. Just then Feng Mingming came out of the bedroom and felt a bit shy seeing Tang Zhe. She knew exactly why he was here, but her friend was visiting. Brother Tang, come in and sit down. Feng Wei noticed Mingming's expression seemed off. Why was she blushing? Tang Zhe grunted in acknowledgement and stepped inside. Feng Mingming poured him half a glass of water. In these times, offering a guest water was the sincerest gesture of hospitality. Feng Mingming felt too embarrassed to sit beside Tang Zhe, so she settled at the other end of the sofa. Feng Wei sat in the single armchair, hugging a throw pillow, and an awkward silence hung in the air. Tang Zhe was exasperated. This little Feng was clueless. Now that he was here, shouldn't a smart girl make an excuse to leave? Was she waiting to watch a show? So were you two chatting? Tang Ze wasn't exactly great at heart-to-hearts with women. If he could just get down to business, why bother with small talk? Feng Mingming hummed in reply, Yeah, Wei Wei is feeling homesick. Don't you live here? Tang Ze asked, puzzled. Feng Wei sighed. I work in Huan City. My dad was worried some neighborhoods weren't safe, so he bought me this place. So you're a rich second generation, Tang Ze shrugged. But her sitting posture was a bit odd. Could she not tell he could see her white lace underwear? Or was she doing it on purpose? Brother Tang, you flatter me. My dad just has a little money, that's all, Feng Wei said with a modest smile. Tang Ze didn't press further. What did it have to do with him anyway? Feng Mingming watched the light rain falling outside and sighed. I wonder when this will ever end. If only it would rain harder, at least then President Hua's men wouldn't dare come. Yeah, if it were windy too, who would even dare go out? This drizzle is a death sentence, Feng Wei added, looking equally dejected, constantly thinking of ways to leave and get back to the safety of home. It's gotten so cold these past few days and I don't have any warm clothes. If the power goes out, I'm afraid I'll freeze to death. At the thought, Feng Mingming couldn't help but shiver, terrified that the power might cut out at any moment. That would be a fatal blow. As for when the power would go out, no one knew. It was only a matter of time. Perhaps even the cell phone signal would be gone in the next instant. I'm going to the bathroom first. I've been having some heatiness lately, Feng Wei said with a wry smile. How could she not, living on a diet of snacks? As Feng Wei left, and the bathroom door clicked shut, Tang Ze and Feng Mingming exchanged a glance. She immediately lowered her head in shyness, and Tang Ze pulled her straight into his arms. A while later, the bathroom door opened. Feng Mingming quickly moved back to her seat, and Tang Ze acted as if nothing had happened. I wonder how other cities are doing. Are there any safe ones? Feng Wei, oblivious to the recent events, sighed repeatedly. Probably, but there's no way to get out right now, Tang Ze said, amused by Feng Mingming's flustered expression. Feng Wei probed tentatively. Brother Tang, you're so capable. You should be able to escape to a safe city too. Tang Ze just smiled enigmatically at her probing question. His car wasn't so easy to get a ride in. Seeing Tang Ze's silence, Feng Wei understood. Without offering something in return, Tang Ze wouldn't protect her. And after last night's retaliation, who knew when President Hua's men would come back? She thought of those men who had fled, bragging like the Hulk one minute, but when real danger came, they ran faster than anyone. I need to use the bathroom, Feng Mingming said, her face slightly flushed. Tang Ze shook his head. Why were you two taking turns going to the bathroom? Suddenly Feng Wei slid over from the other sofa and sat right beside Tang Ze, her breath soft and fragrant. What are you doing? Tang Ze was stunned. Were girls this forward these days? Just grabbing his arm like that. Had never gotten this kind of treatment, even when delivering takeout. Had once fantasized about a female homeowner dragging him into her house with authority. Brother Tang, can you protect me? Feng Wei looked up at him with pleading eyes. Tang Ze's mouth twitched. So this was a transaction, huh? She's pretty savvy. Well, that made things easier. Just then the sound of a door opening made Feng Wei quickly scoot back. Brother Tang, you were really amazing last night. Don't say that. I was just trying to survive. I wonder when President Hua's men will come again. President, she must have his own plans, Feng Mingming, who knew the inside story, tried to reassure them. As they chatted, it was already past 6 in the evening. Tang Ze was getting hungry and decided to head home for a proper meal. Brother Tang, there's still a piece of pork in the fridge. Why don't you stay for dinner? Feng Mingming naturally wanted to please Tang Ze, even willing to part with such a rare commodity as pork. As expected, Feng Wei retorted, when Brother Tang arrives, you're willing to share the meat, but you begrudge me a bite. Isn't there some now? And you still complain? Feng Mingming said with exasperation. You're certainly getting a free meal out of this. Soon the Lao Gan Ma stir-fried pork was served along with steaming white rice, an absolute luxury. However, the meat had an odd taste, likely frozen for too long, losing the freshness that pork should have. After the meal, Tang Ze whistled as he pressed the elevator button. Checking the time, it was almost 7 o'clock. Time to go watch Sister Zai's speech. This kind of life was truly comfortable. As Tang Ze appeared, those around him greeted him warmly, and some women even cast flirtatious glances his way. But Tang Ze wouldn't spare a second look at such common beauties. His minimum standard was at least someone like Mingming or Feng Wei. He was quite picky after all. Feng Mingming saw Tang Ze arrive, and as she passed by him whispered, "Come to my place tonight." Tang Ze shrugged. He didn't know why, but since the apocalypse began, he had become incredibly popular. What was the reason exactly? Still, Tang Ze found women who threw themselves at him uninteresting. As Fu Qi stepped onto the stage, Tang Ze paused. "Dear Residence President, she is feeling a bit unwell today, so we'll say a few words on her behalf." Tang Ze scratched his head. He supposed he'd have to apologize to Sister Xi lest she think he was too harsh. Soon Tang Ze arrived outside Xi Ming's apartment and pressed the doorbell. Through the peephole, Xi Ming saw Tang Ze at the door. She was angry and didn't want to open it, but if he started overthinking again, all her efforts today would be in vain. She opened the door, her face stern, and looked at Tang Zhe with a displeased expression as she walked back into the living room. Tang Zhe stepped inside, feeling embarrassed. Sister Shi, I heard you weren't feeling well, so I came to check on you. Shi Ming rolled her eyes. In all her life, she had never suffered such a loss. She was always the one toying with men, and Tang Zhe was no exception. It's just that the price she had paid this time was too high. Tang Zhe sat beside Shi Ming and suddenly took her hand. Shi Ming froze, her heart racing. She tried to pull away but couldn't. If you keep this up, they'll get angry. I've already given you what you wanted today. Shi Ming said, her beautiful eyes glaring at him. Tang Zhe wasn't one to be intimidated. Actually, the moment I saw you, Sister Shi, I knew I liked you. After saying this, he thought he should have tried out for roles in film studios instead of delivering food. Maybe he could have become a star with his acting skills. Shi Ming snorted coldly. I've heard that kind of talk too many times. It might work on your little girlfriend. But she doesn't understand me the way you do, Sister Shi. Shi Ming's heart couldn't help but tremble. This Tang Zhe really knew what to say. I'm going out for some air. Shi Ming got up and walked towards the door. Tang Zhe was taken aback, then smiled and followed her. At the fire escape, Tang Zhe leaned against the railing and smiled. Sister Shi, aren't you going home yet? The air outside is better, Shi Ming said, glaring at Tang Zhe. If it weren't for her plan, she would never have suffered such a loss. This was totally unlike her. Tang Zhe dropped his cigarette butt and crushed it under his foot. Alright, I'll head back now. You should go inside too, Sister Shi, and don't catch a cold. Shi Ming's face darkened as she watched him walk down the stairs. This bastard. Once everything was over, she would find a way to deal with him. Having composed herself, Shi Ming returned home, where Fu Qi was watching a movie on the sofa. Seeing his wife back, he said, "Where did you go? You shouldn't be wandering around with a cold." Shi Ming replied softly, "Nowhere, just getting some air at the stairwell. I'm a bit hungry, get me something to eat." Shi Ming said helplessly, her stomach growling. Forget it, she thought, it's like being bitten by a dog. As long as she could kill Huo Wanyin, that's all that mattered. Tang Zhe didn't return home until the early hours of the morning. As he entered, he was met with 3 pairs of pitiful, pleading eyes. He realized he had been so caught up in his own fun that had forgotten to prepare a meal for them. As he recounted the night's events, the 3 women were astonished. It was undeniable that his reputation as the garage war god made such encounters possible. If Tang Zhe so desired, any of those women who cast flirtatious glances would be easy conquests. Master is truly formidable, and in such a short time no less. Xiaobai said, cuddling up to Tang Zhe affectionately like a little kitten. Sun Ting teased, so in the end who will win? Will President Xi leave? Yi Qingyi frowned, her brow furrowed with worry over the wager, terrified of losing and leaving Yeya without a rescuer. Master, have you figured out a way to determine President Zai's decision? Sun Ting asked curiously. Of course I have, but it's a secret for now. You'll find out in due time. Seeing Tang Zhe being so mysterious, the 3 women's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Yet no matter how they pleaded or cajoled Tang Zhe refused to say a word. After all, Brother Tang's heart was as hard as stone, a sweet talk wouldn't melt it. The next morning, Tang Zhe was jolted awake by a call from Shi Ming. Sister Shi, missing me so early? Tang Zhe yawned into the phone. Had been burning the midnight oil again, and his eyelids were heavy. Those gossipy women were truly something else. Miss you, my foot. Come upstairs. Alright. Yawning, Tang Zhe went upstairs and rang the doorbell. Feng Mingming opened the door, her heart racing at the sight of him. It was clear she was drawn to Tang Zhe's formidable prowess. President, she'll be going now. Feng Mingming gave Tang Zhe a meaningful look which he instantly understood. Entering the room, Shi Ming put down her phone and said in a low voice, I've already arranged a meeting place with Mr. Huo. Tang Zhe chuckled, sitting down nearby. Already arranged. Shi Ming felt like she was the one who had been roped into a shady deal, and his tone suggested he wanted to take advantage of her. She wouldn't stand for such a thing. Things had to proceed quickly, even if it was sooner than planned. She said sternly, I've agreed to meet Mr. Huo tonight at the Xinhua bookstore on Baoyuan Road. I need you to go there ahead of time and clear out any potential threats. What perfume are you wearing today, sister? It smells wonderful. I'm talking to you. Are you even listening? Shi Ming was about to lose her mind. She felt Tang Zhe wasn't taking this seriously at all. Could she really entrust such a crucial task to him? Was he too unreliable? I heard you. Tang Zhe sighed. Was it really that tense? It was just dealing with one person, not a god. Can you be serious for once? This is extremely important to me, Shi Ming said gravely. In the past, an employee with this kind of attitude would have been fired on the spot. Shi Ming was about to crack. His flippant attitude was infuriating. She felt she was getting the short end of the stick, but he was the only one who could pull this off. It was truly agonizing. Not long after, Fu Qi returned, and Tang Zhe had no choice but to leave. Fu Qi, upon his return, immediately cast a reproachful glance and demanded, What were you two talking about just now? What else could we be talking about? What's with that look? Are you suspecting me? The moment he heard Shi Ming's tone escalate, Fu Qi backed down. That's not what I meant. Watching her cowardly husband, Shi Ming fumed inwardly. Think about it yourself. After all these days of disaster, what have you actually accomplished? I'm the one doing what should be men's work. Tang Zhe is my only leverage now, and he can do whatever he wants. With that, she stormed into the bedroom and slammed the door shut. Bored, Tang Zhe went to Feng Mingming's place for a cup of tea. Brother Tang, Feng Mingming said, tracing idle circles on his chest with her finger. What is it? Brother Tang, you have to come back safely. Feng Mingming certainly didn't want Tang Zhe to die, who otherwise all her efforts would have been in vain. Just a bunch of small-time thugs, don't worry. Hearing his nonchalant response, Feng Mingming dismissed it as mere bravado, having heard such empty boasts countless times before. Don't worry. When the time comes, I'll take you away from this place. Feng Mingming's eyes lit up at once. Tang Zhe, you have a way out. How do you think I got here? It's just that I didn't drive and afraid it might get stolen. Tang Zhe said with a sly grin. If Yi Qingyi had seen that smile, she would have known he was plotting something. Feng Mingming was so excited she sat up, revealing her alluring figure. Brother Tang, you have a car? But all the car's tires are useless now. Tires are useless indeed, but mine runs on tracks. A look of sudden realization dawned on Feng Mingming's face. Tang Zhe, you're so amazing. Mingming admires you so much. You have to take me with you when you leave. From now on, I'll listen to everything you say. It's only because you've been so obedient that I'm telling you this secret. You must keep it to yourself. Emma, I promise I won't say a word. That's a good girl. It was nearly 11 o'clock when he left Feng Mingming's home. Tang Zhe had no intention of going back. After all, he was a man of his word, so he still had to follow through on his plans. Pulling out his subordinate's phone, a devilish smile crept across his lips. Boss, why, I wonder if you're as tough as your lackeys. Don't make things difficult for me. When he arrived at the garage, the men around all respectfully addressed him as Brother Tang. Brother Tang, the car is ready. It can make the rush, but the tires won't hold up for long. A man approached with the car keys, offering a word of caution. I know. Taking the keys, he saw it was a BMW 5 Series with a plastic sheet over the hood to keep the rain out. Still, this was probably one of the worst cars in the garage. Move the cars aside. Brother Tang is heading out. The dozen or so men watched Tang Zhe looking as relaxed as if he were going on a trip, wondering if he was just putting on a brave face. If Ba Shi and Tang Zhe returned unscathed today, then Tang Zhe would be a true tough guy worthy of being the second-in-command of the compound. Unfortunately, Tang Zhe had no interest in being second-in-command, nor even the top spot. But he was very interested in unseating the current leader. At the Imperial Club, at noon, Huo Wanyan was dining with his men, enjoying real white rice and stir-fried dishes no different from ordinary times. Of course, such good food was a rare treat. Since they were on a mission today, he had to give his men a decent meal. He hadn't brought many people, just 70 or 80. But feeding that many mouths was costly even for Huo Wanyan. Putting down his chopsticks, Huo Wanyan jumped onto the table. Brothers, let me say a few words. The men all looked at their boss with fervent admiration, especially at the shotgun in Huo Wanyan's hands. With this scattergun taking over the entire Huan city would be a done deal. Then the whole city would be theirs, and they could do whatever they pleased. The goal of this operation is simple: capture Ximeng. Once we have her, we'll get more guns. Taking Huan City is just a matter of time. The men were boiling with excitement, their minds set on one thing, only conquering Huan City and becoming its kings. But according to intel from our informants, a strange man has appeared beside that woman Ximeng. He claims to be a delivery guy, but he killed our brothers Scarface and the others. What should we do about him? Revenge. 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 Huo Wanyan was very pleased with his men's reaction. That's right. In our world, loyalty comes first. A blood debt must be paid in blood. Whether he's a delivery boy or a corpse deliverer, we're all equal before this scattergun. He raised his shotgun, and the men cheered and whistled in excitement. After we eat, well, first go to the bookstore. When our contact arrives, kill everyone except Ximeng. Before his men could even cheer. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly a knock echoed through the hall. The men looked toward the door, puzzled. What was the guard outside thinking, knocking like that? Was it the cops? Your delivery is here. A familiar voice came from outside. Who else could it be but Tang Zhe? He had never planned to go to the Xinhua bookstore. Why not just head straight to the lion's den and save himself the trouble? As his words hung in the air, the hall fell into an eerie silence. Who would be delivering food at a time like this? Open the door, Huo Wanyan said with a frown, his hands gripping the shotgun tightly. Who the hell is this trying to pull some tricks? 4 underlings arrived at the door with machetes in hand. Through the glass panel, they could vaguely discern a figure standing inside, indeed, holding something in their hand. The 4 exchanged nods, and 2 of them pulled open the double doors. President Hu, don't open the door. The brothers at the door have been killed. The walkie-talkie in Huo Wanyan's pocket blared, likely from the underling monitoring the cameras, who had only just noticed. But the door was already open, revealing the man before the 4 underlings. With a smile on his face, he carried a golden glaive on his shoulder, held 2 severed heads in his right hand, and the bodies lay nearby. Here, your takeout. Tang Zhe chuckled, tossing the heads forward. They rolled onto the dining table in the center of the hall, splattering the appetizing dishes with crimson. Gag. Several underlings vomited on the spot, the sight of cleanly severed bones and tracheas too much to bear. Huanian's face turned grim as he stared at the delivery boy in the distance. Deliver food. Could he be one of Shimeng's men? Was he insane coming alone into his territory? Kill him. Huanian roared. There's a road to heaven, but you won't take it. The gates of hell are open, yet you insist on barging in. Leave your life here and see what support Shimeng has left. Tang Zhe was taken aback. Hey, President Ho, I'm here to discuss business with you. Huanian had never seen such shamelessness, bringing the heads of his two underlings to negotiate. Is this how you conduct business? The four underlings cared not for such things, determined to avenge their fallen brothers. Kill him, and maybe President Ho would reward them with a college girl. Watching four blades swing towards him, Tang Zhe sighed helplessly. I knew it. Like boss-like underlings. Always making things difficult. With a whoosh, the four froze as if time had stopped. Their raised arms fell, machetes clattering to the floor. Then four heads dropped without warning. Blood sprayed from the headless bodies, scattering as if in tribute to a blood sovereign. Tang Zhe's display stunned everyone present. He wasn't just a little strong, he was monstrously strong. The arm strength needed for that single horizontal slash was immense. Out of my way. Huanian barked, leaping down with a shotgun, aiming it at Tang Zhe. To ensure better accuracy, he edged closer. A single bullet was more precious than gold now. Seeing their boss take out a gun, the surrounding underlings cheered. Against firearms, what was a mere blade? Just a primitive weapon. You're the delivery boy by Shimeng's side. Huanian suddenly hesitated to kill Tang Zhe outright. If he could turn Tang Zhe to his side, his own power would multiply infinitely. Tang Zhe hummed in acknowledgement, spreading his hands with a smile. Yeah, I came to discuss business, but your men outside wouldn't let me pass. They drew their blades on me. I was just defending myself. You can't blame me, President Hua. Huanian's cheek twitched. You kill my men, and then ask me not to blame you. Was there no end to this man's shamelessness? What business do you want to discuss? Huanian asked, his voice low. Just cooperate with me in a little act. It's simple. What's in it for me? Tang Zhe laughed heartily. The benefit is your lives. Isn't that a good deal? You're messing with me, you motherfucker. Huanian wasn't like Shimeng. Insulted by a delivery boy, he didn't care if the man was an expert, he'd blow him away. Seeing Tang Zhe rush towards him, Huanian fired. Bang. President Hui, your aim is worse than my cat's. Tang Zhe grabbed the gun's muzzle, pushing it upward, still managing to quip. Huanian stared in disbelief. He had pulled the trigger, but it felt jammed. It wasn't until this delivery boy gripped the muzzle and raised it that the trigger finally gave. Let go. Huanian yelled, panic creeping into his voice. The surrounding underlings' excitement turned to tension as they saw the gun seized by the stranger. You're a boss, can't you be a bit smarter? With that, Tang Zhe kicked Huanian square in his large belly. Huanian crumpled to the ground like a boiled shrimp, his grip on the gun loosening. Tang Zhe grabbed the shotgun, racking a shell into the chamber. Had to kick you to make you let go. Why make it difficult, President Hua? The underlings, seeing the loaded shotgun, recoiled in fear. In this apocalyptic world, the deterrent power of a gun was truly terrifying. Huanian glanced around at his underlings, his lips trembling with rage. Scared like this? What are you afraid of? He's just one man. There are still 3 bullets in the gun. Kill him, and you can have any woman you want. You'll be the boss of a whole district. Tang Zhe clicked his tongue, leveling the gun at Huanian, his voice low. President, Hui, doing business with you is really troublesome. You're making me unhappy. What are you going to do? Huanian's eyes showed panic. What do you think? Huanian screamed hysterically. Kill him. Kill him now. Bang. All the underlings who had raised their blades froze. Their boss, President Hua's face, had been blown off. Bang. Bang. Every shot hit Huanian's face. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, turning his head into a bloody hole. All the underlings were paralyzed by Tang Zhe's ruthless brutality. They had killed before, but never in such a horrifying manner. This is all the ammo. Anyone got a few more rounds I can borrow? Tang Zhe shook the shotgun. For such a big boss to have so little ammo, how many could he possibly kill? Disappointing. The underlings stared blankly at Tang Zhe. Lend you bullets. Do we look like idiots? Brothers, he's out of bullets. Whoever kills him becomes the boss. A voice shouted from the crowd. It was the most tempting reward there was. Who among them didn't want to be the boss? Seeing the crowd surge forward again, Tang Zhe shook his head helplessly. He reached into his pants pocket and pulled out red shotgun shells. The man leading the charge was stunned. He had shotgun shells in his pocket. How was that possible? Watching Tang Zhe load the gun, the underlings' eyes turned bloodshot. Becoming the boss all came down to this moment. Cut his head off before he finishes loading. Click. Sorry, you were too slow. Tang Zhe smiled at the underling. Bang. The underling's body was sent flying back 2 meters by the impact, a bloody hole blooming in his chest. The underlings behind heard the gunshot and panicked. Who was it that said he was out of bullets? Were they just sending brothers to their deaths? Kill me, and you're the boss. Hurry up, what are you waiting for? Tang Ze blew the head off the nearest underling, then racked another shell with a click. Another underling suddenly rushed from behind, and Tang Ze swung the gun back, without even looking. Bang! Another underling fell, his face obliterated, an eyeball popping out. Who would dare step forward now? This man was a complete psychopath. Come on, brothers. What are you afraid of? He's got limited bullets, and we've got numbers. At this moment, no one dared to step forward. Several who had aspired to be the leader lay sprawled on the ground. Since you won't make a move, don't blame me for starting the slaughter. Tang Ze's smile vanished as he fired his gun directly into the crowd. Instantly 4 or 5 people crumpled to the ground, their screams and wails filling the air. Some tried to flee but found the door sealed shut as if the entire hall was locked down. Even the windows wouldn't budge. One man smashed the glass intending to leap out, but it was raining outside and the raincoats were still upstairs. Listening to the relentless gunfire and agonizing screams behind them, terror gripped everyone. That delivery man was a demon, utterly inhuman. He killed as easily as slaughtering chickens. Boss, please don't kill me. I was forced here by President Hua. I'm a college student. From now on, you're my boss. A bespectacled young man dropped his blade and knelt on the floor. Tang Ze grunted and fired a shot at his head, blood splattering everywhere. Don't think I didn't notice you were the loudest one. Tang Ze reloaded his gun, scanning the hall. Over 30 bodies lay scattered with 7 or 8 more bleeding and wounded. After loading, Tang Ze cocked the gun one-handed, taunting. Hide well now. Don't let me find you. The remaining 40 or so men hid in private rooms, bathrooms, or the kitchen. Everyone trembled uncontrollably. They were supposed to be the ones attacking someone else. How did it come to this? This must be a dream. It had to be a dream. Tang Ze played this like a game of cat and mouse, showing keen interest. He kicked open a private room door. Music blared inside. A disheveled woman was suspended nearby, her legs spread in shape, her body covered in bloody welts. Tang Ze approached and found she was still breathing. She looked barely over 20, yet had been tortured so brutally. Hey beauty, did you see anyone come in here? The girl looked at Tang Ze and at the gun in his hand, her weak gaze shifting towards the bathroom door. A slight smile played on Tang Ze's lips as he kicked the bathroom door open. Boss, please. Bang. He stepped out of the bathroom, smiling at the girl. I've avenged you. He turned to leave. Be boss. Tang Ze looked back, puzzled. What is it? Someone else. See, can you kill me? Tang Ze assessed her condition. Every minute was pure torment for her. What a tragedy. If you're going to mess with women, fine, but why torture them into this state? Sick bastards. Miss a bullet would be painful. They'll snap your neck instead. Since he was going to do it, he should at least get her consent. The girl nodded with a faint smile, wanting to escape the pain. She closed her eyes. Tang Ze set his gun aside and grasped her head with both hands. A sharp crack, and her body went limp. Tang Ze sighed, picked up his gun, and moved to the next room. To his utter shock, a girl was bound and suspended in every single room, or tied to a sofa, all of them battered and bruised. Seeing this, Tang Ze could only mutter, animals. One by one, he ended their suffering. Entering the restroom, Tang Ze was horrified again, feeling his innocent mind scarred. A row of lower bodies protruded from beneath the stall doors. Tang Ze glanced over, realizing these must be the common area for the underlings, while those with some status had their own rooms. Looking into a stall, a woman was bound by her hands, unable to move, her condition unknown, either unconscious or dead. Falling into this group's hands was indeed a fate worse than death. Suddenly Tang Ze spotted a black footprint. So one more was hiding here. He fired a shot directly at the door. Bang! Blood began to seep out from under it. Tang Ze shouldered his shotgun and left the restroom. After seeing all this, he felt he was far too innocent and honest. However, when he reached the kitchen, he felt his methods were almost disgracefully merciful. On the counter lay pieces of meat, clearly not from any normal animal. Well, someone's hiding in the cold storage. He opened the door to find 7 frozen female corpses hanging upside down. Their once elegant legs were coated in frost, and the wounds on their bodies showed they had been tortured extensively in life. Be a good girl, don't frequent entertainment venues late at night. Isn't it better to just go home early? Noticing a faint breath of warm air from deeper inside, Tang Ze remained silent. He simply closed the door and locked it tight. The 3 men inside the cold storage began to shiver violently from the cold. Has he left? I think so. Let's check. The 3 crept to the door, trying to open it, but it wouldn't budge. Panic set in. Forgetting the fear of being killed, they began pounding on the door frantically. Meanwhile, Tang Ze stood by the door, lighting a cigarette. He listened to the frantic pounding behind him, then slowly closed the kitchen door. Soon the first and second floors were cleared. Those who needed killing were killed, and those who needed relief were relieved. He ascended to the 3rd floor, which appeared to be the office area. Fewer rooms, saving him the trouble of searching. General Manager's office. Tang Ze grasped the doorknob, but paused for a moment, a smirk forming on his lips. Bang! The wooden door was blasted through. Tang Ze then entered. A bleeding man with a knife lay on the floor. He put a bullet in his head. On the sofa sat 4 girls, their faces pale with terror. They wondered who this man was, having just killed the man who controlled them. Tang Ze turned to look at the 4 girls. They were all young, but not particularly attractive. Still, they could be useful for gaining experience. Boss, please don't kill us. The 4 girls trembled in fear. Tang Ze asked curiously, how did you end up here? Dressed so nicely too. One of them stammered, we don't know. It seemed like someone was going to take us somewhere. Oh, is that so? I shouldn't have killed him so quickly. Wait here for a moment. They'll find someone to ask. The terrified girls nodded. After Tang Ze left, one of the bolder girls crept to the door, listening to the footsteps fading away. He's gone. Let's run. But he told us to wait here, a timid girl said. Are you stupid? Waiting for him? Do you want to end up as a toilet seat in the bathroom? Hearing this, the timid girl's face filled with panic, and she immediately got up to follow. They opened the door and saw Tang Ze with his back turned. One girl waved her hand. Run. The 4 girls dashed madly towards the stairwell. Tang Ze looked back and sighed helplessly. Why are you running? It's raining outside, where can you go? Bang, 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 bang. The 4 girls collapsed, their bodies twitching sporadically as blood seeped from their pale skin. You promised to wait for me. I hate untrustworthy people. With that, Tang Ze opened the next door. Boss. Tang Ze was taken aback. This man was kneeling right in the middle of the room. Now that was a bit different. Speak and show me what makes your life worth keeping. Tang Ze sat atop the mahogany desk, toying with a golden fountain pen, aiming it at the kneeling man's head. I'm willing to do business with you, boss. Tang Ze couldn't help but chuckle. You're the first one willing to talk business with me. And of course the last. The kneeling man was terrified, realizing he was the only one left alive. Boss, my name is Ning Qingwei. I sell liquor at the club, so I know some things you might be interested in. You're clever. What about those 4 girls in the manager's office just now? Ning Qingwei bowed his head, not daring to lift it, and answered immediately. Those 4 women were meant to be sent to Boss Qian in exchange for 4 bullets. Oh, a bullet for a woman. Do you have that many women to trade? Boss, you know we run entertainment venues. We're never short on women. Boss, we recently gathered all the women held at the branches and locked them up here at the club to keep them from being toyed to death by the lower-ranking men. Tang Ze's eyes lit up. Take me to see them. This way, boss. Ning Qingwei led the way, with Tang Ze following casually. How many women are locked up? Close to 100. That many? What do they eat and drink? They eat human flesh and drink urine mixed with a bit of water. A sinister smile spread across his face, as evil as could be. Tang Ze finally understood. The human meat in the kitchen was for the imprisoned women. Feeding 100 mouths daily, but they were treated like livestock. He thought of himself still having bones to eat, water to drink, and a chance to bathe. It wasn't so bad after all. Little Yi had been complaining, but she should really see this place. Soon Ning Qingwei led Tang Ze to a secret passage. As the door opened, it revealed rows of imprisoned women and a stench so strong that even Tang Ze frowned deeply. He wouldn't bother grinding experience points on them. He had hoped to see some beauties. The imprisoned women all looked over, some with vacant stares, some muttering madly, others screaming for help. You're showing me this. With the shotgun pressed against his head, Ning Qingwei quickly said, Boss, once they're cleaned up, they can still be traded for things. Tang Ze pulled the trigger without a word. A crisp click echoed. Hold on, I need to load a bullet. Ning Qingwei was so terrified, he wet himself, crouching and kowtowing hard. Boss, I know many more secrets. Boss has over 100 brothers scattered across various venues. If you call them back, they can serve you. Seeing Tang Ze still loading the gun, Ning Qingwei's mind raced. Boss Qian got a lot of shotguns from the escort company. Even Boss had to send him women regularly. The shotgun you're holding was also given by Boss Qian to Boss Hua. Also, Boss Hua has a few beautiful women by his side. Tang Ze paused his reloading. How beautiful? Ning Qingwei felt a flicker of hope and quickly replied, they're definitely prettier than these. Boss Hua couldn't bear to send them to Boss Qian, saying he wanted to enjoy them fully first. Lie to me again, and this barrel will end up in your ass. You can imagine how that would look. Yes, boss. This way, please. Quite a few hidden doors. Ning Qingwei gasped for breath, cold sweat streaming down. These were all secret chambers prepared for wealthy bosses and celebrities. Entering the room, Tang Ze saw 3 women sitting on the sofa in bikinis. Honestly, they weren't as attractive as Feng Mengmeng, let alone comparable to Sun Ting and the others. But the man hadn't lied. They were indeed better than the ones outside. The 3 women looked at Tang Ze with the gun, bewildered. Especially that familiar shotgun, wasn't it, Boss was? This is the new boss. Greet him. Ning Qingwei hastily urged. The woman in the purple lace bikini immediately understood. Boss Hua was dead, and there was a new boss now. Oh, my greetings to the new boss. The woman cooed, approaching Tang Ze with a syrupy voice, draping her hand over his shoulder. Bang! She was sent flying onto the bed by the shotgun blast, her slightly flabby abdomen torn through. Even in death, she seemed unable to believe she'd been killed. Ning Qingwei was stunned too. Wasn't she good enough? Even if not, there was no need to kill her. She could have served the men below. That squeaky voice of yours makes my skin crawl. Tang Zhe gritted his teeth, having never heard such an unbearable tone. The other two women fell to their knees in terror, their bodies trembling. This new boss was even more ruthless than Boss Hua. And you lied to me again. Ning Qingwei thudded to his knees once more. Boss, these are truly top-tier goods. Top tier. Look at that nose done up like a ghost. That snake-like face makes me sick. Was that your boss Hua's taste? Bang. Another shot took another one down. Ning Qingwei swallowed hard. The remaining woman, overwhelmed by panic, let out a blood-curdling scream and ran outside. Bang. Her body crumpled onto the concrete floor, and the women outside shrank back against the walls in fright. Little Ning, I think you're running out of uses. What do you think? Feeling the gun barrel against his head, Ning Qingwei struggled to find a lifeline. I'm useful, boss. Give me a moment to think. I'm sure there's something you'd like to hear. He'll count to 3. 1, 3. Ning Qingwei shouted desperately. I remember now. There's a famous actress trapped in Huan City. Say that any slower, and your head would have been gone. Tang Ze's face broke into a grin. He helped Ning Qingwei up, and even offered him a cigarette, which Ning Qingwei dared not accept. Not giving me face. Ning Qingwei quickly took the cigarette, his soul nearly leaving his body. Tang Ze lit it, and sat on the sofa. Tell me about this actress. I overheard Boss was call with Boss Qian. It seemed Boss Qian ordered Boss Hua to handle it. Just tell me where she is. I only know it's in Shuangdong District. Tang Ze gave a helpless smile. Do you know how big Shuangdong District is, eh? Boss, a celebrity wouldn't stay in a bad place. There's only one villa area in Shuangdong District. She must be there. That's a reasonable guess. Which actress? Boss, I really don't know that. Tang Ze sighed, and stood up, stamping out the cigarette. Boss. Boss. Tang Ze acted as if he hadn't heard, walking outside, and opening the iron doors one by one. Boss, don't open them. Ning Qingwei panicked. The women inside, seeing the doors open, locked their eyes onto Ning Qingwei, as if they wanted to devour him whole. What are you all waiting for? Tang Ze barked. The women surged out like a tide, rushing past Tang Ze and tackling the fleeing Ning Qingwei. One of them bit down hard on his arm, tearing off a chunk of flesh. You wretched woman. Big brother, save me. Beat them to death. Tang Ze paid him no mind. This Ning Qingwei actually knew of such a secret place, likely the one in charge here, and had probably tormented these women daily. These pitiful women deserved a chance to exact their revenge. Ning Qingwei could only watch as his body was torn apart by the women's teeth, a gruesome sight, while he remained alive, feeling himself being devoured. What a pity. He had originally wanted to have President Hua play along in a charade to let himself savor the role of the protagonist. Why did it have to come to this? Now he would have to make use of President Hua's head. He also needed to visit the surveillance room to erase any footage of his handsome self. He took Huanian's phone, but this iPhone required facial recognition to unlock. If only he hadn't smashed it. Forget it. Head, just bring the head back to report, lest President Xi think he was deceiving her again. He had originally planned to give her a scare. Why resort to guns over a business deal, right, President Hua? I wonder if President Xi will still recognize you. I might as well film some evidence to bring back, otherwise no one will believe it. Especially must tell little Meow Meow the environment you've raised them in is too good. She shouldn't be so picky. After Tang Ze left, the women with blood smeared across their mouths rushed out. Seeing the corpse in the hall, they froze for a moment, then erupted into frantic screams, as if venting. Some women seemed to be searching for someone. When they saw that familiar face, without a moment's hesitation, they tore at it with their teeth, while weeping. A few other women, after their frenzy, ran out of the club with wild laughter, spreading their arms to embrace the rain. Within seconds, they collapsed and convulsed. Yet even in death, they wore smiles of relief. Tang Ze watched from the rearview mirror. Go home early in your next life. Meanwhile, Xi Ming sat on the sofa, clutching her phone tightly. With no reply from Tang Ze, anxiety began to creep into her heart. Beside her, Fu Qi brought a glass of milk. Gazing at his stunningly beautiful wife on the sofa, and then at the coffee table, the scene from that morning flashed through his mind. That Tang Ze should die out there. How dare he touch his own wife? Suppressing his rage, Fu Qi forced a smile. Honey, I've poured you some milk. It must be said, after being tended to by Tang Ze, Xi Ming had become even more alluring. After all, even the finest woman needs a man's cultivation lest the field lie fallow. Seeing the milk in her husband's hand, Xi Ming frowned in disgust. It looks nauseating. You drink it. Fu Qi was stunned. He looked at the milk in the cup, his face twitching. Xi Ming didn't notice her husband's expression at all, her mind consumed by her plan. After all she had sacrificed, today was the day. But she dared not call Tang Ze now. Perhaps he was hiding somewhere in the bookstore. A single call from her could expose him. She checked the time. It was already 4 in the afternoon. Gather the men. It's time to set out. The anxious Xi Ming could hardly wait any longer. If something happened to Tang Ze, Huanian would surely call to taunt her. Honey, isn't it a bit early? Leaving early is safer to avoid being ambushed. With that she rose and went to the room to freshen up. When Shi Ming emerged, Fu Qi grew even angrier. His beautiful, delicate wife. How could she? Those legs he had rarely even touched. Why had he, this sanctimonious gentleman, bothered to put on an act? In her high heels, Shi Ming looked at the dazed Fu Qi and snapped, "What are you standing there for? Let's go." "All right." Shi Ming felt a sense of disappointment. If you had any real ability, would I have been toyed with by Tang Ze like that? But then again, the feeling she had when she saw her husband return that day was unprecedented. She shook her head. Now was not the time for such thoughts. She was truly losing her head over Tang Ze. This time he had better kill Hua Wanyan or else. Heh. In the parking lot, over a dozen men armed with kitchen knives from home were preparing, bidding farewell to their families. Who knew if they'd make it back alive this time? In a corner, a few bosses were whispering among themselves. "President Chun, if Shi Ming doesn't come back this time, it seems you'll have to step up and take charge." "Don't worry, President Liang. I'd do 100 times better than Shi Ming. What's wrong with cooperating with Hua Wanyan? This Shi Ming is just too greedy for the power in her hands, unwilling to live under anyone else's thumb." "Exactly. We can't risk our lives playing her games." Just then Shi Ming emerged from the elevator, and the men fell silent. After all, Shi Ming was still the boss. But as they looked at her alluring figure, especially today in a white dress with her prominent chest seemingly straining to burst free, and her long fair legs testing the limits of the surrounding men's self-control, they couldn't help but think if Hua Wanyan caught her, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Honey, these are all the men we have," Fu Qi said, looking at the prepared group. Shi Ming frowned deeply as she surveyed them. These men lacked any spirit, their heads hung low as if they were marching to their deaths. "I, a woman, am not afraid." "What are you all afraid of?" Shi Ming's voice rang out sharply. Tang Ze, for all his faults, had never shown fear. One of the men, a chubby one, stammered nervously, "President Shi, going with just us won't do much. How about we cooperate with President Hua in this feud? It's not good for our community." Yes, President Shi. Cooperation is a win-win." "Well, I'll still follow you. Why take such a risk? We only have one life each. Maybe Tang Ze is already dead by now. If we go, we're just walking into a trap." "President Shi, it's not that we're afraid, but we don't want to throw our lives away for nothing." Even Fu Qi found their words reasonable, but he wouldn't agree at this moment. That would be slapping his wife in the face. Although he really did want to slap her face, Shi Ming truly hadn't expected that the men she had gathered would have so little courage, so little spirit. Especially after Luo Jun's men had died, there was no one with any backbone left. Disappointment washed over Shi Ming. She even began to doubt herself. What use were they to her? She needed men who could fight and kill. "President Shi, Brother Tang's car is back." Suddenly the walkie-talkie crackled with an excited voice. This news dispelled the disappointment in Shi Ming's mind. Tang Ze was alive. But wait, why was he back? Wasn't he supposed to wait? This Tang Ze, why did he always disobey her orders? Before the car at the gate could move, a BMW 5 Series came crashing straight and slamming into it, white smoke billowing from its hood. "Quick, get him out!" Shi Ming hurriedly shouted. She didn't know why he was back, but Tang Ze was the only formidable fighter she had by her side. Fu Qi stared at his frantic wife, who was fawning over the pretty boy right in front of him. "You must be out of your mind. Using the excuse of needing Tang Ze to satisfy the emptiness you felt for years." Before anyone could react, Tang Ze kicked open the car door and grabbed a bloody head from the passenger seat along with a shotgun. The men who had been trying to help recoiled in fear at the sight of Tang Ze holding a severed head and a shotgun. Had actually gotten a gun out there. How was that possible? And whose head was that? Fu Qi felt even more despair seeing the shotgun in Tang Ze's hands. This pretty boy was growing stronger, and it seemed his wife was no match for him, completely under his control. Tension, shock, and fear gripped everyone in the parking lot. No one wore a smile, not even Shi Ming. "President Shi, I've completed the task," Tang Ze said with a grin, tossing Hua Wanyan's head at her feet. Shi Ming fought back the urge to vomit at the sight of the battered face. "Who is this? You told me to kill Hua Wanyan. Isn't this him?" Tang Ze shrugged. "I've given you such a big gift. How will you repay me?" Everyone stared in disbelief at the severed head. Was that really Hua Wanyan? Hua Wanyan had been beheaded by Tang Ze. Wasn't he supposed to have 100 brothers by his side? How did Tang Ze manage it? It seemed impossible. Shi Ming wasn't pleased. She had wanted more than just Hua Wanyan's head. She wanted his reckless followers. Killing him was only meant to be a show of force to intimidate them into submission. Now he had simply killed him and brought back the head. Shi Ming was so furious she could spit blood, but her orders had been just that. She was on the verge of tears, her carefully laid plans in ruins. "How do you prove this is Hua Wanyan?" Fu Qi immediately challenged him. "Who knows if you just killed some random person and claimed it's him?" Tang Ze smiled at Fu Qi, whose eye twitched. What did that smile mean? "President Shi, you could call him to check." Shi Ming was skeptical herself, but since her husband suggested it, she took out her phone and dialed Hua Wanyan's number. A crisp ringtone sounded from Tang Ze's pocket. He pulled out his phone, the screen displaying 2 words. Bitch. Ximing's mouth twitched. She didn't expect Huo Wanyin to have saved her number under such a name. But he had actually done it. Huo Wanyin was dead. Staring at the head at her feet, she felt a sense of unreality. Her most formidable enemy was gone. She slowly raised her jade foot and stepped on Huo Wanyin's head with her high heel. Dear residents, Huo Wanyin is dead. We are safe. A wave of cheers erupted. Residents upstairs hearing the news rushed down, their anxieties finally laid to rest knowing the menace was gone. Feng Mingming and Feng Wei hurried down as well. Seeing Tang Ze unharmed and having accomplished such a feat, they were overjoyed. They felt incredibly safe due to their connection with him, eager to take him home and pamper him. But some of the bosses noticed a new problem. With Huo Wanyin dead, a new threat was emerging: Tang Ze and his shotgun, which could directly endanger their lives. Brother Tang, President, she suggested safer for her to hold onto the gun. A man approached cautiously with a flattering smile. Many eyes turned to Tang Ze, wondering if he would hand over the weapon. Ximing was testing him with this messenger. If he complied, good. If not, it showed he wasn't naive and had his own agenda. Tang Ze ignored the man, recognizing him as a mere messenger, and walked straight toward Ximing. Seeing him approach, Ximing's heart tightened. She was afraid he might shoot her, but quickly dismissed the thought, believing she had him wrapped around her finger. President Xi, he said you wanted to take my gun. I don't believe it. Ximing was speechless. Was he genuinely clueless or just playing dumb? Fu Qi was certain Tang Ze had an agenda since arriving, perhaps aiming to control the entire compound. Of course not. That's a weapon you confiscated, it's yours to keep, Ximing said with a warm smile, though she began to see him as an unpredictable threat. See, President, she is truly kind. Ximing smiled slightly. Fu Qi watched their exchange, fuming. If he had that shotgun, he'd use it right now. Everyone from today, our compound has its own gun. Long live President Xi. Long live Brother Tang. Ximing was displeased. Tang Ze had only been here a few days and was already being equated with her. No, he was just a man she controlled to bite whoever she told him to. From today, Tang Ze is the head of our security and my personal bodyguard. This announcement was a clear message. No matter how strong Tang Ze was, he was her subordinate. All eyes were on him. Tang Ze smiled and declared, I am at President Zai's service. No one expected him armed with a gun to willingly remain under Ximing's thumb. Didn't he have any other ambitions? Some of the bosses seemed to start scheming, considering using Tang Ze to oust Ximing. This compound was rife with intrigue. While Ximing gave a lengthy speech, Tang Ze, cradling his shotgun, turned to Fu Qi. Brother-in-law, how about you go out and play some cards tonight? I'd like some time alone with your sister. Fu Qi nearly had a heart attack, but the sight of the dark gun barrel kept him silent. Your silence means you agree. You're a great guy, brother-in-law. Your sister is lucky to have you. This was psychological warfare. Fu Qi's face turned green with rage. Don't worry, brother-in-law. There's no love between your sister and me, just a physical arrangement. We could even share notes. Fu Qi's eyes bulged, his body trembling, teeth grinding in fury. How shameless. How infuriating. He was even suggesting they discuss his wife. Fu Qi fainted on the spot. Tang Ze cried out, President Fu. President Fu. Someone quick. President Fu has fainted. Ximing rushed over, her gaze landing on Tang Ze. She had seen them talking, and now her husband was unconscious. Perhaps it was about. Tang Ze put on an innocent expression. But Ximing had no choice. She needed the deterrence Tang Ze provided, but she knew this couldn't last forever. This man would need to be eliminated in the future, but not now. Several men carried Fu Qi back to his home. Tang Ze naturally did not join the crowd. He went back instead, as his cats at home were probably on the verge of rebellion, having been neglected for the past 2 days. The 3 women said they'd rather have a break. Feng Mingming and Feng Wei felt a pang of disappointment as Tang Ze left, and thinking of his cute and beautiful girlfriend who seemed better than them, they felt a vague unease. What if Tang Ze didn't take them away in the future? Though Boss Hua was dead now, there might be a second Boss Hua in the future, a third. Once this thought took root, the women began to spiral into anxious speculation. Feng Wei didn't want to go home either, so she went to Feng Mingming's place to chat. Even with the TV on, their minds were elsewhere. Mingming, how do you think Tang Ze managed to kill Boss Hua? He had so many men around him. How did he do it? Feng Wei couldn't fathom how Tang Ze with his own strength alone had accomplished it, especially when the other side was armed with guns. Feng Mingming let out a long sigh. Tang Ze is probably more complicated than we think. Every time I see him smile, I get this feeling. Like your skin is crawling, right? Wei, you feel that too. I thought it was just me. Feng Mingming gave a helpless smile, wondering if she was overthinking it. Feng Wei propped her long, admired legs on the coffee table. Maybe it's because he's killed before, so we get that feeling. Perhaps. I even feel like President Xi is a bit afraid of him. Feng Mingming had been with Ximing for several years, and had caught many subtle signs today that she had never noticed before. Feng Wei sat up, asking nervously, Tang Ze has a gun now. Could he take control of the whole compound? I don't know. At least from what we saw earlier, President, she can still control him. But if that control ever slips. Feng Mingming bit her lower lip, feeling the place was becoming increasingly unsafe. Feng Wei felt the same way, especially when she was intimate with Tang Zhe. He never cherished her, merely using her as a tool for release. Although it was a transaction. The more she thought about it, the more unreliable he seemed. The sweet nothings whispered after those moments were all lies. She had to rely on herself. As they talked, the two women fell asleep on the sofa. They even had the same dream where Tang Zhe arrived and opened their eyes to reality. In a warehouse on the outskirts of Huan City. The warehouse was brightly lit with boxes of supplies piled up like a small mountain. The men inside were either playing cards or drinking. After drinking, they would go into a side room to relieve their urges. In an office on the second floor, a man in his 60s listened to his subordinates report. This man with graying temples was boss Qian Zhongran. He wasn't a big shot. He didn't even have the qualifications to carry boss with shoes in the past, as he merely owned a few large warehouses. But times had changed. These warehouses were now more valuable than gold, and everyone had to obey him. This was just one of his warehouses, the one with the least supplies. Qian Zhongran entrusted the task of transporting supplies to his two sons, keeping outsiders in the dark, thus controlling their lifelines. With his sons holding 2 shotguns, the men below were even more obedient. Dad, something's happened to Ho Wanyan, said the eldest son, Qian Ming, standing nearby. At Fortitwo, he looked rather old, almost the same age as his father. Qian Zhongran frowned. What happened? Did Xi Ming's people get him again? Didn't we give him a gun? Our men went to pick up the goods today, but the place was full of corpses. Ho Wanyan's head was missing. The ground was littered with shotgun shell casings, the same model as ours. Qian Ming's face was grim. The enemy was formidable. Qian Zongren's eyes flashed with venom. So someone else had the same idea as us. But why target Ho Wanyan? Dad, could it be Xi Ming's people, eh? How could they have guns in that compound? Ho Wanyan must have provoked someone he shouldn't have. I just hope I'm not exposed. Qian Zhongran was furious, as his strategy was all about lying low. But the younger Qian Ming disagreed. Dad, we have guns. We could just storm in. Why bother with others? How do you know there isn't someone even more powerful? It's only been a little over a month. Those who move first die first. Look at Ho Wanyan. He's already in trouble, wasting my gun and ammo, without even touching a hair on Xi Ming's head. Qian Zhongran was also a bit of a lecher at heart. He had witnessed Xi Ming's stunning beauty in the past. If not for the disaster, he would never have dreamed of having a chance to taste those lips. But he didn't want to act himself, fearing he'd be targeted by others. Speaking of women, Qian Ming chuckled. Dad, even though Ho Wanyan is dead, the club is full of women. A lot of them died, but we brought back quite a few, about 60 or so, aged between 20 and 30. They're a bit smelly though. They need a wash. That Ho Wanyan kept so many women and lied to me that he had none. Good riddance. Don't waste too much water on them. Alright, Dad. Want me to arrange one for you to try? Make sure they're clean and don't let your mother know. Don't worry. Qian Ming left the office. A man was leaning on the railing smoking. It was the second son, Qian Pu, 2 years younger than Qian Ming. The brothers looked alike, both with square faces. However, Qian Pu seemed more ferocious. From the look in his eyes, it was clear he hadn't hesitated to kill lately. What did Dad say? Qian Pu asked. Dad still wants to play it safe. He told us not to get involved in too much and to wait a few more months before making a move. A few more months. Qian Pu stubbed out his cigarette, glaring at his old father in the office, clearly dissatisfied. Little brother, don't be so hot-headed. They'll find you a decent woman to blow off some steam. Qian Pu shook off his brother's hand, his voice low. Big brother, you and Dad need to stop thinking about women all the time. The world has changed. We have plenty of men and guns. We need to secure our territory now. First come, first serve. But we have to hold on to it. If we recruit too many men, that's a lot of mouths to feed. Stop thinking about fighting all the time. Look at the brothers below. They have food, drink, and women. Isn't life good enough? Big brother, have you considered that if you don't kill others, they'll come for you? Dad's warehouses will be found out eventually. Qian Ming was silent. His father advocated for stability, his younger brother for aggression, and he was stuck in the middle. Seeing his brother hesitate, Qian Pu lowered his voice. Dad likes Xi Ming, doesn't he? If I bring her here, will you support my plan? Go ask him for me. Well, brother, Dad is old. Old people like to play it safe. Qian Ming let out a long sigh and went back into the office to ask. Qian Pu waited outside, occasionally catching strange looks from his father. A few minutes later, Qian Ming walked out with a grim face, and Qian Pu felt a sense of foreboding. Suddenly, Qian Ming broke into a grin and patted his brother on the shoulder. Dad said if you can really bring Xi Ming here, he'll agree to your plan. Isn't that right? Since Ho Wanyan is no good, he'll step in. Qian Pu twisted his neck, a hint of arrogance spreading across his face, showing no regard for anyone. But you need to be cautious. The deaths of Ho Wanyan and his men are suspicious. Perhaps it was someone from the Shan who shouts you. Brother, you're overthinking. If Shan who shouts you really had that many shotguns, they wouldn't have feared Ho Wanyan. There must be someone else. Qianpu took out a cigarette and handed it to his elder brother. They lit up and began to smoke. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Qianming said seriously, better safe than sorry. Bring more men. Since we're making a move, it's not just about snatching a woman, we need to loot supplies in one go. That's more like it, big brother. Dad's cowardly development won't work, we need to expand and recruit underlings. Dad just wants to guard his little patch and be a local tyrant. Take 5 shotguns and 20 bullets. Save the bullets, use knives as much as possible. Qianpu shrugged and laughed, brother, I understand. Bullets are more precious than anything now. With 5 shotguns will scare them to death. When do you plan to act? Qianpu's face darkened. When they're asleep. Good idea. Shan, who shouts you? Tang Ze walked out of Feng Mingming's room, stretching comfortably. Progress had been good these days. His energy bar had risen to 7, one step closer to the 3-0 gift. On the sofa, Fu Qi sat with a slightly pale face, holding a cup of hot water. Tang Ze must not be kept. He is definitely not as simple as he appears. Everything he shows is fake. Fu Qi coughed after speaking, feeling much weaker. In contrast, Xi Meng had a radiant complexion, lately exuding even more charm, which made Fu Qi's teeth itch. He is useful to me, Xi Meng said in a low voice. She also knew in her heart that her husband was right. Now thinking carefully, a man bringing 3 beautiful women like that was suspicious. After all, a woman like Yi Qingyi was the object of men's frenzy. Tang Ze brought 3 at once. Were all the people in his community dead? Didn't anyone try to snatch them? It could only mean he sneaked out alone. If we don't kill him now, we'll be the ones dead later. If Tang Ze dies, I won't be able to control those bosses. Especially since Huo Wanyan is dead, they all want to be the leader. Are you stupid? Xi Meng leaned back on the sofa, helplessly rubbing her forehead. Fu Qi's eyes turned fierce as he whispered, if Tang Ze dies, won't the shotguns be ours? Then why worry about the bosses not behaving? These words reminded Xi Meng, but having the shotguns in her own hands was a completely different concept from having them in Tang Ze's. If Tang Ze comes later, pour him a glass of water with some sleeping pills, and we'll handle him. We can't act recklessly on this. I need to think it over. Xi Meng didn't want to act rashly. Now she had fewer and fewer people she could use. Fu Qi was furious hearing this and scolded. Xi Meng, are you stupid? Before he came, how many people were around you? Now, you only have him. You have to beg him for everything. On the surface, you're the boss of Shan who shouts you, but in reality, you're at his mercy. Enough. Xi Meng's eyes sharpened. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang. Fu Qi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be Tang Ze? Xi Meng was also frightened. If Tang Ze had heard those words just now, he would probably fire 2 shots as soon as he entered. Open the door. Xi Meng barked. Fu Qi clenched his fists tightly. As the door opened, Fu Qi saw Tang Ze at the door with a kind smile. At home. Sister, she asked me to discuss something. Fu Qi's face flushed red as he squeezed out a few words between his teeth. I was just leaving. Oh, I see. Without another word, Fu Qi walked out of the house. Watching Fu Qi's hurried departure, Tang Ze closed the door and smiled at Xi Meng on the sofa. Sister, I barely escaped death today. It was like I crawled back from the gates of hell. I almost couldn't see you again. Xi Meng stared at Tang Ze, as if trying to see through his hypocrisy. He came in and started playing the victim just to get something from her. You're getting bolder and bolder, Xi Meng said in a calm tone, not daring to say anything too harsh, but still expressing her dissatisfaction. Tang Ze placed the shotgun on the coffee table and sat down beside Xi Meng. Sister, if you're not willing, just leave now. I can only blame myself for trusting the wrong person. Xi Meng's red lips trembled slightly, threatening me, and then saying him untrustworthy. I had planned to control him, but now he's the one holding the reins. Damn it. Final go. Take care of yourself. With that, Tang Ze picked up the shotgun and stood up to leave. Come back. Tang Ze stopped, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Little E, I didn't threaten anyone. I was about to leave. Sister, I'm not that kind of casual man. Xi Meng. How could he say that? I'm sorry, okay? Isn't that right? Is it so hard for a girl to admit a mistake? Fu Qi, in a terrible mood, could only go downstairs. He wanted to find Feng Mingming to comfort himself. He directly opened the electronic lock door. The room was pitch black. Fu Qi turned on the living room light and saw clothes scattered on the sofa. A bad feeling welled up in Fu Qi's heart. Striding into the bedroom and flicking on the light, Fu Qi was stunned by what he saw. The harsh glare made Feng Wei shield her eyes. Turn it off, it's too bright. Mr. Fu. Feng Wei finally saw clearly and hastily pulled the blanket over herself. Beside her, Feng Mingming stirred awake and was also startled to see Fu Qi standing at the door. After a long moment, Feng Mingming said helplessly, Brother Fu, why did you suddenly come? Ha ha ha. Fu Qi suddenly became somewhat manic, covering his face with wild laughter. We just want to survive, that's all, Feng Wei said indifferently. We each get what we need. Do you truly believe Tang Ze will protect you? That's all a lie. He tells pretty girls like you. He even deceived my own wife. He's fooled everyone. How foolish. You're all a bunch of idiots. Feng Mingming suddenly spoke up. Brother Fu, why don't you come with us? Mingming. Feng Wei immediately scolded. Brother Fu is trustworthy, and it's too dangerous for just the two of us girls. Feng Wei grew angry and turned her head away. Leave? Leave for where? Fu Qi asked puzzled. Feng Mingming whispered. Actually, Brother Tang drove here. His car is parked not far away, and he gave us the keys. What? Fu Qi couldn't believe it, yet it confirmed his suspicions. This was indeed premeditated. He felt the keys must be fake. Impossible, they must be fake. He's just tricking you girls. Feng Mingming then produced the car keys and pressed a button pointing toward the window. From a dark alley nearby, headlights suddenly flashed on, glaringly obvious in the night. It's real. Fu Qi was shocked again. He wondered if Tang Zhe was foolish handing over the keys to them, both showing such trust. Was he truly wise, or just pretending? Still puzzled, he asked, since he's willing to take you away, why do you want to sneak off? Because I feel Brother Tang is dangerous, she said. Besides, he already has 3 girls around him, all prettier than us. Would be abandoned eventually. A friend of Feng Weiss said there's a shelter in Zhonglin City nearby, so we plan to go there. Fu Qi thought it made sense. They were above average in looks, but compared to those 3, they lacked something. Yet something felt off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. When do you plan to leave? Fu Qi asked. Now. Fu Qi was taken aback. He wanted to leave too, but he couldn't just abandon his wife with that devil. Isn't that too rushed? Feng Wei said solemnly. Now is the only time we know Tang Zhe is at your place, so we won't be discovered. Her words cut through Fu Qi like a knife, implying, what kind of wife does this? If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even bring you along. Feng Wei said, coldly, dressing herself and heading off to gather supplies. Brother Fu, come with us, Feng Mingming pleaded. After all, he had been good to her even before the apocalypse and remained so after. He was a man worthy of trust. Fu Qi gritted his teeth. Better to leave than stay and wait for death. All right. The 3 quickly gathered supplies, donned the raincoats and boots Tang Zhe had provided. Fu Qi wore Tang Zhe's set, which fit him perfectly. He almost felt it was tailored for him. Under the cover of night, the 3 crept down to the first floor and slipped out of the building. The light rain pattered against their raincoats like a death knell, but they knew there was no turning back now. Resolutely, they headed toward the main gate of the compound. Meanwhile, Tang Zhe pulled up his pants and smiled at Ximeng. They'll head back now. Ximeng's beautiful face was flushed crimson, too exhausted to even reply. Grabbing his shotgun, Tang Zhe left and returned to his own room, startling the 3 big cats watching TV. Our little wager begins now, Tang Zhe said with a faint smile as he entered. Bai looked surprised. Those 2 girls are actually going to run. Sun Ting smiled lightly. Just as expected. Human nature can't withstand such tests. But then they wouldn't have called President Xi. Yi Qingyi murmured with a furrowed brow, not caring in the least about those 2 girls. Betrayal had only one consequence. Because Ximeng's husband is planning to run with them. Now it depends on whether Fu Qi will call Ximeng to come along. If he doesn't call, and she stays without knowing, then you win. Tang Zhe was being unusually generous so as not to seem like he was bullying them. Yi Qingyi felt more confident knowing Tang Zhe was giving her an edge. She kissed him to show her gratitude. Sister Yi isn't even being discreet anymore. Bai teased immediately. Tang Zhe brought out a listening device, and the 4 waited in silence for the result. Yi Qingyi grew tense. If she lost, the consequences were unimaginable. In the dark alley, the 3 found the modified tank 300. Seeing the tracked wheels, Fu Qi finally believed it. No wonder it could drive through. Opening the trunk, they found several cases of bottled water and vacuum-sealed food. Get in, let's go now. Feng Wei urged them on. Lingering here only invited trouble, since they were essentially stealing Tang Zhe's car. If he caught them, they'd lose their heads. Fu Qi took the wheel, Feng Mingming sat in the passenger seat, and Feng Wei sat in the back. Don't turn on the headlights. Feng Wei reminded him. Her voice carried through to Tang Zhe's side, prompting him to sigh. I actually had a decent impression of them. What a shame. They still ran off behind my back. Truly giving up a stable life. Sun Ting sighed. Tang Zhe suddenly chuckled. You 3 could try it to see if you can escape. If you actually make it, that'd be quite impressive. His words drained the color from their faces. They quickly huddled close to him. Just kidding. Look how scared you got. Oh, you're so mean, master. In the car, Fu Qi started the engine. The roar was considerable, but his thoughts drifted to his beautiful wife. How about we bring my wife along? With her status, it'd be easier for us in Zhonglin City. She has business interests there. Feng Wei immediately said, no way. What if she tells Tang Zhe? Brother Fu has a point. If Zhonglin City is safe president, she will have influence, and we can live well too. Feng Wei laughed in exasperation. Feng Mingming, his wife is here. What business do you have? If Ximeng finds out you're the mistress, she'll kick you to the curb. Fu Qi quickly said, I promise she won't. Mingming, you have to trust me. Of course I trust you, Brother Fu. You're the most capable. Hearing this, Fu Qi felt as if he were imbued with superhuman strength. He pulled out his phone and sent a voice call to his wife. The phone on the coffee table buzzed insistently, the relentless vibration grating on Xi Meng's nerves. Picking it up, she saw it was her husband calling, which only soured her mood further. Couldn't she have a moment of peace? What is it? Aren't you coming back? Wife, pack your things and come downstairs right now. I found Tang Ze's car. It's fully modified. Xi Meng snapped to attention, rising excitedly, but then frowned and sat back down. How did you find it? Don't ask so many questions. Just come downstairs. He'll drive it inside. Xi Meng's mind raced, torn over what to do. Stop overthinking. If we delay, it'll be too late. Zhonglin City nearby is safe, and you have assets there. You don't have to stay here living in fear. That argument struck a chord. If it truly was safe there, it might be the right move. But was it real or a lie? Right now Tang Ze had complete control over her, doing whatever he pleased. That wasn't the outcome she wanted. Escaping his clutches might be the correct choice. Without further hesitation, Xi Meng said in a low voice, "Fine, see you downstairs. He'll get ready." As Xi Meng's words echoed in Yi Qingjia's mind, she felt utterly shattered. She had lost. Ye couldn't be saved, and her fiancé would die. Tang Ze shot her a look of helplessness, but a bet was a bet. It was a pity about Xi Meng. "Sister Xi, you've truly made a grave mistake this time." Xiaobai comforted her. "Sister Yi, don't be sad." Sun Ting also sighed. In the end, Xi Meng chose to leave. Yi Qingyi had believed Xi Meng was a shrewd woman who would surely stay by the side of the powerful, but she never expected Xi Meng to refuse submission. She wanted to become powerful herself. "My condolences." Tang Ze patted Yi Qingjia's delicate shoulder. Sun Ting and Xiaobai cast similar glances. In this world, now being able to protect oneself was already fortunate enough. Meanwhile, Xi Meng had finished preparing, standing on the first floor scanning the outside, and sending a message to Fu Qi. Fu Qi was driving over as well. Feng Wei watched the residential complex draw nearer, her fear mounting with every second, dreading the sight of Tang Ze appearing and picking them off one by one. At that moment, she even spotted Xi Meng's figure on the first floor. And Xi Meng saw the car approaching, her excitement surging. "Don't go." Feng Wei suddenly grabbed the steering wheel, forcing Fu Qi to slam on the brakes, leaving Xi Meng stunned. "What the hell are you doing? We almost crashed." Fu Qi roared, knowing a collision would mean death for them all. Feng Wei said grimly, "A woman whose heart has changed will do anything. Tang Ze is already waiting nearby. If we go over, we'll be killed by him." Feng Mingming looked at the first floor. From this angle, their view was indeed obstructed. Not only was Feng Mingming scared, but Fu Qi was too. Everyone had witnessed Tang Ze's methods. "Fu Qi, you know damn well how your wife treats you. Isn't having Feng Mingming by your side better than her? You're risking your neck to pick up this troublesome woman, only to have to deal with a wife who doesn't even respect you as a man. She's even willing to disregard your feelings for the sake of power. Is a woman like that worth you risking your life to save?" Fu Qi gripped the steering wheel tightly, his mind locked in a fierce struggle. "Why isn't she worth it? She's still my wife." Fu Qi shouted, his voice choked with tears. With that, he slammed the gear into reverse and floored the gas pedal. I'm sorry, I just can't bring myself to forgive you." Xi Meng stood frozen in place, watching the car that had come for her suddenly speed away. Why wouldn't they come for her? She pulled out her phone and immediately called Fu Qi. "Come back. I'm sorry, I can't get past this." Xi Meng let out a bitter laugh. "Who was I doing all this for? I sacrificed so much and you just abandoned me like this. You're leaving with that mistress of yours." Despite the darkness, Xi Meng could still see that sitting in the passenger seat was her secretary Feng Mingming. "You betrayed me." Fu Qi roared. "You betrayed me too." Xi Meng's emotions shattered. The only family she had left had abandoned her. "Brother-in-law, come back. Sister is waiting for you." A voice that sounded like it emerged from the abyss echoed from behind. Xi Meng turned to see Tang Ze along with the three women behind him. Yi Qingyi, who had looked as pale as death, was now beaming. Sun Ting and Xiaobai were also happy for her, because if Xi Meng stayed, it meant Yi Qingyi had won. Of course, Tang Ze still had to try, and maybe he could win. But hearing Tang Ze's voice, not even 100 Kuan Peng could drag Fu Qi back. "You? Take care of yourself." Sure enough, as soon as Fu Qi heard Tang Ze's voice, he said that, and hung up. Xi Meng collapsed to the ground, feeling as though she had been left alone in hell. Heh, heh. She suddenly started laughing. Tang Ze crouched beside her and gently stroked her head. "Sister Xi, why are you crying? Don't touch me." Xi Meng slapped Tang Ze's hand away. "That's the Sister Xi I like. See, I have a button here that can stop the car." Tang Ze extended his hand, but before he could finish, Xi Meng snatched it and pressed it immediately. Inside the car, Fu Qi suddenly heard a beeping sound. "Did you guys hear that noise?" The beeping grew more frantic. Feng Mingming and Feng Wei exchanged a glance, a wave of dread surging from the pits of their stomachs. Boom. A massive explosion erupted, illuminating the night with a brilliant blaze. The surrounding dark buildings gradually lit up as people came to see what had happened. At the intersection, there was a ball of fire, what appeared to be a burning car. Whether by coincidence or fate, a head flew through the air and rolled to a stop nearby. Wasn't that her brother-in-law? The remote control slipped from Ximeng's hand and clattered to the ground. She stood in a daze, her beautiful eyes fixed on her husband's head. Before you even finished your sentence, sister, you blew up your own husband. One press detonates, two presses disarm. Why the rush? Tangze sighed. Ximeng's heart surged with rage, not because her husband was dead, but because she had lost the game of wits against Tangze so utterly, even going so far as to kill her husband with her own hands, his head flying right before her eyes. Never had she failed so miserably. Never. Tangze. Ximeng lunged at him as if she wanted to devour his flesh, as if he were some kind of holy monk. But before she could reach him, Xiaobai reached out and grabbed her hair. President, you must not be rude to the master. Sun Ting was even more direct, raising her hand and delivering a sharp slap to that stunning face, snapping the furious Ximeng back to her senses. Sister, what is that look in your eyes? I owe you nothing. We've always just been using each other, haven't we? You tricked me. Ximeng couldn't accept being played for a fool, thinking she had been in control all along. Tangze shook his head. I gave you many chances, but you were too obsessed with your own power. You couldn't bear to lose your lofty status, and that led to this situation. You also made me lose. His words struck a nerve. It was true, as she couldn't bear to lose it all. She harbored even grander ambitions to be a modern-day Wu Zetian. You lost. What do you mean? Xiaobai smiled innocently. Because before we came, we bet on whether you would stay or leave in the end. It hit Ximeng then. She thought she was the hunter, but she was the prey all along, utterly defeated and unable to get back up. Yi Qingyi, I took you in out of kindness, and this is how you repay me. If the Zhang family knew what you've done, they would surely cast you out. Yi Qingyi said softly, the Zhang family isn't that important to me anymore. Besides, I have someone I need to protect. Tangze yawned. All right, that's enough. Time to go home and sleep. Game over. No, I haven't lost. I was just careless. Tangze looked at Yi Qingyi. She's your responsibility now. If anything goes wrong with her, you'll be held accountable. I understand. Yi Qingyi knew exactly what that meant, as she had been through it herself. Also, it's the middle of the night. Making so much noise disturbs the neighbors. Let's be civilized. Yi Qingyi nodded and said to Ximeng, stop your shouting. Yi Qingyi, you'll come to a bad end. With a sharp crack, Yi Qingyi slapped her again. You took me in, but weren't you just trying to gain favor with the Zhang family? Don't pretend you're so kind-hearted. This stunned Ximeng, but she still refused to yield. I haven't lost. I, Ximeng, have never lost. I'd rather die than let you win. Tangze stopped, and the three women followed suit, silently thinking that President Zai's days were about to get much worse. Then I'll give you one more chance. Tangze turned to face Ximeng, feeling fortunate for his own magnanimity, glad he hadn't become a bloodthirsty killer. The road is behind you. You can choose to die with dignity or live happily like a cat. The choice is yours. Ximeng stood frozen, then let out a sharp cry. I'd rather die than be your cat. With that, she turned and ran outside. The three women were stunned. They hadn't expected Ximeng to be so fiercely defiant, and they felt a surge of admiration. Yi Qingyi especially felt she was lacking compared to her. When faced with life and death, Ximeng chose dignity, while she herself had bowed her head to death. Even Tangze hadn't expected it. Even in the apocalypse, there were fierce women who defied tyranny. Admirable. Just as they were lost in thought, Ximeng suddenly slammed on the brakes, stopping at the very edge. Their mouths twitched. They had just been admiring her, and now she stopped. Ximeng was afraid. Standing at the edge, she couldn't lift her foot, as if pressed down by a 1,000-pound weight. Be careful, the rain will kill you if it touches you, Tangze kindly reminded. This indeed startled Ximeng, who took a step back. In the end, people fear death, especially a meaningless one. Sister, you've impressed me again, Tangze said calmly, but his words cut through Ximeng like a knife. She didn't even have the courage to die. She glared at him and demanded, what do you want from me? What use am I to you? Compared to girls who throw themselves at me, I prefer those with strong defiance, the cunning and vicious ones. Because I can set them on the right path, giving them my full help and care. Look at them now, fully adapted to the apocalypse, no longer bullied by anyone. Except by me. Those last three words were the real kicker. Ximeng had never met such a shameless person. Her husband was right, this was his true nature. If only she had listened to him and drugged him, things would be different now. Sister, you have a long road ahead. You're a smart woman, Ximeng said coldly. Don't you know that smart women are also stubborn? We were using each other before, but now you have no value to me. Don't expect me to be your dog. I said not a dog, a cat. Damn it. Is there a difference? Ximeng couldn't help but curse. Xiaobai said weakly, of course there is. Cats are cute. Ximeng was speechless. This Anbai seemed soft and weak, but if she wanted to escape, she'd likely have to get past her. But when she saw Anbai pull out a silenced USP and press it to her temple, Ximeng's face turned pale. Sister, you must be obedient. Ximeng understood now. Anbai said the softest words, but did the most ruthless deeds. No wonder Tangze said they had adapted to the apocalypse. And they had guns. How? They were searched when they entered the compound. Where did they get the guns? Did Tang Zhe bring them in from outside? Xiao Bai, she's not under your jurisdiction, Tang Zhe reminded her. And Bai pouted obediently and put the gun back into her down jacket. Let's go, Ximeng. Don't make me use force, Yi Qingyi said coldly. You are quite the virtuous daughter-in-law of the Jiang family. Slap. Ximeng held her cheek. That was the third slap tonight. He'll say it again. I have nothing to do with the Jiang family anymore. He is my master, and yours too. Haha. You're all degenerates. I'm not that cheap. This ignited the fury of the three women. Tang Zhe teased, President, she looks like your days ahead won't be easy. What are you doing? Let me go. Sun Ting, without a word, knocked Ximeng unconscious. She was just too noisy. Meanwhile, at a warehouse on the outskirts, 3 trucks were ready, their wheels replaced with tank treads that looked crudely salvaged from excavators. Qian Pu stood on a table with a shotgun scanning the crowd of over 100 men. Brothers, tonight, we're going for the big score. You've all heard of Shanhu Compound, the place for the rich in our city of Huan. The men cheered with excitement. I heard there are tons of beautiful women there. Maybe even some celebrities. The rich must have hoarded plenty of food and supplies. This is a great deal. Qian Pu grinned wickedly. That's right. Our mission is to loot everything. Kill the men who resist, capture the women. And most importantly, capture the boss of Shanhu Compound, Ximeng. Isn't she the real estate queen of Huan? I heard she's stunningly beautiful. Any man would be mesmerized by her. Assets. I saw her on TV once. Had to take care of business right then and there. This remark was met with roaring laughter. Qian Pu shouted, that's right. Her. After this, in Shanhu Compound, you can pick any house you want. Everyone gets 2 wives. Do well, and you get double. Whoa. The cries of excitement were deafening. Not too long ago, these men couldn't even find a wife needing bride prices and houses. Now they could get houses and wives for free. Just be ruthless enough, and they could have 17 or 18. What? You're asking about the bride price. Does this butcher knife look like a good bride price? Move out. At Qian Pu's command, the group's blood ran hot as they boarded the vehicles. Qianming approached with a word of caution. Stay safe, but don't be stingy with the bullets either. Your life matters more. Just wait for my good news. After all, the richer a man is, the more he fears death. They're nothing but a motley crew. Qianming smiled, patting Qian Pu on the shoulder. When you return in triumph, I've already got the finest woman ready for you. Qian Pu grunted in acknowledgement. Compared to women, he craved the thrill of power far more. It was the dead of night. The Shanhu residential complex lay in utter silence, everyone lost in slumber. In the underground parking garage, only 4 guards remained on duty, all dozing off from sheer boredom. Inside, Tang Zhe sat on the sofa, chin resting on his hand, admiring Yi Qingyi's efforts. After all, she was seasoned in this, having received profound tutelage from Sun Ting. But this time their target was the formidable Ximeng. She wouldn't be bent to their will with just a few honeyed words. Sun Ting, massaging Tang Zhe's thigh, asked curiously, Master, how did you know Fu Qi's lover was Feng Mengmeng? How I sensed something amiss at Fu Qi's place. The way they exchanged glances, there was 100% chance they'd steal my car. They simply couldn't withstand the test. Sun Ting showered him with flattery. Tang Zhe was perpetually testing people, and failing his trials meant utter ruin. Want me to wallow in the muck with you lot? Dream on. Ximeng's will was ironclad. She had resisted relentlessly since waking. Yi Qingyi said in a low, firm voice, What do you mean wallow in the muck? In this apocalypse, women are no match for men. We've become commodities, mere appendages. But if we stand united, we can survive. Don't you understand this simple truth? And aren't you all just appendages yourselves? What's the use of such high-sounding talk? Sun Ting chuckled and suggested, You should use my method. Wouldn't that be too brutal, eh? Xiao Bai murmured, forever appearing frail and pitiable, a sight that tugged at one's heartstrings. Hearing this, Ximeng paused slightly. Tang Zhe stood up and stretched lazily. Little Ting Ting, come with me. You ladies keep at it. Sun Ting felt a flicker of joy in her heart. This was the first time she'd been summoned to the bedroom. And Bai and Yi Qingyi exchanged a glance of slight surprise, as this was indeed a first. Soon faint sounds emanated from the bedroom, stirring envy in Xiao Bai. Next time it should be my turn. You've all been brainwashed by him. Yi Qingyi said coolly, without him would have died in that complex long ago. You haven't seen how chaotic ordinary complexes have become, utterly devoid of morality. Exactly. Without him, even my corpse might not have been left in peace. Ximeng was taken aback. Was it really that dramatic? Yi Qingyi continued in a low, persuasive tone. As long as you follow him, you won't worry about supplies or being snatched away by men. Just serve him well, and you'll stand above everyone else, second only to him. Isn't he mortal? You're all just dreaming. The master will not die, Xiao Bai stated firmly, but in Ximeng's eyes this girl had clearly lost her mind. Only Yi Qingyi seemed to retain a shred of rationality. Ximeng sneered, not die? Does he possess an immortal body? Yi Qingji's beautiful eyes turned icy. Ximeng will be frank with you. We've killed people before coming here. And the master has cleared out 2 entire complexes. You should be grateful for your pretty face, otherwise you'd end up just like Feng Mengmeng and Feng Wei. As she spoke, Yi Qingyi gripped Ximeng's chin firmly. Do you think the master just happened to bring back Huanian's head? If he wanted to, no one in this complex would be left alive. Ximeng had never truly experienced such a harsh environment, as she didn't know what it meant to plead for help in utter despair. Before Tangze arrived, she hadn't even seen a corpse. In Sun Ting's words, Ximeng was still a flower raised in a greenhouse, full of fiery passion, yet her ideas were hopelessly naive. Especially her plan to lead people to meet Huanian. It was like walking right into the tiger's den. In these times, the concept of trust had long been flushed down the drain. Half an hour later, Sun Ting emerged from the bedroom stark naked, her exquisite face still flushed with lingering heat. She collapsed directly onto the carpet, pulling a blanket over herself and murmuring, "Keep your voices down." Xiaobai pouted her red lips and teased, "As if you weren't the loudest just now." Sun Ting merely smiled and promptly fell asleep. Inside the bedroom, Tang Zhe also slept soundly. A little pre-sleep activity certainly aided relaxation. "You all sleep here?" Ximeng was incredulous. Weren't there bedrooms? Why sleep on the floor when there were beds available? Yi Qingyi replied flatly, "It's the rule." "What kind of ridiculous rule is that? I'd rather die than follow it." Xiaobai pointed towards the balcony. "See that? You can just jump right off. No one's stopping you." Ximeng's mouth twitched. "You little princess of sarcasm. Can't you tell that was just a figure of speech, a way to express my displeasure? Think it over carefully. If you can't come to your senses by tomorrow, don't blame me for what happens." Yi Qingyi delivered the ultimatum. She couldn't let Ximeng delay her mission to rescue Yu Yue, who was still waiting for her. Before settling in for the night, Yi Qingyi fastened a collar around Ximeng's neck to prevent her escape. As the living room lights flickered off, Ximeng tugged at the collar, but it was impossible to remove. Damn it. She had become a prisoner. How on earth was she going to get out of this? If Ximeng had experienced what Yi Qingyi had gone through, she might not be so naively thinking about escaping now. It was simply impossible. Tang Zhe had given her a chance earlier, but she had called him back herself. Ultimately, she had brought this upon herself. If she hadn't called him back, then he wouldn't have stayed. But Tang Zhe knew Ximeng was a woman greedy for power. As drowsiness set in, Ximeng curled up in a corner and drifted off to sleep, her mind still churning with thoughts of how to negotiate and bargain with Tang Zhe, completely unaware of the bloody carnage that was about to unfold. At 2 in the morning, 3 trucks had already appeared not far from the complex. Every man inside was wide awake, their eyes gleaming with excitement, right hands gripping their knife handles tightly. A few of the more seasoned men were wrapping the handles to their palms with cloth to prevent them from slipping. "Boss, look over there." The driver pointed to the side. Qian Pu's gaze followed, spotting a car lying overturned on the green belt with what appeared to be a charred body in the passenger seat. "What's there to see? Haven't you seen a dead body in a car before?" Qian Pu lit a cigarette dismissively. "But that car looks like it was blown up. How do you figure that? Couldn't it have just burned? That's how they always do it in the movies." Qian Pu chuckled. "Watch fewer movies. It's all fake." "Boss, my heart's racing a bit. I even did a divination before we left. It was a sign of great misfortune." Qian Pu burst into loud laughter. "Bring out this great misfortune of yours, and let's see if my shotgun can turn it into great fortune and good luck." As they talked, the trucks had already arrived beside the complex. "Drive straight into the underground garage." With that order, Qian Pu grabbed his shotgun and racked a shell into the chamber. In the garage, the guard on duty was snoring away, and even the man watching the entrance upstairs had fallen asleep. Even if he were awake, he'd have struggled to spot the 3 trucks creeping in with their lights off. They had no idea death was bearing down on them. With a thunderous crash, the vehicle blocking the gate was rammed aside, startling the drowsy guard. He could only stare blankly as 3 trucks came to a halt, his mind clouded with sleep. Bang, bang, bang. The cargo doors swung open, and men with cruel smirks leaped out, their hands gripping sharp blades. "What do you think you're doing?" The guard on duty finally snapped to his senses, the cleaver in his trembling hand shaking uncontrollably. A burly man strode over, his ferocious aura paralyzing the guard with terror. "What are we doing?" "We're here to cut you down." With those words, he swung the blade straight at the guard's neck. Thud! The blow missed the head, but severed the carotid artery, blood gushing out wildly. The victim's eyes widened in disbelief. Was he really dying just like this? Qian Pu hopped off the truck, shotgun in hand, scoffing. Utterly pathetic. That Huanian is a real fool, can't even handle a place like this. With one man dead, the other guards on duty dropped to their knees in terror. "Boss, we're just residents on night watch. Please don't kill us." "Spare me, I'll kowtow to you, boss." "Me too, will kowtow as well." Qian Pu crooked his finger, and a lackey hurried over to place an axe in his hand. Qian Pu flexed his arms, then brought the axe down on the man in the middle, aiming to show his underlings a clean beheading and to strike fear into the rest. But instead the blade lodged in the spine, failing to sever the head. Blood splattered across the faces of the two men beside him. One fainted on the spot, the other voided his bowels in sheer terror. Damn it, I'll go sharpen this thing properly when we get back. Yes, yes, of course. The lackey stammered in reply, even though had sharpened it before they left. Qianpu kicked the man who had soiled himself. You know where Ximeng lives. Yes, yes, I do, I know. Then lead the way. I wonder how you ever made a living before. You're all as dense as rocks. Qianpu's words drew laughter from his men. Even the rich weren't so tough after all. A month ago these wealthy folks wouldn't give them the time of day. Now they were on their knees begging for mercy. Thank the apocalypse for giving the bottom rung a chance to turn the tables. Soon Qianpu stood at Ximeng's door. The lockpicking lackey moved to open it, but Qianpu stopped him. Hey, now she's the real estate queen of Huan City. Let's show some manners. With that he pressed the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. After 5 minutes of silence, Qianpu's face darkened. Seems our courtesy isn't appreciated. Break it down. The lock gave way in an instant, and the lackeys who rushed in were stunned by the lavish interior, truly worthy of a boss living like royalty in a palace. Qianpu bolted to the bedroom, but it was empty. Boss, no one here. Nothing on my end either. Bathroom's clear. Qianpu's face turned icy cold as he barked. Where is she? He glared at the man who had led them there. This really is Ximeng's home. I swear I'm not lying. Qianpu let out a cold laugh. Kill him. No, please don't. No. The screams faded into silence, hot blood pooling on the expensive flooring, the stench of iron filling the living room. Fine, she wants to play hide and seek. Then let's tear this whole compound apart. Yes, boss. Meanwhile, Ximeng, fast asleep, stirred at the faint sound of commotion. She thought she was still in her soft plush bed, but when she opened her eyes, she found herself curled up in a corner. As the noise grew louder, Ximeng furrowed her delicate brows. What on earth was happening? A sense of dread welled up inside her, and finally, she couldn't hold back. Hey, wake up. Wake up. Yi Qingyi had been dreaming of picking up Yaya, but the shouting shattered her sweet dream. It's the middle of the night. What are you yelling about? Sun Ting was also roused from sleep, so irritated she felt like shooting someone. Listen, something's going on outside, Ximeng urged. Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting listened carefully. There were indeed sounds of smashing and breaking, all too familiar. Bai, wake up. Sun Ting patted in Bai's rear. And Bai rubbed her eyes. Is it time to eat? Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi couldn't help but chuckle. All Bai ever thought about was food. Someone's storming the building, Sun Ting said with a smile. And Bai's eyes lit up with excitement. Great. She grabbed her gun, expertly checked the ammunition, and attached the silencer. Ximeng stared at the three women in disbelief. They showed not a trace of fear. In fact, they seemed almost eager. They could even laugh. Had they really killed people before? Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi also drew their guns, their movements so practiced that Ximeng was left dumbfounded. So everything they'd said before was true. Turn off the lights, Sun Ting said softly. And Bai switched them off, and the three of them lay back down under the blanket, as if nothing had happened. Hey, what are you doing? Ximeng was frantic. The noise was getting closer. They'd be here any minute. Were they really going to pretend to be asleep? And Bai raised a finger to her lips, not a word. But, suddenly a faint click came from the door lock. Someone was picking it. Ximeng's heart leapt into her throat. Were they insane? Now of all times they were playing possum. Ximeng, lacking the nerve of the other three, struggled to compose herself. The door swung open, spilling light from the hallway into the room, and the living room lights flickered on. What the hell? Someone's sleeping in the living room, a man's voice grunted. Ximeng saw three men at the doorway, each clutching a knife, their faces twisted with cruelty. They definitely weren't from the compound. Her fears were confirmed. Outsiders had broken in. The three men spotted Ximeng by the sofa and froze for a moment. One of them pulled out a phone to compare her face with a photo. Well, while hiding right here, huh? Ha ha, the mighty real estate queen wearing a dog collar. Now that's a rare sight. Kinky, real slutty. Their crude remarks stung, but Ximeng dared not speak. She could only watch helplessly as they closed in. Holy shit, three more gorgeous women still sleeping like babies. Perfect match for the three of us, don't you think? How about we have some fun first? They reached for the blanket, but what they found beneath it was the cold, dark muzzle of a gun. The three men froze in place. And Bai opened her beautiful eyes slowly and said in a soft voice, How about you let me have some fun first? A soft pew. A single shot struck the nearest man square in the groin. Oh. His scream echoed through the room, jolting Tang Zhe awake in the bedroom. The other two men, snapping out of their shock, scrambled for the door in a frenzy. Who could have guessed that three stunning beauties would be packing heat? With several muffled gunshots, both men collapsed to the ground as bullets tore through their legs, blood instantly staining their trousers crimson. Ximeng stood frozen, stunned by the ferocity of these three women. Facing such desperate men, daring to let them inside, and with marksmanship like that. Had they once been soldiers? Wrapped in blankets, the three women rose to their feet. Their bodies were reserved for their master's eyes alone. No other man was worthy. Sun Ting approached the man, clutching his groin, pressing the cold barrel of her gun against his forehead. Who are you? Who's your boss? What are you here for? She demanded icily. Screw you, you bitch. You'll never get anything out of me. A gunshot rang out. Sun Ting executed the man on the spot. And Bai snorted, who are you calling a bitch? And fired 2 more rounds into the corpse. The scene left Xi Ming utterly dazed. Compared to these women, she was pathetically weak. Her once cherished authority meant nothing in the face of their guns. Yi Qingyi approached the other 2 men. Talk. We're workers from the suburban warehouse. Our boss is Qian Zhongran. Today's operation was led by his second-in-command Qian Pu. We came to seize supplies and find Xi Ming. Xi Ming's body trembled. Was this Qian Zhongran the same Qian that Huo Wanyan had mentioned? Their target was her. Why are you looking for Xi Ming? Our boss has taken a liking to her. How many of you came? Around 100. And we've got 5 shotguns, the other man added, looking at Yi Qingyi with pleading eyes. We've told you everything. Please don't kill us. We're just hired help. Please, beautiful lady. Yi Qingyi's heart had long turned to stone. She raised her gun and fired twice, sending both men straight to hell. At that moment the bedroom door opened, and Tang Zhe walked out yawning. Seeing the 3 corpses he paused. What the hell happened here? Xiao Bai immediately bounded over to Tang Zhe, clinging to his arm, and cooing, Master, some people are attacking the building. Over 100 of them. They're here for Xi Ming. Their boss has taken a fancy to her. Tang Zhe's gaze shifted to Xi Ming cowering in the corner. She instinctively shrank back. Since they're here for Sister Xi, for the safety of the entire building, Sister Xi, you'll have to make the sacrifice. After all, you're the leader. You can't just hide here. Tang Zhe's words left not only the 3 women stunned, but Xi Ming herself in disbelief. Just earlier Head told her to stay with them, and now he was about to hand her over. Xi Ming could well imagine what would happen once she was handed over. Release her. Yi Qingyi acknowledged and unlocked Xi Ming's collar, saying helplessly, I told you to obey. Now go. All strength drained from Xi Ming's body, she collapsed to the floor, unable to stand. Don't dawdle. If they can't find you, they'll start killing people, Tang Zhe said coolly. No. I don't want to. Xi Ming suddenly shook her head frantically, her beautiful face pale as death. Gone was her earlier toughness. Her mental defenses were crumbling under the pressure. Tang Zhe lit a cigarette and reasoned, every leader must make sacrifices. Didn't you go meet Huo Wanyan for everyone's sake before? No, I was faking it. I never intended to go. Please don't hand me over. Xi Ming crawled on her knees to Tang Zhe's feet, clutching his trousers and begging desperately. Tang Zhe reached down and patted her head, smiling. Too late. Please. They'll be like them. They'll call you master. Tang Zhe smirked. Since you put it that way, I'll give you one more chance. Xi Ming was overwhelmed with relief. She'd rather stay with Tang Zhe than be handed over. Thank you, master. Don't thank me so quickly. Let's make a bet. If you win, you stay by my side. If you lose, you take on the responsibility of being the community leader, save everyone, and earn yourself a good reputation. Isn't that your specialty? Xi Ming looked up at Tang Zhe, surprised by the wager, but at least she still had a chance. Fine. They'll bet. Let's keep it simple. Despite your selfish motives, you've treated the people of this community well enough, encouraging them to survive and distributing supplies. The question is whether they'll be grateful enough to stand up against evil. So hey, race the bet. Will they help you, or will they throw you to the wolves? Ladies first. Xi Ming bit her red lips, finding it hard to decide. Her very life hung in the balance. Suddenly she recalled Yi Qingyi's words: in the apocalypse things were different. Human selfishness would be magnified without limit, and people would do anything to survive. What if some are willing and some aren't? Xi Ming asked. Then we go with whichever side has more support. Don't worry, I'm fair. They'll throw me to the wolves, Xi Ming said, reluctant to admit it, but knowing it was the truth. That little confidence in them. Xi Ming said softly. I know their character better than you do. I may have tried to avoid it, but I always knew I'd have to face it eventually. So you think jumping into my fire pit is the better option? Xi Ming said nothing, which was answer enough. If she had to fall into a pit, she'd choose Tang Zhe's. Honestly, I was hoping they'd keep you. I wanted to see if there were any good people left. Let's go. Xi Ming wanted to ask, were they really just going to walk out there? Those people numbered over 100. Come on, what are you waiting for? Sun Ting grunted coldly, clearly harboring no goodwill toward Xi Ming. Xi Ming had no choice but to follow them out, feeling like a lamb being led to slaughter. Shouldn't she be running right now? In the underground parking garage, residents were filing down in droves, most still in their pajamas. Those who resisted had been shot dead on the spot, so the men, now descending, were all obedient. The women were even easier. A knife raised was enough to make them agree to anything. Boss, this is a rich man's community, all right. The quality here is a cut above. A lackey eyed the descending women with greedy hunger. Their bearing was nothing like the cheap women outside. Has Xi Ming been found yet? Qian Pu had no interest in these women. His primary target was still at large. No news yet, but she's definitely hiding somewhere. Pu scanned the crowd, and the residents all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. "Hey boss, I might know where she is." A man in the crowd raised his hand and called out. Pu turned to look, smiling. "Go on then. But if you're lying to me, you'll lose your head." "All right. I think Meng is at Brother Tang's place." "Who the hell is Brother Tang?" Pu asked, puzzled. Brother Tang brought back Huawanian's head before. He's highly regarded by Meng. Pu's brow furrowed tightly at this, his grip on the shotgun instinctively tightening. So it really was someone from this community had done the deed. What does he do? Special forces. He's a food delivery guy? What? A food delivery guy? You're messing with me. Kill him. Pu flew into a rage and ordered the man's execution on the spot. The man never expected this turn of events, believing that speaking up would save his life. "Boss, I swear I'm telling the truth. They can all vouch for me." Yet the people around him all lowered their heads in silence, adopting an attitude of complete indifference. "Say something, all of you." No one spoke up for the man. As the axe descended, his head rolled across the ground. Suddenly, two figures emerged from the stairwell. "Boss, were you looking for me?" All eyes turned to see Tang Ze holding a shotgun with a pale-faced Meng trailing behind him. Instantly, 5 shotguns were trained on Tang Ze. Meng's legs went weak at the sight of the gun barrels. Whoa, 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 easy now. This gun's got no bullets." With that, Tang Ze tossed his shotgun to the ground. This sent Pu and his crew into a panic, bracing for an all-out gunfight. Meanwhile, the residents cursed inwardly. Scaring them was fine, but why throw away the gun? How else were they supposed to be saved? "Boss, actually I brought her here for you." With that, Tang Ze wrapped an arm around Meng's slender waist, his hand settling on her curvaceous rear. Pu finally laid eyes on the legendary Meng. He had only ever seen her on television before. Today marked their first in-person meeting. She was even more stunning and elegant in person than on screen. No wonder his father couldn't get her out of his head. Even he found himself drawn to a woman like this. A wise man submits to circumstances. "Young man, I admire you. I hear you're the one who took down Huawanian." "That's right. With skills like yours, why not work for me? We'll conquer the world together." "That sounds wonderful." Tang Ze beamed with delight, fully embodying the art of playing both sides, yet his wandering hand never moved, much to Pu's irritation. Just then a resident shouted, "Tang Ze, boss, she has treated you well. Now you're selling her out for personal gain. We all look down on you." "That's right. We look down on you." The outcry resonated with the other residents who had been waiting for Tang Ze to save them, only to see him capture Meng and present her as a trophy. Pu burst into laughter. "Your little community is quite the spectacle." "Indeed, quite the spectacle." With that, Tang Ze turned and barked at the crowd. "Residents, am not betraying my mistress. The situation is different. You're all captured, and what can I do alone? Meng has treated you well, kept you fed through the apocalypse. Now that she's in trouble, if you'll fight alongside me, I'm all in. They've got 5 guns, maybe 20 bullets max. We still have a chance." Pu was dumbfounded. First you're selling out your boss, and now you're stirring up rebellion. What are you playing at? Anyone who moves gets shot. Pu raised his shotgun and fired a round. The deafening blast kept every resident's head low. No one was willing to die for Meng. Meng clung to a faint hope that at least half would stand up for her given their good relationships. But she noticed that those she considered close lowered their heads even further, as if they hadn't seen her at all. In that moment, Meng's heart turned to ice. She knew no one would come to her rescue, but she never imagined not a single person would step forward. In the end, she had raised a pack of ungrateful wolves. Tang Ze let out a long sigh. "Look at you all, eating her food all this time, yet turning a blind eye when she's in danger. Don't call me a traitor. I've saved your lives more than once. If it weren't for me, Huawanian would have killed you all long ago. Hey, 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 can I get a word in? I'm the one robbing you here. Mind showing me some respect?" Pu was deeply annoyed this kid was stealing his thunder. "Sorry, got a bit carried away. Please, boss, go ahead." Pu said coldly, "Take your hand off her." That's a bit difficult. It's her rear that's on my hand." Tang Ze shrugged innocently. "What the hell? You're messing with me. Put it down." Pu raised his shotgun at Tang Ze, seething at the insult, yet hesitant to fire for fear of hitting Meng. Tang Ze's expression flickered slightly as he slowly lowered his hand and said, "I'm an orphan. Speaking to me like that is truly rude. Kill them." Bang, 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 bang. 5 consecutive gunshots shattered the stalemate. Besides Pu, the other 4 were instantly shot in the head. Pu's gun clattered to the floor as he clutched his shattered fingers, cold sweat streaming down his face. "There are shooters. Grab the guns." But every underling who rushed for a weapon was gunned down on the spot, leaving the rest frozen in terror, their eyes filled with dread. This turn of events, however, elated the residents. They were finally saved. That delivery guy was clever, using Meng as a decoy to divert attention while his sharpshooters lay in wait. "You have a gun." Pu, clutching his bleeding fingers, stared hard at Tang Ze with trembling lips. These days you can't survive out there without a piece. Otherwise, why do you think she's been so cooperative? With that, he pinched Xi Ming's delicate cheek. Qianpu let out a bitter laugh. What do you want? Nothing much, just to put you down. He drew a pistol from his waist, and under Qianpu's terrified gaze opened fire. Bang! Qianpu collapsed, his ambitions unfulfilled, a perfect example of ignoring the wisdom of elders. Youth is rash and reckless. What was wrong with being a local tyrant? With their boss dead, the remaining underlings stood around in utter confusion. At that moment, 3 women emerged from the periphery. The residents wondered who they were, only to realize they were the 3 women by Tang Ze's side. Who knew they had such marksmanship? Congratulations. You've earned the right to stay by my side, Tang Ze said coolly, clearly unimpressed with the crowd before him. Xi Ming, having given up all hope on these people, knelt before Tang Ze, without hesitation. Thank you, master, for taking me in. Good girl. Tang Ze patted her head. This was about to fast-forward fourfold. Just as Xi Ming knelt before her master, a voice suddenly rang out, drop the guns. At some point, several men had picked up those shotguns and now aimed them at Tang Ze and his group. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi shook their heads in disappointment, while Bai puffed out her cheeks in the most adorable show of anger. But Tang Ze simply smiled, stroking Xi Ming's head as he chuckled. Everyone, I just saved you. Is this how you repay me? A bald man stepped out of the crowd. Xi Ming glanced at him and murmured, that's Boss Chun. He's never been one to stay in line. Haha, brother Tang, it's not that I'm ungrateful. It's just that you're too formidable for my comfort. You've even tamed a woman like Xi Ming and made her kneel. I want that too, you know. Tang Ze gave a helpless smile. Boss Chun, how about this? I take my women and leave. From now on we go our separate ways. Brother Tang, even if I could agree, the residents wouldn't. They're afraid you'll come back for revenge. Right, everyone? Exactly. Even Boss, she is scared of you. Kill him and take their guns. Then we can protect ourselves. That's right. If we let him live, we'll be at his mercy. We need to take control of our own fate. One by one, the residents voiced their intent. The message was simple: you're too strong, and that makes us uneasy. Kill you, and we'll be even. Even Qianpu's remaining underlings were stunned. They were tearing each other apart. What a bunch of characters. Your actions leave me in a difficult position. Tang Ze clicked his tongue. I wanted to spare your lives, yet you seek to kill me. In this apocalypse, I save you, you kill me. Such is the way of things. Manager Chen chuckled. No need for you to be troubled. With you dead, we all fare better. Besides, for beauties will accompany you to the afterlife, so your charm remains undiminished even down there. Since words have reached this point, none shall be spared. Tang Ze's eyes turned icy. Xi Ming, crouched on the ground, had already braced for death, but upon hearing Tang Ze's words, she let out a bitter smile. Kill them all. Manager Chen barked immediately. Both sides raised their guns and fired simultaneously. Bang! 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 5 men wielding shotguns were struck down with fatal headshots, while Tang Ze's group remained completely unscathed, as if the bullets were blanks. Yet steel pellets littered the ground, all halted midair and controlled by Tang Ze before they could get close. Everyone was stunned, utterly baffled by what had transpired. Manager Chun in particular couldn't comprehend why his men were dead while the others stood untouched. Xi Ming opened her eyes expecting to be dead, but felt no pain. The 5 opponents had already fallen. What had just happened? Suddenly Tang Ze reached into Xi Ming's plunging neckline, causing her heart to flutter. What was he doing? Under everyone's gaze, he drew out a golden glaive, drawing the blade from her bosom. Men die, women stay, Tang Ze stated calmly. The quicker men lunged for the shotguns, but Yi Qingyi raised her hand and fired 2 shots. Sun Ting and Bai showed no mercy, either flames spitting from their muzzles. Bang! 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 The parking garage erupted into chaos as people scrambled to flee, both the property owners and Qianpu's underlings. I knew today was a bad omen, one underling shouted, but before he could run far, the back of his head was pierced. Manager Chun was terrified. These people were absolute monsters. Tang Ze locked his gaze on the fleeing Manager Chun and hurled the golden glaive with tremendous force. Thud! The glaive pierced through the back of Manager Chen's skull and burst out through his mouth. Perhaps due to excessive force, it skewered several fleeing men in a row before embedding itself into the concrete wall. Witnessing this, the property owners were horrified. This wasn't just a monster, this was a demon crawled straight out of hell. As Tang Ze extended his palm, the glaive embedded in the wall flew back into his hand. No more pretending, you all die here. With a swing of his blade, the fleeing owners were cleaved in 2. The underground garage resembled a slaughterhouse, and several people dropped dead from sheer terror. Xi Ming stared blankly at Tang Ze, who seemed like a demon god. Now she finally understood what Yi Qingyi had said earlier. He truly seemed incapable of dying. Ordinary people stood no chance against him. Perhaps this was how Huo Wanyin had met his end. She had heard had cleared out 2 residential compounds before, now this must be the 3rd. What a terrifying man. Thank goodness she had bet correctly and become his pet. As for the other 3 women, each shot sent one soul away. Even those begging for mercy on their knees were executed without a blink. Leave one alive. Tang Ze, drenched in blood, looked at Sun Ting. Already spared one. Good. You all tally up the rest. I need to pay a visit to every household. Yes. As Tang Ze departed, the parking garage fell silent. Blood flowed across the floor, seeping into the drains. The stench of blood mingled with a foul odor, and Xi Ming vomited on the spot. The 3 women, seemingly accustomed to this, checked for anyone playing dead and finished them off with extra shots. No, please don't kill me. They'll be Brother Tang's lackey, do anything. Sure enough, a man who had been feigning death was discovered among the corpses. Sun Ting called out to Xi Ming, done throwing up. Come here when you're finished. Xi Ming nearly vomited her stomach out. When had she ever witnessed such a scene with bodies strewn everywhere? I'm coming. She completely dropped her pride, not daring to show the slightest defiance, mentally placing herself beneath the 3 women. Sun Ting extended the pistol. Shoot him. Yi Qingyi and Un Bai stood nearby, ready to kill Xi Ming at the first sign of trouble. Xi Ming's hands trembled violently, as if she were sleepwalking. Hey, daydreaming. Xi Ming snapped back to reality. Staring at the pitch-black pistol, she slowly reached out and felt its lingering warmth. As Sun Ting released her grip, Xi Ming fumbled and dropped the gun to the ground. Sun Ting laughed. Pick it up. Sorry, I didn't expect it to be so heavy. Xi Ming hurriedly picked it up, gripping it with both hands, but the muzzle still quivered uncontrollably. Come on, aim at him. The man shouted. President Xi, it's me, Xiao Chun. I'm close with Brother Fu. I even brought you cured meat for New Year's, and you named my child. Please don't kill me. Yi Qingyi said flatly. He was also in the crowd, shouting to kill us. Bang. The shot hit the man's arm, and his scream echoed through the garage. But then Xi Ming suddenly shrieked, pulling the trigger repeatedly until the magazine was empty. That's enough. Sun Ting pressed down on Xi Ming's hands, understanding her state of mind. She had been through it herself. That feeling was like one's sanity crumbling, teetering on the edge of madness. Xi Ming gasped for air, sweat soaking her temples, her eyes vacant. Go ask where that suburban warehouse is located so we can pay it a visit, Sun Ting said to Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi nodded and approached the sole survivor, barely alive, his legs already crippled. Where's your warehouse? Tell us, and we'll give you a quick death. The pale-faced man looked at Yi Qingyi, his face still admiring it even now. Pulley warehouse. Bang. Let's head back and wait. Sun Ting surveyed the area. There was nothing left for her here. Yi Qingyi acknowledged. There are still bodies at home. Let's wait at Xi Ming's place. Fine. This place is sickening. Shall I help her? Okay. Xi Ming suddenly stood up on her own. After all, she was a formidable businesswoman, just momentarily shaken, not broken. I can walk by myself. And Bai let out an "oh," eyeing Xi Ming with a hint of wariness, seemingly distrustful of the newcomer. What did the master go to do? Xi Ming changed her address, directly showing her sincerity, as the recent scene was still vivid in her mind. He went to drink blood. And Bai carefully stepped over the corpses, but her stiletto heels still left bloody puncture marks. Xi Ming was startled. Drink blood. Sun Ting replied calmly. The master is a vampire with the power of telekinesis. The fact that he took a liking to you means your ancestors' graves are smoking with good fortune. Xi Ming gasped in shock, realizing that Tang Ze was a vampire. No wonder he was so formidable. She had never imagined such creatures truly existed in this world. Does that mean we are his blood slaves? She suddenly exclaimed. Yi Qingyi paused, then replied, that's one way to put it. Essentially, yes. Oh, Sister Ming, don't worry. As long as we don't anger the master, it's completely painless. And Bai said, patting Xi Ming's shoulder reassuringly. The real estate queen was clearly shaken. After all, Xi Ming's understanding was still stuck on neck biting, but their necks were perfectly clean and unmarked. Does he bite the neck? Xi Ming asked timidly. And Bai whispered something in her ear, and Xi Ming let out a soft gasp, her cheeks gradually flushing crimson. Well, at least it wouldn't hurt like a bite to the neck. Being drained in comfort was somewhat preferable. Back at Xi Ming's residence, the women dared not shower. They could only sit on the sofa covered in blood, waiting for Tang Ze's return before they could wash up. The urge to scrub themselves clean was nearly unbearable. Outside, the sky was gradually turning pale, yet it remained overcast with a drizzling rain. The temperature had noticeably dropped several more degrees. What people feared most now was a power outage. If the electricity went out, they wouldn't starve to death, they'd freeze. At the suburban warehouse. Damn, it's getting colder by the day. Must be only 7 or 8 degrees this morning, the lean lookout said, exhaling frosty breath as he gazed down the road. The man beside him sipped hot water nonchalantly. What's the problem? We've got plenty of supplies. Once the second-in-command takes over Shanhu district, we'll have luxury apartments to stay in. True. And we can have our way with those office women too. Just thinking about it gets me excited. It's already 7:30 in the morning. Why is there still no news? They should have driven the vehicles back by now. In the office, the ashtray on the desk was overflowing with cigarette butts. Qian Zhongran and his son Qian Ming sat on opposite sides of the desk, both waiting anxiously for news. The longer they waited, the more uneasy they became. Calls went unanswered. Dad, could something have gone wrong? Qianming finally spoke up. Shut up. Rebuked by his father, Qianming lowered his head in silence, glancing at his Rolex. It was already 8 a.m. Qian Zhongran stood up, pacing back and forth in the office before suddenly bellowing, 5 shotguns and over 20 rounds of ammunition. There's no way they can't take down a single residential complex. Yeah, but they haven't reported anything at all. Qianming replied, beginning to fear that his younger brother might be dead. Qian Zhongran said coldly, there's another possibility. Your brother wants to go independent. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Qianming shot to his feet in agitation. Nothing is impossible. Qianpu has always opposed my strategies. This time I let him take half the shotguns. Why wouldn't he seize the chance to declare himself king? I was a fool, blinded by a woman to give him half. As Qian Zhongran spoke, Qianming realized the logic was sound. He slumped back into his chair, recalling his younger brother's eager, urgent eyes the night before. His goal hadn't been to capture Qianming at all. It was to get his hands on those guns. Go tell the brothers to stay on high alert. That kid has been consumed by ambition. There's a real chance he'll come back with his men to attack us. But he's still your son. Qian Zhongran let out a cold chuckle. Now I finally understand why rebellious princes in ancient times dared to kill their own fathers, and why a father could just as easily kill his own son. This is a fight to the death. Maybe Qianpu's phone died, or he's just in a place where he can't answer. Dad, you're probably overthinking this. So all of their phones died at the same time. How much longer will you keep deceiving yourself? That little bastard must have looted plenty of spoils in Shanhu district, and wants to keep it all for himself. Though Qianming didn't want to believe it, the facts were undeniable. Cutting off all communication. What else could it be but betrayal? I understand. Just tell the brothers to stay vigilant. Don't mention that the second-in-command has defected here, it would hurt morale. As for the remaining 5 shotguns, give one to me, one to yourself, and distribute the other 3 to our most trusted men. Hearing these words, it felt as though war with his own brother was imminent. Qianming could only sigh helplessly, hoping this was merely his father's paranoia, and that his brother would return soon. But by noon there was still no sign of him. Qianming knew then. His brother had truly defected. Around 3 in the afternoon, Tang Zhe finally returned to Qianming's home. So you're all still here, he said with a smile as he walked in, though the grin was chilling. His face was covered in blood. And Bai immediately rushed over to him. Master, I'm hungry. Tang Zhe chuckled and patted him Bai on the head. Go take a shower first, then well eat. The hall this time was substantial. The energy bar had surged to 63. A large residential complex truly delivered. Sheer numbers won the day. He had also scavenged a considerable amount of supplies. They were useless to him, but he wasn't about to leave them for others. Tang Zhe was no philanthropist. He was still a bit short of upgrading the system, and at 4 times the speed it would take at least another month. We are people of principle, reasonable people. We don't provoke others, but if someone tries to kill us, we wipe out their entire family. The notion of not harming the innocent family is nothing but nonsense. It only breeds future threats. Aside from Qianming, who was still a bit reserved, the other 3 women were getting along splendidly. In Qianming's walk-in closet filled with designer clothes, LV and Hermes being the standard, they naturally picked out styles that would please Tang Zhe. What is our purpose? It's not romance. It's to serve the master, to bring him joy, and to enjoy the highest privilege imaginable. In the living room, Tang Zhe was already seated on the sofa eating durian pizza. The 4 women emerging from the bedroom immediately caught the tantalizing aroma. Qianming was utterly stunned. The scent felt like something she hadn't experienced in a lifetime. The 4 women stared at the pizza, wondering where it had come from. You can split it among yourselves, Tang Zhe said with a smile, feeling rather pleased. He was being made to look like a slave owner, villainized by their dramatic antics. He had originally intended to correct their bad habits, but his proposal was rejected outright with sharp words, leaving him utterly stunned. And Bai especially had said, as your master's little kitten, how could we possibly deserve to sit at the table with you? That would be a desecration, a sign of disrespect. Please, master, honor us by respecting our truest, innermost feelings. From that moment on, Tang Zhe simply let them be, to avoid being accused of trampling on their rights or disrespecting women. A barrage of accusations nearly knocked him out cold. After a hearty meal, it was naturally time to get to work. Don't misunderstand. Tang Zhe's work meant going to find Qian Zhongran and the others before heading to Yunhai City. After all, a promise is a promise. Following the revenge, he also needed to make a trip to Shuangdong district, wondering whether Ning Qingwei had lied to him. A big star. How big exactly? She can't be smaller than Qianming. What, reluctant to leave? Why not stay? Tang Zhe looked at Qianming, who seemed unwilling to part. Qianming quickly explained, Master misunderstands me. This is my first home, and I may never see it again. Tang Zhe chuckled and lit a cigarette. Yi Qingyi held out for nearly a week. You didn't even last a day. Should I call you clever or shameless? Being able to serve you, master, will be my greatest honor from now on. With that, she knelt at Tang Zhe's feet and gently kissed his shoes, pledging her loyalty. Tangze simply smiled. All right, I understand your intentions. Let's go. Thank you, master. Ximeng walked ahead and pressed the elevator button, standing respectfully to the side, looking like a dutiful secretary. The group didn't head to the parking garage as the odor there was rather strong. They went directly to the entrance on the first floor. Since they were heading out, the four women were bundled up in warm-down jackets covered from head to toe, their beauty hidden away as a sight reserved exclusively for Tangze. Meanwhile, Tangze was choosing his ride. The Tank 300 was blown to pieces last time, and he felt the rear seats lacked something. This time he needed to focus on rear seat comfort. So a Maybach it was. Mercedes specializes in rear seat luxury. The 4-seat Maybach wouldn't do so, it had to be the base model Maybach 480, the 5-seat version. Just the right number of people. Let me show you a magic trick. Wow, is master trying to pick us up? Ambai asked with great interest. Tangze shrugged. Do I need to pick you up? It seems like you're the ones trying to pick me up. Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting both burst into laughter, while Ximeng held back her own. Come. By the order of the Grand Supreme Elder, let it appear. A golden-tracked Mercedes Maybach materialized out of thin air before them. Holy crap. The four beauties' mouths formed perfect OS. Big dream you drive. Yi and Tingting will sit in the back with me. Master Littlebai wants to sit in the back with you too. Don't worry, we'll take turns. Tangze was deeply moved. Before the apocalypse, he was just a nobody. Now he was like a delicious delicacy everyone wanted a taste of. As the five of them boarded the vehicle, the mighty real estate queen was relegated to being their chauffeur. Ambai looked back with envy from time to time. Tangze felt this was the life, much more comfortable. Big Dream, play some soothing music. Yes, master. Let's go. Pulley warehouse. Tangze's gaze sharpened. The 12-cylinder engine let out a fierce roar as the tracks sparked against the concrete, and they surged out of Shanhu residences. Such a vehicle on the road was an instant spectacle. Residents on both sides of the street stared in awesome, even shouting for help. Inside the car, the soundproofing was impeccable. Pink ambient lighting, tender music, and the air filled with a pleasant feminine fragrance. How long until we arrive? About half an hour. Tangze acknowledged, realizing he had just enough time to charge up his energy bar. This was truly living before he was merely surviving. At the wheel, Ximeng gripped it tightly, occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror, her thoughts drifting. At the pulley warehouse, everyone appeared tense. Bad rumors had spread, causing widespread anxiety. The only things that could soothe people's nerves were food and women. A number of women had been brought in from Huowanian's side. Qianming immediately offered 10 of them to his men to relieve the tension, which helped stabilize the situation somewhat. Dad, we don't even need to explain now, they can guess what's happening. Qianming said, his heart aching at the thought of his own brothers falling apart over profit. Qian Zhongran tapped his fingers on the desk. You need to be careful. Use a mix of the carrot and the stick. Shoot a few of the troublemakers. I know what to do, Qianming said, grabbing a shotgun and leaving the office. A bald man picking his teeth emerged from a nearby room. Boss and board. Got anything better? Qianming walked over to the bald man with a smile. I do. We'll bring it out for the boys to enjoy. He started laughing, but his laughter quickly died as the shotgun pressed against his chin. The bald man froze, then forced a smile. Boss, careful with that thing. It might go off. Bang. Before a shotgun, all men are equal. His head was blown open, blood and brains splattering across Qianming's face. The surrounding underlings were all terrified. You called it. It went off, Qianming said, then turned his gaze to the man who had just been agreeing. The man immediately fell to his knees. Boss, I didn't say a word, I swear. Don't kill me. But his plea was met with another blast. This brutal display instantly silenced the room. No one dared to utter a sound. 2 bullets achieving such an effect was satisfying to Qianming. Anyone else not satisfied? Qianming scanned the room, no one made a sound. But at that moment a knock came at the iron gate. Anyone in there? I'm delivering takeout. The sudden sound left everyone in the warehouse, stunned, their gazes fixed on the closed iron door. For a moment it felt like the old days, as if the apocalypse had never happened at all. That's wrong. It's the apocalypse. Who still delivers food now? Whoever's delivering at a time like this is practically delivering their own death. Open the door. Qianming barked, racking his shotgun once more. None of his underlings dared to defy the boss. Whoever had money was the boss, so one of them reluctantly went to open the iron door. He shoved it open forcefully, then scurried back, his terrified expression almost comical. Tangze walked into the warehouse, holding Ximeng's hand. The men inside were dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the scene before them. This young man appeared harmless, smiling, as if he were just dropping by for a visit. The woman he held was as ripe as a peach. Her voluptuous curves, alluring figure, and exquisite features were enough to spark conflict among any man in this apocalypse. You're Ximeng. Qianming recognized her quickly, but his mind struggled to catch up. Why had she come here on her own? The men murmured amongst themselves, their lecherous gazes uniformly fixed on Ximeng. No wonder the boss wanted her. Who wouldn't desire such a stunning beauty? President Xi, welcome. A voice echoed from the second floor. Qian Zhongran stood by the railing looking down at Tang Ze's group, or more precisely at Ximeng. Ximeng had already resumed her queenly demeanor, her ingratiating smile replaced by an air of haughty indifference. Tang Ze mused that they shouldn't change themselves for his sake. Authenticity was what made things interesting. Otherwise they'd just be soulless shells. So you're the boss, Qian, that President Hua mentioned, Ximeng remarked, having expected a more prominent tycoon, not a small-time warehouse owner. It was only the supplies that kept these men loyal to him. Qian Zhongran caught the disdain in Ximeng's eyes, but smiled nonchalantly. I've only ever seen you on TV before. Seeing you in person, you're truly a ravishing beauty. My beauty is not something you're qualified to comment on. Her domineering words stirred the men. The unattainable was always the most alluring. Suddenly Tang Ze leaned closer to Ximeng and whispered with a chuckle, Dream Ming, I must say I appreciate this version of you more. Ximeng's heart quivered slightly, a tingling sensation spreading from her ear. Watching his prey flirt, Qian Zhongran barked, Ximeng, where's my son? He's in your hands, isn't he? I killed him, Ximeng stated flatly, taking the blame without flinching. Damn it. Qian Zhongran suddenly raised his gun at Ximeng, but it was merely a gesture. Ximeng let out a cold, disdainful laugh. Going to avenge your son? Or can't you bear to kill me? After all, a woman like me is hard to come by. Her words struck a chord with Qian Zhongran. If his son was truly dead, killing her would only be a greater loss. Ha ha, no wonder you became the city's youngest female boss. It's not without reason. So tell me, what exactly do you want? I'm here to kill you, Ximeng stated calmly. What? Kill me? Ha 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 ha, with what? Qian Zhongran roared with laughter. Had been worried about finding her, and now she had walked right into his trap, spouting such nonsense. Ximeng then swept her gaze across the underlings. You all risk your lives for this old man. What do you get in return? Cheap women. While he gets to enjoy me. Is that fair? Of course the underlings felt it was unfair. Why did the boss get all the pretty women while they were left with the dregs? Don't listen to this woman's poison. Qian Zhongran roared, realizing her malicious intent. Ximeng pointed at Qian Zhongran and declared, whoever kills him, it'll be his woman. The warehouse fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the sound of men gulping. Gazing at Ximeng's ethereal beauty, they imagined that tasting her charms would be the pinnacle of their lives. Even Tang Ze was taken aback. This wasn't part of the plan. Bai and the others were supposed to be providing sniper cover from a distance. But Ximeng had decided to incite infighting instead. Could their loyalty truly be swayed by her beauty? Suddenly, Qian Ming raised his gun at another armed man. Zhu Hai, what the hell are you doing? Put the gun down. Minga, why are you pointing that at me? Have you lost your mind? Zhu Hai immediately aimed his own gun at Qian Ming. In this tense moment, Ximeng fanned the flames. Don't you want to have me? Don't you crave my warm body? Kill them. Bang. Qian Ming fired, killing Zhu Hai instantly, and wounding two of his men beside him. Damn you. You killed my brother. Another gunman clearly close to Zhu Hai raised his weapon and fired at Qian Ming. With a bang, Qian Ming was hit in the chest and fell, but he managed to fire one last shot, killing two more underlings. From the second floor, Qian Zhongran saw his son get shot and immediately opened fire on the gunman. Chaos erupted in the warehouse. Some men even charged upstairs with knives, intent on killing Qian Zhongran to claim the stunning Ximeng. Many had also coveted Qian Zhongran's position as boss. Now they could seize the leadership and win the beauty in one fell swoop. It was a deal worth taking. Tang Ze was astonished by the sudden chaos. He looked at Ximeng. She was beautiful, sure, but was it really enough to drive men to this? Tang Ze was suffering from aesthetic fatigue. He woke up to a beauty every day while others woke up to messy hair days without a shower and body odor. He simply couldn't comprehend the effect Ximeng had on other men. Using her beauty to manipulate wasn't new for Ximeng. Especially in Shanhu district, Shed had many men willing to die for her. The only time Shed met her match was with Tang Ze. That's why Shed assumed half the men would fight for her last night. But Shed forgotten that last night, she had been subservient to Tang Ze, shattering her lofty persona and diminishing her allure. Now with her commanding presence restored, and the men already on edge, she had easily turned them against each other. Shaoli, don't do anything rash. Qian Zhongran aimed his gun at the young man holding a dagger, a former employee who had always been obedient and honest. He never imagined it would come to this. Shaoli's breathing was ragged. Boss, thank you for your years of mentorship. But you're old now. It's time to leave the opportunities to us young ones. You disappoint me, Shaoli. Qian Zhongran pulled the trigger, but all he heard was a click. A faint smile played on Shaoli's lips. Boss, I counted. You're out of bullets. Qian Zhongran hurled the gun at him and turned to flee into his office, hoping to barricade himself inside. But as he turned to open the door, a sharp pain shot through his back. You. Qian Zhongran slowly turned his head to look at Li, whose face was twisted with rage. Li was a ruthless man. He stabbed repeatedly, and Qian Zhongran never expected to die at the hands of his former employee. After killing Qian Zhongran, Li raised his dagger and shouted, Qian Zhongran is dead. The warehouse fell silent again, all eyes on Li on the second floor. Suddenly a figure appeared beside him, piercing him through the heart from behind, then laughed maniacally. "I'm the boss now. Ximeng is mine. What right do you have to be the boss?" Brothers cut him down. In that moment, everyone fought with all their might for the position of leader, and for Ximeng believing that whoever killed the one before them would become the boss. Tang Ze bored lit a cigarette. "I didn't expect your charm to be this great. Master, weren't you the same at first?" "Ahem, I was just pretending." "All right, Master was pretending." Tang Ze gave her a playful slap on the rear. "Demongming, you're being a bit naughty. I learned it from Xiaobot. As expected, bad things are easy to pick up." Ximeng smiled lightly, knowing full well that without Tang Ze by her side, she wouldn't dare enter this den of wolves alone. She understood the importance of finding a powerful patron. Just then Xiao Bei's voice crackled through their earpieces. "Sister Shi, you sure know how to shift the blame. This is what you call being enlightened," Sun Ting teased. While the others were slaughtering each other, they were flirting. Even Tang Ze found it hard to listen to the conversation, getting increasingly vulgar, threatening to corrupt him. As they talked, most of the people on the scene were dead, leaving only 2 warriors for a final duel. Tang Ze was puzzled. "Do I really look that weak and fragile? Are they treating me like air?" Indeed, all these men completely ignored Tang Ze, a testament to how deceiving his appearance was. "Brother, let's not fight. How about we join forces?" one suggested. Not into that. Come on." The negotiation broke down, and blades mercilessly slashed into each other. Even the final victor was covered in wounds. Without medical treatment, he wouldn't live long. Tang Ze sighed. "I didn't expect your words to reduce them to just one. I apologize for the poor show, Master." The victor slowly approached, blood dripping from his fingers, his face slashed and mangled. Yet his gaze was fixed on the stunning Ximeng, as if he wasn't the one injured. Was the allure of a beauty truly this powerful? "I did it. You're mine now," he declared, as if claiming his prize, his eyes gleaming with final greed. Ximeng flashed a beautiful smile. "Little brother, didn't your mother ever tell you that the more beautiful a woman is, the better she is at lying?" The young man looked confused, then froze as he saw Ximeng pull a pistol from her down jacket. Bang! As the shell casing clattered to the ground, the entire warehouse fell into absolute silence. Tang Ze couldn't help but applaud. As expected of Demongming, one bullet took care of them all. "It's mainly because I have Master by my side that I have the confidence. You're too modest. Let's go." "Master, wait." Ximeng grabbed Tang Ze's hand, her beautiful eyes beginning to shimmer. "What's wrong?" Ximeng suddenly shed her delicate demeanor, whispering in a queenly tone, "Fuck me. I, Tang Ze, am a proper man. These women are truly going to corrupt me with absolutely no bottom line. I must resist and condemn this behavior." In a building nearby, 3 barrettes were aimed at the warehouse, 3 alluring figures lying prone. But the scenes in their scopes were no longer enemies. "What a slut," Sun Ting laughed through her scope. "So big," and Bai said with a hint of envy. Yi Qingyi pursed her lips, refusing to watch further. She tapped Sun Ting and Dun by signaling them to turn off their earpieces. "What's wrong?" Sun Ting asked, puzzled. Yi Qingyi said seriously, "Ximeng's performance since she arrived is concerning. It might be disadvantageous for us." And Bai said naively, "Sister E, you're overthinking it." Yi Qingyi gave up on Xiao by thinking she'd be sold and still be counting the money. She turned to Sun Ting. "Indeed, she's quite good at seducing the Master. Let's see what her attitude is first. We have no excuse to kill her now. If the Master blames us, we'll be in deep trouble even if we survive. Then we'll leave it at that for now." And Bai said earnestly, "I don't see any problem with it." Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi both rolled their eyes. "Good thing you followed the Master in the apocalypse. With your brains, you'd have gotten yourself killed long ago." Before leaving, Tang Ze collected all the supplies from the surrounding warehouses, not leaving a single grain of rice behind. Back in the car, Sun Ting took the wheel this time, while Ximeng rested in the passenger seat. "Demongming, where's your warehouse?" Ximeng opened her eyes, embarrassed. "My warehouse has been empty for a long time. I was just deceiving them. Otherwise I wouldn't have gone to Huanyan." Sun Ting, who was driving, said flatly, "You're quite the liar." Ximeng immediately sensed Sun Ting's hostility and said placatingly, "Sister, I had no choice at the time. Don't call me sister, I'm a few years younger than you." Sun Ting's tone softened slightly, sensing Ximeng's attempt to appease her. Ximeng was no fool, as she smiled and said, "You are all my sisters. I hope you'll take care of me. See, I told you." Yi Qingyi saw An Bei's mouth open and quickly coughed a few times. Ximeng glanced at Yi Qingyi and Un Bai, offering a faint smile, without saying more, but inwardly, she felt they had their suspicions. As a newcomer, she expected they might try to intimidate her, especially after her performance today. But what Ximeng aimed for is to be the woman beneath no one but the Master. "Your concerns are justified." Tang Ze watched the 4 women with a smile. There were probably 800 schemes in this car. Judging from Ximeng's performance today, the 3 of you combined aren't a match for her. Ximeng is highly adaptable and has her own ideas. The only one who could potentially rival Ximeng is Little E. Oh, Little Tingting would need to think it over, and Little Bai would be sold and not even know it. But Tang Zhe felt that even Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting together were no match for Ximeng. Tang Zhe clapped his hands. We have a rule here, you must tell your story, your experiences. De Mengming, begin your speech. Experiences. From childhood. Ximeng was surprised. Did newcomers have to tell their life stories? Were they trying to get to know her background? Ximeng was overthinking it. It was just something Tang Zhe casually brought up, and it later became a tradition. Yes, Yi Qingyi said. Ximeng pressed her red lips together, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. I was born in the countryside. My family was very poor. While my father was working away from home, my mother ran off with a man from the city. My father never recovered and passed away a few years later. I dropped out of high school and came to Huan City to work. I got a job in a factory. Being pretty made things easier for me than for others, and I gradually learned to use my looks to get what I wanted. Even the factory owner's son was drawn to me, buying me anything I asked for. But he overestimated himself and tried to force himself on me. I was desperate. I kicked that bastard right in the family jewels and ran. That's when I ran into Fu Qi. He was just about to get into his car when he saw me begging for help. Fu Qi's family had a lot of power. He was married then, but he pursued me relentlessly and even helped me deal with that father and son. When I wanted to start a company, he paved the way, getting me bank loans easily. I was always the first to know about development projects. Eventually, he divorced his wife. She came to me and told me he was impotent, but for me that was good news. So not long after we got married. We didn't have a ceremony, just got the certificate. Our business grew bigger and bigger, and he quit his job to avoid any conflict of interest. That's my life story. Tang Zhe rubbed his chin and looked at Sun Ting. Why did you stop the car? To listen to the story. If I got distracted, would have an accident, Sun Ting said pitifully. Tang Zhe suddenly understood. He looked at Ximeng and slapped his leg. No wonder you're as tight as a virgin. Yi Qingyi seemed to catch a different meaning. I'm still a virgin, you know. Me too. It's not like we're not all virgins here. I even turned down a date with my top stream donor, Sun Ting scoffed, as if looking down on someone. And Bai also raised her hand weakly. Actually, I'm a virgin too. Tang Zhe burst out laughing. These women were hilarious. Alright, then I'm a virgin too. No one's at a loss here. Talking to you guys, I always feel out of place. You're all so dirty-minded, I can't keep up with your speed. Tang Zhe's words immediately drew boos from the four women. We're just talking dirty, you're the one who actually does it. How can you compare? Master, what about your story? Ximeng was curious about Tang Zhe's past. Was he also a ruthless person before? The other three women dared not casually talk about Tang Zhe's past, as it contrasted too sharply with his current self. Little you tell it. I've already told it once last time, Tang Zhe said generously. It's just some embarrassing history, might as well share it to make everyone happy. Yi Qingyi immediately perked up with gossip. Our master, he used to be a really honest and simple boy. Damn, you're actually telling it. Why didn't you tell me to? Yi Qingyi was startled. Seeing Yi Qingyi's face turn pale with fear, Tang Zhe burst into laughter. Just kidding, go on. Master, I'm not telling anymore. Yi Qingyi crossed her arms and pouted, looking out the window, thinking she was about to die just a moment ago. This was when Bai had to step in. Little Bai, you do it. Okay. Our master used to be someone everyone could bully. He was constantly oppressed at work, and when he tried to pursue a girl, he was publicly humiliated. So pitiful. Ximeng's gossip meter was burning wildly. What girl? Tang Zhe chuckled. That woman, the mistress of that guy named Bai. What was it? Bai Jian. You killed the master. Ximeng suddenly remembered. Yeah, they tried to drug me to get my supplies, but I ended up killing them instead. Actually, the main reason I went to your neighborhood was to find that woman, Tang Zhe explained. It's not like I want to kill people, but if I don't kill them, they'll kill me. What the hell was I supposed to do? Ximeng sighed inwardly. Everyone has a past, but Tang Zhe was different from other men. Other men would hide their pasts well, but Tang Zhe didn't care about revealing his at all, even with a hint of self-deprecation. Sometimes he seemed cruel, but other times he seemed like a child forced into this by the apocalypse. Where are we going now? Ximeng asked, confused, as the car headed back towards the city. To find a celebrity. Not sure if it's true. If not, we'll head straight to Yanhai City. Looking for a celebrity. Tang Zhe grunted in affirmation. Maybe this big star is in dire straits. As a man, I have to step in and help. The four women simultaneously rolled their eyes so hard they nearly disappeared. If you help someone, master, it's definitely a form of psychological torture. But Tang Zhe was right about one thing, this big star was indeed in dire straits. Coast Garden was the most prestigious villa area in Huan City, with only standalone villas and a beautiful environment. Each villa cost around 200 million, attracting many wealthy businessmen and celebrities. But now these rich people were regretting why they bought a place in this godforsaken area. The entire Shuangdong district had lost power a week ago, and Coast Garden was included. With temperatures dropping like this, they would freeze to death sooner or later. Luckily, some had fireplaces and could burn books to stay warm. Some families had stocked up on supplies thanks to the rich people's fear of death, hoarding things just in case the world ended. This time it actually did. But some hadn't stocked up, or hadn't stocked up enough. Lee Linger's villa, for example, was almost out of food. Sitting by the fireplace wrapped in blankets, Lee Linger tore pages from a book and tossed them into the flames. The firelight illuminated her stunningly beautiful face, like the most brilliant flower in spring, needing no embellishment, her natural beauty enough to captivate thousands. Her eyes, which should have been bright and spirited, now held a hint of despair. But her brows, like a beautiful stroke in a landscape painting, still added a touch of playfulness and agility. Sadly, her warm smile was gone, replaced by the monotonous act of tearing pages. Before the apocalypse, Lee Linger was a rising star in the entertainment industry. With one TV drama, her compelling acting had conquered audiences, and her career took off from there. Brand endorsements, movies, and even performing at last year's Spring Festival Gala. She was only 22 and hadn't even graduated from university. She had only come for a commercial performance and was arranged to rest here. Then it rained that night, and she was trapped. And then, nothing. She thought the rain would pass quickly, but now the last of her food was gone, with only half a bottle of water left, and the rain still hadn't stopped. It seemed she would have to wait until she starved to death. Once the rain had stopped briefly, and a group of people broke in, wielding clubs and knives. She was terrified. The iron gate outside was smashed, but thankfully the door was sturdy enough not to be kicked in, or the bandits would have surely captured us. With the rain starting to fall, the group fled, but I know they'll be back once it stops. Sometimes I wish for the rain to cease, other times I pray it never ends. The food is already gone, so I might as well wait quietly for the end. It's no big deal. 18 years from now, I'll be a hero again. Lost in thought, Lee Linger couldn't help but chuckle at her own musings. A smile indeed, capable of toppling cities. At the entrance of Coast Garden, Tang Ze, accompanied by 4 women in protective suits, stood in the rain, looking rather out of place. How about we make a bet? Tang Ze suddenly proposed. At the mention of a bet, the 4 women stepped back in unison. Betting with their master was a dangerous game. Lose, and they might lose their lives. Even Imbai knew that gambling was a poison to be avoided. What are you all doing? You're making me out to be some kind of tyrant. The 4 women's gazes seemed to say, aren't you? If I win, I'll reward you with a serving of your favorite food. If I lose, all you have to do is dance for me. How about it? In or out? The 4 women stepped forward in perfect unison. Why didn't you say so earlier? You scared us half to death. What's the bet? Imbai asked curiously. We'll go door to door and bet on whether they'll open. If they take us in and don't harm us, they'll give them supplies. Tang Ze just wanted to know if there were still good people in this world. He hadn't met a single one so far. Well, Luo Jun from Shanhu district counted as one, which was why had given them chance after chance, yet nothing ever changed. But this was a villa, not a residential complex. This meant entering someone's private home. Someone's bound to open the door. Shi Ming said immediately, since it was a matter of probability, and losing only meant dancing anyway. Same here, Sun Ting echoed. Dancing was her old profession, after all, she had done it before. Tang Ze looked at Yi Qingyi and Xiao Bai, and the latter nodded. All right then, I bet no one will open. If someone is kind enough to take us in, I'll give them at least a year's worth of supplies. Having looted so much, Tang Ze didn't want to hand it to the wicked. The good deserved to live longer. Master, you're being so charitable. Sun Ting couldn't help but tease. I was never a bad person. Did I force you all? No, I didn't. Yes, we're all here willingly. Tang Ze shrugged. If you say it so reluctantly, feel free to turn around and leave. I promise I won't hold it against you. With that, Tang Ze walked deeper inside. Oh dear, master's upset. Wait for me, Xiao Bai. And Bai was quick to follow. The 3 women behind exchanged glances, and Sun Ting went after them too. Yi Qingyi and Shi Ming felt this was a chance to leave, but how long could they survive without Tang Ze? Perhaps they wouldn't even make it out of the city. There was nothing to deliberate. Yi Qingyi and Shi Ming followed as well. See, you came willingly. Looking at Tang Ze's earnest expression, the 4 women all laughed. Maybe this was the real him. At the first villa, the iron gate outside appeared to have been smashed open by force. It seemed even the wealthy district had been ransacked. They went straight to the door and knocked. If Tang Ze were to yell, "Your delivery is here," right now, it would be straight out of a horror movie. Faint footsteps seemed to approach the door. Tang Ze called out, "Anyone home? Can we stay for a night? Get lost or I'll chop you all to pieces." The man inside peered through the peephole at the 5 strange figures in protective suits, suspecting they were trying to trick him into opening the door so they could raid his supplies. Tang Ze spread his hands helplessly. That brother's got a temper. "Big brother, please open the door," and Bai suddenly cooed in a sweet voice. Using a woman to lure him out. Piss off. Tang Ze shrugged. Even Xiao Bai's charm failed. It seemed the protective suits were the problem. Maybe showing their faces would work. Of course he couldn't blame them. Not opening the door was normal. Opening it would be the anomaly. Let's try another house. Tang Ze sighed, unable to give away supplies even if he wanted to. At the second villa, the iron gate was also wide open. This time to get the door open, the four women were on the verge of stripping off their protective suits. Hey, no cheating, Tangze immediately stopped them. If you showed your faces, even the most wary man would open up. Big brother inside, please open the door. It's so cold, brother open up, Tangze's forehead creased with annoyance, goosebumps forming all over. But a woman's voice rang out from inside, get lost. Ta! Tangze burst out laughing. They'd run into the lady of the house. No way she'd let them in to seduce her man. Next house. An hour later, Tangze wore the smile of a victor finally about to win one. Since you'll be dancing, you need to rehearse. Something sexy and fiery like a Korean dance crew. Tangze was already making demands, envisioning an apocalypse girl group. Yichini pursed her lips. We haven't lost yet. Stubborn. In this day and age, if anyone opens that door, I'll chop myself up. Shiming giggled. Don't do that. Would have no use for you. Exactly, don't chop, Sun Ting agreed. Tangze noted how they used to ignore him, but now they cradled him like treasure, afraid he'd melt in their mouths. At the villa door, Tangze knocked. Anyone home? Inside, Li Linger looked toward the door with a hint of panic. Sun Ting called out with a slight tremor in her voice. We're refugees fleeing here. Could we stay for a night? Please, we beg you. And Bei's soft, sticky voice was indeed devastatingly effective. Hearing the girl's voice, Li Linger wrapped herself in a blanket, stood up, put on a mask, and approached the door. Tangze gauged the weight of the footsteps and judged it was a woman inside. Looks like you've walked right into a trap again. But without breaking the door down, they'd never find the so-called star. Forget it. Forcibly taking a woman in broad daylight wasn't his style. Li Linger peered through the peephole at the 5 figures in protective suits who looked almost like a rescue team. Where did you come from? Li Linger's voice sounded. Tangze's heart sank. It was a young girl. Would her sympathy get the better of her and make her open the door? Surely not. She couldn't be that naive. Yi Qingyi quickly replied. We fled from Shanhu district. Was your district raided by bad people? Shi Ming sensed an opening. The girl's voice was gentle. Yes, my parents were killed. We have nowhere to go and the roads are full of villains. The words seemed to resonate with Li Linger, who felt they didn't seem like bad people. One by one she unlatched the locks. As Tangze watched the door slowly swing open, his eyebrows twitched in disbelief. How did they keep winning every single time? The 4 women beamed with smiles. Master, your luck at gambling seems a bit off. Tangze was curious to see what kind of woman was bold enough to open the door at a time like this, unafraid of being killed. She must be a naive novice who had never seen the harshness of the world. Looking at the woman wrapped in a quilt and wearing a mask, Tangze paused. Her eyes were quite beautiful though, but Tangze hadn't lost yet. Perhaps there were a few burly men hidden behind the door, and if he went in, he'd be taken down. That would be a way to turn defeat into victory. Thank you. We'll just stay for one night and leave. And Bei's tone was easy to like. Li Linger nodded. Then come on in. Tangze's hand was already on his gun, ready to fire at any moment. Little sister, your acting is too poor. Call out your accomplices. However, upon entering the house, there was nothing but waves of cold air. Tangze understood. They must be hiding in the bedroom. No wonder he hadn't heard any footsteps. I'm sorry, but we've run out of food. There's only half a bottle of water left. If you don't mind me having drunk from it. Li Linger's words left the 5 of them stunned. Was this how she treated guests these days? Did she not know how precious water was now? Tangze sneered inwardly. The water was probably poisoned. He could see through her tricks at a glance. The 5 of them took off their protective suits. Li Linger finally saw the faces of the 4 women and was taken aback by their beauty. A man traveling with 4 such stunning women. Then we want stand on ceremony. Tangze smiled, thinking to himself, she must be reluctant to part with it. However, Li Linger brought over the half bottle of bisuishan water from the coffee table and found 5 paper cups, pouring the water just as she would have entertained guests in the past. Tangze squinted. She probably drugged it before we came in. Let me test it. Taking the paper cup, Tangze immediately pulled out a testing device and placed it in the cup. The light showed green. Safe. How is that possible? Oh, I see. Pretending to have only half a bottle of water to win our trust. A villa this big must be hiding a lot more supplies. Let me go and investigate. I need to pee. Where's the bathroom? Tangze asked with a smile. Go straight and turn right. Thanks. With that, Tangze pretended to head for the bathroom, but when Li Linger wasn't looking, he immediately went upstairs. Li Linger said with a hint of a smile, I'm sorry, it's a bit cold in here. Come over by the fire to warm up. Oh, the fire's about to go out. She rushed to the fireplace and started tearing up paper. Let me help you. And Bai eagerly ran over to lend a hand. The 3 women at the back exchanged glances. They had entered with the same suspicions as Tangze, sensing a whiff of conspiracy. Only Bai seemed completely without a guard. As the fire grew stronger, Li Linger let out a sigh of relief. Come over and warm up, all of you. Don't catch a cold. There's no medicine for that now. Little sister, do you live here alone? Shi Ming came over to the fireplace, feeling much more comfortable. Li Linger hummed in acknowledgement, then muttered helplessly, there was electricity before, but it suddenly went out last week. What about your parents? Yi Qingyi asked curiously, having looked around the area. At this, Li Linger's eyes uncontrollably welled up with tears. They were beaten to death. What happened? Yi Qingyi asked with concern. My parents lived in a fifth-tier city. We kept in touch at first, but gradually my dad said the neighborhood was unsafe. My mom told me not to go out. Then after a few days they stopped replying. I asked the neighbor aunt, and she said my dad had resisted those people, and as a result. Li Linger began to cry as she spoke. Sun Ting and Bai and Yi Qingyi had heard such stories too many times. Yi Qingyi especially had a say in it. Her own brother-in-law was a good man, but in the end he got no reward for his goodness. Ximeng sighed and comforted her. Sister, don't be sad. My condolences. Meeting you all and being able to talk like this already makes me very happy. Li Linger wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and took off her mask. When her face was revealed, all four women were stunned. Yi Qingyi whispered, Sister, you look so much like a celebrity. I think so too. It's uncanny. And Bai even moved closer to Li Linger and reached out to pinch her cheek, checking if it was a fake. Sun Ting exclaimed, You're Li Linger, aren't you? Ximeng felt that Tang Ze's luck was incredible. With so many doors to knock on, it was Li Linger who opened this one. And Li Linger's looks were by no means inferior to theirs, even enhanced by her celebrity aura. What man wouldn't want to claim her for himself? If the people outside knew Li Linger lived here, this place would have been ransacked long ago. She had survived this long only because she lived in this villa area where people kept to themselves. If she were in a regular residential complex, she would have been ruined by now. Li Linger felt no ill intent from Yi Qingyi and the others, so she faced them openly. Can I have your autograph? I'm a huge fan. And Bai exclaimed happily. She had only ever seen her on TV before, but today she was seeing her in person. Ximeng smiled. Why bother with an autograph? She was about to become their master's property anyway. By this time Tang Ze had nearly turned the entire villa upside down. Apart from food, he hadn't even found a single cockroach. So Tang Ze had to accept the fact that this girl really was a good person. It was unbelievable. What are you all chatting about? Tang Ze walked over with a smile. When he saw Li Linger turn to look at him, he froze on the spot. As a red-blooded man, how could he not have seen that face on his phone? Had even seen the AI-generated versions. But he suddenly realized that Li Linger in person seemed a bit plainer than the others. She looked a bit malnourished, her skin lacking luster. Look at Sun Ting and the others. Their skin was so supple and fair like jade. She probably hadn't had a decent meal in a while. Once she was properly nourished, her beauty wouldn't lose to theirs. You're Li Linger. Li Linger looked at Tang Ze and nodded. The other four women shot him glances that said you're in luck. To run into Li Linger of all people, he was truly the master of romantic encounters. Tang Ze had thought she was just some minor celebrity. He never imagined she'd be a big star like Li Linger. But why didn't you try to harm me? If you had ID, have a reason to guide you to help you get back on the right track. I'm your fan. Tang Ze said with a helpless smile, walking over to lean against the sofa. Ximeng looked at Tang Ze, feeling he was a bit strange. Why wasn't he making a move yet? It wasn't just Ximeng who thought this, the other three women did too. But Tang Ze couldn't bring himself to harm a good person. Just for opening that door, she deserved a year's worth of supplies. Thank you. Are you all from the same neighborhood? Li Linger asked curiously. It was so nice to have someone to talk to. Otherwise she might have sunk into depression and done something drastic. Tang Ze pointed at Sun Ting and the other two women, then turned to Ximeng and said, We're from the same neighborhood. We went over to her place, and then the chaos broke out. We managed to escape with them, but alas, so many people died. My goodness, you guys are incredible to have made it out. Li Linger found it hard to believe, feeling that it was miraculous for Tang Ze to have led four women to safety, especially since he seemed so refined. Tang Ze stretched his hands toward the fireplace and asked curiously, How come you're living here alone? I came to perform as a guest at a commercial event and was arranged to rest here for the night by the organizers, but then I got trapped. Tang Ze uttered an, oh, and fell silent. Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting exchanged a glance. Their master seemed off, or perhaps he was too intimidated to make a move in front of his dream girl. Should they play the villains? Where are you all headed? Li Linger asked, breathing warm air into her hands. Ximeng replied, We're planning to go to Yunhai City. Yunhai City? That's over 400 kilometers away. Are you walking or driving? Right, I suppose driving isn't possible anymore. Tang Ze suddenly stood up, cutting off the topic, and said, How about we have something to eat first? I don't have any food left really. Li Linger quickly explained, thinking Tang Ze was asking her to provide food. Seeing Li Linger's pitiful expression, Tang Ze smiled wryly and said, I'm not asking you to provide food. I have some. He'll go get the car. He couldn't just conjure it out of thin air, not when he didn't know Li Linger well. But a promise is a promise, and he wouldn't miss a single item from the year's worth of supplies. Li Linger was astonished as she watched Tang Ze put on protective gear and head out. Before long, a formidable Maybach pulled up. Oh my! Li Linger covered her mouth, stunned, feeling as if the car had driven straight out of a sci-fi movie. It wasn't just Li Linger, people from the surrounding villas were also staring, their eyes filled with surprise and greed. If they could get their hands on this car, they wouldn't be trapped here anymore. Due to its height, the car couldn't fit into the garage, so it had to be parked outside. Let me help out. Li Linger moved to assist, but was held back by and by. Yi Qingyi laughed, no need for help. We women can't lift it anyway. That's so embarrassing. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Don't overthink it. Sun Ting patted Li Linger's shoulder, thinking how rare it was to find such an innocent girl these days. She hadn't seen the dark side of the world, still holding onto her pre-apocalypse mindset. Anyone who had endured hell on earth wouldn't be so naive. Tang Zhe deliberately lingered in the garage before coming back inside. All right, what should we have for lunch? When Li Linger stepped into the garage, her jaw dropped. Over 40 cases of bottled water were stacked to the side, along with an abundance of food, from snacks to fresh meat and fruit, and even red wine and skincare products. Li Linger rubbed her eyes, unable to believe what she was seeing. Wait, how could that car possibly hold all this? Aren't you all going to pick something? Tang Zhe said with a pout. They called him Sweet Master, but never let him win around, so inconsiderate. Shi Meng took Li Linger's hand and smiled. Come on, help yourself to whatever you want. I consider it payment for letting us stay. Pick what you like, don't be shy. Tang Zhe cracked open a bottle of soda and chugged it down. Satisfying. After a moment's thought, Li Linger said earnestly, then let me cook. I can't just eat your food for free. That works. Sun Ting said softly, it'll help you. No, you all go rest. Just tell me what you'd like, and I'll see what I can whip up. Tang Zhe teased, never thought a big star would turn into a chef. You flatter me, sir. If it doesn't taste good, please don't scold me. That won't happen. Tang Zhe smiled, curious to see if Li Linger would entertain any ill intentions after seeing all the supplies had brought. If she did, he'd have to deliver justice. However, his hopes were soon dashed. She was as honest as they come. She single-handedly prepared lunch, transforming into a little chef, and even serving up a beautifully cut fruit platter. Brother Tang's sisters have some fruit. Li Linger, wearing an apron, seemed to have a healthier glow. She had none of a celebrity's haughtiness, looking more like a maid attending to everyone. Shi Meng had been watching Li Linger the whole time. She hadn't touched a single piece of the fruit she had cut. If it were her, after being hungry for so long, she would have secretly eaten at least one. This girl wouldn't fit in with their group. Realizing this, Shi Meng suddenly understood why Tang Zhe had gone quiet. Earlier had been excited, and they'd all speculated in the car about which celebrity it was. But upon seeing that Li Linger remained unchanged by the apocalypse, had changed his mind. After all, they had all harbored some selfishness and scheming before trying to take advantage of Tang Zhe. But Li Linger seemed different. Perhaps she still didn't know how dangerous the outside world had become. We eat this all the time. You should have more. It's packed with vitamins. Yi Qingyi said with a gentle smile which seemed incredibly warm to Li Linger, like a caring older sister. She was deeply moved, her it had been so long since someone had shown her such kindness. Tears of gratitude welled up in her eyes and streamed down her face. Thank you all. Don't be like that. Good people will be rewarded. Tang Zhe smiled, thinking the world hadn't completely fallen apart. There were still good people like Li Linger, but how long could they survive? Li Linger took just a single slice of orange. They'll start cooking now, but there's no electricity. There are self-heating rice packs in the supplies. Go find them. Tang Zhe said. Okay, got it. As Li Linger went to look, the four women simultaneously turned to Tang Zhe with strange looks. Why are you all staring at me like that? Your minds are wandering again. Tang Zhe was about to issue a stern rebuke. Shi Meng leaned and closed her breath soft as orchid. Master, such a stunning beauty, aren't you going to take her in to warm your bed? She's different from you all. She's not bad enough to fit in. Yi Qingyi pouted her red lips. I wasn't bad either, but you still took me. You weren't bad. I saved you, and you just ran off. How could I let such a thing slide? Shi Meng chuckled mischievously. I'm on Master's side this time. I condemn such ungrateful behavior. Yi Qingyi had to concede. Fine, you're all right. I was wrong, okay. But Li Linger has received all these supplies. How is she supposed to repay us? Bai asked curiously. Tang Zhe immediately tapped in Bei's forehead. Silly, she opened her door to let us stay. That's us repaying her. Besides, I already said anyone who opens their door without ill intent gets supplies. Master, you're going to knock me silly. Sun Ting teased. Indeed, the more you tap, the sillier she gets. Like a sweet and innocent fool. Yi Qingyi added another jab, which made Bai so angry, she looked like she could hang an oil bottle from her lips. Hearing the footsteps of Li Linger returning, the five of them stopped their conversation. About an hour and a half later, Li Linger had prepared a feast of 7 dishes and 1 soup. Tang Zhe hadn't expected much, but to his surprise the presentation was quite appealing. Especially the braised pork ribs, glossy and richly colored, looking incredibly appetizing. There was also the chicken stewed with mushrooms, its aroma rich and savory, and a plate of beef stir-fried with garlic shoots. She truly was a skilled chef. I haven't cooked in a while, so am a bit out of practice. I apologize, Li Linger said modestly, wiping her hands as she stood to the side. You did wonderfully. Well, sit down everyone. Don't just stand there. This again touched upon the matter of etiquette, and it was up to Tang Ze to give the word. In front of an outsider, they'd better not pull any of their crude eating habits, or he'd look like a complete degenerate. Everyone sit. Tang Ze added a threatening glare to his words. Even if he wasn't taking Li Linger with them, he still had an image to maintain. Sun Ting and Bai both felt it had been ages since they'd last sat down for a proper meal, and it felt a little strange. As she brought the last bowl of soup to the table, Li Linger asked, "Brother Tang, would you like something to drink? Let me pour it for you." "No, don't bother. Just sit down and eat." "Ya Linger, come and eat." "Thank you for cooking all this," Sun Ting said, pulling Li Linger over and gently guiding her into a chair. Li Linger felt a bit embarrassed. Yi Qingyi stood up with a smile and said, "They'll go grab a bottle of red wine." "They'll get it," Li Linger immediately volunteered, but Sun Ting held her down. Tang Ze sighed inwardly. Such a good girl, why wasn't she a little more cunning? A bit of a mischievous streak wouldn't have been held against her. Soon Sun Ting returned with a bottle of red wine and poured glasses for everyone. "Cheers." "Finally getting to see the famous star in person today," Tang Ze said cheerfully. "I'm not much of a star anymore. If I hadn't run into you all, I'd probably have starved within a few days." Shi Ming smiled and said, "Sister, with these supplies, if you're frugal, you could survive for 2 years." "Thank you, sister." "Thank you all. They'll drink to that." With that, Li Linger downed her glass in one go. Sun Ting laughed heartily. "Good drinking skills, sister. They'll match that." "They'll have one too," Xiao Bai chimed in, joining the fun. Tang Ze was speechless. "Go easy, all of you. I don't want to be hauling any of you home tonight. We're just having fun. Won't you have a toast with us?" "To hell with that." One bottle of red wine was clearly not enough for them, so they brought over a whole case, seemingly determined to drink until they dropped. Tang Ze, however, didn't touch a drop. He didn't really like red wine anyway. It wasn't as good as his favorite soda. After a few rounds of drinks, the girls were all slightly tipsy, looking absolutely radiant. They pulled out their phones to take pictures. "Sister, could I borrow your phone to make a call?" "Of course." Shi Ming handed her phone to Li Linger. Li Linger tried to call a neighbor from her hometown, but as the call went through, a robotic voice announced, "The number you have dialed is not in service." "Why can't I get through?" Li Linger frowned. It had worked just before. Sun Ting said, "A lot of regions have lost their signal recently. I suspect all communications will be cut off soon." "Oh, I see," Li Linger said, handing the phone back to Shi Ming. Shi Ming raised her glass again and declared, "Let's drink today and forget tomorrow. Live in the moment." "Well said." "Live in the moment," Tang Ze said, standing up and downing a glass of red wine himself. The meal lasted a full 2 hours, with an hour and a half of that spent drinking. Looking at the bottles on the floor, they were now standing on the sofa singing and dancing. Even Li Linger joined in, as if venting her emotions. Watching the 5 women being boisterous in the living room, Tang Ze pulled out his phone and took a picture of them as a memento. After all, in this moment, he felt a rare sense of joy. It wasn't about master and servant, it was a simple, pure friendship. But he had to admit, if it weren't for the apocalypse, he would never be sitting here having a meal with these proud daughters of heaven, witnessing their drunken antics. "Come play with us." Bai shouted loudly at Tang Ze. Tang Ze shook his head. "You guys go ahead, it'll pass." Come on, come on." Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi went over and dragged him up. It was ridiculous. They were acting like he was some shy virgin, but when they were in bed, he was anything but gentle. However, Tang Ze quickly realized these women were deliberately pushing him towards Li Linger. They were up to no good. Look at Li Linger, she was clearly embarrassed, unlike these shameless hussies. Tired from all the fun, they huddled together around the fireplace for warmth. "It's been so long since I've had this much fun," Yi Qingyi murmured, gazing at the fire. "Me too," Sun Ting said softly. Xiao Bai had already fallen asleep. Shi Ming remained silent, but today was indeed a special day. It was mainly because of Li Linger, this kind-hearted girl, that they had all let their guards down. Li Linger leaned against Shi Ming, her beautiful eyes fixed on the flames, her cheeks flushed and beginning to regain their luster, no longer looking as frail as before. "What are you thinking about?" Shi Ming asked curiously. "Nothing," Li Linger said softly. She was happy today, but tomorrow she would be alone again. Shi Ming gently patted Li Linger's back. "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't keep it bottled up inside." Could I come with you all when you leave?" Li Linger asked weakly, a note of pleading in her voice. Before Shi Ming could answer, Tang Ze chuckled. "Those supplies are enough to last you a year. Maybe the apocalypse will be over by then, and things will return to normal. I know it's a lot to ask, but I can cook for you, do laundry, and handle other chores. I really don't want to stay here alone." Her voice began to crack with emotion, and Shi Ming was quick to comfort her. Tang Ze never expected that after a meal and some drunken revelry, she'd be the one wanting to join them. "This team isn't right for you. You'd be much more comfortable staying here," Tang Ze advised. Every day they had to fill his energy bar and sometimes act as enforcers. It was a demanding job. "I adapt very quickly." Tang Ze let out a sigh and said directly, "Li Linger, let me be honest with you. We've killed a lot of bad people. It's not safe for you to be with us, understand? Bad people deserve to die. I want to kill them too, to avenge my parents." What the hell? Had this superstar drunk too much counterfeit alcohol? Why was she so insistent on following him? Seeing Tang Ze's silence, Li Linger suddenly stood up and walked over to him. Brother Tang, take me with you. He'll be your woman. This was perhaps the only card she had left to play, herself. You're drunk, Tang Ze said with a frown. No, I'm not. With that, she pushed him down to the floor and pressed her lips against his, silencing any protest. The three women watching were stunned. This superstar was bold, and she had actually kissed their master. And Bai slowly woke up at that moment, saw the scene before her and murmured, "So I'm still dreaming. Let me go back to..." It must be said that being forcibly kissed by a superstar was a peculiar sensation, but Tang Ze still pushed Li Linger away. Are you out of your mind? I don't need you to be my woman. No, you just responded to me, Li Linger retorted. That's a man's physiological reaction. Don't be unreasonable. If I get angry, you won't like the consequences. Tang Ze's face instantly turned cold. Shi Ming quickly pulled Li Linger away, saying, this will only make him unhappy. Li Linger was also frightened by Tang Ze's attitude. Tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. She had shamelessly kissed a man, even giving her first kiss, begging him to take her away, only to be ruthlessly rejected. Was her body worth nothing at all? He had given her hope only to crush it underfoot. It would have been better to let her die in silence. Suddenly, Li Linger ran toward the door, flung it open, and rushed out, clearly intent on suicide. Probably just like you. Tang Ze looked at Shi Ming as he spoke. These words made Shi Ming feel ashamed. A dignified death versus a life of survival. She had chosen the latter, yet still pretended to be on the verge of death. Thinking back, it was truly embarrassing. Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting thought similarly. Everyone had wanted to die, but when the moment came, they dared not. Just as everyone thought Li Linger would stop, she leaped into the rain. The people inside stared in disbelief. She actually jumped. She had done what none of them dared to do. She would rather die than be Tang Ze's woman. Damn. This cursed charm. Li Linger, who had jumped with her eyes closed, felt no pain at all, not even the rain. She slowly opened her eyes. Why was she still under the eaves? Hadn't she jumped out? Do you want to die that badly? Can't you just stay here and wait for rescue? Tang Ze stood behind her, smoking. I'm not a good person. You're a good girl, you shouldn't fall like this. Li Linger bit her red lips and whispered, have you ever lost your parents? Exhaling a puff of smoke, Tang Ze said calmly, I'm an orphan. Li Linger was taken aback and murmured, I lost my parents. As a daughter, I can only hide here and survive, unable to avenge them. I'd rather join them soon. How then? Why wait until now? Why not die earlier? Li Linger looked at the modified Maybach beside the garage. Because of you. You gave me hope for revenge. You managed to escape with the sisters, so you must have your own methods. And you have so many supplies. This car certainly can't hold everything, and ordinary people wouldn't have protective suits like yours. You're very clever. I thought you were a naive sweetheart like Bai. Li Linger turned to face Tang Ze and said earnestly, I can be a naive sweetheart as long as I can get revenge. Are you bargaining with me? Tang Ze frowned slightly. He had thought Li Linger was helping them without any ulterior motive, but it seems she had her own agenda. Yes. Tang Ze lifted her delicate chin and sighed. To be honest, you've disappointed me a little. I'm no longer a superstar, and I have no backing. The only thing I can rely on is this body. What the sisters can do, I can do too. You noticed? The sisters all look to you for approval before eating. It doesn't feel like a normal romantic relationship between you, it's more like a superior-subordinate dynamic. Tang Ze smiled. He had underestimated her insight. She had guessed almost everything right. Are you so sure you can avenge your parents? What if you can't? Won't you have wasted your body? That's still better than waiting here to die. Besides, business always involves gains and losses. Now that does make sense. Li Linger's nails nearly dug into her flesh as she whispered, so do we have a deal? I haven't inspected the goods yet. How can we say it's a deal? I'm clean. No one has touched me. Li Linger gritted her teeth, amazed she could utter such embarrassing words. Tang Ze laughed after hearing this. Everyone in the house claimed to be a virgin. He leaned in and sniffed. There's a bit of an odor. I like a woman who smells fragrant. If this is how the goods look, I'm returning them. I wanted to shower too, but there was no water. As she said this, Li Linger's neck flushed crimson. Who wouldn't want to be a fragrant girl? There's water now. You can go wash yourself clean. Okay, I'll go now. They'll be waiting in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. With that, Li Linger lowered her head and ran into the house. She had just uttered the most embarrassing words of her life, but for revenge, what did it matter? Watching Li Linger run inside, Tang Ze flicked away his cigarette butt. So from the moment they entered, she had been calculating. He had thought that in this world no one had a pure heart anymore, and there was no such thing as selfless help. Everyone had their own goals. Even Li Linger was no exception. What pleased him was gaining a superstar woman like Li Linger. What displeased him was also gaining a superstar woman like Li Linger. Well, time to inspect the goods. As he walked into the house, Sun Ting gave him a deep 90-degree bow. Congratulations, master. Yi Qingyi and Bai and Shi Ming also bowed and cooed, congratulations, master. I really suspect you girls are corrupting others, Tang Ze said. Li Linger had changed too fast without any warning. We didn't, absolutely not. We're just purely congratulating the master on acquiring a stunning beauty. Another one to share the burden. Half an hour later, Tang Ze arrived at the master bedroom. He saw Li Linger on the bed shivering from cold. Don't you know how to turn on the air conditioner? Tang Ze picked up the remote, turned on the air conditioner, set the heating to maximum, and switched on the light. Is the power back? Li Linger exclaimed. Tang Ze shook his head and sat on the edge of the bed, saying calmly, I just tinkered with the generator. I didn't want to do it, because once the lights in your villa come on, those people around will definitely come looking for trouble. Hearing Tang Ze's caring words, a warmth filled her heart, but she smiled bitterly. Your car is already parked there, so trouble is inevitable. Once you leave, I probably won't last long. Are you blaming me? Li Linger slowly lowered her head. Lift your head. Li Linger slowly raised her head, meeting Tang Ze's aggressive gaze. A blush crept onto her face. It is indeed a beautiful face. I suppose I can reluctantly accept the goods. His fingers touched her soft red lips as he spoke casually. Hearing this, Li Linger breathed a sigh of relief. But was it really that reluctant? Though she was no longer a superstar, this face was still something she took pride in. Now you can come over and kiss me. Off. Li Linger exclaimed in surprise. Wasn't it usually the man who made the first move? What are you humming about? You expect me to serve you? I'm sorry, I don't quite understand. He had to give the newcomer some on-site instruction. An hour later, Tang Ze came downstairs, still wanting more. The sensation a big star brought was indeed different, though her constitution was a bit frail. She hadn't fully satisfied him. The master doesn't show any pity for the fairer sex, Shi Meng teased with a laugh. She had now roughly figured out Tang Ze's limits. Sometimes a joke was just flirtation, but when it wasn't the time to joke, you'd better not touch that line. Even Xiao Bai understood that. Tang Ze rolled his eyes so hard they nearly flipped to the back of his head. I at least taught her for half an hour. You all should teach her properly. The women immediately burst into cheerful laughter. When Li Linger came downstairs later, they'd have to tease her a bit. I noticed people in the villas around us are all peeking over here, Yi Qingyi said warily after the laughter subsided. With this light on, they had become a target for everyone. Tang Ze suddenly scooped Yi Qingyi into his arms. They can only be envious. They'd better stay in their lane and just be jealous, or else it's death for them. Yi Qingyi wrapped her arms around Tang Ze's neck, listening to his domineering words, a look of adoration gradually blooming in her eyes. Master. I wasn't satisfied just now. With that, he picked a random bedroom and walked in. And by being the clever one, snuck in right after him. Sun Ting and Shi Meng exchanged a glance in the living room. With so many women around now, when would it ever be their turn? As night fell, the entire Shuangdong district was plunged into darkness, except for this one villa that radiated brilliant light like a mirage on the horizon. But it also seemed to be taunting, come and try to take me, I've got electricity. The temperature had already dropped to 6°C, and the ground was starting to freeze. Everyone else in Shuangdong district was shivering under their blankets, while Tang Ze, in just his shorts and a black tank top, was doing push-ups in the living room. Sun Ting, Yi Qingyi, and Shi Meng were even in the mood to practice yoga, their yoga pants exuding maximum allure. Those long legs were not just for show. From the kitchen came the occasional sound of cheerful laughter. Li Linger, despite her injuries, had come downstairs to cook for everyone. She was teased until her face was bright red, wishing she could find a crack to crawl into. Fortunately, Anbai went to help, which eased Li Linger's burden a bit. After all, it was a meal for 6 people. Tang Ze thought to himself that he'd just take things as they come from now on. The current 5 times speed was sufficient. Besides, after getting Li Linger, his energy bar had surprisingly jumped to 74. This was quite unexpected. The 3.0 package was about to be unlocked, and he wondered what goodies it might contain. The 2.0 version was already unbeatable. Once the 3.0 package was opened, how could anyone else even compete? Can you keep your voices down? I can hear you talking behind my back. Tang Ze yelled towards the kitchen while doing one-finger push-ups. Did they think he was deaf? Anbai poked her head out from the kitchen, spatula in hand, and shouted, Master, I didn't say anything. Xiao Linger, don't pick up their bad habits. Learn something proper. Tang Ze reminded her with a straight face, which only made the 3 women doing yoga snicker. Master is what you call proper, really proper. Li Linger barely managed a soft mum, her neck flushing crimson. With Anbei's relentless teasing, she could barely stand steady. Soon a sumptuous dinner was laid on the table by Li Linger. Tang Ze sat at the head of the table and looked at Li Linger kneeling beside him. She picked up bad habits quickly but was slow with the good ones. Was she trying to defy him? Come on, everyone, sit and eat. You're making me feel like a real pervert. Sun Ting said with utmost seriousness. Dining together with the master would be a grave offense against hierarchy. This is the most basic principle, and we ask the master to understand. Without rules, there can be no order. It also lets the newcomers know who is in charge here. Yes, we must not overstep the master's authority. As more newcomers join, mealtime is the perfect time to establish dominance. Shi Meng added, earning nods of agreement from the other women. All future newcomers would have to kneel at the back, They weren't even worthy of a spot in the front row. Look at this. Now I'm the villain, Tang Ze thought. Fine, I'll allow sitting once a week. That's not too much to ask, is it? Once every 2 weeks, Yi Qingyi countered. Tang Ze was so angry he laughed. Who started this bad trend? Step forward and see if I don't give you a beating. Actually, eating while seated gave a sense of family, and Tang Ze had eaten alone his whole life. Perhaps that lunch had touched a nerve. After dinner, Tang Ze headed straight for the living room, wanting to read some post-apocalyptic novels to expand his knowledge. But there was no internet connection here at all. It seemed all communications were about to be completely cut off. And Bai suddenly called out, "Master, you haven't fed us yet. Feed you my foot. Don't you have hands? Am I supposed to wait on you all? What kind of nonsense is that?" Tang Ze grumbled as he flopped onto the sofa. Had he been too lenient lately, letting them get all cocky? It seemed he'd need to toss out a few bones to remind them who was boss. Feeding 1 was fine, but feeding 5? Forget it. Ling Ling, you made the master angry, and Bai whispered. Huh, I don't think so. Yes, you did. The master said your little fangs are too sharp. Li Linger's face flushed red as she whispered back, Sister Bai, can you teach me later? Sure, no problem. First practice on this banana. Yi Qingyi asked curiously, you two aren't eating. What are you whispering about? Nothing. Let's just eat, and Bai and Li Linger said in unison, shaking their heads like rattles. Li Linger felt her cheeks burning hot. After the meal, everyone sat on the sofa eating fruit and staring into space. No TV, no internet. Hey, let's hear Xiao Linger's story, Tang Ze said, finding a topic. The newcomer's self-introduction. Li Linger, who was holding a banana, snapped back to reality. I'm not very good at telling stories. Oh, the master just means you should tell us about your past experiences from childhood to now, and Bai said. She got along well with Li Linger, perhaps because she was a fan. Li Linger was silent for a moment before speaking. I was born in a small city. Both my parents were teachers. Maybe that's why they were very strict with me, especially about not dating early. They said to focus on my studies and I'd get a good job later. I didn't let them down. I got into a top 985 university, majoring in English, planning to become an English teacher. You studied English? I thought you studied acting. So how did you end up in movies? Sun Ting asked while peeling a grape, then feeding the peeled grape into Tang Ze's mouth. Tang Ze was just an open-mouthed figure, completely reliant on being fed. Yi Qingyi, sitting on the other side, was even more forward. She held a grape between her teeth and fed it to Tang Ze, that way stealing a little advantage. Li Linger watched this scene, her face turning red as she shyly looked away. During my freshman year, I originally went with a friend to an audition. But I ended up being the one chosen. I went in with a just-for-fun attitude, and that's how it started. Wow, just like that. That just goes to show you have real talent. Shi Ming sighed with emotion. She played around and ended up becoming famous. I don't really have much talent, I just adapt quickly, and I find it quite fun. Sun Ting let out a long sigh. How come I don't have that kind of luck? I can only scrape by in the live stream. She said that, but in reality she had been noticed before, but the bosses always had conditions, and as for what those conditions were, the men would understand. Linger, you must have a big shot backing you, right? Shi Ming peeled an orange, not for herself, of course. She had to care for her master at all times to be valued later on, since everyone present was at least a senior member. Li Linger frowned slightly and thought, I don't think so. You haven't been taken advantage of. Yi Qingyi couldn't believe it. With beauty like Li Linger's, she would definitely be the favorite of the wealthy. No, my master knows that. As she spoke, Li Linger blushed again, not daring to meet Tang Ze's gaze like a shy new bride. Shi Ming let out an, oh, I see. So there's a man silently supporting you from behind. He just hadn't had the chance to stand before you when the apocalypse arrived. And then I got lucky. Tang Ze teased along. And Bai added, that boss must be crying in the toilet. Ha! Everyone laughed heartily except for Li Linger, who was red-faced. Li Linger didn't want Tang Ze to misunderstand, so she explained anxiously, there's no boss, you're talking nonsense. Oh, she's getting flustered. Ooh, Sun Ting's remark drew sidelong glances and a long drawn-out from the other women. This made Li Linger even more anxious, her eyes pleading with Tang Ze, as if to say she truly had no boss. All right, you're going to make her cry. Tang Ze clapped his hands with a smile. Yi Qingyi let out a long sigh. It's so unfair to compare. I was crying my eyes out back then, and your heart was as hard as stone. But the moment Linger gets anxious, you start to feel sorry for her. Another wave of teasing. Tang Ze could only manage a wry smile, while Li Linger twisted her fingers and lowered her head, her fair neck turning crimson. Unbeknownst to them, the rain outside had stopped. This was the second time it had stopped since the apocalypse began. And what did the stopping of the rain signify? Slaughter and plunder. All right, since you all say so, little Linger, come sit on me, and let them be envious. The four women cheered, even louder, some even whistling. Go on, what are you waiting for? Shi Ming patted the shy Li Linger. Li Linger let out a soft mosquito-like got up and walked over to Tang Ze. He took her fair wrist and pulled her gently, bringing the beauty into his arms. This made things even worse. The cheering was so loud it seemed it would lift the roof off, forcing Li Linger to bury her face in Tang Ze's chest. Kiss, kiss, and Bai was already standing on the sofa clapping and cheering. Within Bai setting the pace, the other three women immediately piled on. Even Tang Ze was starting to feel a bit embarrassed. They were really getting too bold lately, he'd have to rein them in tomorrow. He looked down at her delicate, beautiful face. Her big, watery eyes slowly closed, and her rosy cherry lips exuded an irresistible allure waiting for her master to taste. Just as Tang Ze lowered his head to taste, a sudden knock on the door broke the moment. Tang Ze frowned and looked towards the door. Li Linger also opened her beautiful eyes, a hint of disappointment flickering in them. It seems they can't wait any longer. Shi Meng's tone grew colder. Sun Ting had already taken out her sidearm to check the ammunition. Li Linger was stunned. She had a gun. Tang Ze patted Li Linger's head, and she obediently sat to the side, whispering, "Who could be coming at this hour?" Yi Qingyi inserted the magazine and said indifferently, "Because we're the only place with lights on." "All right, put on your nightgowns," Tang Ze reminded them. With the heating on, they were all dressed so lightly it was a real test of his restraint. The girls obediently put on their nightgowns and tidied their hair. It was important to maintain their image. Li Linger suggested, "Why don't we wear masks?" Shi Meng patted her delicate shoulder and laughed. "We look this good, why would we want to hide it? But what if? Kill them," Yi Qingyi said coldly. Sun Ting patted Li Linger's head. "Your first lesson is about to begin." As they spoke, Tang Ze had already opened the door, and a rush of cold air swept into the room. Facing the dozen or so men shivering in their thick down jackets, Tang Ze flashed his signature amiable smile. "Gentlemen, what brings you here so late?" The men stared at him. In this freezing cold, he was only wearing shorts and a t-shirt, while they were bundled up in layers and had plastic bags wrapped around their feet. Thinking about it, it made sense. If he had electricity, he must have a generator. "Hello, my name is Zhuo Zhixian. I live in the villa across the way. You've probably seen me on TV." As he spoke, Zhuo Zhixian adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and turned his head to offer his proudest profile. "Never seen you," Tang Ze answered truthfully. A young man in the back shouted, "Bro, you're looking at the richest man in Huan City. How can you not know him? Open your eyes." "Shut up." Zhuo Zhixian immediately snapped at his son. Zui Yong curled his lips, looking unconcerned, but his gaze was fixed on the modified Maybach nearby, thinking about how to get his hands on it. "It was so cool. My apologies, my son is ignorant. Please forgive him." "No worries, it's fine." Tang Ze continued to maintain his honest and humble attitude. But this attitude in the eyes of these men translated to two words: easy target. "We came to ask if you don't mind, how do you have electricity here?" Zhuo Zhixian was smiling, but his teeth were chattering. The temperature had dropped to 10 C, with a bone-piercing wind. Tang Ze gave a long drawn-out "Oh," and said, "I bought a diesel generator." "I see. And this car, is it yours too?" "Yeah, it's mine." The men couldn't believe it. How could this ordinary-looking young man own so many supplies? Some of them remembered he had come knocking before wearing that strange protective suit. Looking at the shivering men, Tang Ze smiled and asked, "Is there anything else?" "I'm about to turn in for the night." One of the men in the group shouted, "Hey handsome, can you let us in to warm up?" With someone else taking the lead, Zhuo Zhixian put on a benevolent expression. "Times are tough for everyone right now. The temperature has dropped so suddenly these past 2 days, and we have no power at home. So could you possibly let us in for a brief rest? Don't worry, well, just sit for a moment and then leave." "No problem, please come in." Seeing how generous Tang Ze was, those who had refused to open their doors earlier felt a pang of guilt. As they stepped inside, they were immediately enveloped in warmth from all directions. It felt as comforting as being in a mother's embrace. "How are there fairy maidens here? Are we seeing things from the cold?" Zui Yong rubbed his eyes again. When he confirmed it was real, he nearly drooled. Forget Zui Yong, even his father was stunned by the sight. The other men stood frozen in place, as if they had never seen such beauties in their entire lives. Tang Ze had to admit their impact was immense, on a spiritual level. Some men secretly thought that had they known such beauties lived here, they would have opened the door long ago. "Wait, that woman looks familiar. She resembles a celebrity." It was Li Linger. Li Linger lived here, and no one knew. Zui Yong also noticed Li Linger. She was breathtakingly beautiful in person, radiant and charming. But the one next to her was gorgeous too, and the ones on the left and right, damn. He wanted them all. "Hello, beauties. I'm Zui Yong, and this is my dad, the wealthiest man in Huan City." Zui Yong stepped forward to introduce himself, immediately catching a whiff of a fragrant scent. This feminine aroma was intoxicating. "President Shi." Zhuo Zhixian recognized Shi Meng instantly, never expecting to find her here. Shi Meng smiled. "President Zhuo, what a coincidence. Why are you here? Don't you live in Shanhu district? Our district has descended into chaos, so we all came here to take refuge." Shi Meng appeared perfectly at ease, while the men could only focus on her beautiful face and the devilish figure hidden beneath her pajamas. Zhuo Zhixian sighed deeply and said, "When things like this happen, we wealthy folks are the first to suffer. During a brief pause in the rain earlier, a bunch of looters came nearly storming our homes. Luckily, the rain returned, and several of them got drenched and fled in disgrace. Indeed, if we don't unite now, we'll be robbed and killed. Shimeng looked helpless, but the others seemed less focused on her words and more on her face and the chest barely contained by her pajamas. Zhuozhixian adopting the air of a seasoned leader sighed. So we must stand together. That's our only hope for survival. Selfishness will get us nowhere. President Zhua is right, I agree. Shimeng said with a smile, though a cold glint flickered deep within her eyes. Just then Zui Yong spotted fruit on the coffee table in the living room. Holy crap, you guys even have fruit to eat. Without waiting for permission, Zui Yong rushed over, grabbed half a watermelon, and started devouring it. Between bites he exclaimed, "Damn, this watermelon is surprisingly sweet. I used to turn my nose up at it. There's watermelon too." Hearing this, the other men also headed to the living room. Upon seeing the fruit, they grabbed it without a second thought, as if it were their own. Tang Ze watched with a smile. Li Linger, feeling afraid, clung to Tang Ze's side, tightly holding his large hand. For her, she had given everything to Tang Ze. He was her whole world. If Tang Ze died, she feared these men would use her until she was nothing but a corpse. The men ate the watermelon with reckless abandon, completely disregarding their dignity. Considering who lived here, every man was a boss, yet watermelon juice dripped freely from their mouths onto the priceless carpet. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi were furious. That was where they were supposed to sleep tonight, and now they'd have to replace the carpet. These bastards. Xiao Bai Linger cut a few more watermelons for these bosses. The richest man hasn't even had a bite yet. Tang Ze was surprisingly generous, which pleased Zhuozhixian. This young man showed him respect, even awe. Xiao Bai led the nervous Linger to get more watermelons. Meanwhile, the men in the living room, while eating, couldn't take their eyes off Xiao Bai and Linger. Their greedy stares were barely concealed, especially Zui Yong's, whose lips curled into a sinister smile. As soon as Bai placed another tray of watermelon on the table, the men who hadn't gotten any earlier lunged for it. Zhuozhixian, however, refrained from joining the scramble to maintain his image as the city's wealthiest man, all the while cursing his son inwardly for not bringing him a piece. Tang Ze picked up a piece and offered it with a smile. "Presidents would try it. This watermelon is really sweet." "Thanks, young man. There aren't many good people left. Tell me about it. Everyone I meet is bad, even the women." This remark drew protests from the girls. "What do you mean we're bad? You're just making things up." Zhuozhixian didn't quite catch the underlying meaning. He changed the subject while eating. Even in winter, Huan City never drops to 0 degrees. This cold snap is making things worse. Tang Ze pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Zhuozhixian, who was astonished. He actually had cigarettes. Zhuozhixian didn't stand on ceremony. He took the cigarette with one hand and put it in his mouth, but had no lighter. Tang Ze then offered a light. Zhuozhixian leaned in without moving his hands, lighting the cigarette. Tang Ze's smile widened. "I worked in Huan City for a few years and never experienced weather this cold. I guess only northerners can handle this." Zhuozhixian blew out a puff of smoke, chuckling. "If the temperature drops any further, even northerners won't be able to bear it. Hey, you've got cigarettes. Pass them around, don't be so clueless." Zui Yong swaggered over, showing no respect for Tang Ze at all. Tang Ze, acting simple and honest, pulled out a pack of expensive cigarettes, which Zui Yong snatched away. Tang Ze half expected Zhuozhixian to reprimand his son, but the father just watched without saying a word. Smoking his cigarette, Zui Yong strolled over to Sun Ting and blew a puff of smoke in her face, taunting. "Hey, beautiful, wearing so little, why not just take it all off?" As he spoke, he even reached out to grab Sun Ting's pajamas. Sun Ting was barely holding back, wanting to pull out a gun and blow his head off. But the master hadn't finished playing with them yet. So she suppressed her rage, feigned a frightened expression, and backed away, hiding behind Tang Ze. "What do you think you're doing?" Zhuozhixian's words sounded like a reprimand, but his tone lacked any real severity. Zui Yong flicked his ashes, which slowly fell onto the clean floor, a sight that drove the neat freak, Yi Qingyi, crazy. "I was just joking." Zui Yong sneered. "Dad, stop pretending. I haven't touched a woman in almost a month." The other men began to encircle them, while a couple wandered off searching for supplies. "President, we need to rest now," Shimeng said calmly. Zhuozhixian threw his cigarette, but on the floor, and crushed it out. Yi Qingyi was about to lose it. "Holy shit. There's a ton of supplies in the garage," a man suddenly shouted. All the men rushed into the garage. Seeing the mountain of supplies, their eyes gleamed. Beautiful women's supplies. This was the pinnacle of the apocalypse. Watching the men plunder, Li Linger couldn't help but shout, "That's our stuff." But her plea was ignored. In fact, the sweet sound of her voice only made the men more greedy. "You're a quite resourceful kid. You must have stolen all these supplies and cars, right?" Zui Yong said with a grin, holding a salt-baked chicken leg in one hand and a beer in the other. This was a goddamn paradise. No wonder such beauties stuck with him. It was all for the supplies. Bai couldn't hold back her anger and yelled, "You've eaten and taken your fill. Now it's time for you to leave." Zhuozhixian chuckled, ignoring her, and sat down on the sofa. Didn't I mention earlier that we should help each other? But you're trying to kick us out. That's a bit selfish, don't you think? This statement made the girls laugh in exasperation. Only the city's wealthiest man could so effortlessly claim the moral high ground. Tang Ze quickly smiled and said President Zhuo is right. He'll take the girls upstairs. You all can have the downstairs. Kid, you want my dad to stay downstairs? Are you asking for death? Zhuo whipped out an exquisite Nepalese cookery. The other men dropped their pretenses and pulled out knives from their down jackets as well. Tang Ze's face dramatically changed, a performance so convincing it left the girls stunned. Li Linger especially thought if she had met him earlier, they could have been actors together. President Zhuo. What is this? Tang Ze's trembling voice earned Shi Meng's admiration. No wonder she had been so thoroughly deceived by him. Zhuo Zhixian stood up and produced a golden desert eagle from his waist. Tang Ze was stunned, and except for Zhuo the other men were also shocked. I only intended to keep this as a collector's item, but it seems it's finally come in handy. As he finished speaking, Zhuo Zhixian fired a shot. The deafening bang startled even Zhuo. The girls quickly hid behind Tang Ze, but their delicate appearance did not evoke any pity from the men. Instead, it made them even more eager. Then the muzzle slowly turned and pointed directly at Tang Ze. President Zhuo, surely you don't plan to kill me. I've never killed anyone before. Let me have this experience, and I'll make sure to take good care of these women for you. That I want those too. Zhuo pointed at Sun Ting and Li Linger. Zhuo Zhixian kept his eyes on Tang Ze and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet slowly emerged from the muzzle. Yes, it moved in slow motion. You people are truly boring. As Tang Ze's words fell, the golden bullet clattered onto the ceramic tiles, its crisp sound echoing in the hearts of everyone present. Not only were the men stunned, but even the girls were left dumbfounded. Was this the true power of a vampire? So exaggerated that even the fired bullets could be controlled. You are the wealthiest man in Huan City, yet you stoop to such despicable acts. I am truly disappointed. Sincerity, it seems, cannot be repaid with sincerity. Tang Ze sighed repeatedly, thinking that even the laws of the apocalypse could err. But it appeared the laws hadn't deceived him after all. He still had to remain a man devoid of emotion. Zhuo Zhixian stared at Tang Ze in disbelief, his mind still racing with questions. Why wasn't he dead? Had he just imagined it? A man near the door finally snapped back to reality and bolted for the exit. 2 gunshots rang out. The man collapsed, shot in both legs. Yi Qingji's voice was as cold as the biting winter air. Didn't you want to live here? Why leave? Did I give you permission? The other men looked at the gun in Yi Qingji's hand, frozen, as if struck by lightning. She had a gun too. Dad, what are you waiting for? Shoot! Zhuo bellowed. Zhuo Zhixian finally snapped back to his senses. He tried to pull the trigger, but his finger wouldn't obey no matter how hard he pressed. Tang Ze reached out easily, taking the golden desert eagle from his hand. The golden desert eagle indeed. It has some heft to it. Dad, how could you? President Zhuo, what are you doing? The men cried out in shock. Had their gun just been taken like that? Zhuo Zhixian turned his head, roaring in frustration. I don't know either. Tang Ze, holding the golden desert eagle, walked over to Zhuo, who stared at him in terror, his pants slowly growing damp. But Tang Ze merely reached into Zhuo's down jacket and retrieved his own pack of cigarettes. You dare steal my smokes. Pissing your pants won't save you now. Upon hearing this, a wave of shame and rage surged within Zhuo. As Tang Ze turned, he swung the cookery knife in his hand. Bang! Up! The cookery clattered to the floor. Zhuo clutched his bleeding right hand, his eyes darting in panic towards Sun Ting and the still smoking pistol in her hand. 2 guns. Had they really come to rob a den of wolves? These women looked so fragile, yet they were crack shots with guns. Their earlier timidity was all an act. You bitch! You shot me! Zhuo yelled, seemingly unaware of his predicament. Sun Ting had been waiting for this moment. She walked slowly towards Zhuo, gun in hand. Kneel! I'd rather die than kneel. Bang! My son! Zhuo Zhixian screamed. Zhuo's eyes were wide open, a red appearing on his forehead, the back of his skull blown open. He couldn't believe the woman had actually pulled the trigger. Filled with resentment, Zhuo collapsed, but his consciousness hadn't completely faded. He watched as Sun Ting's gun aimed at his head again. You're not worthy of taking off my clothes. Bang! 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 The magazine was emptied into his head, a testament to Sun Ting's fury. Li Linger's stomach churned at the sight. Tang Ze said flatly, hold it in. Hearing his cold words, Li Linger felt as if she were seeing a different Tang Ze, and she suppressed the urge to vomit. They'll say it one more time. Kneel. Sun Ting's gaze swept over all the men. Gone was their initial greed, replaced by sheer terror. The boss' son had just been brutally shot in the head. This woman was ruthless, a viper. That's what they thought, but their knees were obedient. They all dropped their weapons and knelt. Shi Meng said coldly, my master treated you well, offering you fresh fruit. And this is how you repay him. It's an outrage that would incense both gods and men. Hearing Xi Ming's address, Zhuo Zhixian looked up sharply. She called him master. We were blind and failed to see your greatness. We won't dare do it again. Young master, no big brother, it was all Zhuo Zixian's idea. We were all misled. Yes, he's the one who suggested robbing you. We knew nothing. Zhuo Zixian's eyes blazed with fury. You bastards. You're pushing all the blame onto me now. You'll rot in hell. Tang Ze took out a cigarette and lit it looking at Zhuo Zhixian. President Zhuo, when someone offers you a light, you should at least lean in. It's a basic sign of respect, don't you think? I was wrong. He'll do better next time. Oh, you expect me to offer you a light again? No, I'll light it for you. He'll light it. Too late. He gestured to Yi Qingyi, who obediently placed her gun in his hand. Tang Ze then pulled Li Linger, who was behind him, to the front. You're new here? This is your first lesson killing. Li Linger faltered, her hands trembling uncontrollably. She couldn't possibly kill anyone. Take it. Tang Ze held the gun out to her. Li Linger felt as if all her strength had been drained. Lifting her arm was a struggle, let alone holding the gun. I won't repeat myself. Tang Ze's voice grew colder. Xi Ming suddenly placed a hand on Li Linger's shoulder, speaking gently. Linger, don't be afraid. You can do this. Sister Ming. Sun Ting said coolly, think about it. If we weren't stronger than them, what would have happened to us? She was right. If their master weren't strong, they would have been violated by these beasts, and they wouldn't even know who to avenge their parents against. Suddenly, Li Linger felt strength return to her arm. She grabbed the pistol, her grip surprisingly professional, a skill honed from her acting days. Shoot, Tang Ze commanded. At his words, the kneeling men were terrified. As one began to kowtow and beg for mercy, the others followed suit, banging their heads until they bled. Please don't kill me. I have elderly parents and young children to support. My wife just had a baby yesterday. Please, for the sake of my child, don't kill me. Faced with such desperate pleas, Li Linger hesitated. She couldn't bring herself to pull the trigger. And by suddenly spoke up, these pleas are the standard lines of the apocalypse. I've heard them too many times. Tang Ze narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, didn't you swear to avenge your parents? If you can't even kill a man now, would you also forgive the murderer if he knelt before you begging for mercy? No, I wouldn't, Li Linger shouted. Then shoot. Li Linger tensed her arm, her finger on the trigger, but she couldn't press it. Tang Ze let out a long sigh, stubbed out his cigarette, and beckoned to Sun Ting. She placed her gun in his hand. What Tang Ze did next left everyone utterly bewildered. He aimed the gun at Li Linger's temple. She could even feel the residual warmth from the barrel, and her face turned deathly pale. I told you she wouldn't fit in. Are you satisfied with this outcome? Tang Ze looked at the other four women. Li Linger had changed so quickly, one of them must have given her that advice. There was no point in figuring out who it was. The four women remained silent, thinking only Linger fire the gun. Once you do, it'll be over. Tang Ze looked into Li Linger's eyes. What can crying solve? If you don't belong, you don't belong. It's better if you don't follow us. Stay here. But once the rain stops, people will come to fight over this place, and you'll be taken too. Rather than let you be humiliated, it'll give you a quick death, so you can reunite with your parents. As soon as Tang Ze finished speaking, bang! With a scream, Li Linger frantically pulled the trigger, each shot shattering her inner fragility and compassion. The kneeling men braced for death, but as the gunfire ceased, they opened their eyes to find themselves unharmed, looking around in disbelief. Because she was shooting blindly. Click, click, click. Even after emptying the magazine, Li Linger kept pulling the trigger. Reload for her, Tang Ze said calmly. Did she think firing once was the end? How naive. And Bai stepped forward, reloaded the gun, and gave Li Linger an encouraging hug. The men thought it was over, but they loaded a new magazine. Wasn't that cheating? Think about your parents killed by cruel people like them. As their daughter, think carefully. Bang! The first man on the left fell with a bullet to the head. A bit of accuracy, as she must have practiced. Besides, it was only 5 or 6 meters away. The recoil still kicked Li Linger's arm up high. Tang Ze said softly, control your center of gravity. Li Linger said nothing and fired again. The second man fell. Her gaze had turned resolute, a stark contrast to her former fragility. It seemed she had grown in that instant, adapting to this apocalypse where it was kill or be killed. No third option. Don't kill me. He'll give you money, companies. I'm worth hundreds of billions. He'll give you anything you want. Zhuo Zhixian watched the bodies fall around him, his billionaire pride forgotten as he kowtowed until his forehead bled. But Li Linger, her eyes cold as ice, aimed the gun at Zhuo Zhixian and pulled the trigger. He squeezed his eyes shut, but only heard a click. The bullets were spent. Yet that moment made him lose control of his bladder and bowels. He had never felt death so close. If he could turn back time, he would never have come here. This wasn't a sheep pen, it was a den of tigers. Tang Ze would correct that slightly. They were tigers, but white tigers. Out of bullets, Li Linger said, her eyes hollow and empty as if her soul had been locked away. Tang Ze took the gun from her. Demengming, take her to rest. Okay. Xi Ming led Li Linger away, but Li Linger pointed at Zhuo Zhixian and muttered, there's one more. One more I haven't killed. Linger, be good. Don't worry about him. You need to rest now. No. I can't. The master will abandon me. The master will kill me. Li Linger seemed on the verge of a mental breakdown, looking like she might collapse at any moment. Tangze noticed. You go too. He hadn't expected to push Li Linger to this state. He sighed. For a woman to protect herself in this apocalypse, this was a necessary lesson. He walked over to Zhujixian, who looked up and begged big. Bang. Before he could finish, Zhujixian was killed by a shot from Tang Ze's golden desert eagle. Tang Ze had no desire to waste words on such a man. Clean this up. I'm going for a walk, he said flatly, stepping out of the blood-filled living room, his good mood ruined by their arrival. Tang Ze walked out the door and looked up at the night sky. He couldn't remember the last time had seen such a bright, full moon. The ground was bathed in its light. A perfect night for killing. He crossed the road and entered the villa opposite, Zhujixian's home. The lock was no match for Tang Ze. The house was pitch black. A woman's voice echoed from the living room, filled with hope. Honey, did you kill the people across the street? I heard so many gunshots. Tang Ze walked into the living room without a word. Moonlight streamed through the glass, revealing a woman wrapped in a blanket. She seemed young, barely 30. The old goat certainly liked his tender grass. Who are you? My husband has a gun. The woman recoiled at the sight of the stranger. Are you talking about this? Tang Ze raised his hand, the moonlight glinting off the golden desert eagle, giving it a unique sheen. The woman stared at the gun in his hand, dumbfounded. Sister-in-law, don't be scared. I don't kill women. Moments later, a gunshot echoed from the villa. Tang Ze walked out, took a deep breath, and headed back to Li Linger's villa. The bodies were left on the lawn outside. Inside, Sun Ting and In Bai were mopping the floor, while violent sobs came from upstairs. Tang Ze smiled. Crying it out was good. Soon Xi Ming and Yi Qingyi came downstairs with Li Linger trailing behind them like a frightened little rabbit, her eyes red and swollen, looking utterly pitiful. Go clean up, Tang Ze said without even looking at Li Linger. Faced with his indifference, she bit her red lip and lowered her head. Xi Ming said gently, go on. He won't blame you. He loves to scare people, Yi Qingyi added. Though Tang Ze liked to scare them, you never knew when he might turn serious, which was the truly terrifying part. Li Linger took a deep breath and walked up to Tang Ze, but he still didn't look up. He said softly, go clean up first. We'll talk about the rest later. Tears the size of beans rolled down her beautiful face. With a choked sob, she said, I'm sorry. I was wrong. What were you wrong about? This question startled the other four women. Those words used to be a woman's line. I'm a coward. I cry too much. Didn't you say you were good at adapting? I don't want to travel with a woman who's always crying. Li Linger immediately wiped away her tears, looking like a child doing so. The night is still young, and your test isn't over yet. This rain won't stop for a while. Tang Ze looked at the eerie full moon outside, as if it knew the world was dark, and cast its light to incite bloody slaughter. The girls looked out the window. Last time the rain had stopped for just over 10 minutes. This time it had been over 20. By now the streets were probably in complete chaos. I will not let you down again, Li Linger said respectfully. Tang Ze patted Li Linger on the head, easing the tension that had gripped her moments before. She had been truly frightened. With a wave of Tang Ze's hand, 5 automatic rifles, HK-416S, materialized on the coffee table. Alongside them lay accessories, muzzle brakes, scopes, grips, magazines, and over a dozen crates of 5.56 ammunition. Finish cleaning up, and each of you gets one. The one with the most kills earns a wish. The reward was an irresistible temptation. The 5 girls swiftly scrubbed the floors, sprayed air freshener, and replaced the carpet. Soon they were seated around the coffee table, each with an ammunition box beside them, loading rounds into magazines. The automatic rifle was unfamiliar territory, not only for Li Linger, but also for Xi Ming. And Bai took charge of instructing Li Linger, while Sun Ting guided Xi Ming. There was no time for a full disassembly lesson, so they focused on basic firing techniques. A red dot sight is the better choice here. Use this angled grip and this longer muzzle. ITLL give you better accuracy, and Bai said, kitting out Li Linger's weapon like a seasoned veteran. Sister Bai, how do you know so much about this? And Bai proudly placed her hands on her hips. Who says girls can't handle guns? Besides, I love the master's guns the most. Her words drew laughter from the girls. Tang Ze, wiping down his Zamadeo with a cloth, cracked a faint smile at the innuendo. These naughty women. Head outside and fire a few rounds to get used to the recoil. Don't embarrass yourselves out there, Tang Ze reminded them. And Bai and the other 2 had taken a full day to acclimate, but Xi Ming and Li Linger didn't have that luxury. The outsiders could arrive at any moment. The door swung open and Xi Ming and Li Linger raised their rifles, feeling the substantial weight of the automatic weapons. Bang! The gunshot pierced the night with an eerie distinctiveness, sending a wave of panic through the nearby residents who couldn't tell if it was firecrackers or gunfire. Experiencing the recoil of an automatic rifle for the first time left Xi Ming and Li Linger shaken. The sound was nothing like a handgun's. Grip the handle tightly, and push down during sustained fire to keep the muzzle from climbing, and by now in full instructor mode guided them. She and Sun Ting even dragged a few corpses to the middle of the road as targets. Bang bang bang. A relentless barrage of gunfire erupted, scaring off the would-be looters who had been approaching. They assumed a firefight was raging in the villa compound. Glancing at the cleavers in their hands, they figured, why bother? It was a suicide mission. Meanwhile, across Huan City, people spilled out of their homes, their first targets being supermarkets, convenience stores, and large shopping malls. These locations became the epicenters of the most brutal battles. Dying for a bottle of water had become commonplace. 7 or 8 people would fall over a single one. Compared to these disorganized mobs, many residential compounds had already formed their own coordinated teams, operating far more efficiently than lone wolves. But when one compound clashed with another, a fight to the death was inevitable. In the half hour since the rain had stopped, the death toll in Huan City had already reached 3,000 to 4,000, a number still climbing steadily, poised to break 10,000. Corpses littered the streets. Skin and bone figures, driven mad by hunger, rifled through the dead for anything edible. Finding nothing, the starving horde resorted to cannibalism right on the asphalt, a scene of sheer horror and revulsion. Such incidents were multiplying. Not everyone had the strength to fight for food. Trapped indoors for days, they emerged too weak to compete. The frail collapsed and never rose again. The apocalypse. It seemed to have finally arrived. Xingfu compound. Outside, the street was clogged with over 30 stripped-down vehicles reduced to their rims. At the head of this convoy sat a rickety old person's scooter, but mounted on its rear was a bloody, severed head, a grotesque sight that churned the stomach. Inside the compound, a merciless slaughter was underway. The raiders left no survivors. Men, women, all killed without discrimination, while they systematically looted every scrap of supplies. The leader, a man in his early 30s, wore a black coat and a clean crew cut. His hardened face was expressionless. In his right hand, he carried a Tang Dao, its worn scabbard betraying the blade's considerable age. Behind him, his followers wielded an assortment of cold weapons. One even hefted a green dragon crescent blade, which he used to cleave off a homeowner's head with textbook precision, a clear sign of years of practice. Please, please don't kill me. I'll be your woman, I'll do anything. A woman in her mid-20s knelt on the ground, begging for her life. The man's gaze remained calm. In a flash, he drew his blade and struck. Her head tumbled to the floor. Don't leave a single piece of supplies behind, Luo Cheng reiterated, flicking the blood from his blade before sheathing it with a flourish. Yes, Teacher Luo. This group hailed from a martial arts school. A few teachers led the pack, while the rest were young students. They had fought through several brutal skirmishes within the school over the past days, whittling down to this surviving crew. Starving and on the brink of death, they had seized the moment when the rain stopped to storm into the city, killing anyone in their path, without a second word. That scooter was Luo Cheng's personal ride, its trophies, severed heads, belonging to defeated foes, 2 of whom had been his former colleagues. Oh, and keep a few women. The boys are full of youthful vigor. But don't let them overdo it. We need them sharp, not spent. Luo Cheng said flatly, kicking the woman's head aside as he headed for the stairs. Within minutes, the compound fell silent. The inhabitants had been wiped out, all supplies hauled down to the ground floor, and several young men tossed the captured women into the trunk of a car. Lao Luo, this haul is substantial, remarked another teacher, Yu Tong, whose grappling skills were nothing short of impressive. Fighting their way out of the school had been no easy feat. These were all seasoned fighters. Luo Cheng's gaze drifted to the full moon in the night sky. While the rain holds, we grab as much as we can. These women are a bit scarce. The students are hoping for one each. Luo Cheng's brow furrowed as he said sternly, martial artists should keep their distance from women. One each. Might as well let them die on top of them. Yu Tong was at a loss for words. That logic may have held in the old days, but now that they'd fought their way out, the boys needed an outlet. Just then a chubby student piped up. Teachers Luo, and you, let's hit the rich neighborhood. I hear the women there are real lookers, right guys? At that, the boys perked up as if injected with adrenaline. Signing up for martial arts had truly paid off. It had become their ticket to survival. Lao Luo let the boys have one night of indulgence. Don't be so strict. Luo Cheng glanced at Yu Tong, who grinned and added, let's head to Shanhu compound. That's where Wan's wealthy live. Well, wipe them out and take over their luxury homes. Fine. Let's hope Shanhu compound hasn't been hit yet, Luo Cheng sighed. Just then a man came stumbling out, crawling and rolling in desperation. Keep running. They'll cut off your hands and feet, a blood-soaked classmate shouted from behind. Luo Cheng raised a hand, and the classmate halted his pursuit. Yu Tong shook his head helplessly. It had begun again. They'll give you a chance to live. Luo Cheng said calmly as he approached the man. What? The man's voice trembled with fear and rage. Moments ago, these beasts had slaughtered his wife and child. A knife was tossed onto the ground before him. A duel. You and I die? I win, you die. The man stared at the blade still stained with his wife's blood. He seized it, his fury eclipsing his terror. Fine. He gripped the knife with both hands, his stance betraying his inexperience. Luo Chung slowly drew his own blade, his right hand wrapping around the hilt. I forgot to mention, within 5 paces I am undefeated. A flash of silver light. The man's head tumbled to the ground, his eyes wide open. Luo Chung picked it up, secured it to the rear of the vehicle, and shouted, "Move out." To Shanhu District. The convoy rumbled toward its destination. A convoy of this scale deterred any would-be attackers unless a more formidable force existed. None did. They had already wiped out most of those. They soon arrived at Shanhu District, where they saw residents fleeing, vomiting, as if they had witnessed something horrifying. Luo Chung stopped the car, and the rest of the convoy followed suit. "Let's take a look," he said, stepping into the complex. More people stumbled out of the underground garage. Luo Chung exchanged a glance with Yutong, then nodded and headed toward it. At the garage entrance, a pungent stench of blood and decay hit them. Frowning, they pressed on, and soon beheld a scene straight out of hell. Even the classmates who had killed without flinching earlier vomited at the sight. Luo Chung and Yutong stepped on the congealed blood, their eyes fixed on the spent bullet casings. "Someone beat us to it," Yutong muttered. Luo Chung shook his head. "These people weren't killed just now. Looks like yesterday. And with this many casings. They had serious firepower." "Luo, come look," Yutong called out. Luo Chung hurried over, his expression shifting. He crouched and examined a wound on a corpse. A fast blade, clean cut straight through the body. "This isn't normal strength. There's more over here," Yutong said, incredulous. Most of the bodies were sliced in two. The sheer arm strength required was staggering. Luo Chung saw it too. These people must have died in utter despair. Cut in half, they wouldn't die instantly. They'd watch their own bodies slowly fail. A cruel method. "If you ran into this person, would you stand a chance?" Yutong asked. "From what I can see, he's stronger than me, but there's no technique, just raw swings. Still within 5 paces, I am undefeated." Luo Chung didn't linger on the corpses and headed out. The stench was unbearable. Yutong felt reassured and followed. This district had nothing left. Nearby, 2 classmates were examining a hole in the wall. "What made this hole?" "A drill. Doesn't look like it. Looks like a blade to me." "A blade? Go on, try sticking one in this concrete wall." One classmate pointed at the bodies on the floor. "Look at these 4. The wounds are all in a straight line. If I'm right, they were standing in a row when the killer threw a blade. It pierced all their heads and stuck into the wall." The other boy gave a slow clap. "You should write novels. That's some imagination. It's called deduction. Well, you can deduce away in this pile of corpses. I can't stand the smell." The classmate reluctantly followed, but couldn't help glancing back at the hole. No human could do that. Outside, the fresh air felt like a rebirth. "Where to now?" "Keep hitting districts," Yutong asked, knowing they were racing against time. Luo Chung thought for a moment. "Yes, we keep going. We need supplies. I can feel it getting colder. Without enough, we'll freeze to death." He turned to the group. "Everyone get in the cars. We're moving on." "Teacher, I heard about a rich district. All villas." Luo Chung raised a hand to stop him. "Our priority is supplies. We'll go if it's on the way." Inside one of the villas, Yi Chingyi played an elegant piece on the piano, her 416 Hong Kong dollars resting on the lid, a jarring juxtaposition. But it fit the screams from outside. The looting of the villa district had begun early, but this villa was set back untouched for now. Tang Ze had deliberately turned off the lights, unwilling to draw attention to himself. The open door let the music drift out, and someone heard it. "Boss, listen," a man said. Nearby, 7 or 8 others were looting another villa, its owners already dead. The boss grinned. "Rich folks and their classy hobbies. Let's go see." They loaded their loot and followed the sound of the piano to the villa. Unlike the others, the door was wide open, and over a dozen bodies lay on the lawn. "Boss, this feels off," a lackey warned. The boss scoffed. "What's the matter? Piano playing, bodies outside. You think this is a movie? Follow me." He strode up the steps and into the doorway, only to feel a cold pressure against his forehead. His heart nearly stopped. He slowly looked up into the darkness, seeing the barrel of a gun. He began to back away, but as the figure in the shadows stepped into the light, his fear was replaced by awe. It was a face of stunning beauty, like a TV star come to life. "Boss, what are you doing?" the lackeys called out, worried as he retreated. Li Linger had conquered her cowardice by imagining she was in a movie, playing the role of a cold-blooded assassin. "Hey, pretty lady, that's a toy gun, right?" the boss said with a strained smile. "Why don't you find out?" Before he could respond, she pulled the trigger. Bang! The lackeys behind stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Their boss' head had exploded. Before the dazed thugs could flee, Li Linger pulled the trigger, firing in quick succession. Bang, bang, bang. After the last round, one lackey remained standing bewildered. Li Linger ejected the magazine and retrieved a fresh one from her waist. Bang! Shi Ming emerged from the side and dispatched the foe with ease. "See, it's not that hard," Tang Ze said, patting Li Linger on the shoulder. Li Linger chambered around, suddenly turned back and kissed Tang Ze. "I won't let you down." With that, she walked out the door. Tang Ze was momentarily stunned. She's got quite the queenly vibe now, Ximeng teased, leaving a lip print on Tang Ze's cheek before following Li Linger out. The piano music inside ceased, and Yi Qingyi emerged carrying a rifle, her hair tied into a ponytail. She stood on tiptoe and gave Tang Ze a deep kiss, then followed with a stylish swagger. Tang Ze twitched the corner of his mouth. What was this everyone showing off? Still, he had to admit it was pretty cool. Sun Ting and Bai stood on either side smiling, then obediently tiptoed up to give him a kiss before running out with cheerful giggles. Tang Ze slowly pulled out a cigarette and lit it, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his lips. In less than 10 minutes, car headlights appeared accompanied by the sound of complaints. Damn, we're late. All these villas have been looted. I told you to come earlier, but you wouldn't believe me. The rich always get hit first. For cars advanced in fits and starts finally pulling up. There seems to be a woman standing by the roadside, the man in the passenger seat exclaimed. Ximeng ran over with a hint of panic on her face. The men in the car were stunned by her beauty, a rare sight in times like these. Hey beautiful, need a ride? Even as they spoke, they began searching for knives. Ximeng was about to speak when her gun slipped from its holster on her back. She gave a wry smile while the men in the car stared in shock at the black object. Sorry, I didn't secure it tightly. As she spoke, Ximeng raised her rifle. Fuck! The men inside grabbed their knives and tried to rush out, but were met with ruthless bullets. Bang bang bang, they were riddled like Swiss cheese. A man from the second car got out, about to say something to Ximeng when he saw her spraying bullets into the car. He froze on the spot. Ximeng looked at the man and smiled. What, aren't you running? The man snapped back to reality and turned to flee, but Ximeng had already reloaded. With a bang, the man fell to the ground. The three cars behind hurriedly tried to reverse, but only their rims spun wildly in place. Don't be in such a hurry, little boys. From the men's perspective, several stunning women emerged from the side, but they were holding nightmares. No, don't kill me. Charge out and kill them. Run them over. The car erupted into chaos, but the gunfire had already begun, giving them no chance. Tang Ze sat on the steps, smoking, watching as they adapted to the rhythm of the apocalypse. Not only had he gained 5 bed warmers, but also 5 bodyguards. Even the timid Li Linger was starting to get used to it. It seemed she hadn't lied to him. Her adaptability was truly impressive, not even blinking. In less than 2 minutes, the 5 girls had eliminated all the robbers. Li Linger finally felt the thrill of taking control of her own destiny. Before, she had lived in constant fear, afraid someone would break into her house and harm her. Now she was no longer afraid, as she could even fight back. She was brave enough to avenge her parents. Impressive, Linger, you killed even more than I did, Sun Ting teased, patting Li Linger on the shoulder. Li Linger was very humble. Sister Ting taught me well. Get ready, more will come. Sun Ting looked up at the full moon, which seemed to be growing brighter. There was no sign of rain, and without rain the slaughter would not cease. Soon enough, headlights appeared accompanied by voices. What followed was a series of gunshots, and even the sound of grenades being thrown. It was brutal. The others had knives, but they had guns. It was a clash between cold weapons and firearms, a complete dimensional reduction strike. Tang Ze, however, did not intervene. He could already feel the loneliness of a true master, something he had thought impossible when watching TV, but now he experienced it firsthand. He might as well eat something. It was already late. Let's have some barbecue. Once you're done, come over and eat. Replenish your energy, Tang Ze shouted to the girls. And Bai gave a "oh," then finished off the man begging for mercy with a single shot, and bounced over to Tang Ze, grabbing a bottle of snow beer and chugging it down. Don't get drunk, Tang Ze warned as he grilled beef. And Bai said carelessly, a bottle of beer won't knock me over. Only the master can knock me over. I need to learn from Sister Bai. Li Linger ran over from the side, declaring she wanted to learn the art of pleasing the master. Tang Ze coughed lightly. Don't learn from her. You'll only get worse. I want to get worse, really bad and nasty. Sister Ming, come over for barbecue. The master is feeding us. Tang Ze was amused and exasperated. Now they were using his own words to tease him. Eating barbecue, drinking beer, and gazing at the full moon. This was the perfect date, except that our Ze was dating 5 girls. It wasn't just his daily life, but everyone else's dream. Soon headlights appeared again, and from the sound it was a large convoy. Not just 3 or 4 cars, but probably 30 or 40. Everyone hide, Tang Ze said. He wanted to see what kind of group this was. The 5 girls dispersed into the surrounding villas, quietly waiting for the prey to take the bait. Soon the girls saw the leading car, a senior citizen's scooter. But what was hanging from the back? As the moonlight illuminated it, the girls were startled. It was a human head. Such a pervert. Tang Ze continued standing by the roadside, grilling as if it were an ordinary night, completely ignoring the approaching vehicles. Luo Chung frowned as he surveyed the scene. There were many bodies on the ground and several cars parked by the roadside with what appeared to be dead people inside. He stopped the car, jumped out of the old man's scooter, and looked at Tang Ze not far away. The air was thick with the smell of blood and barbecue, and his stomach couldn't help but growl. As Luo Cheng got out, the others behind him followed suit. Yutong walked over to Luo Cheng and said, "This place has been looted. Nothing of value. Look over there." "Huh? Is that someone barbecuing?" Yutong stared at Tang Zhe in astonishment. In the midst of all this chaos and slaughter, someone was actually having a barbecue. Luo Cheng looked at the bodies scattered on the ground, then at Tang Zhe, sensing that this man was extremely dangerous. "Everyone, we have barbecue tonight," Yutong shouted with a laugh. They hadn't had meat in a long time. The students erupted in cheers, and without waiting for Luo Cheng to intervene, they rushed toward Tang Zhe with weapons raised. Tang Zhe took a sip of his sugar-free soda, wiped his mouth with a napkin, then grabbed the saber resting beside him and strode toward the onrushing youths. Seeing Tang Zhe wielding the saber, the students grew even more excited, shouting wildly as they charged. "Kill!" the young man muttered, his blood boiling. Tang Zhe delivered a downward slash. The student raised his blade to block, but froze the next instant. His weapon was cleaved in two, let alone his body. The three boys charging alongside were stunned. "Getting distracted mid-fight can cost you your life," Tang Zhe said, his saber falling mercilessly as four corpses hit the ground. Luo Cheng watched Tang Zhe, his expression grim. "He's the one." Yutong stammered, terror lacing his voice. Luo Cheng took a deep breath. Just as he suspected, the man possessed raw strength, but only knew how to hack and slash. "I'll deal with him," Luo Cheng said flatly. "Be careful, there's something off about him," Yutong warned, recalling the parking lot incident that would haunt him for life. Luo Cheng grunted in acknowledgement and advanced with his blade, his steps steady and gaze piercing. They halted 5 meters apart. "You've got power but no technique," Luo Cheng stated outright, as if recruiting a disciple. Tang Zhe sized up Luo Cheng's attire and weapon, remarking coolly, "You seem to have some skill. A bit, which is why I'm here to test you. Hey, you're the first to challenge me. If you win, I die. But if I win, all of you die." Tang Zhe flashed a genial smile. Luo Cheng frowned. That was his own catchphrase turned against him. "Teacher Luo, cut him down. He's too cocky, threatening to kill us. Chop him to pieces, showing off like that." The students hurled curses, for Teacher Luo was a godlike figure in their eyes, a master among masters. Luo Cheng raised his arm, and the clamor ceased instantly. "Fine. I accept, but I have one condition. If I win, you don't die. You become my underling." "Deal," Tang Zhe agreed readily. "A friendly warning: within 5 steps, I'm invincible." "How I look forward to seeing that," Tang Zhe replied, his grin widening. A duel was about to commence. Moonlight bathed both figures, and the atmosphere grew tense. Even the girls hiding in the villa were on edge, knowing Tang Zhe's prowess, yet still terrified he might get so much as a scratch. Luo Cheng knew his opponent was formidable, so he resolved to give his all. The man's strength was immense. Just dodge one strike. That would be his end. Wait for him to swing. Tang Zhe watched Luo Cheng circle him with odd footwork, refusing to make a move. Tang Zhe raised his saber and slashed down. Luo Cheng saw it. The moment had come. With a clang, he sidestepped and drew his blade, simultaneously aiming straight for Tang Zhe's neck. He had no intention of taking an underling. It was all a ruse to make his opponent think losing was acceptable. Suddenly, Luo Cheng felt a chill at his waist. Why was he falling? Why had his blade veered so far off, merely grazing Tang Zhe's shoulder? With a dull thud, he hit the ground, his gaze dropping to his severed lower body and the entrails spilling out. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There was no way his swing could have halted. The momentum was too great to pull back in time. But when he struck, Tang Zhe's blade seemed to stop, then cut into his waist. How could he stop like that? It defied basic inertia. Why didn't he obey the laws of physics? Why did this happen? Why am I dying? It hurts. If you'd faced anyone else, you'd truly be invincible within 5 steps. Too bad you matched with me, Tang Zhe said, looking down at the dying Luo Cheng. He didn't know the man's name, but he had to admire his courage. At those words, Luo Cheng died with his questions unanswered. Behind them, Yutong hadn't even processed what happened. It was too fast. He hadn't seen a thing, and Luo Cheng was already dead. The students stood petrified. Teacher Luo was unstoppable at school, taking on over a dozen teachers at once, yet had fallen in a single instant. Watching their idol get annihilated was a crushing blow, as if the world had crumbled. As Tang Zhe approached, Yutong shouted to dispel his fear, curling his fingers into claws. "Then let me test your blade." Tang Zhe raised his saber again. Yutong executed a graceful step, seizing Tang Zhe's wrist, and inwardly rejoiced. But then he realized he could grip the wrist, yet couldn't budge it an inch. It was like solid steel. "Not even using your weapon. You look down on me that much." Tang Zhe turned to Yutong, speaking flatly. Yutong's heart raced under that deathly gaze. It felt like it might leap from his throat. Before he could react, his wrist was seized. "Opt!" Yutong screamed as his wrist was snapped, bare bone jutting out. Tang Zhe grabbed his other arm and tore it clean off, then kicked his legs to break them. In the student's eyes, Teacher Yu, second only to Teacher Luo, had his limbs severed, and the man now gripped his neck. "Keep your promises. Kill," Tang Zhe said coldly. Bang, 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 bang. From the villas on both sides, relentless gunfire erupted, dropping half the students instantly. The rest hid behind vehicles, shaken but alive. Of course, they had guns. One student muttered, "I told you. That hole in the wall was his doing. Even Teacher Luo couldn't beat him. We're done for." Hearing no reply, the student patted his friend beside him only to see him stagger and fall. 2 bullets in his face, his eyes wide with terror. When he turned back, the saber was already raised above him. In that moment, he noticed the blade matched the gash in the wall perfectly. His deduction had been right. Then the world spun, and he saw his own body spraying blood. The girls emerged from the villas to clean up the scene. Facing youths charging with cold weapons, they didn't even flinch, pulling the triggers without hesitation. A few threw knives, which startled the girls at first, but the blades dropped to the ground before reaching them. No doubt their master had used that terrifying ability. With that assurance, they fought without restraint. Shell casings clattered beneath their high heels. These young men had no chance to admire the stunning legs, for with every step 2 or 3 lives were claimed. Their slender fingers had become horns of death, and their angelic faces transformed into those of hellish succubi. This is the sensation of holding dominion over life and death. Xi Meng and Li Linger finally comprehended it. No longer needing to heed the opinions of others, nor fearing the threats of men, for they themselves had become the threat. With the final gunshot, a smoking shell casing fell onto the corpse. Tang Ze gripped the horse-slaying sword, his body splattered with blood, his eyes devoid of any emotion, as if he had transformed into a soulless killing machine. The girls gazed at Tang Ze amidst the corpses, their beautiful eyes growing strange, tinged with fascination and reverence. Since the apocalypse began, she had seen too many different men, the kind-hearted, the selfish, the cruel, and he seemed to embody all of them. At first she had indeed felt repulsed, constantly thinking of how to escape, to flee from his clutches. But now she no longer wanted to escape, she wanted to stay by this terrifying yet mesmerizing man. Tang Ze did not look at the girls or wonder what they were thinking. He thrust the horse-slaying sword into a nearby corpse, took out a cigarette, and lit it. A wisp of smoke curled upward. He pulled out the sword, faintly noticing another vehicle driving in. "It's not over yet," Tang Ze said calmly. The girls snapped back to reality and began counting their ammunition. A new round of slaughter ensued, and gradually the road was paved with corpses like a path leading to the gates of hell. The villa district never lacked looters. By the time Tang Ze had killed his way to the villa's entrance, blood had already flowed outside. Now no one dared to enter the villa district, for seeing the bodies strewn inside made it clear that nothing good awaited. Though they fantasized about supplies and beautiful women within, compared to their own lives, such things seemed less important. They could just as easily plunder elsewhere. Thus convoys of vehicles arrived at the villa's entrance one after another, but upon seeing the corpses piled up to the door, they immediately turned around and left. Tang Ze and his group returned to the villa, everyone still in a state of excitation. "Who got first place?" Tang Ze asked while drinking water. Li Linger immediately reported excitedly, "I killed 109. "Impressive. And you?" Xi Meng said sheepishly, "I forgot to count." "I forgot too," Yiqing echoed. He looked at Bai and Sun Ting, who also shrugged their delicate shoulders. Li Linger suddenly understood, "The sisters are letting me win. Then you can't let their kindness go to waste. Tell me, what is your wish?" Tang Ze hadn't expected them to give the opportunity to the newcomer, especially someone as thoughtful as Xi Meng. Li Linger had never imagined she would come first, and now she was a bit stunned. "Linger, hurry and say it," Bai said with a grin, curious about Li Linger's wish. As long as she said it, the master could surely fulfill it. I want the master to love me once more." Having said that, Li Linger wished she could bury herself in the pile of corpses, her pretty face flushed crimson. The 4 women were stunned for a moment, then burst into teasing cheers, exclaiming that Linger really knew how to please the master. They had underestimated her. Tang Ze was also taken aback, but he wrapped his arm around Li Linger's slender waist. "All right." Li Linger buried her head in Tang Ze's chest, even though it was already stained with blood. It felt like, "If you go to hell, I'll go with you." Though they had only known each other for a day, it seemed they had already experienced a long stretch of time. This was the man who would change her life. Tang Ze genuinely liked a girl like Li Linger, but he had to keep the balance. That night, Tang Ze fiercely charged 3 of his energy bar, leaving the girls unable to lift a single finger. A ray of dazzling sunlight made Tang Ze frown, and he instinctively turned over. 2 seconds later, Tang Ze's eyes snapped open, staring at the familiar, yet unfamiliar bedroom, and the sunlight streaming in through the window. It felt as if he had returned to the days before the apocalypse, when he still had to get up and deliver food. He raised his hand to touch the sunlight, and it felt no different from before. Could it be that the apocalypse was already over? A sudden gunshot made Tang Ze pause. He got up and walked to the window to look out. The road was filled with corpses, and he could vaguely see a few furtive figures around the villa. Sun Ting was firing her gun. He twisted his slightly sore neck. He hadn't rested much last night, busy until 7 in the morning before sleeping, and now it was already 4 in the afternoon. Descending the stairs, Tang Ze saw Li Linger cooking Xiao by helping with the cutting and Yi Qingyi and Xi Meng loading magazines. Everyone had a clear division of labor. Up so early. Aren't you tired? Tang Ze teased as he came down. The girls shot him coquettish glances as if to say it's our hard lot. We'll probably die from overwork one day. Just then Sun Ting pushed the door open and a fierce gust of cold air swept in, making even Tang Ze shiver. Outside the sun was shining, yet it felt colder than last night. What's the temperature now, eh? Around -20-something, Sun Ting said, exhaling a breath of mist. It was much better inside. Outside was freezing with the wind blowing. Xi Meng sighed. I estimate it will drop to -40 tonight. How can anyone survive that? And Bai said gloomily, not noticing that she herself was only wearing a tank top with half her bosom exposed. Yi Qingyi, silently loading magazines, furrowed her brows. Tang Ze naturally knew why. They had originally planned to set out for Yunhai City today, or even arrived by now. Everyone get ready. We're heading to Yunhai City, Tang Ze said, patting Yi Qingyi's head. I Tang Ze always keep my promises. Sure enough, upon hearing Tang Ze's intention to move, Yi Qingyi finally broke into a smile. Thank you. I prefer a thank you in action. Yi Qingyi immediately threw herself at him, wrapping her arms around Tang Ze's neck and offering her sweet lips. This naturally drew teasing boos from the girls. Sun Ting even shouted, looks like Yi has found a new love. This made Yi Qingyi blush and chase after her. With the group now larger, Tang Ze decided to switch to a new vehicle, but still wanted comfort, preferably with a large bed. Soon Tang Ze settled on a motorhome. It had a 2-story design and apocalypse-style tracks, full autonomous driving, and a luxurious interior. The first floor was a living room with an entertainment room, a tea room, and even a karaoke room. The second floor was converted by Tang Ze into an open bedroom, spacious enough for even 20 more girls, a veritable apocalypse fortress. Apocalypse home. When such a vehicle was parked outside, Li Linger felt as if Tang Ze had Doraemon's pocket. It was too magical. The other girls seemed to have grown accustomed to it. Anything happening with Tang Ze was no surprise. Even so, seeing this vehicle was indeed astonishing. Boarding the vehicle, the girls took off their down jackets and enjoyed the warmth. And Bai directly threw herself onto the soft carpet and rolled around. It feels like we're on a trip. Yeah, others are surviving, and we're surviving too, Sun Ting sighed. That day she had been lucky to knock on Tang Ze's door. It was heaven opening a door to life for her. Sun Ting sighed with emotion. That day she was fortunate to have knocked on Tang Ze's door. It was as if heaven had opened a door to survival for her. If fate offered another chance, they would still choose to knock on that door to survival. It wasn't just Sun Ting who felt this way, and Bai and Yi Qingyi shared the same sentiment. Had it not been for Tang Ze, beauties like them might not have survived, perhaps even devoured. Move out. With a thunderous roar, the wide tracks began to churn, grinding directly over the corpses. They expected the vehicle to lurch, but it felt as smooth as gliding on flat ground. After all, the sheer weight of the vehicle was immense, dwarfing the golden Maybach. It was heavier than a tank, and the ordinary concrete road beneath cracked under its pressure. In moments the tracks were caked with flesh and blood, and the bodies crushed beneath were embedded into the ground, utterly unable to halt this steel behemoth. Seeing this outcome, Tang Ze mused that they should have brought this out sooner. It was far superior to the small car. The only drawback was its speed. Leaving twin trails of gore, the vehicle exited the villa district, heedlessly shoving aside the cars parked along the way. Wow, amazing. Little Bai clapped excitedly, in place as innocent as a child. Xi Meng was awestruck. She was truly no match for Tang Ze. Fortunately, she had her looks, or she wouldn't have even earned a ticket aboard. To reach the highway, they had to pass through the city. When this behemoth appeared, onlookers stared in disbelief, wondering what kind of machine this was, faintly seeing people seated inside. Many people stood on the streets, pointing and whispering towards Tang Ze's vehicle. My God, a modified RV like this. It's ferocious. Looks like there are girls inside, great figures. What's the use? The disaster is over. Exactly, it's just a bit cold now. Rescue will be here soon. You killed 2 people last night, you'll be arrested and shot. The man beside him was pale. No one expected the sun to come out today. Realizing he had killed someone last night, he feared retribution was imminent. Tang Ze sat on the plush sofa as the celebrity Li Linger massaged his shoulders. And Bai brought over freshly cut fruit, while Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting sat on either side, feeding him directly with their lips instead of their hands. Each bite of fruit was followed by a deep kiss, leaving Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting feeling dreamy and their hearts aflutter. Why have they all stopped fighting? Why are they just standing in the street? And Bai put down the fruit plate and asked curiously. Xi Meng, while massaging Tang Ze's legs, chuckled. Probably they think the apocalypse is over. If they keep killing, they fear being arrested. Yes, look at those men, they've lost last night's frenzy. Their faces are ashen. Li Linger looked at the thugs sitting by the roadside. They had laid down their weapons, their minds in a daze. Suddenly a thud sounded against the vehicle's body. The screen switched to camera mode, showing someone throwing a stone at the rear left. Thud thud thud. Where one threw, others followed, hurling not just stones, but anything they could grab. Tang Ze said calmly, "Jealousy makes people monstrous. Linger, go handle it." "Okay," she replied, bending down to kiss Tang Ze before turning to pick up the rifle resting nearby. A man in his 30s shoved a trash can under the tracks trying to jam them, but such a tactic was far too naive. Suddenly the rear door began to rise, and the men chasing behind froze. When they saw a white high heel appear, smiles crept onto their faces. As the door lifted, it revealed long fair legs and a tight white skirt, overwhelmingly seductive. But when they saw the gun barrel, their excitement stiffened. Yet upon seeing her face, they seemed to forget the weapon, entirely entranced. What a beautiful girl. Why does she look so familiar? They glanced at a huge billboard nearby. The girl on it looked just like her. She's Li Linger. Oh my god, it's Li Linger. Grab her. Li Linger heard them clearly. She had only intended to fire warning shots to scare them off, but these men were scheming against her again. A bunch of bastards. Without hesitation, Li Linger raised a rifle and opened fire. In an instant, the men chasing the vehicle were all shot dead. Those throwing things froze in their tracks. A gun. An automatic rifle. No wonder they had an apocalypse-proof RV. They were clearly formidable. Everyone quickly fell silent. Li Linger coldly scanned the people on both sides. "I don't want to kill, but don't provoke me." As the door lowered, the onlookers breathed a sigh of relief. Puffed, killing so many people, they'll be caught and executed eventually. Right, we'll report them later. What's there to be so arrogant about? Just then the sunlight began to fade, and a dark cloud drifted overhead unnoticed. Some despondent men looked up at the sky, their hollow eyes gradually regaining a glimmer of life. Suddenly a man burst into manic laughter. "Huh, the apocalypse isn't over. I won't be punished. You were calling me trash earlier, were you? He'll cut you down. Boss, no, yeah." In an instant, the city that seemed to be recovering plunged back into chaos. Some people immediately rushed back into their homes. Watching this scene, Tang Ze felt indifferent. Meanwhile, a car ahead rammed into them ferociously, as if trying to force them to stop. It was like an egg smashing against a rock. Before the impact, the driver wisely jumped out, but the car was simply crushed under the tracks. This vehicle was tougher than a tank. However, more and more cars began to converge on them. These people knew that if they could capture this RV, they would surely survive. But all their efforts were futile. Nothing could stop this apocalypse RV unless the road itself ended. Suddenly a snowflake drifted onto the window. "It's snowing," Shimeng murmured. "Off." Screams erupted across the street. People who were just lively moments ago convulsed and died upon contact with the snowflakes. And Bai looked at the bodies around them and murmured, "I told you it couldn't be over so quickly." "Sai, it's only just begun," Sun Ting said helplessly. Bang bang bang. A knocking sound came from the back. Looking through the rearview mirror, they saw 3 or 4 girls braving the snow, chasing the vehicle and reaching the door. They had certainly unleashed their potential in a desperate bid to survive. "Open the door. Let us in. Please, sir, take us with you. Don't abandon me. They'll do anything." But inside they couldn't hear the words, only saw their desperate pleas. Tang Ze watched coldly. "Get on board. There's a strict standard. You'd need at least the beauty of Li Linger. Unfortunately, you have nothing but your youth." The young women knew that if they couldn't board this vehicle, death and despair awaited them, so they might as well gamble on this chance. After all, they were well aware that they themselves were commodities, prizes for men to fight over. But this time, they had wagered wrong. Not every man would open the door. As the first girl stumbled, tripping those behind her, the tracks mercilessly rolled over their bodies. Compared to freezing to death in the snow, this was a quicker end. Tang Ze glanced at the girls and said indifferently, "If you want to play the saint, feel free to get off and switch places." Only a fool would do such a thing. Clearly the look in their eyes just now had displeased Tang Ze. Time to appease their master. This little act filled the energy bar by 1. The vehicle reached the highway entrance, but it was too wide and too tall. Moreover, the entrance was clogged with fleeing cars, their occupants already dead. "How are we supposed to get through this?" And Bai traced idle circles on Tang Ze's chest, while Yi Qingyi leaned against his other side. Tang Ze was utterly monopolized by these 2 women. Tang Ze stood up with a grin. "Let me show you a magic trick. Not this again. But this time you have to close your eyes. No peeking." The girls obediently shut their beautiful eyes, though they all peeked, curious to see what would happen. "That's cheating. Turn around." "Oh, come on." The girls protested, their coquettish whines like a chorus of 5 giant kittens. Faced with Tang Ze's stern authority, they finally turned around. Tang Ze's gaze fell on the toll booth, which began to tremble and collapsed in an instant. Afterward, Tang Ze slumped onto the sofa, dizzy and lightheaded. A psychokinetic was powerful, but for such a massive target, it was utterly exhausting. "Master, what's wrong?" Seeing him suddenly grow so weak, the girls panicked, fearing that if anything happened to him, they wouldn't want to live on. Seeing their worried faces, Tang Ze couldn't help but laugh. "I'm not dead yet. Why the long faces? You scared us to death. Yi Qingyi couldn't resist patting him, and the other girls clutched their chests having seen how pale his face had turned. But when the girls looked at the rubble where the toll booth had been, their mouths formed perfect OS. What kind of magic was this? Where did the toll booth go? It was too powerful, absurdly impossibly powerful. Women are naturally drawn to the strong, and in that moment their devotion to Tang Ze solidified. Anyone who dared to harm him was signing their own death warrant. Master, you look so weak. Would you like to drink some of my blood to recover? And Bei's heart ached for him. She was willing to give herself completely. Weakened too. Gazing at the 5 stunning faces before him, Tang Ze teased. What's this? Falling for me already? The girls froze, a faint blush creeping onto their cheeks. Master, you're so full of yourself. Such a conceited master. Listening to their playful bickering, Tang Ze felt this was what it truly meant to be alive. His past self had been a companion to loneliness, but now with them around things weren't so bad, though their habit of teasing him was something he'd need to address. The Apocalypse RV rolled over the abandoned cars and onto the highway, its top speed a mere 60 kilometers per hour. The distance from Huan City to Yunhai City was 512 kilometers. Normally it would take 5 or 6 hours, but at this pace it would add at least 3 more. With cars intermittently blocking the road, Tang Ze estimated it would take over 10 hours to reach Yunhai City. It was now 7 p.m., and the ground was already covered in snow. They were expected to arrive around 6 or 7 a.m. the next morning. They recharged the energy bar, played cards together, and even enjoyed a live performance from Li Linger. But in Tang Ze's opinion, Li Linger's singing was most enchanting in bed. It could practically summon your soul. Yi, it's your turn to draw a card, Ximeng reminded her. Oh. Yi Qingyi was clearly distracted. Sun Ting played a tile. Yesterday when the rain stopped, there were a few hot spots for looting. The university was one of them. There's no supplies there, but there are young pretty girls inside. Tell me about it. Ximeng snorted, playing another tile, her hatred for men who prey on women evident. Those bastards love that. What? You say Tang Ze did the same? Ximeng would argue that their master attracted them with his charm. Every woman present was there willingly. Tang Ze picked up his tiles and said calmly, you guys shouldn't scare her. If something happens, there's nothing we can do about it. Yi Qingyi's eyes instantly reddened. Ximeng and Sun Ting exchanged a glance. You call that scaring her? You just scared her to tears. Tang Ze patted the back of Yi Qingyi's hand. Don't cry. As long as your niece is alive, I won't let her die. Yeah, is definitely still alive. She's very smart. And very pretty too, and Bai added with a sly, mischievous grin. Ximeng flicked her forehead. Xiaobai, are you trying to start something dirty again? Oh my, no way. I'm not a seasoned driver. Master, I want some milk. Ximeng's eye twitched. Tang Ze rolled his eyes. Go get it yourself. It's in the cabinet. But I don't want a little straw. I want one of those big straws. Uft. Sun Ting spat out her water mid-sip. Li Linger's song hit a sour note, and the RV erupted in laughter. And Bai put her hands on her hips. What are you all laughing at? It's so annoying. Master, you're laughing at me too. Humph. Suddenly Tang Ze felt the RV decelerate. Looking ahead, he saw a chaotic pileup of cars blocking the road. At this rate, they wouldn't reach Yunhai City by morning. He needed to modify the front of the vehicle, installing a triangular plow. That way they wouldn't have to slow down. They could simply plow the obstructing cars out of the way. Stop for a moment. I need to install something. Despite being unfazed by the snow, Tang Ze donned his protective suit. The girls watched curiously from inside the RV, wondering what their master was going to install. When they saw the massive triangular plow attached to the front, it all made sense. His telekinesis was incredibly powerful. With this thing installed, they could truly unleash a mode of mad dashing. No amount of snow could stop the Apocalypse RV. It could be summed up in one phrase. Absolutely badass. The temperature had plummeted to minus 30 degrees Celsius. For people from the south, this was a death sentence. Some places with power could still hold out, but it was only a matter of time. And by late night, the temperature was expected to drop to minus 40 degrees. Yunhai University was a prestigious 985 institution consistently ranked among the top universities in the nation. Graduates from here often landed their dream jobs. For students from the south, getting into Yunhai University meant never worrying about food or clothing for the rest of their lives. Yet now the students of Yunhai University were worrying about both. At first, the school's teachers organized the students to face the harsh weather together, and things remained orderly. But as food supplies dwindled day by day and water sources diminished, patients began to wear thin, and a restless anxiety spread from person to person. The tipping point came when a girl stepped forward and spoke. Why don't you boys go out and find supplies? Are we supposed to go out and scavenge for food ourselves? Are you even men? You don't have an ounce of courage. Those words ignited the fury of every boy present, and the girl was beaten until her face swelled like a pig's head. After that, none of the girls dared to speak out of turn. Seeing the girls fear them and depend on them, the boys grew bolder, especially toward the girls they had once admired from afar. The situation deteriorated step by step. Still, they were more civilized than some residential compounds, remaining at the stage of trading food for favors rather than resorting to force. Yet in private, many girls secretly struck deals with the boys. But now, with temperatures plummeting and the earlier rain having stopped, outsiders stormed into the campus to seize young women. The boys naturally resisted, and it became a clash of cold steel. The boys suffered heavy casualties, and many girls were taken. Combined with the deadly weather, everyone felt they would perish in the prime of their youth. No longer hidden in the shadows, the demand for food in exchange for favors had now been brought into the open. Yet not all the boys had crossed the line. Some still clung to their moral principles, protecting the girls from abuse. But such boys were few. The leader among them was a sophomore named Su Fu, who came from a rural village. Honest and kind by nature, he had worked tirelessly without complaint since the apocalypse began. But unable to stomach the behavior of certain boys, he led a group of righteous-minded young men to part ways. Their split meant moving from the library to the indoor basketball court. Fortunately, the power hadn't gone out yet, so they could still stave off the cold. Su Fu Gao Shengshan's group will come for us sooner or later. We don't have many people left. The speaker was Jiang Shan, Su Fu's roommate and brother. Their other two roommates had already been killed by outsiders when the rain stopped. What had once been a group of 100 had dwindled to just over 30 boys, over 20 of them wounded. Yet they were responsible for protecting more than 100 girls. Su Fu had dark skin and calloused hands from years of farming alongside his family back home, giving him far greater strength than most his age. Jiang Shan, hailing from Huan City, was an avid fitness enthusiast with a sturdy build. The two were the backbone of the group. Su Fu glanced into the distance where the girls tended to the wounded, their spirits visibly low. But everyone gritted their teeth and held on, hoping for a rescue team. Yet after so many days, rescue seemed nothing more than a fantasy in everyone's minds. "Teacher Chu, don't waste water on me anymore. I'm done for." A sudden voice broke the silence, and Su Fu and Jiang Shan rushed over immediately. A boy had lost his arm, the stump bound with girls' undergarments to staunch the bleeding for lack of gauze. His face was deathly pale, clearly suffering from severe blood loss. The teacher attending to him, Chu Lu, was regarded as the most beautiful teacher in the hearts of the Yunhai boys. Elegant and gentle, with eyes as clear as a tranquil lake, her skin remained fair even now. "Don't talk nonsense. You're going to make it." Chu Lu spoke sternly, but the boy merely looked at her, offered a faint smile, and slowly closed his eyes. Chu Lu clutched the bottle of mineral water tightly in her hand as the surrounding girls began to sob. "Teacher Chu, there are plenty of mats in the back storage room. We can move." Xie Mingyue came running over from not far away, but when she saw the boy had died, her initially cheerful expression froze stiff. Chu Lu took a deep breath and rose to her feet. "Girls, come help move the supplies." The girls who had refused to join Gao Shengshan's ranks were those who valued their integrity and dignity. They stood up one by one to lend a hand, knowing full well that the boys needed rest to protect them, that letting them recover would ensure everyone's safety. The girls could handle the logistical work. "Teacher Chu, let us help you," Su Fu said as he approached. Chu Lu shook her head. "No need. We girls need to pull our weight too. We can't keep holding you back." "That's right, we have hands and feet. You all get some rest." Xie Mingyue was carefree and easygoing, and as the down-to-earth campus beauty, she was adored by the boys. Compared to the aloof Ice Queen beauty, everyone preferred Xie Mingyue. Su Fu said no more. After a full day of fighting, the boys truly needed their rest. "Well, leave it to you, Teacher Chu." Xie Mingyue suddenly raised her voice to the girls. "Sisters, we can pick up weapons and fight those beasts too. We can't just let the boys protect us forever." The girls were taken aback, thinking to themselves that they were no match for those men. It would be like punching a child. Everyone was just here to coast along, and here she was charging out to play hero. At least 30-odd girls thought exactly that, yet a dozen or so did step forward to support Xie Mingyue. The rest claimed they'd tend to the wounded, and one even made the absurd excuse of having sprained her ankle. "Enough. We're all here voluntarily. No one is forced to do anything." Chu Lu cut in, hearing the scattered murmurs. Now was not the time for internal discord. The others still listened to Chu Lu, as she was the only teacher left. When they were alone, Chu Lu spoke softly to Xie Mingyue. "What you said just now could easily rub the boys the wrong way." "Huh. I was trying to help them," Xie Mingyue quickly explained, bewildered as to how it could offend anyone. "But think about the reaction of those girls after you spoke. When the boys saw those expressions, what did they think their sacrifices yesterday were worth? Hearts are made of flesh." Hearing Teacher Chu's words, Xie Mingyue suddenly understood. She had meant well, but done harm. "I'm sorry. I didn't think it through. But what you said isn't wrong. The girls do need to take up arms." Chu Liu's gentle gaze turned deep and resolute. At this stage, she understood clearly that only by being fiercer than men could one survive. Xie Mingyue nodded and pulled out her phone. It showed no signal. She wondered how her aunt was doing now. Was she okay? Was she still alive? And her parents, were they all right? Hadn't her aunt said her uncle would come to save her? Why hadn't anyone shown up, even after the rain stopped? Chu Lu knew of Xian Mingyu's situation and suspected her aunt had met a grim fate, especially after the rain had ceased the day before she was even more certain. Those beasts desperate to seize women had not hesitated to storm into the university and slaughter people, their methods appalling beyond words. Teacher Chu, when can we go back to how things were? Xian Mingwen murmured softly, her head bowed low. There were moments when she felt on the verge of collapse, overwhelmed by the urge to rush into the freezing rain and end it all. Living had become more exhausting than dying. Chu Lu offered a gentle smile and placed her hand on Xian Mingyu's shoulder. It won't be long now. Gazing at Teacher Chu's reassuring smile, Xian Mingyuan nodded, wiped the corners of her eyes, and went to fetch the mats. Chu Lu let out a quiet sigh, inwardly questioning herself. Could they truly return to how things were? Was it even possible? Just yesterday, it had seemed like the end was near, and everyone believed the disaster had passed, and rescue would soon arrive. Yet no one could have foreseen the snow. Some of the boys were even cheering, for they could now act with reckless abandon, no longer bound by civility. They were not men, but unruly beasts. Suddenly, all the lights in the gymnasium went out. Everyone froze in confusion. Su Fu shouted, "Don't panic. They'll check the circuit breaker." He then gestured for Jiang Shan to follow him. But a lookout boy yelled out, "The library over there still has power." Su Fu quickly climbed the steps and peered through the window. Indeed, the library remained illuminated. Jiang Shan soon returned as well. "The breakers are fine. I'm afraid." It was Gao Xingtian. He had cut the power, intending to freeze them all to death. The heating had already been weak, and now with no electricity at all, there wasn't a trace of warmth left. It felt as though the temperature inside was plummeting with every passing second. Chu Lu and Xia Mingwei rushed over, their phone flashlights illuminating the way. "Did a breaker trip?" Chu Lu asked, puzzled. "No, Teacher Chu. I'm afraid it's that bastard Gao Shengshen's doing," Jiang Shan replied, slamming his fist against the wall in frustration, wincing from the pain, but burning with anger. Chu Lu surveyed the students and immediately called out, "Everyone, let's move to the small storage room next door. There are plenty of mats in there we can use to keep warm." Some of the girls were thinly dressed, wearing only a single jacket. They shivered, hugging their arms tightly, their resolve beginning to waver. If they simply gave in, they'd have food and drink and wouldn't have to endure the cold. Why had they followed along in the first place? Now they might not even have the chance to go back. It wasn't just one girl having these thoughts. At least half of the girls present were regretting their decision. After all, compared to fighting for survival, sleeping with a boy wasn't exactly a death sentence. Everyone gradually filed into the storage room. Even the wounded were carried in, but it was plain to see that most of them wouldn't survive until morning. Everyone huddled closer together. "ITLL, help keep us warm," Chu Lu urged. All they could do now was share each other's body heat. Suddenly, Su Fu pushed open the door, carrying an armful of wooden planks. A gust of frigid air swept in, biting into their skin like knives. "I broke up some chairs for firewood. That should help keep everyone warm." Chu Liu's expression turned stern. "No, we can't. This space is too small, and there's no ventilation. We'll get carbon monoxide poisoning." "Then what about outside?" Jiang Shan suggested. A girl whispered, "It's even colder outside. A little bit of firewood won't be enough to keep us warm." Su Fu wanted to help everyone get through this ordeal, but in this bitter cold, was there really no other option? "Maybe we should just go over there." After a long silence, a girl finally spoke up weakly, her voice trembling with the fear of freezing to death right here. The boys frowned deeply at her words. One hot-tempered boy retorted angrily, "You were the ones who wanted to leave before, and now you want to go back. So my brother's deaths meant nothing. Who was it that said they'd rather die than be humiliated by those animals? Now that it's gotten a little cold, you're all willing to just give yourselves to them. What a load of crap." The boys were seething with indignation, feeling utterly betrayed. How could they have been so foolish as to protect such ungrateful wretches? Su Fu roared, "Enough. All of you shut up." A tense silence fell over the room. "To each their own. I, Su Fu, have never forced anyone to stay. If you want to go over there, be my guest." A girl immediately stood up and shouted, "Who's coming with me? Rather than freeze to death here, I'd rather go over there. At worst, I'll have to trade my body." "They'll go with you," said a frail-looking girl as she raised her hand and stood up. "They'll go too." A long-haired girl beside her also echoed, though she kept her head hung low. The boys spat in disdain. It was that very long-haired girl who had been the loudest about defying the oppressors, vowing to resist to the bitter end. Yet she was the first to surrender. In the end, over 40 girls chose to leave, but many more decided to stay, preferring to freeze to death rather than let those beasts lay a finger on them. The departing girls began fashioning makeshift gear. After all, it was snowing outside, not raining. They had to protect their footing, or it would be a death sentence. They tore apart cardboard boxes, planning to hold them over their heads, and taped them to their bodies to keep the snow off. For their feet, they used plastic or metal buckets, shuffling along while the snow wasn't too deep yet. They had a chance to make it now, but by tomorrow morning it would be impossible. From the storage room, Xian Mingwei watched the girls file out one by one. In their desperate bid for survival, they truly feared nothing. Suddenly the frail girl stumbled and fell collapsing completely. Xian Mingwei covered her mouth in shock. She had actually been on decent terms with her. Sure enough, within seconds the girl began convulsing violently, as if having a seizure, and went still just moments later. What are you all standing around for? Move it unless you want to end up like her. At the leader's command the girls began to advance slowly. 300 meters, and one had already fallen. The library was a bit chilly too, but at least it had heating. It was still within tolerable limits. The library held at least 300 people, about 100 boys and 200 girls. The boys had originally outnumbered the girls, but they had suffered heavy losses. Hey, come look. Those people are coming over again, a girl shouted with a mocking laugh. Everyone crowded around the windows to watch. Damn, who are they trying to impress? They're just coming over here to get drilled anyway, right, Brother Shum? The girl said, fawning over Gao Xingtian beside her. But Gao Xingtian shoved her away coldly. Scram, get any closer, and he'll throw you out into the snow. The girl quickly shuffled aside, watching bitterly as Gao Xingtian walked over to another girl. She seethed with jealousy. Even in the apocalypse, this jerk still played the aloof, cold-hearted act. It only worked on Gao Xingtian. Any other man would have taken the offer in a heartbeat. Beside a bookshelf, a girl was calmly browsing through the books, her delicate face serene and composed, a stark contrast to the other girls. She looked as if she had simply come to the library for an evening read, completely unconcerned with the chaos unfolding outside. Everyone knew that among the commoners Xian Mingwei was the campus belle, but the icy aloof one was Lu Yudi, whose family was incredibly wealthy. Her personal ride was a Bentley GT. Lu Yudi. Every time she stepped out of the car, a crowd of men would gather around, eager to catch a glimpse of Lu Yudi's jade-like leg as she descended. After all, she wasn't just beautiful. Her figure was nothing short of perfection. Her only flaw was her icy demeanor, a coldness that permeated not just her personality, but her very speech. She rarely spoke, and when she did, her words were sparse, never exceeding 3 syllables. Some senior students claimed they hadn't heard her speak all year, leading many to wonder if she was mute. Yet despite this, Lu Yudi's popularity still eclipsed that of Xian Mingwei. The unattainable white swan seemed to ignite even more fantasies. What are you looking at? Gao Xingtian leaned against a nearby bookshelf, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Yudi's face, lingering on her soft crimson lips. A delicacy like this was best savored slowly. Lu Yudi silently flipped through her book, treating Gao Xingtian as if he were thin air. And Gao Xingtian liked it that way. Perhaps he had a masochistic streak. But was Lu Yudi foolish? Far from it. She knew that only by maintaining this facade could she survive. It was her sole bargaining chip against violation. Yet she also realized this couldn't last forever. Seeing Lu Yudi ignore him, Gao Xingtian didn't mind in the slightest. Instead, he found her even more alluring. He was determined to claim not just her body, but her heart as well. Tang Ze remarked that in the apocalypse, what use was a heart? Might as well just take what you want. Look at those girls. They came over obediently enough. You'll be the same, he said, reaching out to touch Lu Yudi's cheek, only for her to dodge his hand. Instead of getting angry, Gao Xingtian laughed and beckoned to his lackeys nearby. A young man beaten black and blue was dragged over, leaving a trail of blood on the pristine floor. The other boys sitting on the tables watched with amusement, not forgetting to tease the girls beside them. This used to be your dream guy, the student council president. Now he's worse than a dead dog. How satisfying. How this bastard used to be so arrogant, acting like he was the boss. With that, he viciously kicked the young man in the back. His spine seemed already deformed, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. The girls couldn't believe their idol had been beaten so brutally. Gone was his former handsomeness. If no one told them, they'd never recognize him as their former heartthrob. It was his own fault for offending so many people. When the old order collapsed, he was the first to get beaten. The so-called idol was dragged to Gao Xingtian's feet. Gao Xingtian lifted his foot and stepped on the young man's head. Well, if it isn't our young master, Xian Han. Why are you so limp like a worm? Come on, lift your head and let the goddess get a good look. Rumors had it that the idol and the goddess were a couple, though it was never confirmed. Still, many thought it plausible. They seemed like a perfect match. Some had even snapped photos of them walking side by side, which seemed to solidify the speculation. Lu Yudi didn't even shift her gaze. Doesn't this hurt your heart? Gao Xingtian sneered. He came from an ordinary family with no real background, but he had always fawned over Lu Yudi. Everyone called him her ultimate lapdog. Classmates had even seen him rush to wipe down her car while she went to class. For a while, he was the laughingstock of the entire school. But Gao Xingtian didn't care. He believed that one day he would win the goddess' heart and hold her hand. Yet the goddess continued to ignore him, and Gao Xingtian grew convinced that Xian Han was the obstacle between them. The school rumors only fueled his suspicion. As Gao Xingtian pressed down harder with his foot, Xian Han felt his head being crushed and let out a painful scream. The other students gulped, stunned that this lapdog could be so ruthless, butchering people like they were chickens. Previously, several teachers had assigned him menial tasks, clearly trying to exploit him. But Gao Xingtian seemed to unleash his true nature, and within a week he had brutally slaughtered those very teachers who had oppressed him. His cruel methods and fierce attitude attracted a following of boys. At the time, no one blamed Gao Xingtian for it. Those teachers were truly beasts harassing the female students. Everyone had long grown disgusted with them. But when the teachers set their sights on Lu Yudi, the lapdog transformed into the king of dogs. Brother Sheng, the girls are at the door. Go open it, Gao Xingtian said indifferently. As the door swung open, the girls who had escaped rushed in, but their numbers had dwindled by 7 or 8, left behind in the snow. Even the girl who had led them didn't make it. Brother Sheng. The girls immediately called out to him, begging for shelter. Gao Xingtian let out a cold chuckle. My place isn't a revolving door. Since you chose to follow Su Fu, that's a betrayal of me. Brother Sheng, we were just confused for a moment. Yes, Brother Sheng, we never meant to betray you. The girls quickly explained, terrified of being cast out, which would mean certain death. Gao Xingtian turned and roared, brothers, what do we do with those who betray us? The boys remained silent, but a girl sneered and shouted, fuck these bitches. They pretend to be pure, and they mocked us for being shameless. Gao Xingtian burst into wild laughter. Did you hear that, brothers? Even the girls have spoken. Get to it. Without waiting for the boys to act, the girls rushed over, pinned the traitors to the ground, and pummeled them mercilessly. After all, when they left, they had looked down on those who chose to stay with Gao Xingtian. Gao Xingtian had no interest in the spectacle. Instead, he smiled at Lu Yudi. If it weren't for me, you'd be just like them right now. Lu Yudi said nothing. Not even one word for me. Scram. Gao Xingtian froze for a moment, then let out a low chuckle, stomping viciously on Xine Han. The screams echoed through the library. He had expected Lu Yudi to beg for mercy, but even as Xine Han lay barely breathing, she showed no reaction. Gao Xingtian beckoned to his men and took a knife. Watch closely. I'm going to dismember your idol. 1/2 slashes. Blood splattered everywhere, even staining Lu Yudi's fair cheeks with hot crimson droplets. Some students who had been watching turned away to vomit, their eyes filled with terror whenever they looked at Gao Xingtian. He picked up Xine Han's head, placed it on the bookshelf, and even tidied his hair. You like him so much. Then I'll let you look at him all you want. I hope you'll announce to everyone tomorrow that I'm your man. Otherwise, you know what will happen. With that, Gao Xingtian turned and left. Only then did Lu Yudi slowly raise her head to look at Xine Han's severed head. Her face gradually turned pale, her stomach churning, but she forced it down. Xine Han had indeed pursued Lu Yudi, but she had never paid him any mind. Still, he was skilled at using public opinion to pressure her, often walking beside her like a boyfriend. Lu Yudi felt no grief at this moment, only dread. Tomorrow was the final ultimatum. If she refused to become his woman, he would simply take her by force.